So hey guys, how are you all? Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was son of Dark Moon? Part 4. If you are new here, subscribe, either I will take your quirk. Also, as you know, I do not own this story. If you want to see original creator, then go to Space into Milky Way. LOL, joking, you can find it in description. Severus opened his eyes, immediately realizing they were wet with tears. He blinked hard, finding himself lying on a bed, curled up on his side and shivering. He realized that he had fallen into a flashback, except he couldn't remember that ever happening. But he didn't remember it not happening either, and that terrified him more than anything. But how could it be true? And why would Dumbledore take it from him? Severus shivered again and pressed his fist to his lips in horror, wondering if he was going to start screaming. He really wanted to, even as he realized what a bad idea that would be, especially since Black probably saw him collapse and then put him in bed like a weakling. He hadn't broken down like this in years. If Dumbledore had been in the habit of taking memories like this from him, it was a wonder he had not already gone completely mad. Snape? A soft, unexpected voice murmured above him. Are you back? Severus jerked and sat up immediately, glaring wildly and furiously up at Remus Lupin, who was standing near the bed with a look of concern on his scarred face. He had only spoken to the werewolf a few hours ago, but it felt like much longer. Hey, Lupin greeted him with a strained smile. It's just me. Get away from me. Severus snarled, uncurling and staggering off the bed. Snape's up? Black's unwelcome voice came from the doorway to the small bedroom. That's too bad. I kinda hoped you were out for good, Sniv. Some part of Severus' mind registered that Black was teasing him. What in the world? But he was too overwhelmed by his own mind to even stay puzzled at the strange familiarity with which Black was already treating him. Other strange images and thoughts were cramming his head full, threatening to throw him into another full-blown flashback. He had to get out of here before he went mad. Panting like a cornered animal, Severus tried to dart out of the room, but his legs felt weak and weren't cooperating, and he was blocked by Black. He was trapped in a small space, with a werewolf behind him and a Gryffindor animagus in front of him. The shadows started to close in again, but before his fragile mind could be swallowed by another memory, he yelled in wordless rage, yanking out his wand and throwing some spell at Black to get him out of the way. He really didn't know which one he used. He just needed to get out, to get away, and try to sort through his horribly fragmented mind without looking weak or helpless, especially in front of those two. Bursting out of the cabin, he ran across the stony scrabble until he was out of breath, which wasn't very far, and then he disapparated. What the hell was that about? Sirius complained as Remus helped him up. He felt dizzy from that tornado curse, but hey, he knew it could have been a sectum sempra, so he wasn't complaining, even though he had a nice throbbing knot on his head from being flung against the cabin wall by a gale force wind. He had a flashback or something, his friend sighed, checking him over for injuries. For Merlin's sake, stop fussing, Sirius protested, slapping Remus' hands away. I'm perfectly fine. Could have been a lot worse, Remus said quietly, obviously remembering what Snape did to him mere days ago. Yeah, I guess, Sirius sighed, running his hand through his greasy hair and wincing when his fingers rubbed the sore spot on his head. What got into him, though? His mind, Remus said carefully. You said he mentioned that his mind is unraveling? That was what he said, Sirius replied slowly. Insisted he wasn't gonna go barmy, though. The werewolf sighed and rolled his eyes. Sirius, tell me you haven't forgotten the cardinal rule of insanity? That the cooks think everybody else is insane? No. I mean, yes, that's true too, but not what I was thinking of. I was just messing with you, Sirius smirked. I remember. If you know you're crazy, then you aren't crazy, because crazy people don't think they're crazy. Right. Yes, Remus sighed, giving him an annoyed look. If Severus told you he isn't going to go barmy from this, he's either lying to himself, lying to you, or he's already barmy. Yeah, see, that's why the Marauders always needed you, Moony, Sirius grinned. You're the only one with a smidgen of logic. Remus shook his head and pressed his lips together, obviously not wanting to get into all that. Silence reigned for several minutes while Sirius nursed his aching head, and the rest of his bruised body. Despite his assurances that he was fine, getting thrown against a wall by a violent gust of wind hurt. While the silence filled the air, Sirius thought back to his godson. All of this revolved around the poor kid, and no matter which way he looked at it, Snape had come through for Harry when nobody else did, or could. He was actually a decent, if annoying, guy overall. But hadn't Lily said that all the time? Severus Snape might not be Sirius' favorite person in the world, and they definitely weren't going to be attending tea parties together anytime soon. But seeing Snape being so gentle with his godson, the Marauder had felt something melt in his chest. Seeing Harry's obvious fondness and trust for Snevelis had been unexpected. But he had no real doubt anymore that Severus Snape's loyalty to the child was purely platonic. He felt ashamed that he had suspected, even for such a short time, that Snevelis might be hurting his little boy. It simply wasn't possible. He was protective of Harry while still being dismissive of children in general. In fact, Snape was still trying to help the child even when he couldn't remember anything specific about him and Harry actually interacting. Dumbledore was the true villain here. Couldn't the old idiot even see that? Taking somebody's memories had to be one of the worst crimes in existence, especially if this was the result. Snape's mind was simply falling apart because it couldn't handle it anymore. Like a tapestry you've pulled too many threads out of. It goes threadbare, and then it falls apart, and you can't recognize the mess that's left. Sirius shuddered to think of that happening to Snape's bright and brilliant mind. Then he shuddered at the realization that he had actually just called Snevelis bright and brilliant, even if it was just in the privacy of his own mind. Maybe he was the one going barmy. "We can't let Snevelis go crazy," Sirius suddenly blurted out. "Harry needs him." "Of course, that's it." Remus agreed with a grim nod. "You've already got a solution?" "We find Harry." "Yeah? That's simple. We're marauders, aren't we?" "Sure, but—" "And in the meantime, we find Severus' memories and get them back." "How in the world are we gonna do that, huh?" Sirius demanded angrily. "It's not like they're floating around for the taking." "Dumbledore doesn't throw anything away," Remus explained. "And I really mean that. He throws nothing away. He'll have saved the memories somehow, somewhere. We just need to find them." "Sure," Sirius sighed, gently massaging the lump on his skull. "Like Dumbles would just leave us a treasure map to the stash of Snape's stolen secrets." "When did you become the pessimistic one, Padfoot?" "Since Snape threw me against the wall. My head hurts." Sirius thought it was rather mean when Remus just laughed at him. He was just trying to get a little sympathy, for crying out loud. Never mind that he'd actually shoved Remus away earlier when his friend was trying to check him over and give him sympathy. So, Sirius wasn't too proud to admit that it was a little comical. Just a little, though. And he wasn't going to start smiling about it anytime soon. He sat in his attic, wondering what drew him here. His little house seemed like the best place to hide and gather his wits, but why the attic? Severus sat in the dusty, drafty place, surrounded by dusty, musty-smelling boxes of memories. There was his old school trunk in one corner, and over there he could see his mother's old things. There was a box of Christmas decorations near his feet, and tucked into the shadows was another trunk, obviously magical and newer than the battered old school trunk that had been Eileen Prince's before it was Severus Snape's. The potions master carefully crawled across the dusty floor and laid his hands on the trunk, feeling the spark of familiar magic crawling up his fingers from its locks. He silently spelled it open and conjured several floating Lumos globes that hovered above his head like a cluster of grapes. The light they gave was more than enough to see a stack of letters. He picked up the top one and unfolded it, realizing that it was a letter from Lily Potter to him. "Dear Sev, Harry's growing so fast. I know you can't wait to see him again." "Wait, what?" Severus dropped the letter in shock after reading that first sentence. He didn't recall ever getting letters from Lily about her brat. But if his memories and strange thoughts were to be believed, Severus desperately pawed through the trunk, searching for more clues. Under the letters, all of which are addressed to him, he found a bag of Muggle plastic. Inside the bag was a folded wedding dress, likely Lily's. Under the dress were some photo albums. Flipping through them revealed dozens of pictures of a dark-haired baby, sometimes alone, sometimes held by his mother. a stack of thin diaries, and some other books that belonged to Lily. Her old school books, a few novels, both Muggle and magical some, notebooks detailing new charms and potions she wanted to work on, and a couple of small books clearly meant for a baby were all stacked neatly at the bottom. There were a few boxes stacked beside them, and in one, he found letters and mementos from school, all having to do with his and Lily's friendship. He didn't bother to open the other boxes. He just feverishly dumped everything back in and stood up, breathing harshly and grabbing at his greasy hair, cursing his broken mind and his lost memories and the existence of Lily Potter and her damned son. How did this trunk get here anyway? What would he be doing with a trunk that had clearly belonged to Lily Evans, yet was filled with mementos that involved him, not James Bloody Potter? It made absolutely no sense. Why in all hell couldn't he remember? Severus cursed several times and tugged brutally on his own hair until he was on the verge of furious tears. Why was he so unstable and emotionally volatile lately? He was Severus Snape. He was a master of Clumens. Surely he was better at concealing his emotions than this. But it was too tiring to shove it all away. With a cry of rage, he threw his wand on the floor and kicked a nearby cardboard box across the attic. He raged and kicked and threw boxes and bags around the attic with abandon. He slammed the black trunk closed and threw it down the attic ladder. He jumped down after it, not bothering to use the ladder like a normal person, landed in a heap beside Lily's trunk, and proceeded to pick up the heavy trunk so he could throw it violently into his bedroom. It thudded hard on the floor and landed on its side, but it didn't crack or break open. It didn't look at all affected by Snape's temper tantrum. But then, magical trunks were always more durable than normal. "I will remember," Severus vowed in a hiss. "I will." Strategy was something Remus could handle. Sirius wasn't half bad at it, but actually implementing good strategies was something the Marauders had always run past Moony. Remus' practicality and common sense often uncovered flaws that the overenthusiastic, serious, and ever-creative James and completely oblivious Peter missed. When Snape ran from the cabin, Sirius and Remus put their heads together and formed a plan of action. First task: find out where Snape went sand if he's all right. Padfoot had to stay close to the cabin, so Remus went. He had a pretty good idea where Snape had gone, but getting there would require him to step into the lion's den, so to speak. No matter. Remus was a Gryffindor. Spineless he may be in personal matters, but when it came to something he deemed a mission, nothing could stop him. He operated to Hogwarts. Much as the werewolf would have loved barging into Dumbledore's office and demanding to know what the old fool had done with Harry, Remus was not quite that hot-headed. He went to Madame Pomfrey instead. Sneaking through the castle, Remus didn't even meet a ghost. Even the portraits were empty. He heard Peeves cackling down a hall, but he didn't see the poltergeist. It wasn't much of a surprise to find Minerva in Poppy's office, and at this point, Remus was a werewolf on a mission. He didn't hesitate to step inside and throw up the privacy charms he and the Marauders had developed for their troublemaking. "I need Severus Snape's flu address," he announced bluntly. The two women just blinked at him, as if wondering if he'd taken leave of his senses. "Remus," Minerva said carefully, "are you sure that's a good idea? Severus will kill you this time," Poppy added with an unamused snort. "It's an emergency," Remus insisted, fisting his trembling hands. He could do this. He was a Gryffindor. Severus' mind is unraveling and he's in trouble. We need to find Harry and we need to find his memories, but I'm not sure how we'll do either. "Well, lad," Minerva sighed, rising from her chair and smoothing down her maroon robes, "if you're determined to walk into a snake pit, we may as well come with you." "Dumbledore hasn't touched your memories, Poppy?" Remus asked carefully as he moved aside for the women. "Thankfully, no," Poppy replied quietly, leading the way out of her office into the infirmary proper. "But I've been popping in and out too quickly for him to catch. I'm not a Slytherin for nothing." Remus gave her an incredulous glance. "How have I not known that about you?" "It isn't really something I talk about, for obvious reasons," the Medi, which chuckled as they stopped beside the large fireplace. "Severus keeps an open flue for the Hogwarts infirmary, so we'll use this one." "Spinner's End," Minerva announced, throwing down the flue powder. She stepped in, but suddenly the fireplace seemed to cough. and the Transfiguration professor was literally thrown out and across the room. Remus lunged and caught her, and they fell down in a heap of robes and limbs. What the hell? Remus spluttered as he sat up. Minerva swore in what sounded like Gaelic, but she accepted Poppy's hand and heaved herself to her feet. It looks like Severus has blocked the Hogwarts flues, Poppy explained, her face looking pale and worried. I really don't blame him, but you don't think he's in trouble, do you? He looked desperate, Remus answered quietly. He had a flashback, and I think it was a bad one. I couldn't catch him. He just ran and disapparated. I guessed he went home, because that's where I go when I'm overwhelmed and need somewhere to figure things out. Well, I've never operat there, Minerva sighed. Any ideas? Remus swallowed hard. I could go to Cokeworth. Poppy turned to him in surprise. You know what town he lives in? Not even I know that. Well, you said Spinner's End, Remus shrugged. It's a street in Lily's old neighborhood. She lived in Cokeworth. I visited her once or twice there. Plus, she said her and Snape grew up close to each other. If I go to Cokeworth, I'm sure I could find him. My senses could locate him where magic likely won't. I imagine you'd best go alone, Minerva sighed. She shook her head and folded her arms. Dear me, I hope Severus hasn't gone and done sommat foolish, she murmured. Never was one for self-harm was Sev, but ye never know with his mind fallen apart. The Scotswoman threw up her hands with a cry of frustration. Och, are ye sure I can't just go light into the barmy old coot now? How dare he harm one of our own like this? Be patient, Sirius and I have a plan, Remus said quickly, trying to calm her down. Then he suddenly realized he'd said Sirius' name. He gulped as the blood drained from his face. Poppy gave him a confused look and Minerva sighed and rolled her eyes behind her spectacles. Sirius, eh? Madame Pomfrey said suspiciously. That wouldn't be the escaped convict who managed to kidnap Harry from the blood wards? He didn't hurt Harry, Remus hastened to assure her. He kidnapped Snape too, and didn't hurt him either. Sirius was unjustly imprisoned and escaped when he heard Harry had disappeared. The werewolf winced. I gave him the newspaper with that headline and I suppose he found the will to escape. But he's on our side against Dumbledore's madness. We've got to put a stop to this. Severus is losing his sanity. Harry's locked up who knows where. And if we don't fix something right now, we might lose everything. Everything? Minerva echoed, sounding a bit incredulous. If Snape loses his mind, or his life, Remus explained, Harry will lose any and all trust in Dumbledore, if he hasn't already. The boy knows more than we give him credit for. He swallowed hard. Of course, he knows who I am too, and I know he'll be frightened of me. But since he can't take Wolfsbane until he's older, I'm the only one who can help him survive the next few years of full moons. Poppy nodded thoughtfully. You're determined to do right by the boy, she asked sternly. Or die trying, Remus replied grimly. And my duty starts with finding Snape and making sure he's all right. Harry needs him, and whether or not he'll admit it, Severus needs Harry. Minerva and Poppy glanced at one another briefly, some unspoken communication passing between them. Remus waited anxiously, desperate to be on his way. It seemed strange that Snape hadn't moved from his childhood home, but then, knowing how frugal Severus had always been, he supposed it shouldn't have been so surprised. It shouldn't be hard to find Snape's house, but finding Severus would only be the first step. They needed a plan. What do you need us to do? Minerva McGonagall finally asked. Severus, I don't know why I'm writing. I still hate you. But I owe you so much, so I can't hate you. Maybe it's myself I hate. I'm sorry, Sev. I feel so rottenly ungrateful after all you did to protect me. But I have to tell you. I can't tell James. He'll hate me and kill you. He still doesn't know what happened, you know? I'm pregnant. Severus threw the letter down and buried his face in his hands. A smothered sob escaped his throat and other memories rushed through his mind, too quickly for him to grasp. Lily's face, tear-streaked and furious, her damp hair clinging to her cheek. Why do you always do this, Severus? Poison in his hands, tipping the bottle to admire the light. The Dark Lord, his face cold and displeased. Lily is wearing his clothes, shrunken to fit her, and her damp head is bowed. His own voice, cold and cruel. "You're free, go." Lily's voice, high-pitched and incredulous. "Don't push me away. Don't do this again." Death Eaters closing in on him with evil light in their eyes. A sibilant hiss from a man with red eyes. "You will be punished." Severus shook his head furiously, either in denial or in an effort to shake some sense into his mind. He could tell what must have happened, but the memories cracking loose from Dumbledore's restraints were so disjointed that he couldn't put a timeline to anything. Retreating into his mind did nothing but submerge him into a senseless whirlwind of unfamiliar images and voices. He didn't know what was true and what was manufactured. At the center of it all was Dumbledore, the manipulative old serpent. "Swear it, Severus." A dark sitting room and a dim fire, red patterned carpet and velvet chairs. "I can't take this anymore." "I will help you, my boy." A lightning flash, kneeling before the terrifying old wizard in the rain, swearing the unbreakable vow, wondering why the Dark Lord didn't require unbreakable vows, standing firm against the old man's wrath while his heart thundered in his chest. "I want to leave them." "I cannot trust you, Mr. Snape. You know that." "You can. You must. I am the prophecy child's father, not James. I have thrice defied the Dark Lord." Severus jerked at that particular bit of the memory and swore softly, clutching his head. How could he be the Potter brat's father? The thought filled him with horror and dread. Yet the memories he was recalling said just that. Lily had been captured by Death Eaters. Severus had taken his prize. She became pregnant and wrote to him of the fact. James never knew. Dumbledore did, and took the memory. But it didn't change the fact that Harry James was never a Potter at all. No wonder Severus felt such a strong magical bond to the brat. No wonder his magic changed his Patronus. No wonder he simply couldn't forget the child no matter what Albus did. "Holy Mother of," Severus whispered, wondering why he was so dense to not see it before. He was the boy's father. He could find Harry so much easier if he just used a paternal locating spell. But how did one do it? He might have a book on such blood-based magic in his private library, or if not there, then he would probably have one hidden in the secret cabinet in his potions lab. Severus got up off the floor of his bedroom and clattered down the stairs toward his study, but he froze in the hallway when he heard the unmistakable sound of a fist knocking on his door. Since his home was hidden from muggles by layers upon layers of enchantments, the only ones who could possibly even find the door would be magical. Automatically, the potion's master flicked his wand into his hand and waited. There was no sound of forced entry, and he had some nasty hexes on the door that would cause most unlocking charms to backfire almost fatally. He strained his magic, searching the house's wards. Whoever was here meant no harm, physically or mentally, so they hadn't triggered any alarms. They had walked in, not magically arrived. They were still waiting at the door. Again, the knuckles rapped at the door and Severus tilted his head to the side as he wondered what to do. If it was Dumbledore, he'd blocked his flu access completely just to keep the old meddler out. He'd probably AK the bastard. The thought filled him with righteous anger, and he gripped his wand tightly. He knew he shouldn't fantasize about killing his boss, but he was so furious. And he was frightened too, and he had no idea what to do. The person knocked again in a strange pattern. Severus blinked as he recognized Morse code in the pattern. That ruled out Dumbledore and most other wizards he knew. It had to be someone who appreciated muggles. Severus' curiosity got the better of him, especially as the Morse code message spelled out IWANTTOHELP. He cautiously approached his front door and gripped his wand a bit more tightly before he spelled the door open all at once. Remus Lupin in all his tattered glory blinked at him before smiling weakly. His brown-gold eyes flicked down the black wand pointed at his chest. "Hello," he said quietly. "You all right? How in the world did you know where I live?" Severus demanded. "I didn't really. I just visited Lily a few times, and she once mentioned that you were neighbors, so I decided to start at her old house," Lupin explained. May I come in?" Severus really didn't have the strength or a reason to refuse. In fact, maybe the werewolf could clear up a few things for him. He silently turned and walked back toward his study, slipping his wand back into his sleeve holster as he went. He heard the door shut softly behind him, and the werewolf's shoes scuffed over the wooden floor. So, visited the Evanses often, did you? Severus sneered as he entered his library/study. Just once or twice over the holidays and a summer or two, Lupin answered calmly. We were sort of close during our 4th year, if you'll remember, so she wanted me to meet her parents. Before you ended it, Severus grumbled, wondering why he was even remembering such a thing. You broke her heart. I couldn't let her get closer to me, Lupin said pleadingly. You know what I am. I couldn't do that to her. And I know I hurt her. But what was I supposed to do? Tell her the truth, Severus snapped. Girls appreciate that. Blokes too, Lupin said boldly. You'd better not be picking up habits from Black, Severus growled, giving the werewolf the evil eye. If you're attempting to flirt with me, I'll throw you out on your ear, see if I don't. I was only saying, Lupin said in a flustered voice. I want to help you, but I have no idea where to start, or even where you are, mentally speaking. Sirius and I, we know how important Harry is to you, and how important you are to Harry. So we're going to help you. Severus froze, his fingers still resting on the spine of a dark green book about serpentine creatures. Harry might appreciate this book, he thought absently as he pulled it out and dropped it on his desk. You have no idea what you're saying, Lupin, Severus finally muttered. I know, the werewolf sighed. The Marauders, offering help to Severus Snape. Unthinkable. Unbelievable, Severus agreed. Which is why Dumbledore won't be ready for it, Lupin added with a definite smirk in his tone. Severus paused in his search yet again to pull out a dark brown tome, but it wasn't what he was looking for. You're mad, both of you, the potion's master stated flatly. As I've told Black, there is not much we can do against Albus Dumbledore. Even the 3 of us together don't stand much of chance of beating him in a fight. Minerva's with us, and so's Poppy, Lupin pointed out. Poppy will not fight. She is a sworn healer, remember? Do no harm? Aren't you a healer too? I haven't sworn the Hippocratic Oath, Severus snapped, snatching a thick black book off a high shelf and nodding with satisfaction that it was the one he was looking for. I may be a certified medi-wizard, but since I have no official position as a healer, I have not been sworn in. Okay, Lupin said slowly. And anyway, who said anything about pitched battle? I was thinking something a little more. Slytherin I. Severus glanced up from his book with an incredulous glare. That isn't a word. I say it is, Lupin said stubbornly. I liked you better as a spineless coward, Severus grumbled, sitting in his desk chair to more comfortably peruse the book of locating spells. Want to know what changed? Severus sighed and looked up. He really looked at Lupin this time, and although the man's face seemed unchanged, there was something different in the way he held himself. The gold-flecked eyes held his gaze without flinching, his posture was firm and his jaw set. He wasn't smiling his pleasant little smile, and he didn't hunch in on himself. He looked more like a Gryffindor, to be honest. But there was sorrow in his eyes and in his face that seemed as pronounced as grief. What had happened to the spineless, politically correct, pleasantly calm excuse for a werewolf? What did you do? Severus asked warily. You almost killed me the last time I told you, Lupin replied calmly. Bloody, sodding hell. Severus snarled, launching to his feet and gripping his desk to control his rage. His body trembled, and he hung his head. What else has that old man taken from me? He asked in a whisper. He almost wanted to cry. At the same time, he wanted to scream and rage and throttle someone, preferably an elderly headmaster with a long white beard. Do you want me to tell you? The werewolf asked softly. Tell me, Severus muttered, slumping into his chair and rubbing his eyes. I'll probably remember it soon anyway, at the rate my mind is falling apart. I'm the werewolf that bit Harry. Severus blinked at his desk. That's it? He thought sardonically. I raped the child's mother and hey, I'm apparently his father and I was planning on being cruel and nasty to him, my own son. The minute he came to Hogwarts, how about that? Weren't they a pair? Severus created the child. Lupin created a werewolf out of the child. He wasn't even angry. He just felt exhausted. It was too much and he didn't know what to do, which wasn't actually a first for him. Severus Snape had spent most of life not knowing what he was supposed to be doing. The potion's master glanced up at Lupin, who was visibly bracing himself. Again, Severus wondered what he'd done to scare the werewolf this badly. "What did I do to you last time?" he asked, purposefully keeping his voice soft and silky. He flicked his wand into his hand and toyed with it, almost sniggering at the way the werewolf paled even more and made an effort not to draw his own wand. "I don't know what you did," Lupin said in a whisper, "but it hurt. A lot." Severus hummed. He tossed his wand on the desk and sighed as he rubbed his face with both hands. "I'm tired, Lupin," he muttered into his hands. "I'm losing my mind. I've lost a son I didn't even know I had, and I've lost a friend and mentor who was apparently never my friend, only ever my master. I'm too tired to kill anyone right now." Suddenly Lupin was close to his desk, kneeling beside his chair, so he could look up into the potions professor's face. "You don't have to do this alone, Severus," Lupin said in a surprisingly fierce tone. "Dumbledore must pay for what he's done, and we'll help you do it. Then we'll help you get your memories back and your mind back together, and we'll help you find your child, even if it's just his grave." Severus blinked and lowered his hands to look squarely into the scarred, earnest face of the man beside him. He was surprised at such a pledge of loyalty, and he also wanted to roll his eyes. Gryffindors were great allies in a pinch, especially since they would gladly throw themselves in first and think later, but they could be so dumb. Did Lupin not hear what he'd said? Did he not make the necessary connection? Was it not obvious why Dumbledore would keep erasing his good memories of the boy who lived? "Lupin," Severus said severely, "you and Black will kill me for this, but since you've already braved my wrath on the matter of your full moon activities, I suppose you deserve to be enlightened. I believe Harry is not a Potter at all, but a Snape." He waited for Remus Lupin to get it, but Gryffindors, even Ravenclawish ones like this werewolf, were notoriously slow. Lupin just frowned up at him and sat back on his heels. "You'll have to explain," the werewolf said apologetically. "What are you talking about? How is Harry Potter actually a Snape?" "I think," Severus said slowly and carefully, lest Lupin not understand, "I think I impregnated Lily in October or November of 1979. After such a revelation, Remus Lupin was struck dumb. Seriously, who used such a clinical word like impregnated anyway? Couldn't he just say that Lily was cheating on James? Or had Snape seduced her somehow? It was strange to think about, and actually, thinking about it made his stomach swoop with nausea. Remus slowly stood up and kept his eyes on Severus as he stepped back a little. Snape had always been blunt, but honestly, did the potions master just say what he thought he'd heard? Maybe he should just wait for Severus to explain what he'd meant. The man's face was stonily blank right now, but he was a fool if those dark eyes weren't watching him with anxiety. "All right," Remus said slowly, keeping his expression and voice neutral. And, Severus repeated, arching his eyebrows in surprise. "Did you not hear what I said? I know Gryffindors are thick, but I assumed you were more intelligent than most." "I heard you," Remus huffed. "I just don't understand what you're saying. Or implying." Severus Snape sighed in frustration and got up from his desk. "Come with me, you oaf." Remus silently followed the dark wizard up the stairs and into a bedroom. The room was nice, furnished with Spartan taste and filled with sunlight, but the floor was scattered with papers, books, a few photo albums, open boxes, and an open trunk on its side, spilling yet more of its contents on the floor. He stared at the mess in confusion. Severus had never struck him as a man who was messy or sloppy, so why the chaos in here? The potions master sat down in the midst of the mess and started picking up folded papers, opening them just enough to see their dates and arranging them in piles. Cautiously, Remus sat down somewhere behind Snape and picked up a photo album. He flipped it open and almost fell over in surprise. Silently giggling and waving at him were Lily and a 1-year-old Harry. The dark-haired boy was laughing and his eyes were definitely green by this age, and he was holding a stuffed snake in his chubby hands. Lily was grinning and her whole face was glowing with happiness, and Remus remembered taking this picture. In fact, flipping through more pages of Harry crawling for toys, sitting in his high chair, sleeping in his crib, sitting up, laughing, smiling, or solemn. He recognized almost every single one. What in the world? Remus squinted at the pages of moving photographs and tried to remember Harry as he'd seen him last. Surely, the shape of Harry's nose and the arch of his eyebrows wouldn't have changed that much between infanthood and the age of 9. Surely Harry's hair hadn't suddenly become messy and thick as he got older. He traced a picture of Harry sleeping and noted how soft and straight the boy's black hair looked. It was slightly wavy at the ends, but not messy and thick like his father's, or like James' hair, anyway. Remus glanced up and noticed Severus was watching him. Carefully, the werewolf scooted closer to the potions master and held out the album. "He didn't used to look much like James, did he?" he asked quietly. "You think he does now?" Severus snapped. Remus sighed and studied the page of pictures again. "I don't know," he muttered. A few subtle charms could be in place, making him look more like a Potter and less like a Snape. But what the hell happened? I don't want to jump to conclusions. Severus sighed and opened the top letter in his stack. "Severus, I don't know why I'm writing. I still hate you," Severus read in a hoarse voice. "But I owe you so much, so I can't hate you. Maybe it's myself I hate. I'm sorry, Sev. I feel so rottenly ungrateful after all you did to protect me. But I have to tell you. I can't tell James. He'll hate me and kill you. He still doesn't know what happened, you know?" Severus paused and swallowed hard. "I'm pregnant," he read in a whisper. I did the test an hour ago. I'm terrified, but it's strange to think. I'm a mother. You know what that means, Severus?" The potions master stopped and closed his eyes, looking sick. He took a deep breath and shook out the letter before he opened his eyes and read out the next sentence in a dead voice. "It means you're a father." Severus tossed the letter down and Remus picked it up, aware that his hand was shaking. The letter was dated for the beginning of December 1979. He skimmed down the letter, smiling slightly at the sight of Lily's cramped, sloppy handwriting. Muggleborns usually had a lot of trouble with quills, and Lily had been no exception. Remus quickly found where Severus had stopped reading and continued. "I know you're panicking right now. So am I. But none of this is the baby's fault. He, or she, doesn't deserve to suffer for what happened. I know there are potions, and Muggles have their own methods, but I'm absolutely not going to get rid of my baby. So don't offer, or I'm going to be very upset with you, Sev. I just wanted someone to tell. I'm scared to death, and I'm weirdly excited. James thinks I have the dragon flu, or something, since I've been dreadfully sick on and off for the past month. Are there any potions for morning sickness? I feel like an ungrateful beggar, asking this of you, but I really feel awful. I'm begging on my knees, Sev. If there's anyone in the universe who can help me, it would be you. Please, write back. Lily. P.S. Don't hate yourself, Sev, no matter what I wrote at the beginning of this letter. Remember what my mom always said? God brings good out of everything, even the most terrible evil." Remus reached up and dashed the tears away from his eyes. He looked up to find Severus handing him another letter. To his surprise, this one was written in a totally different hand, dated the same day as the letter Lily had written. Remus unfolded it and found that it was a letter to Lily. From Severus Snape. "What in the world?" Remus whispered. "She saved them. Every single one," Severus whispered back, his voice cracked and broken. He gestured over at a small box, like something one would use for recipes or note cards. The box was open and filled with neatly stacked letters, every single one marked with Severus' spiky handwriting and numbered in the outside corner with Lily's hand. Remus glanced over everything again, seeing it with new eyes. "This trunk, it was hers?" he asked. "It's full of mementos," Severus replied softly. "Her wedding dress, photos, letters, her school books. I don't know how I ended up with it. I don't remember." "Well, damn," Remus mumbled. I'm sorry, Severus." "You're sorry?" Severus hissed incredulously. "Well, it's obvious you both loved each other a great deal." "You're an idiot," Severus snarled. He slapped the letter in Remus' hand. "Read that letter. And for the record, I don't remember writing it." Remus blinked in confusion, but he obeyed. opening the letter and noting that it was quite long and there were wrinkled spots and smudged ink in some places that indicated tears. Lily, words cannot express my sorrow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I wish you hadn't stopped me before. I wish you hadn't forced me to swear not to do it. I'm not a coward, Lily. You know that. But I deserve to suffer. However, even knowing how much I long to die for what I did, however much I deserve to die, I hold my oath to you as sacred, and I will not cause you more pain. I was surprised to receive your letter, but I assure you that your feelings of hatred and loathing for my person are completely understood and accepted. Your scorn cannot come close to touching the hatred and loathing I feel for myself. I am a vile creature and a criminal, Lily. I know this. Do not hate yourself for my crime. Please do not think of yourself as anything less than true and good and beautiful. If any of your goodness has been marred, it is by me, and I ought to bear the loathing, not you. Morning sickness is a common ailment, but remedies tend to be unique to each woman. You should find yourself a competent healer and midwife, and they will brew you a potion that would work for you. If you insist on asking me to do it, I would need a great deal of information best collected over a period of time. You would have to keep a journal of what you eat, when you vomit, what you crave, how tired you are, what time of day you feel ill, etc. If you wish to do that, I can send you a journal to fill out over the next week, and I'll do my best. I am humbled by your confidence in my skills, but I confess to you, Lily, I really don't know what I'm doing here. I had to go fetch some books and do some research about your question. Naturally, my specialty is not female medicine. I would never suggest that you destroy the life within you. Such a thing is abhorrent to me. But your husband may not feel the same. You will not be able to hide it. There are traditional spells that pureblood fathers do to verify the paternity of their wife's children. Should Potter perform even one of those, it will become obvious that the child you bear is not his. You must decide what to do. I give you permission to tell him where I live. You already know of my death wish, and if it will give your husband closure or an outlet for his grief, I accept his wrath with open arms. Heaven knows I deserve it this time. But Lily, you are such an absurdly compassionate and forgiving person. I order you to come to me at least, if he hurts you or threatens to. I know the order sounds ridiculous given what I've done to you, but I swear upon my mother's grave and all I hold sacred that I will give my life before I touch you again. I will not allow my fear to control me if there is a second time. I was punished for losing you. The Dark Lord was not happy that you escaped. Before you ask, I am perfectly fine. I keep remedies for this sort of thing. But while I was being tortured, I realized that I will never allow my fear to rule me again. I do not fear him. I only fear your harm, and now the harm of your child. Do not let Potter hurt you, or the baby. Severus. Remus' heart was pounding and tears were burning his eyes by the time he finished the letter. He saw it now. He knew what Severus was trying to tell him. Sirius was going to kill Snape for this, if he ever found out. But there were so many more questions. How did it happen? Did James ever find out? How did Dumbledore learn about it? Was it Lily or Dumbledore who changed Harry's appearance? Why would the old meddler think it's so important to hide Harry from his own father? You see it now? Severus asked faintly. He was sitting quite still, staring up at the abstract painting on the wall. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were red, but he wasn't crying. Not quite. You are raped her? Remus whispered, hardly able to believe the words coming from his own mouth. Severus, how? What happened? I don't know, the potion's master murmured in a dead tone. I do not remember the deed. I don't remember these letters. I had no idea Harry was actually, possibly mine. Blame Dumbledore for that, Remus muttered, rubbing his face hard and scrubbing the tears away. But what do you remember? I remember being summoned to the Dark Lord and being offered a reward. There were 7 young women with the word Mudblood carved into their arms. Bellatrix, Remus growled, recalling that crazy witch's signature torture for the Muggleborns. Lily was one of them, and I remember nothing more. Severus sighed wearily and closed his eyes. I presume I chose Lily to protect her from the other Death Eaters, but was forced to take her right then and there. It was common enough at the Dark Lord's disgusting revels. He drew in a long, shaky breath. I suppose I took her to my home, treated her injuries, and set her free. She went home. We went back to our lives, and the Dark Lord presumably punished me for losing a prisoner. He may have suspected I actually let her go, but obviously, I wasn't killed. Then she writes to me a month or so later to tell me I got her pregnant. Why didn't I give her a contraceptive potion? I can't remember if I even thought of it. Well, then Harry would have died almost before he was conceived, Remus pointed out gently. You don't really wish that, do you? No, I don't, Severus muttered. I don't remember him or anything you and Poppy and Black were telling me about the past month. It seems when Dumbledore suppressed those memories, the less recent ones he had hidden came to light. Now I'm simply confused. I can't even imagine, Remus said wearily. He really couldn't. Imagine what it would be like to know someone had reached into your head and scrambled up your reality, and your whole life by extension. It was simply unfathomable. Remus reached over to a nearby stack of letters from Lily, but Severus snatched them away. These are personal, he snarled before gesturing at a smaller stack of sloppily folded papers in Lily's handwriting. Remus thought there were about 5 or 6 letters there. That stack is a bit more informative if you wish to read them, and you may not read any more of the ones I wrote. If they're all like the first one, I don't think I could handle it, Remus admitted. The emotional agony in the words, the tear stains on the page, it was all too gut-wrenchingly raw. I didn't even know you could write like that. Severus sighed and ran his hand through his limp, greasy hair. I have always felt things very deeply, he growled reluctantly. Which is why you may not read the rest. Got it. The werewolf smiled weakly. And I don't want to read these. He waved vaguely at the small stack of Lily's letters. They're yours, and I'll take your word for it. Anything you want to tell me. Severus hesitated for a few seconds before he said in flat tone, When are you going to tell Black? What? Remus blinked in surprise. Why would I? Oh, no, I won't tell him. If you want to, that's your business. He is the boy's godfather, Severus gritted out, not looking up from the letters he was slowly crushing in his grip. Doesn't he have the right to know? He doesn't have the right to know anything because James appointed him godfather, Remus explained patiently. James wasn't the true father, and as far as I know there wasn't an adoption ritual. That would require 2 witnesses, and Sirius would have definitely been one of them. So, since it was just Harry's mother's husband who appointed the godfather, it actually doesn't have any bearing on Sirius. I mean, the magic may not have even recognized him unless you approved it as the biological father. Severus was quiet for several minutes while he digested this. Remus opened another photo album, and this one had several pictures of Lily pregnant before the photos gave way to newborn Harry pictures. Severus shuffled through the letters in his lap, rereading some of them and matching them to his responses in the other box. After some time, the potions professor began cleaning up. Remus helped a little, but he stayed out of the way since he couldn't understand how Snape was organizing everything. When the trunk was back in order, Severus shut and locked it before shoving it into the closet under a lot of black robes. I didn't think you owned any color clothes but black, and I guess I was right, Remus said with some amusement. Severus merely grunted in reply and left the room. The werewolf followed him downstairs as Severus retrieved the thick black book from the study and went to the kitchen to make tea. Remus cautiously sat down and glanced at the book out of curiosity. He only needed to read the title before a relieved and excited smile spread across his face. Severus Snape, you're a genius, Remus declared genuinely. When Severus looked up from the kettle, looking mildly confused, the werewolf gestured at the book. Knowing you two are blood-related in the closest way possible, it'll be child's play for you to locate Harry now. Let me know if I can help. Severus shook his head. Werewolf magic is different, so you would not be of help, he said shortly. But I may need Black's help. He is versed in these sorts of rituals? Should be, Remus said cautiously. But don't you need some of Harry's blood for this? Poppy has some, Severus waved his hand dismissively. However, the ritual I'm thinking of simply needs a great deal of my own and an assistant. The werewolf sighed unhappily. I guess this means you'll have to tell Sirius? Severus jerked his head in a nod. his eyes tight with some emotion too deep for Remus to read. He nodded back and excused himself from the table. "In that case," the werewolf said grimly, "you'd best let me do it. Sirius handles things better if he has time to digest them before a target comes into view. I'm sorry for such a heartbreaking chapter. Yes, I know it's depressing, and yes, I know we didn't get to see Harry at all. Rest assured, he's actually fine. He's doing way better than poor Snape at this point. Next chapter, one have to deal with Sirius. Arg, I just can't give my poor characters a break. I've had this backstory in mind almost since I started this FIC. I actually wrote a one-shot about what happened just to keep things straight in my head, but it's pretty awful. I tried not to be graphic, but it made me cry when I reread it, so I won't post it. Severus will soon remember everything, and that'll be really dreadful for him, but I won't go into details. I'll just give a general idea. Anyway, Dumbledore didn't obliviate him to avoid brain damage, even though the risk of those memories breaking free when Snape's mind was strained was great. Dumbledore was confident in his ability to simply repress them again if needed. Only 24 hours have passed since the old meddler suppressed Severus' good memories of Harry, but it feels like longer, doesn't it? Thank you for your reviews and patience, and honestly, I'm glad I found a new outlet in my HP/Marvel crossover world, so I don't get too sad and bogged down in trying to get my characters out of the awful scenarios I've created. I hope this chapter doesn't feel too short, and that it helps clear some things up. Allies in Strange Places, rated T. Flashback of punishment/torture, non-graphic, but implications of it. Some cursing. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 31. Allies in Strange Places. It was dark by the time Remus returned to his cabin. Padfoot was dozing on the porch when Remus operated into the yard, and the werewolf soon had an armful of slobbering, tail-wagging dog. But Remus wasn't in the mood to play. He quietly greeted his old friend and gently pushed him off before trudging into the cabin. A fire was burning in the little stove, and he could see a covered plate of supper on the table. He grimaced, knowing Sirius wasn't really a cook, but the thoughtfulness was rather nice and unexpected. Snape had insisted on feeding him already, so he wasn't very hungry. Though werewolves were always hungry, so Remus just might sample his friend's burnt offering to avoid fighting a growling stomach and a grumpy wolf in his head all night. "Moony, what's up?" Sirius asked softly from behind. He had transformed silently and was now looking at Remus with concern, his head tilted to the side like his canine animagus. Remus gave him a fake smile, but inside he was a bundle of terrified nerves. Sirius and Severus were getting along so well, all things considered, and he truly didn't want to ruin that. "You didn't have to make me supper, Pads," Remus said casually rather than answer the question. "What is it?" He cautiously lifted the plate and tried hard not to wrinkle his nose at the burnt and soggy grilled cheese underneath, beside a handful of very wilted-looking fingerling potatoes. "Yeah, I'm not much of a chef," Sirius sighed, "but I gave you the better-looking plate, I promise. It didn't taste too bad?" Remus teased as he gingerly sat down. Maybe he really wasn't all that hungry, honestly. "I've had worse," Sirius shrugged and then grimaced, "but it's really not very good. Look, Moony, just forget it. I ate my portion as Padfoot because dogs have way less taste buds than humans, and I know you can taste things better than me because of your better nose and stuff. So don't kill yourself trying to choke it down. I don't know why I even tried." "It was very thoughtful of you," Remus said graciously, hiding his relief at being able to cover the offensive plate and shove it out of sight. "But maybe the local wildlife will appreciate the burnt offerings." "Yeah, right," Sirius snorted with that crooked half-grin of his. "Hey, do you like me with a beard? I think it makes me look dashing. What do you think?" "You know I'm more of a mustache sort of man," Remus said carefully. "Maybe you should ask someone else." "Who else?" Sirius snorted. "Snape? In case you haven't noticed, the guy's allergic to facial hair. And I wouldn't ask him for grooming advice if he was the last human on Earth. His hair is still just as greasy as it ever was, if not more. Seriously, does he wash his hair with lard?" Sirius sniggered. "Sirius?" Remus sighed, propping his elbows on the table and dropping his head in his hands. He knew that his friend was just masking his worry and anxiety with humor. It was part of Sirius' personality, but he really wasn't in the mood for teasing or joking right now. All right, I'll stop," Sirius sighed and dropped down in a chair. "So, how'd it go? Did you find him?" "Yes," Remus murmured. Well, he's all right for now. Mentally speaking, he's very strong. He's sorting his mind out as best he can, and there isn't much we can do to help. Except find the memories he's missing," Sirius pointed out. "I don't know that the memories are missing at all," Remus sighed, running his hands through his mousy brown hair. "He's remembering stuff, bits and pieces, and it isn't pleasant. Dumbledore covered up a lot of awful stuff, probably for his own good. But well, if somebody suppressed all my dreadful memories of waking up after full moons, I don't know that I'd be grateful." "Same here," Sirius muttered. "Makes me almost feel sorry for old Snivellis." Remus took a deep breath and wondered how in the world he was going to do this. "He did have a breakthrough, though," he said carefully. "He's researching some complex locating spells. Maybe we can just find Harry and, I don't know, kidnap him again? And make sure he stays kidnapped," Sirius grumbled. "How exactly is that supposed to work in our favor, Moony?" "You tell me," Remus smirked. "You tried it first." Sirius grumbled incoherently, but finally admitted that Remus had a point. "So, Snape's okay with us kidnapping the boy who lived? He thinks if he can get Dumbledore to attack us rather than the other way around, we can do something. I know he's a slimy Slytherin, and he supposedly was on our side in the war. But he doesn't seriously want to assassinate Albus Dumbledore, does he?" "Want?" "Yes." "Planning to?" "No." Sirius sighed, looking forlorn. "You lost me, Moony," he complained. "So what's his plan? Are we killing the headmaster of Hogwarts, or aren't we?" "We're not," Remus said quickly. "But Severus thinks we need him to attack us. He thinks Dumbledore's a bit touched, if you know what I mean. A push in the right direction could make him go right over the edge." "Well, I suppose that might work if he's right," Sirius growled. "But what if he's wrong? Snape's one sneeze away from Azkaban, and I'm one oar away from being kissed bye-bye for good. And you? You'll be beheaded and your body burned up for infecting a minor. Dumbledore could snap all our necks as easy as that." He snapped his fingers. "No," Remus said quietly, resting his head on the table and lacing his arms over the back of his neck. "If Severus has proof that his memories were modified and his son kidnapped, it'll be Dumbledore who faces Azkaban, not him." Sirius hummed as he thought it over. "Wait, did you say son? Earlier he was telling me about some memory he thought might not have even been real. He really has a kid?" Remus uncurled from the chair and stood up, pacing back and forth as much as he could in the small kitchen. He decided to tell Sirius the details first before the name. Hopefully his friend was too dense to see the obvious until it was too late. "Severus has a son," Remus confirmed. "When the boy's mother died, Dumbledore took his child from him and placed in a horrible home and then erased Severus' memories of the fact." "That's just evil," Sirius said in disgust. "Who was the mom? Someone we know?" "She was someone who was captured by Death Eaters," Remus said carefully. "Severus was part of them back then, and he was supposed to kill her. But he didn't." "Well, that's sweet, I guess." Sirius wrinkled his nose in distaste. "Wait, so that means his kid was conceived through?" "Yes, an awful crime," Remus interrupted, pacing a bit more frantically. "But she forgave him and even loved him, even though she was actually married." "Oh boy," Sirius muttered. He leaned back in his chair and squinted at the ceiling. "And her husband didn't kill him for it?" "Obviously not," Remus shook his head. "I actually don't, well, he doesn't exactly remember if the husband ever found out or not. If he did, there was obviously some reconciliation of some sort. If he didn't, I'm surprised he wasn't suspicious about the baby." "Huh," Sirius muttered pensively. "So, what about the kid? He's still alive?" "He is, and Severus needs your help to perform a paternal locating spell so we can rescue him." "But we have to find Harry first," Sirius objected. He shook his head a bit sadly. "No offense to Snape, he does need to get his own son back. But Harry was first. Once we have everything sorted out there, then we'll help him find his kid. Hell, him and Harry can grow up as brothers. Wouldn't Lily have loved that? She was always telling James he needed to lay off Snape, and now look, their kids can be friends and all that. Remus swallowed hard. Yes, Sirius was just as thick as the werewolf thought him to be. Not that Sirius wasn't smart, he was, but Sirius was blind to a great many things. In fact, Remus himself had been thick in this regard. Simply shifting one's thinking to count Harry's father as different from who they had thought was a huge undertaking. Harry was James Potter's son. That was simply a fact. Remus? Sirius spoke up, eyeing him cautiously. Are you okay? You're going to be so angry, Remus said quietly. But I don't want you killing anybody. Got it? Especially not Snape. Harry wouldn't be very happy. Yeah, I'm not gonna hurt Snivellus, Moony. You know that by now. I know how you are when you're angry, Remus said carefully. What do you want me to do? Sirius demanded, throwing his hands up in the air. Swear an unbreakable vow to be nice to Snape always? Come on, if I owe him a punch in the face, that'll be the end of it. I'm not gonna kill anybody. Well, I might kill you if you don't quit being all mysterious and angsty. Just tell me your horrible, depressing news already. I can take it. Fine, Remus huffed, even more desperate to get this over with. Severus doesn't remember everything, obviously, but he has reason to believe. Sirius sighed gustily as Remus trailed off. You're more dramatic than Dumbledore. You know that? He complained. Spit it out already. It's Harry, Remus blurted out and quickly buried his face in his hands. Severus' son is Harry. Silence. It went on for so long that Remus finally peeked out between his fingers. Sirius' face was very white and his blue eyes were smoldering with rage and horror and disbelief. That, Sirius finally gritted out hoarsely. That's not very funny, Lupin. He found a trunk of Lily's things in his attic, Remus said quietly. Letters, journals, photo albums, you know. I think Harry's actual appearance might have been altered a little bit. He used to have straighter hair. He paused, but Sirius didn't react. He looked as if he had been turned to stone. Severus doesn't remember more than a couple things. But the letters? I read a few, and I don't need memories to confirm it. Sirius cursed foully for about 3 minutes, running through every word and phrase in his arsenal, which was quite a few, before he turned and threw the door open, shifting into pad foot. The big black dog disappeared into the night and Remus collapsed at the kitchen table, finally allowing the tears to come. But he had to admit that it went well, actually, better than he could have hoped. Sirius stomped back into the cabin close to dawn. It was still dark outside, but the moon had set and the sky hovered in that dark stage between night and morning. The Animagus looked exhausted, but no longer angry enough to kill first and ask questions later. Remus hadn't slept either, and he looked up at his friend as the man slammed the cabin door and sat down in the chair across from the werewolf. I'm not helping that son of a bitch until he tells me what in hell possessed him to hurt Lily, Sirius snarled hoarsely. I want the full story and I don't want it from you, Lupin. Remus didn't want to admit how much it hurt for Sirius to be calling him by his last name after all these years. He silently nodded in agreement and got up from his chair. Where the hell are you going? Sirius spat. To get Severus, Remus said softly. He won't want you in his house. Not when you'll probably destroy it and alarm his muggle neighbors. I'll be back, all right? Sirius grunted and put his arms and head down on the table. Taking that as agreement, the werewolf slipped outside and disapparated in the chill pre-dawn air. Severus hadn't slept much. He woke up, plagued by nightmares, and didn't dare go back to sleep. The problem was, the nightmares had unlocked other memories. He now could recall bandaging Lily's arm and giving her terse instructions on how to make sure the cursed wound healed without much of a scar. He remembered bits of being tortured by the Dark Lord's servants for losing his prize. He had vomited violently on waking up from that one. Apparently, the Dark Lord assumed he was careless with Lily and let her escape because she wasn't pleasing enough and punished him accordingly. The Dark Lord had always been generous like that. Severus shuddered and desperately thrust the memory away. That was one he wished Dumbledore had simply obliviated. He didn't need to remember the longest and most horrible 10 hours of his entire life. But he supposed it was why he disliked touch, or the very idea of intimacy so strongly now, and various other quirks and tics of his that he had assumed were simply relics from the bullying and abuse he'd put up with as a child. No, apparently some of his personal phobias were relics of the Dark Lord's mercy. He still couldn't remember anything about the boy. It hurt in ways he didn't think were possible. He had a son. That was the first hurt. He would be a terrible father. He knew that, and no child deserved someone so awful and unsuited to fatherhood, especially not a fragile, abused boy who carried the fate of the world on his small shoulders. His son would probably hate him after the novelty wore off. That was the second hurt. Harry was supposedly fond of him now, but a few weeks down the road, Severus knew he was a difficult person to get along with. Moreover, he hated children with a passion and would never open himself up for a human being. But then, according to Poppy, Minerva, and even Black, he actually had done just that, without even knowing who Harry really was, without the traumatic memories Dumbledore had taken. He had simply grown attached. And if they were to be believed, it happened in less than 2 weeks. Severus was in his study taking notes on the ritual he'd found. It was fairly simple, but he would need cooperation from a wizard, or which willing to help. A connection with the boy wouldn't hurt, but according to Lupin, the godfather bond probably didn't take because it required the blessing of the father. It would be fine either way. The werewolf would just have to make sure to stay out of the way lest he contaminate the locating spell with his unique magic. But Harry would have it too. A little voice in the back of his mind told him. What if the spell couldn't find him because he had the magic of a werewolf now? Severus paused and then scribbled down a few notes, speculating on the effect of a werewolf's magic in a locating spell for a werewolf. Moreover, a werewolf he'd created. Wasn't that somewhat like fatherhood too? This entire ritual depended on the eternal bond of a father and son through the magic they shared. Perhaps he really would need Lupin's help after all. Severus was completely absorbed in filling a parchment with his spiky handwriting that he didn't hear the knocking at his door until the visitor decided to ring the ancient doorbell. Severus startled at the harsh noise and spilled ink on his notes. Cursing, he carefully cleaned up what he could and left the study. It was probably just Lupin, but he kept his wand in hand and a stupefy on his tongue just in case. It was the werewolf. He looked haggard and like he'd spent the night crying rather than sleeping. Despite how corpse-like Severus knew his own appearance was after his terrible night, he was pretty sure Lupin looked worse. He silently let the werewolf in and slammed the door before he folded his arms and faced him. Well? The potions master demanded. I presume he took it well, seeing as you're unharmed. He took it better than I thought he would, Lupin sighed, running his hand through his already messy hair. But he still didn't take it as well as I'd hoped. He wants to punch you in the face, and then he wants to know exactly what happened. Severus snorted and put his wand back in his sleeve. Well, I suppose I'm not surprised. His reaction is just like Potter's. He trailed off, blinking. Of course. He remembered now. An angry fist is banging on the door. Open the door, a fist in the face, falling back and hitting the floor. You monster. You vile, stinking, thrice accursed fiend. What have you done? Kill me, Potter. He whispers from the ground. Please kill me. Boots stomp inside, cloak swirling above him. The door slams. I should, you know, that voice growls. But then she would kill me if I did that. Get up. I'm not done beating the living daylights out of you yet. He stands obediently and the fist connects with his jaw, making stars dance in his eyes. Severus shook himself, realizing that he was on the floor. Had the flashback knocked him down? Severus? Are you with me? Lupin's anxious voice was somewhere in the hazy blur above his face. Can you hear me? Stop hovering, Severus growled, pushing the werewolf away. He sat up and marveled that he didn't feel bruised after his fall. You caught me, he demanded incredulously. Reflex, Lupin muttered, flushing anxiously. You're welcome, or I'm sorry, whichever one you prefer. You are utterly ridiculous, Lupin, Severus muttered. Flashback. Potter, Severus replied tersely. He found out, I suppose. Punched the living daylights out of me. Severus paused to rub his jaw, which was still throbbing with phantom pain. I begged him to kill me, but he didn't, he said softly. How about that? Well, Lupin smiled nervously. I'm not letting Sirius kill you, and he only asked for one punch, so that's all I'll give him. Maybe once he hears that James already gave you a licking he's up. Unlikely, Severus grunted, easing himself off the floor. I must collect my notes. Wait here. I'll be right back. Bring some bruise bomb too, Lupin suggested. Before Azkaban, he had a mean swing. I am not so certain about that, Severus sneered as he left the entrance hall. Black told me that we got into a fist fight when he kidnapped Harry and I got the better of him. Severus didn't hear the werewolf's reply. He reached his study and collected his notes and 2 books, shoving them in a bag he used for this sort of thing. He went down to his lab next and filled his satchel with ingredients he would need for the ritual, a sharp knife, and some medicinal potions, just in case. He was planning to bring them anyway, so Lupin's suggestion didn't matter. Honestly, Black wasn't going to stop at one punch. The memory was more solid now, and he could recall that Potter beat him into a bloody mess before simply leaving. Had he come back? Severus couldn't remember. He could remember waking in the morning, sick and dizzy, and treating his injuries, and after that, there was a haze of memories and a disjointed thought. Why did everybody who punched him have to aim for his nose? It was only hooked and ugly because it kept getting broken. Slowly, Severus reached up and touched a scar near his left eyebrow as another piece of that memory surged to the front of his mind. The fist that connected with his forehead had a wedding band in it. The ring gashed his skin and blood gushed over his eye. Get up, you coward. You can rape defenseless women, but you can't face me? Get up and quit your sniveling. Severus sighed and dropped his hand. Potter had had a right to be angry, of course, but he'd never thought that pure-blooded snob would ever stoop to bloodying his fists like a common muggle. It was surprising, but he supposed that Potter's fury had just been too great for reason. Leaving his lab, Severus locked the door behind him. Lupin was waiting patiently by the front door, and Severus grabbed his cloak. He threw it on and pulled up the hood, since it was drizzling rain outside, judging from the droplets on Lupin's shabby robes. Severus turned toward the back of the house and jerked his head at the werewolf. Back door, he said tersely. I have an apparition point in the garden where I can come and go unseen by the neighbors. Lupin followed silently, watching as Severus locked the house behind him. He didn't know when he'd be back. Dumbledore was more than aware of his home address, and after they found Harry, they were certainly not going to let that old man get his hands on the boy again. Never. Severus would kill anyone who tried to take his son from him again. Give me back my son. Severus winced at that memory, the one that had started this. It was one stray thought he had clung to as his happier memories were being taken. He knew that. Somehow, in stirring the muddy waters of his mind, Dumbledore had disturbed the filth that had long since settled at the bottom, lost in oblivion. It was now swirling in his mind, choking him with its foul miasma. This was why he needed to unlock his good memories, so that he could have something to balance out the horror and pain that was consuming him. He silently disapparated to the cabin in the mountains and arrived with a soft pop. The sun was just starting to glow on the horizon, and Lupin arrived next to him with a crack like a whiplash. Severus winced. Not much of an operating expert? He asked drily. Not exactly, Lupin winced. I'm not much of an expert on anything, really. Well, I suppose I ought to face the lion's den. He shoved his satchel at Lupin, who instinctively caught it. Take this, will you? I don't want Black breaking the delicate vials when he inevitably breaks my nose. Again. Without a backward glance, he marched toward the cabin, the dawn breeze swirling his black cloak around his legs and tossing his cowl back from his pale face. He reached the door and quietly opened it. No use in startling an angry Gryffindor. After all, he deserved this, and he needed Black's help. He could pay for it with a bloody nose. He'd paid worse prices. At the unconscious reminder, he screwed his eyes shut, gasping at the effort it took to shove that memory away. Death Eaters closing in, hungry lights gleaming in their eyes. No, no. He refused to fall into another flashback. You must be punished. He wouldn't think about it. He wouldn't. You know how I hate ingratitude, Severus. The hissing. He couldn't stand it. Just stop. Stop it. Stop hissing. hands grabbing, voices laughing, cold air chilling him to the bone. No, 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 no. No, Severus gasped, curling in on himself. How had he ended up on the floor? Stop it. Stop, he whispered. No. Stop. Please. Laughter. Faces above him mocking his pleading, hissing. Flat on his back, helpless, cold skin, warm blood, pain, pain, pain. Please. Mother in heaven, please stop this. Severus. A warm hand fell on his shoulder and Severus cried out, flinching away and covering his head, pleading with them not to touch him, to please stop. Stop this pain. It hurt. His head was splitting apart, and he couldn't tell when or where he was anymore. Please, please stop it, Severus whimpered, too terrified to snarl or snap or growl. He clutched his head and curled up even more tightly, trembling fitfully and struggling to reorient himself. Was he talking to his own mind? To his remembered torturers? To the warm hand and concerned voice that sounded somewhat familiar? He struggled against his own mind, knowing somehow that the fear and the images were mere memories. They weren't real, but knowing it made no difference. The terror was real, the phantom pain certainly felt real, and he truly didn't know where he was or who was with him. All he wanted was to be left in peace while he fought this battle with his own reality. Sirius felt his anger at Snape draining away at the sight of him, a pathetic, shivering heap on the floor, eyes clenched tightly shut, pleading for relief. It made his innards curdle in horror. Snape had always projected an I don't give a damn attitude about the world, while fiercely controlling himself and his reactions to everything. Sirius had never really seen a big range of the guy's emotions, besides rage and disgust. In every memory Sirius had that involved Snape, the guy was either angry or sneering. But in the past week, he'd seen several sides of the man that completely turned his previous views on its head. He saw Snape concerned, curious, and apprehensive, and in only the last day had seen him vulnerable and breaking apart. Right now, seeing the man fall on the floor, whispering under his breath, his face contorting in agony, hands clutching at his head, it caused his previous rage at the man to drain away, for now. If this was Snape's idea of a joke, Sirius was going to kill him. If it was an act, it was a pretty damn good one. But really, Sirius couldn't see Snape humiliating himself like this just for an act. That was what made him uneasy. What's the matter with him? Sirius demanded peevishly to hide his concern. Remus entered the cabin at a run and dropped to his knees beside the man curled up on the floor. Severus, he shouted, grabbing Snape's shoulder and giving him a shake. Come out of it, Snape. The man jerked away and curled his arms protectively over his head, pleading pathetically. Don't touch me. Snape gasped hoarsely. Please, no. Just stop. Don't touch me. Please. Stop. Sirius flinched at the pain and raw terror in the man's voice. Severus sounded almost 20 years younger right now, and it was really annoying to see the guy he was supposed to hate in a state like this. Moony? Remus sighed and leaned back, glancing up at Sirius. Another flashback, I guess, he explained. Except, I think this one's pretty bad. Never could have guessed, Sirius muttered. He glanced at the water pitcher on the sideboard. Should we splash him? I think that's a bad idea, Remus said with a scowl. What if it triggers another flashback? We could be here for hours trying to get him out of it and just pushing him further into awful memories. Sirius sighed and slumped down into a chair. Snape was no longer muttering, but he was making soft sounds that sounded like sobs, and it made his insides feel all squirmy to listen to. So we just waited out? I'll make some tea, Remus muttered. He got up and set a satchel down on the table while he busied himself with the kettle. It was dreadfully uncomfortable, sitting and twiddling his thumbs in the same room as Snape while he was moaning softly and shivering in a pathetic ball on the floor. The chap's mind really was falling apart, Sirius thought grimly. Snape would never show such weakness in front of the last two marauders like this unless he really had no control over himself. It really wasn't fair. Snape deserved to get the living daylights beat out of him, and here he was too pathetic even for Sirius Black to kick. Sirius distracted himself by pawing through the bag Remus had brought in, which obviously belonged to Snape. There were some potions, a couple of spell books, a plane, sharp knife in a sheath, and some bottles of common herbs and things used in family rituals. He held up a calming draft and eyed the light pink potion pensively, glancing between the tiny bottle and Snape, who was still curled up, shivering on the cabin floor. Moony, do you think? Remus glanced up at him from the tea mugs. If you can get him to drink it, he shrugged wearily. Sirius nodded grimly and got off his chair. Snape wasn't muttering anymore, but his lips were still moving silently. His body was racked with shivers and his hands were twitching in his lank hair. Sirius sighed and grabbed Snevelis by the shoulder, pulling the cork out of the potion bottle with his teeth. Snape jerked violently at his touch and let out a scream that made Sirius flinch. He had heard men crying out in agony before, and it was always a terrible sound. Snape was making sounds now that sounded like he was being tortured. He fought Sirius while the Animagus growled and wrestled Snape easily onto his back. When he managed to get the bottle to Snape's lips, the man shivered and stiffened, probably recognizing the taste or maybe the smell. Without warning, Severus Snape's eyes opened, and he violently hit the bottle away from his mouth. It spun out of Sirius' hand and splashed on the floor in dozens of glass fragments. Snape scrambled away and pressed himself against the wall, and they both scowled at each other for several seconds. At least the flashback seemed to be over now. The only reason I'm not beating you into a slimy puddle is because you're too pathetic to punch right now, Sirius sneered, sitting back on his heels. His heart was still pounding, but he hoped it didn't show. I'll show you pathetic. Get over here, Snape rasped, his black eyes burning with fury and humiliation and his fists twitching at his sides. But he didn't look in any way ready for a fight. There was a sheen of sweat on his skin, his body was still trembling, and his eyes, while focused and angry, held a sick look of fear and horror in their inky depths. I don't think so, Sirius smirked. When you're man enough to get up and throw a punch at me, I'll know you're not as pathetic anymore. Remus suddenly stepped up to him and grabbed his shoulder. Lay off, Black, he snapped, shaking his shoulder a bit before he let go. The werewolf stepped forward and held a mug of steaming tea out to Snape. The potions professor glanced up at him, still scowling. After a few seconds of glaring, Snape grabbed the mug and took a gulp of the scalding liquid without seeming to care about the temperature. If you try to hit him, I'll throw you out of my house, Remus muttered as he walked back to the stove past Sirius. Aghast, the Animagus stared up at his friend and watched the werewolf busy himself without a backward glance. Hey, you can't just call me that, Sirius protested, scrambling to his feet and planting his fists on his hips. Remus, you called me Lupin earlier, Remus replied coolly without turning. Sirius winced. That was true, but he had been so angry he didn't really remember. Well, I was mad, he said lamely. You should control yourself, the werewolf tossed back. You're being an arsehole, Sirius muttered. He glanced at Snape, who looked a little better. He wasn't shaking anymore at any rate. What about you? Snape scowled at him and sipped his tea. What about me? He asked in a low voice. What was with the? Sirius gestured at the floor and then at the mess. Snape silently drew his wand, vanished the spilled potion and repaired the bottle, all with a few silent flicks of the black stick. The potion was good thinking, the potions professor suddenly said, grinding out the words as if it was physically painful to give Black a compliment, and maybe it was. But how long did it take you to come up with that brilliant idea? I came up with it the minute I saw the potion, Sirius snorted truthfully. So what was that flashback for? What? Usually something triggers a flashback. So what was it? Anticipating you punching me in the face, Snape spat. I was thinking of it as I came in, and I? Yeah, you got caught up in your own head, Sirius interrupted. He waved his hands in agitation. Well, all I can say is, that was a really Slytherin thing to do. Not even I'm heartless enough to beat up somebody who's already so pathetic, I know. Snape snarled viciously, interrupting the Animagus. You don't see me as human, you already said so all through our school days. I'm little more than an animal to you. So to see me cowering and groveling satisfies your urge to grind me under your heel, and that is why I never bowed or gave an inch to you. So, if it helps you, I could stand up so you don't have to dirty your morals by striking an enemy who's already down. Sirius was taken aback at such a vicious description of his own actions, and although he opened his mouth to defend himself, he stopped. While it was true that he and James had picked on Snape mostly out of boredom, had they truly seen him as less than human? It was an uncomfortable thought, and one he didn't want to dwell on, much less admit. "I'm not gonna hit you," Sirius sighed instead. "I'm not mad anymore. Well, not mad enough to punch you anyway. But you need to talk. How'd it happen?" "I don't know." "Oh, come on." Sirius growled. "Don't be such a stick in the mud, Snape. You know what I mean." "I do not remember," Snape muttered through clenched teeth. "Whatever Remus told you is what I recall, and it isn't much." Remus spoke up from where he sat at the table. "I only told him the basics. He told me the Death Eaters captured Lily, you raped her, and then let her escape." Snape flinched and his dark eyes seemed to grow strangely distant. His body shivered in full-body tremors and his hands curled tightly around his mug, as if he wanted to shatter it in his grip. Sirius hoped Snape wasn't falling into another flashback. He leaned forward and snapped his fingers in front of the professor's big nose. Snape jerked in surprise and glared at him, though not with too much heat. "So?" Sirius demanded. "Is that what happened or not?" "I suppose so," Snape rasped. He gulped the rest of his tea and staggered to his feet. He stumbled over to the table like a drunken man and leaned on it, breathing hard and trembling. His hands were taut and white-knuckled where they gripped the table. The professor whispered. "We need to do this, before I lose lucidity." "I can't. I cannot hold on to reality with any certainty." Sirius blinked once before he launched to his feet and began grabbing the other things they would need, namely a bowl for the water and a cutting board for the herbs. Snape was right, for once. They were running out of time. Between Albus being a total bastard and Snape losing his sanity, Sirius knew their options were narrowing. They needed to figure out what to do, and fast. Hopefully finding Harry would be a good first step. Harry sighed unhappily. Life in the old headmaster's house was dreary, lonely, and a bit frightening. He was lying on the bed, staring up at the blue velvet bed hangings, bored out of his mind. He was supposed to be having quiet time, by which Kooky meant that he should take a nap, but he was too restless. He hoped it wasn't his wolf self, because the last time he felt like this, he'd ended up transforming under a full moon. But it wasn't a full moon yet. Least, he was pretty sure it wasn't. Kooky didn't answer him when he asked what day it was, or even what the weather was like today. There were no real windows in this tower, only slits to see the daylight. He could tell if it was sunny or gloomy, but that was about it. He couldn't even see clouds or stars through the high-up air vents. That's what he thought of them as. His cupboard had an air vent so he wouldn't suffocate, and he couldn't see much out of it, like the slits in this round stone room. A few days had already gone past since he'd come to live here, and he already hated it. Kooky was the only one he ever saw, and the weird little elf only came to bring him meals, make sure he took a bath every night, and make sure he was doing the chores he was assigned. There wasn't much to do. So far, Kooky had made him change the sheets on the bed once and clean the spotless bathroom twice, and that was it. Harry was given schoolwork in the mornings, and he had to write with a feather. It was really messy and frustrating, and what made it worse was that he got punished. When he made mistakes, the elf scowled at him and snapped his fingers, and Harry got a sharp, stinging feeling either on his hand, for sloppy writing or wrong answers, or on his bum, for talking back, daydreaming, or whining. It hurt worse than a smack with a ruler, but it didn't last long. At least it helped force him to focus. But afternoons were awful, even though lessons were over. Kooky deposited a box of toys in his room right after lunch and ordered him to play, and then proceeded to stand there and glare while Harry silently freaked out and wondered if it was a test or something. He didn't even know what to do with most of the toys. Most were obviously girls' toys, and some were really old-looking. But the only ones he had any clue about were a set of little figures. They looked like pieces from an adventure board game. Dudley had some games like that, but he preferred video games, and he didn't even play board games with his friends, though he guarded the cool little robots and spaceships with his life, and heaven help Harry if he'd ever so much as looked at one of them. But these little toys were a bit bigger and way cooler, because they moved when he directed them. There were a couple dragons, some wizards and a witch, a wolf, and a unicorn. Once he could ignore kooky scowling in the background. He played quite happily with the figurines, inventing great battles for his good guys to fight against the dragons and their evil wizard boss. Of course, the wolf was a good guy, even though his black fur and red eyes looked scary. He was pretty sure that when he turned into a wolf, he was black too, and maybe his eyes turned red, but he wasn't a bad guy. He was just a kid. Kids couldn't be bad guys. But playtime was always over too quick. Without warning, Kooky would snap his fingers and make the toys just vanish, tell him time was up, and then it was quiet time. Harry sighed gustily and dangled one of his bare feet off the edge of the bed, wiggling it impatiently. Quiet time lasted 2 hours, Kooky said, and then it was tea time. After tea, he could read a book or draw a picture. Or if he'd been a good boy, Kooky said he would bring the toys back. But that hadn't happened yet. He just wasn't a good boy, and he knew it. But he tried. He really did. It was just so hard to be good all the time. "I miss you, Professor," Harry whispered into the silence. He really hoped Kooky couldn't hear him, but so far, the elf didn't seem to know that Harry spent his quiet time talking to himself, imagining that the professor or Snuffles were here with him. "I wish you could have been here to help me, 'cause my math work today was really hard and I got almost every problem wrong. My hands hurt kinda bad when Kooky was done punishing me. Of course, he gives me extra stings if I cry like a brat, so I have to stay really quiet. I close my eyes and it kind of helps, but I can't see anything anyway. If that's what magic is really for, I don't think I like it." Harry sighed and kicked his bare foot a little harder. "But I know you'd never use magic to hurt me, Professor. I just wish you'd hurry up and find me." "Oh." The child yelped suddenly as a weird glow suddenly started in his chest. It was warm, but it didn't hurt. He stared down at the soft white light burning through the threads of his shirt for several seconds before he cautiously sat up and yanked the t-shirt off. His scars were still the same, just as ugly as ever. He'd been worried that maybe his freaky werewolf cuts were acting weird. But the glow seemed to be coming from inside his skin, and it was getting warmer. It felt nice, like a warm hug from deep inside. Harry closed his eyes and lay back on his pillows, basking in the weird glow and the warmth. He smiled as the glow started to spread until his whole body was humming with that weird soft light and warmth. It was lovely, and he didn't even question what it was or why it was happening. It felt nice, and he basked in it until he fell into a peaceful doze. He thought of his professor as he slipped off to sleep and dreamed that he was being held in a rocking chair by the dark-haired, scowling man. Except he wasn't scowling in Harry's dreams. The professor had a small, happy smile on his face. Severus pulled his magic back in hand and marveled that he could feel it still, a golden thread connecting him the mysterious boy who held the key to his past. He blinked and fell unsteadily into a chair. The spell itself had been relatively simple, but remarkably draining. With 3 of them to share the burden, it had not been overly painful, but the strain had been uncomfortable at best. He could feel the pressure in his chest, tugging him toward where the child, his son, was. He looked up at Black and Lupin, who were both blinking owlishly as they came out of their own trances. Black absently pressed a hand to his own sternum, where he could likely feel the tether as well. Lupin's eyes were bright gold, but he looked peaceful, not angry or violent. Even so, Severus stared at the werewolf uneasily until Lupin stirred and blinked the gold from his eyes. Once they were their normal brown flecked with yellow, he gave Severus a faint smile. "I think it worked," the werewolf said softly. "I believe so," Severus muttered. "At least he seemed okay," Black sighed. "But we've got to get him out of there." Remus nodded in agreement and turned to Snape. "When do you want to do it?" "Let's do it now," Black shouted, with typical Gryffindor bravado. "We shouldn't waste any time." "Do calm down and think," Severus ordered, his voice sounding rather hoarse. I could not detect any immediate discomfort on the boy's end. "Did either of you?" "The child's wolf is restless, but that's it," Lupin volunteered. Black folded his arms petulantly. "So, where is he?" "South of us," Severus snapped. "Surely you can sense the direction?" "Gee, I don't know, Snape. Maybe I'm too stupid," Black growled sarcastically. "I meant where is he? I got a sense of stone walls and a color, Hmm, was it red? Maybe? The boy was lying in a bed in a circular tower room of stone. Severus snapped again, feeling completely fed up with Gryffindor blockheads. If you had focused harder, you would have been able to see that much. Well, excuse me, Black growled. We can't all be as skilled as you, can we? No, you can't, Severus sneered. Which is why you will kindly keep your stupidity to yourself. We need a plan, not half-baked ideas of heroism. I saw the outside of the house as the spell brought us toward it, Lupin said slowly. Did you see more than that, Snape? Severus had indeed seen more, and he recognized the place besides that. He really wasn't sure how they were going to go about this. The child was being held in Bumblebee Manor, the home of Albus Dumbledore, and quite possibly the very last place on Earth he wanted to invade right now. We will need Minerva's help, Severus announced abruptly. I must return to Hogwarts now as I have been away too long. I will send a Patronus if I require assistance, but rest assured, I am going to fight for my life if the old man tries anything. Don't be scared of killing him, Black snorted. I'm sure Remus and Minnie will back you up if you say it was in self-defense. Severus fought the urge to shrug. He was still squeamish about the idea of killing Albus, but if the old man did attack him, he wouldn't go down without a fight. He gathered up his things, but he left the medicinal potions behind. Since Lupin could probably use them after his next full moon, he was welcome to them. If the werewolf noticed, he gave no sign that he had. Black was totally oblivious as usual. Once Severus had his satchel packed and slung over his shoulder, full morning was shining over the hills. He stepped away from the cabin and looked back once before he operated back to the school. Lupin and Black were both on the porch to watch him leave. Did Dumbledore ever leave Hogwarts in the summer? Severus wondered. The old man was chatting with Hagrid almost right in front of the gates when Severus operated in, and it took all of his will and training to give the meddling old fool nothing more than a strained glare before he swept past, when all he truly wanted to do was curse him into oblivion, or at least give him a piece of his mind. Ah, Severus. Albus Dumbledore cheered when he spotted the potions professor. I was worried when you disappeared yesterday. Are you well? There was something that needed doing, Severus grunted, swerving around Hagrid to keep the half-giant gatekeeper between himself and Dumbledore. The large man looked puzzled and amused at how Severus went the long way around, and the potions professor dearly hoped Dumbledore wouldn't read too much into the avoid Dumbledore tactic Severus was employing. You seem troubled, my boy, the headmaster said sympathetically. Don't call me that. Severus snarled, part of his self-control snapping in his rage. But he was terrified too. He didn't want the old man to take more memories, or get him put in Azkaban if he was no longer useful. He had never appreciated until the last 24 hours how truly dangerous his employer could be. He glanced over his shoulder at the headmaster and forced every ounce of his emotions behind his acclimacy shields, however wobbly they were right now. Please, he amended. I have a headache. Dumbledore nodded, looking sympathetic. I understand, Severus, the old man replied. I did want to speak to you about something, but perhaps it is best if we wait a bit. Perhaps, Severus muttered. Excuse me. As Severus hurried on toward the building, hoping against hope that Minerva was still in, he heard the half-giant gatekeeper comment, I do think the professor could do with a vacation this summer, Headmaster. I certainly could, Severus thought grimly. Severus always works so hard, Dumbledore answered, his voice growing fainter as Severus grew further away. I'm certain he'll take some time to rest in the coming weeks. The potions master shook his head minutely, dismissing the conversation from his mind. Thankfully, Dumbledore didn't seem overly worried. The headmaster was probably suspicious, but he couldn't possibly know that Snape would be willingly in cahoots with the last of the Marauders. That was just impossible. Even Severus had a hard time believing it. He entered the hallowed halls of Hogwarts and let the heavy front door boom shut behind him. In the dim coolness of the entry hall, he caught his breath and tried to maintain some level of control and dignity. Images, half-forgotten faces, and voices echoed and bounced about in his skull, but so long as he maintained a distracted state of mind, he couldn't focus on anything and get sucked into another flashback. He needed to find a place where he could investigate his damaged mind and repair his occlumency shields without alerting anyone of the fact. His house would be ideal, but he could be disturbed there. Dumbledore might figure out where he lived even though he'd blocked the flue, and Lupin certainly knew his address. First, though, he needed to find Minerva. Flitch was mopping as he turned a corner and nearly tripped over the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris. "Blasted cat!" Severus snarled, almost kicking the cat as he regained his balance. Mrs. Norris hissed reproachfully at him as if telling him to watch his step, but she danced away in a hurry. "Snape!" Filch grunted without looking up at him, pushing his mop aggressively over the smooth stones of the hallway. "Filch," Severs returned, just as tonelessly and courteously. Ever since his school days, he had maintained a civil relationship with the old squib, who was old back when he was a boy. The Marauders had tormented Filch, so it had only been logical for Severus to form an alliance with the enemy of his enemies. Contrary to popular belief, Argus Filch really wasn't so bad. Once you peeled back about 20 different layers of nastiness. He had a passion for adventure novels and cats, of course, and hated disorder or messes. He was a particular old bachelor, and a lonely one as well. Severus could relate. "Heard you've been making quite the hullabaloo lately," Filch muttered out the side of his mouth. "Have you?" Severus replied neutrally. He was pretty certain that the janitor wouldn't take Dumbledore's side over his in this matter, but it was always wise to test the waters first. What exactly had the old squib heard? "Minnie arst me ta keep an eye on you," Filch explained in an even lower mutter. "Didn't tell me much, o' course, only that you're in trouble o' some sort with the boss." "You could say that," Severus sighed, his shoulders sagging as he raked his hand through his greasy hair. Merlin, he needed a shower, he thought as he rubbed his greasy fingers together in disgust. An idea popped into his head, and he dropped his hand back to his side. The squib caretaker was leaning on his mop, watching him with beady, intelligent eyes. Severus stepped very close to the man and spoke in a soft whisper. "Say, Argus, have you ever been to Dumbledore's house?" "Loads o' times," the squib replied cautiously, and just as quietly. "Why?" "The old man stole something of mine, and I'd really like it back," Severus whispered in the old man's ear, even more quietly than before. "I'm not asking you to help me break in. Only, anything you can tell me would be appreciated." "The old man's got wards on top of wards," Filch muttered derisively, his bulging eyes seeming to bulge even more from shock. "You're crazy, lad." "I know, but what he stole is very important." "Humph," the caretaker huffed, back to his more normal rasp of a voice. "I'll see what I can do. You'd best go take a nap. And a bath. You look half dead." Severus grimaced. "Thanks, Argus," he muttered sarcastically. "But I need to find Minerva first, before I sleep or wash." "Minnie's gone," Filch shrugged. "She were looking for Severus, she tells me, but as she couldna find ya, she told me to keep an eye on ya and she left." "I see," Severus huffed, disappointed. "Well, in that case, do you know who's actually still here at the school?" "Me, you, Dumbledore, and Hagrid, o' course. That's it. I think Professor Watts, his face wit, magical creatures got bit by summit again and went to St. Mungo's. Poppy went with him." "Kettleburn," Severus muttered, speaking of their current magical creatures professor. It seemed every other month the poor fool had to go to the hospital on account of some animal accident or other. "Very well, thank you for the help, Mr. Filch. I'll be going now, and I'll come find you in your office later sometime for tea." "Got it," the caretaker grunted, and he went back to his work. Severus turned on his heel and marched off. He passed two ghosts on his long walk through the familiar castle corridors, but they only nodded silently at him and continued on their way. The Grey Lady stayed near the top of the school and hardly ever spoke to those who were not in her own house, while the Bloody Baron, who stuck to the dungeons and ground floor, never talked to anyone, period. Slytherin's house ghosts sometimes communicated mentally with the head of his house in an emergency, but actual words? Severus had never heard a single one from the somber ghost's lips. He and the Baron had a working relationship, one that was probably warmer than any sort the Bloody Baron would give to anyone else in Hogwarts. But Severus was not a fan of the gloomy, gruesome specter and made no effort to befriend it. Not that he made an effort to befriend anyone or anything normally. Once Severus reached the 7th floor, he took a deep breath. Out of habit, he glanced up and down the corridor for observers, but he was completely alone. Only the picture frame for Barnabas the Barmy was behind him, and Barnabas was currently in another portrait engaged in a drinking contest with the Irish monks. Severus had passed them singing raucously on the way up. He was completely unobserved. Taking a deep breath, Severus Snape walked back and forth in front of the wall across from the portrait, concentrating as well as he could on his very simple request. I need a safe place to enter my mind without Dumbledore bothering me. I need a safe place to enter my mind without Dumbledore bothering me. I need a safe place to enter my mind without Dumbledore bothering me. Severus glanced up, mentally struggling against an unfamiliar barrage of images in his head that involved a wizarding bar, a mug of something bitter and alcoholic, and Lily, and nodded in satisfaction. There was a plain door in the wall where one had not been before, and Severus pulled it open before he ducked inside. The room was cozy and intimate, with soft candle and lamplight, no fireplaces, and several cushions to sit on in the middle of the room. As Severus shut the door behind him, it shimmered and disappeared. It would appear when Severus approached it to leave, but nobody would be able to see the door or access the room while he was inside. Moreover, the entire room was unplottable. Dumbledore would not be able to see him here no matter what the old fool did. Well, it's back to the room of requirement for me, Severus muttered under his breath, though a fond smile twitched the corner of his mouth. He nodded at the room in general as if greeting an old friend and stepped toward the cushions. Each one was more than big enough for him to sit on comfortably, and against the far wall was a large, wide sofa that was more like a bed. On a table next to the bed was a fresh tea tray, along with a full decanter and a small glass. The light was just how he liked it, not too bright and not too dim. He could smell the woodsy scent of his personal headache tea from here, and the alcohol would likely be welcome to help dull the excruciating emotions this exercise would no doubt uncover. Casting aside his cloak and boots, and loosening his shirt a bit, Severus sat down cross-legged on a moss-green cushion, marveling again at how perfect the room always was. Somehow, it responded to his subconscious desires and gave him even more than he had envisioned. The atmosphere was relaxing and safe, and even the familiar scent of beeswax candles helped to calm and ground him. He had not had occasion to come to this particular room in years, as he preferred to keep his personal knowledge of the magical chamber a secret, even from Dumbledore. But he had made use of it as a child. Although the marauders knew of its existence, if he was in first and demanded the room to keep everyone else out, he was pretty certain that not even the headmaster could open the door. At any rate, he had used the room as an escape. Sometimes it had given him a little library, other times it had been a comfortable room. During his 6th year, it had often given him a potions lab to keep him occupied, or even a little hospital room to treat his injuries in. Once, soon after becoming a professor, he had fled a staff meeting, ending up here, and it had given him a training room to vent his frustration. The room of requirement was a lifesaver for him, and Severus wondered if he had perhaps also used it on occasions now long forgotten. Well, right now, he was going to enter his own mind and probe the damage for himself. He could not afford to confront anyone in a mental state like this. He might be here for hours, or days, or just a few minutes. Time worked differently in one's head, and time in general was strange in the room of requirement. His little stipulation about hiding from Dumbledore might mean that the room would manipulate time in a way to allow him to slip out when he was finished without the headmaster being aware that he could have done anything suspicious. Taking deep breaths, Severus closed his eyes and rested his hands in his lap as he prepared to sink into his mind. His occlumency wrapped around his mind like a shroud, and he fell past images and thoughts without acknowledging them. When he was at the core of his mind, wrapped in a true meditative trance, Severus opened his mental eyes and observed the map of his mind. It was a war zone. His mindscape, unique to himself, was a maze of passages and rooms, modeled off the dungeons he had spent long hours exploring as a youth. The upper layers were laid out like an ancient temple, with locked doors and booby traps and confusing passages. Here he kept his surface thoughts, immediate emotions, and the memories and thoughts that were integral to his personality. The underground tunnels held darker things. Monsters from his past lurked there, as well as memories he preferred not to think about. But other things, not quite so dark, were down there as well, including subconscious thoughts and emotions, honestly forgotten memories, and useless things that he relegated to the back, or rather the bottom, of his mind. But instead of a pristine temple of obsidian and black marble, neat passages twisting and turning in precise, ordered lines, and large rectangular windows to let the sunlight in, he saw a temple falling into ruin. The light outside was red like fire and choked with smoke. There were cave-ins and unfamiliar magical blocks across many underground passages. Some of his upper levels had been pillaged and left open. Blood slicked the cracked marble under his bare feet and rubble filled the halls. It was enough to make him stagger to his knees in shock and horror. His mind truly was falling apart, and he could see far older scars and cracks under the fresh blood and destruction. How long had it been since he had descended so far into his own mind that he hadn't noticed such damage? He could see the superficial supports and facades that had once covered the worst of the damage before, and it sparked with magic that was both familiar and foreign to him. Frescoes had been painted over yawning splinters in the walls, and they were now peeling away. Passages had been sealed up with blocks of stone, but some of those blocks were now falling out. The passing destruction had looted his temple, but it had uncovered treasures long hidden in the darkness. Methodically, Severus moved forward, brushing his hand along flaking frescoes and vanishing them, along with their magic, which felt cloying and sweet and filled his mind with the nauseating scent of lemons. Under the frescoes, he could see older images made in mosaics, memories that comprised his very being and personality. He could see childhood memories and adult memories, all laid out on the walls of his mind. Others who entered his mind would see what they wanted to see, but this representation of his consciousness, of his very soul, was his alone. If he wanted to, he could invite a legilimens into his mindscape, but so far, he never had. Over the years, he had constructed a different one for the Dark Lord, and later for Dumbledore, and he hoped they believed his mind really was a dark, airless dungeon where his memories were caged up in cells like prisoners, and the passages echoed with groans of horror. Actually, his true mind was a hushed place, quiet and magnificent, filled with artifacts of times gone by and an air of reverent prayer and mystery. It was somewhat damaged, yes, but the temple was still standing. If it fell, his sanity would fall as well, and if the foundations of his mind were shaken or erased, he would die. There was still hope. Moving toward one of the rooms that had been blocked up with unfamiliar black stones like volcanic rock, Severus heard echoes of one of the memories that had been nagging at him for the last 10 minutes and braced himself as he approached it. In such a controlled environment, deep below his consciousness, memories did not rush upon him in a barrage of images and sounds. They existed as floating orbs of light about the size of his head. This one was a pale blue, burning like a star, shot through with red. He knew from the way his mind worked that the blue meant it was a memory associated with positive emotions, though shot through with the red of pain. Whether that pain was physical or emotional depended on the shape of the streaks, and this one had jagged streaks of red dancing in it, indicating more emotional stress than physical. He raised his hands and plunged them into the globe, allowing the memory to swallow him whole. He walks into a tavern filled with harsh voices, discordant music from a hired musician, and smoke from hookah pipes. Is he in Nocturne Alley? The pub looks quite disreputable indeed, filled with wizards, witches, and other magical creatures. He is fighting tremors in his limbs and lingering spasms of agonizing pain. He recognizes the after-symptoms of cruciatus exposure, but he doesn't recognize this place, although his past self seems very comfortable here. His past self keeps his cowl up and glides across the crowded, smoky room to the bar at the far end. The proprietor betrays no surprise at seeing him, but there is a flash of recognition in his ugly face. It looks like he got chewed on by one of Professor Kettleburn's creatures. Severus silently slaps a few sickles down, makes a brief gesture with his fingers, and takes the drink that slides across the bar top toward him. He takes his pint mug and slinks away to a back corner with it, punching in an empty booth like a drunk nursing his last fire whiskey. He takes a deep swig of bitter, burning liquid that leaves an aftertaste like menthol in his mouth. But it isn't unpleasant, and his shivering slows as the liquid races through his veins and warms him. After a few more drinks, he sighs in relief as the lancing pains in his nerves die down to manageable throbs. The alcohol is numbing, and that's what he wants tonight. Oblivion. He is halfway through the mug when suddenly someone taps his shoulder. He spins around, his wand out and pointed at the person's throat before he blinks. It is a young man in shabby gray robes, with dark brown curls and green eyes. Terribly familiar green eyes. "Nice night for a fire," the young man murmurs while Severus' brain hits the pause button. "And flying," he mutters back automatically. "It dies," the young, green-eyed man replies casually. "And rises from the ashes," Severus whispers, returning his wand to its holder and relaxing only the least bit. "It is only an order contact. The code this month is awfully ridiculous, but nobody ever accused Albus Dumbledore of being boring. No, what really worries him is that he's reasonably sure he knows who his contact is." The order member slides into the bench on the other side of the booth, and a passing waitress approaches to take an order. Severus orders a plain soda water for his young companion, since he, or probably she, doesn't know the code here. Once the lady saunters away, he casts Muffliato and leans across the table, his heart pounding on his aching ribs. "Are you completely mad?" he hisses. "Or is that man the one I need to kill for sending you out here tonight of all nights? And in your condition?" "Relax, Sev," the young man replies, his voice too soft and high for the gender he is impersonating. "I came on my own, and it's unofficial. I'm perfectly safe." Severus glares, his visitor smiles slightly, and finally the wizard sighs and breaks eye contact. "You know I hate it when you do that," Severus mutters, taking a burning gulp of his drink. "I know," he replies, "but I needed to talk to you." "Lily," Severus sighs, before she cuts him off. "I'm Linus tonight," Lily corrects him. "I see." Severus curls his lips. "So, Polyjuice?" Even though he's reasonably certain that it isn't Polyjuice potion, it can never help to be sure. "Nothing so complicated," Lily replies calmly. "The charms will wear off in a few hours." Severus narrows his eyes at her and wonders what she's doing here at all. If it is unofficial and she's gone to such lengths to disguise herself, what's up? "You couldn't wait for an owl?" he demands. "No," Lily replies calmly. "It's too sensitive for that. I want to know about the prophecy." He freezes. For a minute, he can't say anything. His blood runs cold, and he wonders frantically how she heard about that. "Whatever you heard, whoever told you, it wasn't me, I swear," he whispers desperately. "I was there, yes, but it wasn't me." I don't know how he learned of it. "Sev, calm down," Lily says softly. "I know it can't have been you, but you were there. I want to know what exactly you heard." "Exactly?" he mutters, clenching his hands around the mug. Word for word. He takes a deep breath and closes his eyes, bringing up the exact memory. Remembering memories in a memory is strangely disconcerting, but Severus stays with his past self until he hears his own voice starting to speak. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. "In the twilight of the 7th month shall he appear, and he shall have power that the Dark Lord knows not." "And?" Lily asks when he trails off. He shakes his head. "There was more, but I did not hear it. The tavern keeper came up and threw me out." "Were there any other D.Es there?" Lily demands. "Anyone who could have taken the information to Vold. I mean, you know who?" "I wouldn't know," he says bitterly. "We all wear masks. I know a few, but there are over 30 marked ones in the inner circle, and the dozens of others also cover their faces somehow. I saw no one I recognized at the Hog's Head that night." "No one?" Lil Dash. Linus. You know I wouldn't lie about this. The problem is, he can't decide whether to go after you or the Longbottoms. I'm doing my best to convince him to go after the Longbottoms, even though it's despicable, but you know they have a stronger support network. And if the Dark Lord goes after a pureblood family, it might very well rile up some of the neutrals." Lily nods, her pensive look out of place on the mild young man's visage she is cultivating. "Not many people know that you're the double agent," she suddenly says. "You need to be very careful." "I'm always careful. I just don't want our baby growing up without a daddy." "Don't mock me," he snarls. "James is the brat's father. We already decided. And if you ever decide to tell your son about me, I'll kill you myself." Lily shakes her head in joking disapproval, trying to tease him into a better mood. "You're terrible. And you're crazy," he growls, taking another deep drink before he abruptly stands, dropping a few nuts on the table and canceling his muffliato charm in the same movement. "Come on. I'm walking you home." Severus gasped as he opened his mental eyes, finding himself back in his mental landscape. He could feel the new memory settling comfortably back where it was supposed to be, and he took a few minutes to process what he'd seen. Now that the memory was ensconced in his mind, it felt more natural. It felt familiar. Other tiny bits and pieces were falling into place, connected with the one he'd just seen. Mostly, these small, insignificant recollections involved stumbling into random bars after Death Eater meetings to drown his pain in alcohol. Funny, before he'd thought that habit actually stemmed from Lily's death, but it actually preceded it. Taking a deep breath, he continued onward, working through forgotten memories, accepting them, and replacing them where they should be. He watched as his past self raged and self-medicated in varying degrees of madness, contemplated the end of it all by poison or a knife, and wrote letters to Lily. He walked through the broken doors and shattered barricades and cleared the rubble as he went, blocking up the windows to the outside to keep the smoke out. The smoke smelled like lemons and filled him with vague confusion, and as such was a threat to be kept out. Of course, without the light in his mind, he was liable to become depressed and angry, but for now, he could afford it to protect himself. Once he purged Dumbledore's stain from his mind, he would open the windows again. Little by little, he was able to shore up and repair the damage to his mind. But since there was always the danger of another assault, he spent some time creating constructs, soldiers created from his own occlumency shields that could fight and distract an opponent if needed. He left them standing like statues in the alcoves and at the doors, knowing that while they would drain him a bit to keep them watching and alert all the time, he could afford it to defend his mind against further violation. When Severus emerged from his own mind, he was utterly exhausted, but he felt much better. His mind was more or less clear, he felt calmer, and the tea which had been kept under a warming charm by the room was still enticing him with its scent. He stretched his stiff limbs, staggered over to the table, and drank 2 cups of the headache brew before he fell into the bed without ever touching the alcohol. Before he drifted off into a much-needed healing sleep, he realized that today had been a surprising success, all things considered. Not only had he found some allies in a place he never would have looked for them, he had managed to uncover some of what he had lost, and his mind was more or less stable again. Soon, he and his newfound allies would move against the old meddler, and hopefully, Dumbledore wouldn't give them a reason to fight, because Severus was angry enough to kill. Even Sirius Black could have warned Albus not to make Severus truly angry, because his cold rage was 100 times worse than a Gryffindor's burst of temper would ever be. Feeling strangely peaceful, Severus drifted off into a mercifully dreamless sleep. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter, and sorry for the wait. And yes, I changed the prophecy a little bit, and the fact that Severus didn't actually report it to the Dark Lord in this universe. So now the question is, who did? Thank you for your reviews. Conspiracy. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 32. Conspiracy. Something was up with Severus. He was simply acting odd, and it all had started about 24 hours ago. Albus Dumbledore knew that something must have gone very wrong with the last memory purge he had inflicted on his potions professor, but Severus would not sit still long enough for him to check. Striding back into the dark, hushed halls of Hogwarts, the headmaster sighed heavily at the thought of forcing Severus to submit yet again to a mind surgery. It was not desirable, of course, to keep meddling with someone's memories and very identity, but it was necessary. Poor Severus could not handle the pain and eventual madness of his terrible memories. In order to protect his potions master from such a fate, Albus had to help bear the burden of such things. He arrived back at his office and gazed around the crowded space. The whirring artifacts and snow globe depicting Harry's blood wards were quiet and dim. Albus was of no relation to the boy who lived, and so could not reinitiate them at his own manner. A brief thought of Severus entered his mind, but Albus shook his head firmly. Snape needed to be free in order to continue his role as a spy. If he had permanent care of a child, especially Harry Potter, there was no way he would be able to continue in his position. He sat at his desk and accessed the wards of Hogwarts. It was far easier to search for individuals while the school was empty than during school days, naturally. But he couldn't find Severus anywhere. Filch was on the ground floor. Hagrid was in his pumpkin patch, and there was absolutely no one else on the grounds. Frowning, Albus canceled his magical manifestation of the wards and glanced up at the portraits of Hogwarts' former headmasters and mistresses, most of whom were sleeping. Phineas Black was one of those awake, watching him with a scowl. "Phineas?" Albus spoke up in his most polite tone. "Would you be so kind as to visit the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy and tell me if the door to the room of requirement is visible?" Headmaster Black scowled for another few seconds, and then with a mutter, he left his frame. Albus was surprised by such easy compliance and wondered if he ought to be suspicious of the Slytherin portrait. "Looking for someone, Albus?" The portrait of Headmaster Diggle spoke up in a sleepy voice. "Only Severus," Dumbledore replied, glancing over his shoulder and smiling at his painted predecessor. "Oh, the one ye took the memories from, eh?" Another headmaster spoke up, his deep Scottish brogue tainted with disapproval. Albus shook his head sorrowfully. "I had no choice. His own mind was driving him insane. I merely stabilized him." Phineas Black suddenly reappeared in his portrait. "The door's not visible," he growled. "Mayonnaise, nobody's in there." The portrait of Headmaster McMurray concluded. "You know most of us don't approve of how you're handling this, Albus." Headmistress Hilda Tarragon's painted likeness informed him gravely. "There are mind healers for a reason, and you are not qualified." "Oh, you forget that it's fine for him," Headmaster Black's portrait sneered before Albus could answer. "Professor Snape's just a slimy Slytherin, so that makes it fine. Am I right, Dumbledore?" "We've been over this," Albus sighed, pulling his spectacles off and wiping them clean on his bright fuchsia robe. "I do what I must, and I do it because Severus needs it, not because he happened to be sorted into Slytherin as an 11-year-old. "Liar," Black scoffed. "It isn't right," Tarragon lamented. "Ye're lucky we're enchanted TB on your side, laddie," McMurray grumbled. "Back in my day, ye'd be hanged drawn, and quartered fair meddlin' wit a man's mind this way." Albus shook his head regretfully and folded his hands on the desk before him. "I know," he said firmly, "but I have told you all before. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I need Severus. The whole wizarding world needs him. As a wise man once said, it is better for one man to suffer than for an entire nation to perish." He sometimes appreciated having the embodied likenesses of Hogwarts past heads to advise him, but just like a conscience, they tended to annoy at certain times. "Thou art filling the poor boy's head with naught but lies," Headmistress Amelia Honeysuckle interjected in her soft, high voice, having been woken by their voices. "What good wouldst thou believe to come of such deception? You've based your entire career on lies," Phineas Black added with a mocking sneer. "And you think Slytherins are evil? Huh. You're the master liar of your time, Albus Dumbledore." Albus shook his head impatiently and stood up. He settled his spectacles on his nose and smoothed his robes. "Thank you all for your advice," he said a bit frostily, done with listening to their judgment. "But I believe that I have duties to attend to. Excuse me." He left his office again, feeling pricked and irritated by the honest opinions of his predecessors. Sometimes he wondered if he was truly doing the right thing, but he had come too far to repent. There was nowhere he could go but forward. So, he took the next logical step and went in search of Severus Snape. He needed to get to the bottom of his potions master's strange behavior before all of his plans fell through. Tea with Filch wasn't usually something to look forward to, but Severus was eager to see how the squib custodian could help him with his next mission. He awoke after a long, refreshing sleep in the room of requirement, and left the seventh-floor corridor without incident. Barnabas the Barmy was snoring in his portrait, and Severus was glad that he didn't see one of Hogwarts' previous headmasters or mistresses there, spying for Dumbledore. The door to the room of requirement disappeared once he closed it behind him, and he wandered down the empty hallway to the stairs. Filch's quarters were on the ground floor near his office, in a hidden little spot that young Severus had helped him ward against juvenile pranksters years ago in return for a few favors. Making his way down the hushed corridors, his cloak swirled around his feet as he walked. His boots whispered on the stones, and he realized that he felt better than he had in a while. Even without any of his most recent memories, he could tell that it had been a very long time since he had properly slept. Now, he was well rested, rather hungry, and feeling optimistic. There was only one thing that could have dragged his good mood back down again: Albus Dumbledore. The old man almost seemed to materialize like a specter of doom as Severus stepped off the moving stair onto the ground floor. For the briefest of seconds, he hesitated. But his hesitation was gone the next second, and his occlumency shields were as strong as they would ever be. He stalked toward Dumbledore as if he didn't care what the old man was doing here in some of his favorite robes, the ones in that awful shade of purple-pink that only looked good on 6-year-old girls. It made Severus shudder to look at them, hoping against hope that Albus Dumbledore only just happened to be in his way because of coincidence. Severus gave the headmaster a brief glance before he pointedly tried to ignore his presence. But before he could sweep past the cunning old man, Albus gave Severus his winning smile and adjusted his spectacles as he cleared his throat. Oh yes, the old man was a master of the harmless old coot act. "Severus, my dear boy," Dumbledore greeted him in a warm tone. "I thought I would come check on you when you disappeared. Are you well? You've been gone for nearly 12 hours. Keeping track, were you?" Severus sneered, aiming to slip around the old man and continue on his way. But the old snake cut him off with a smooth, casual step to the left and back. The distance between them increased by a foot or two, but Severus was not getting past Dumbledore unless he attempted to physically push his way through. "I was worried about you, my boy," Albus replied with a smile. He sounded and looked so utterly sincere that Severus found that he was surprised. He had, of course, known that Dumbledore's performance around him had to be of the highest quality for him to have been fooled for so long, but still, it was disconcerting to look at that sincere face and know that underneath rested a scheming mind as black as pitch. "I do not need your concern," Severus said coldly, fixing Albus with his iciest glare. "I am a grown man and I need not account for my whereabouts to you, of all people." The old headmaster actually looked rather hurt. If it wasn't real, he was an excellent actor. "Severus," he sighed, "I tire of playing these games with you. What have I done to earn such cruel words, my boy? Tell me, and I will make it right. You can start by giving me my mind back." "All of it," Severus thought viciously. He shook his head in silence and folded his arms tightly across his chest. He wondered what the old man would do if directly confronted with his crime. He doubted Dumbledore would suddenly repent and give him back what was his, so he stayed quiet. "Severus? You have no right," the potions master hissed in a low voice. "You have no right to call me that, not after all you have done." Albus blinked innocent blue eyes behind his thin glasses. "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, dear boy," he said slowly. "Please tell me what I have done to you, and I shall do my best to make amends." "I'm sure you will," Severus sneered, almost wanting to laugh at the absurdity of it all. "I give you my word." "How much is your word worth to you, old man?" Severus asked silkily. "Is it worth even as much as mine?" "I don't know what you mean, my boy," Albus said carefully, his blue eyes suddenly shrewd and worried. "I think you know exactly what I mean," the potions professor smiled. "You're wondering, though, how much I know." Silence greeted his comment. Severus wondered if he had perhaps said too much. Watching the old headmaster warily, he dropped his hands to his sides, flicking his wand from his wrist holster into his fingers. Albus watched the movement with sadness in his lined face. "What do you think I have done?" the old man asked softly. "Who has told you these things?" Why do you assume someone told me, Dumbledore? Severus demanded mockingly. I simply don't understand why. Why now? Severus laughed, somewhat angrily. You don't understand? Truly? No, I think you understand all too well. You simply don't want to believe that your loyal snake has shed its skin at last. The old man gazed at him sadly for several seconds before he spoke. What are you saying? I'm tired of being your lapdog. You can go find yourself another spy. Dog? Snake? Severus, which are you? Neither, the potion's master shouted, gripping his wand at his side so tightly that his fist trembled. I am not yours anymore. And when Voldemort returns? Dumbledore demanded. His sad, grieved persona was gone, and in its place stood the fearsome warrior who led the Order of the Phoenix. Severus flinched at the dreaded name of the Dark Lord and fought the urge to grab at his arm, which did not burn the way it had when the mark was visible during the snake-faced bastard's reign, but it was instinctual. What will you do, Severus? Albus asked a bit more gently. I have offered you safety, acceptance, a way to make amends for your crimes, a way to remember Lily. That is the problem, Severus said smoothly. Lying came as second nature to him, and one lie that was close to the truth was better than the truth in this instance. I do not remember her anymore. Thus, there is no reason to continue this facade of loyalty. It almost pained him to lie about something so precious, but he needed to give Dumbledore something, some reason for his sudden cold, hateful attitude. Without Lily in his mind, he would hate the old man just as he had before. Although, he did remember her. He remembered more of her than he had in years. But Albus need not know that. To the potions professor's satisfaction, Albus Dumbledore looked both stunned and concerned at the revelation. Taking advantage of the moment of shock, Severus turned on his heel and left the corridor, planning to find Filch's quarters by another route. He was aware that he was exposing his back to an enemy, but he was also aware that Dumbledore had no reason to be hitting him with a spell while he wasn't looking. Right now, he would be trying to calculate what went wrong when he erased Severus' memories of the last 4 or 5 weeks. Severus, Albus called after him, hurrying after in an attempt to catch up. I do not understand what you mean by saying such a thing. Severus stopped and shut his eyes briefly before he spun around and faced the old man bearing toward him in those garish fuchsia robes. I am not Severus to you, old fool, he snarled. You may call me Snape or Professor or Mr. Snape, but I don't want to hear my given name from your lips ever again. Do you understand, Dumbledore? What? Why? What do you think I've done to you? We must talk about this. You already tried that. Severus laughed coldly, not at all amused. I ran off and disappeared for a day. I do not want to talk to you. I do not want to discuss it. I'm not your toy that you can yank around by a string anymore. You are not my master. Where then does your loyalty lie now? With my son, Severus thought suddenly, surprising himself with such a revelation. But he could not say something like that to the old manipulator. Not yet. I bend my knee to no one, he answered dismissively instead. And what if Voldemort returns? To whom will you bend your knee then? You don't know that he's returning, Severus shouted, losing some hold on his temper at last. You do not know anything. I have no reason to think the Dark Lord will return from beyond the grave, and if you do, you are not sharing that information, as usual. So forgive me if I don't believe that my Dark Master is returning in some way. Your Dark Master? Dumbledore asked gravely, spikes of worry glittering in his eyes. Is that why you are rejecting me now? You have changed your loyalty again? Don't be such a fool, Severus sneered. Even if he were to return somehow, I will never give my allegiance to a madman who had me tortured and violated simply for. He stopped with a strangled cough of horror. He hadn't meant to say that out loud, and it had been a suppressed memory. Shutting his eyes briefly, Severus shook his head to clear away the dreadful images and emotions. Ever sadistic as the Dark Lord had been, the snake-faced fiend had known that losing Lily had been no accident. To punish such sentimentality, he had decreed that Severus be given what he rejected by force. Dumbledore must have suppressed the memory because of its strong connection to Lily and what had happened to her, not to mention it was simply a horrible memory in and of itself. How much do you remember? the old man asked softly, almost gently. But Severus could hear the dread and horror in his voice. Dumbledore was currently wondering where things had gone so very wrong. "I remember enough," Severus hissed, raising his wand and pointing it at the old man. There was no more room for bluffs. He needed to get his information from Filch and send his Patronus to the marauders. They needed to move before the old man realized what they were planning. "I will not be your slave or your toy any more than I would be the Dark Lord's," Severus whispered, his sibilant voice echoing eerily off the corridor walls. "You will not touch my mind ever again, or I will kill you." Slowly, the potions master backed away, keeping his eyes and his wand focused on the aged headmaster who had single-handedly controlled his entire life for the past 8 years. Dumbledore made no move to draw his wand or follow. He looked stricken and very old and worried. "You are right to worry," Severus thought with satisfaction as he turned a corner and could turn and walk more normally. "Soon, even your own home will no longer be safe from my wrath. Take my son, will you? Let's see you try to take him again after this." Albus Dumbledore watched his potions professor disappear around the corner with growing dread. Something somewhere had gone terribly wrong. The old man was not one given to panic or emotional outbursts, but in this instance, "Damned bloody hell," he whispered. How was he to fix a problem of such magnitude? Had he broken Severus Snape beyond repair? The small, accusing voice of his conscience informed him that he was the cause of this mess in the first place. He had chosen to meddle with Severus' mind and memories and, directly or indirectly, had caused this strange breakdown. With or without the meddling hand of the headmaster, Severus' mind was collapsing, his behavior was erratic, his words laced with double meaning or madness, and Albus suspected that perhaps little Harry was not safe from him any longer. What did Severus remember? Did he recall who Harry was? Or was his mind twisted somehow into something monstrous and insane? He had no way of knowing. With a heavy sigh, Albus tugged on his beard, adjusted his spectacles, and straightened his robes before he changed direction and headed back toward his office. He needed to think. He needed a clear head before he moved next. The simple thing would be to call the Aurors on Severus Snape, have them deal with him. They would be only too happy to hunt down the ex-Death Eater for breaking parole if Albus reported him. If the Ministry put him in Azkaban, then Dumbledore would be safe from charges for memory theft or modification. He was actually not certain what the penalty was for that. If Severus was locked up, he could no longer obstruct or destroy the old chess master's grand plans. Any evidence of madness or incoherent ravings could then be blamed on Dementors. After all, Severus actually had spent a few months in that hellish prison while awaiting trial after the war, so it wasn't so much of a stretch. But Albus, while a meddler and desirous of control, was not heartless. He knew how much Severus had suffered in the war, even better than the potions professor did. He knew that Severus Snape did not deserve Azkaban after all he had suffered, all he had sacrificed, all he had lost, consciously or unconsciously. There were few things Albus could do at this point, seeing as he had failed with polite and gentle talks and further mind surgery. Nodding his head in grim determination, the old man quickened his steps. First, to his office, then, home to Bumblebee Manor to check on a few things. After that, he would track down Severus, relieve him of his wand if necessary, and have a long, honest talk with the potions master. He was relieved that the old meddler was not following. But Severus was too smart to think Dumbledore had given up. No, he would be off concocting a battle plan now. He knew something was up with Severus, and it was only a matter of time before the powerful old wizard trapped or ambushed him, and possibly mind-raped him again. He winced at the crude term he had just applied to it, but he could not deny that was what the old man had been doing to him for years. Severus reached Argus Flitch's quarters and tapped on the hidden door in the old pattern, waiting for the squib to open up if he was home. The door appeared in the wall and Severus pushed it open before slamming it behind himself. The old squib was sitting by the fireplace, scowling at the embers and petting his cat. "Urgent?" the caretaker grunted. "Very," Severus replied just as tersely. "Get anything you need. We're going to break into Albus Dumbledore's house." Filch turned a roomy eye on him and laughed in derision. "Break into old Dumbledore's ooze?" he cackled, letting Mrs. Norris jump off his lap. "All right, joke's over, Snape. What's going on?" "No joke," Severus seethed. "Dumbledore kidnapped my son. I'm getting him back. Are you helping me or not?" "Son? What son?" Filch asked curiously, standing up and stretching his creaky back. "It is a long and incomplete story," Severus sighed, suddenly wishing he really was here for tea, despite the gloom and dust of Filch's chambers. "I'm listenin'," the squib commented as he stood up and shuffled over to a shelf, flicking his fingers over the books until he reached a sketchbook. He flipped it open and after a few minutes of flipping through the pages, found the ones he wanted. He looked up, fixing Severus with his gimlet glare. "I ain't giving you these air maps till you tell me what's going on, Severus Snape." The potion's master grimaced, but he knew better than anyone not to try and outdo Filch in stubbornness. "Sit down then," he snapped. "I will be brief, but I did not exaggerate when I told you this is a long story." "Well, gimme the basics," the squib grunted, shuffling back to his chair with the book still in hand. "The basics?" Severus huffed, almost wanting to laugh, but he clasped his hands behind his back and glared back at the glaring caretaker. "Fine. I raped Lily Evans, or Potter I mean, in 1979 and her son, our son, was supposedly prophesied to be the Dark Lord's equal." He took a breath and swallowed hard before continuing. "After the Dark Lord failed to kill Harry Potter and vanished without a trace, Albus Dumbledore took the baby to his mother's relatives and erased my memories of him, including my memories of what I did to Mrs. Potter. Fast forward to a month and a half ago, and I, supposedly, for I have no memory of it, found Harry Potter in the street of a Muggle village after he was bitten by a werewolf. I did not realize the child was mine, but I apparently felt an inexplicable urge to care for him. I am still uncertain if that was instinct or simply common human decency." "Huh, you? Decent?" "Unlikely," Filch snorted unkindly. "But irrelevant, I guess. What else?" "According to witnesses, the boy and I apparently grew close, to the extent that Albus Dumbledore erased my memories of those 2 to 3 weeks we spent with one another." Hang on. Dumbledore erased more memories?" "Days ago," Severus answered grimly. "My mind is destabilizing from the frequent mind tampering, and if I do not find some way to mend some of the damage, I may go insane. I wish to find my son before that happens, and hopefully put him somewhere that Albus Dumbledore cannot reach with his meddling fingers." Filch gave a phlegm-filled grunt and suddenly held out the battered sketchbook. "Copy what ye need," he said gruffly. "And fair Merlin sake, don't let the old idiot know I helped ya if ye fail, 'cause I need this job." "I'll obliviate myself if I fail," Severus promised. "I know too much by now anyway, so I doubt he'd complain." He took the cracked leather book from the squib's gnarled fingers and perused the sketches on several pages. There were images of rooms and a few blueprints. He looked up curiously. "This is Bumblebee Manor?" he asked. "Yep." Filch grinned like a snarling animal, showing off his yellowed teeth. "Got a problem with it, Snape?" "Merely curious as to why you drew floor plans and made detailed sketches of Albus Dumbledore's house, and apparently saved them like this," Severus muttered, drawing his wand and conjuring copies of the pages he needed. "Let's just say, you're better off not a skinned." Severus shook his head and let it drop. It wasn't as if he cared, and it was benefiting him, so he didn't say anything. After he had the copies he needed, he handed the sketchbook back with a terse thank you and left the squib's quarters. He had to move quickly lest the old meddler come after him. He stopped in an empty classroom for a moment to send a Patronus to black, and it took his nervous fingers 3 tries to produce the magical guardian. Watching as the delicate creature spilled from the end of his wand, he marveled again at its changed shape. His Patronus had been a doe ever since he and Lily had both managed to create Patronuses at the young age of 15. Actually, it was the last thing they did together without fighting, as far as he could remember. They had dedicated half their 4th year and a few months of their 5th to learning to cast that particular charm, and the shock when their Patronuses had turned out the same had sent them both scrambling for the library to research why such a thing would happen. But now it was unmistakably a fawn, which was the offspring of a doe, obviously. Did that mean that his magic recognized young Harry as the object of his affections now? He had not entertained any doubt that his doe had represented Lily, the only bright spot in his miserable existence before, well, before something, anyway. He could not remember, and trying made his head throb. He ordered his Patronus to find Black and give him a quick message, figuring that Lupin and Black would be together anyway, and if they were not, Black was more likely to be alone. If Lupin was not at the cabin, he might very well be shopping or around other people. A Patronus appearing in a crowd often caused confusion, if not panic, since most witches and wizards didn't know the charm could be used to carry messages, only that it repelled Dementors. And if Lupin was in a Muggle area, suffice it to say, Black was the safest, if not the most desirable, choice. Ordering them to meet him at his home in 15 minutes, Severus stuffed the copied maps into his robe pocket and followed his Patronus out of the school. Of course, the magical construct was much faster than he was and soon turned into a streak of light faster than the wind. No one would even be able to tell what its shape was when it moved like that, which was a good thing. No need to display still more weaknesses to the old meddler or his spies. The minute he was out of Hogwarts wards, without incident, thank goodness, Severus turned on his heel and disapparated to his home's backyard. It had been almost a whole day since Snape left, and the last two marauders were going a bit stir-crazy, waiting for word from the potions master. They didn't talk much after they finished speculating, theorizing, and verbally fretting. But that was on Remus. He seemed to think Sirius should quit babbling about worst-case scenarios and just be quiet. Sirius was pacing again, and he knew it was irritating Remus, but he didn't care. He was too anxious to sit still. He almost couldn't believe that it was Snape of all people that he was worried about, but he kind of couldn't help it by now. They may not ever be friends, but they were allies, and the magical pull toward wherever Harry was burned in his chest, driving him half crazy with the itch to be doing something, instead of just waiting. Remus went in and out of the cabin a few times, stoking the stove, preparing more tea, and then sitting down at the table to read something he brought out of his bedroom. He was obviously tense as well, just hiding it better. Even before Azkaban, the werewolf had always been better at controlling his emotions. Grumbling under his breath, Sirius left the cabin after he got more than enough pointed stares and stifled sighs directed at him. Remus was trying to distract himself with his book and didn't like getting interrupted by Sirius pacing and muttering. But what was he supposed to distract himself with? Sirius slammed the cabin door behind him and contemplated shifting into Padfoot. But he rejected that idea, preferring to be able to think clearly, and he set off at a brisk walk up into the trees behind the cabin. He wandered for a while, at least until his leg muscles protested the vigorous hiking. 7 years in a prison cell was not exactly conducive to exercise. Panting, apparently his lungs disliked the unusual exercise too, Sirius stopped and sat down on a mossy log, squinting up at the cloudy sky and admiring his surroundings. Remus sure had picked a scenic spot to build a cabin. He was suddenly distracted from his musings by a flash of silver light darting toward him like a shooting star. He jumped up, grabbing for a wand that wasn't there. He cursed before the silver thing leapt into view, annoying him with relief. It was a Patronus. The silver animal was slender and delicate with spindly little legs and large ears and eyes. A young deer. A very young one. He'd never seen this particular Patronus before, but he could guess where it came from even before it delivered its message. "Rendezvous at my home in 15 minutes. Snape's now familiar voice came out of the fawn's mouth. "Lupin knows where it is. Get yourself a wand." The Patronus vanished in a shower of silver sparks, leaving Sirius gaping at the empty spot. Too many questions were spinning through his mind right now to make sense of anything. Why did Snape sound so urgent? And why were they meeting at his home so soon? And why did he have such a bad feeling about this? If Snape thought he needed a wand now, Sirius realized that it wasn't theoretical anymore. They were actually going to break Harry out of Albus Dumbledore's custody. The thought filled him with nervous shivers of excitement, and a wolfish grin appeared on his ragged face. Sirius took off running back toward Remus' cabin, wondering about what the unexpected Patronus shape meant. He'd thought Snape would have a snake or a bat, considering his personality, Or at least something big and scary like a panther or a bear. But an absolutely adorable and helpless little fawn? Really? He almost wanted to laugh. Well, he had heard Dumbledore say once that a Patronus was tied both to a person's very identity and their happiest memory as well. So, he guessed that Snape's happiest memory probably influenced his Patronus shape more than his personality. Shaking his head at himself, Sirius grumbled at himself. Why'd you go so far, Padfoot? He almost tripped over a rock, suddenly rolled his eyes at his own stupidity, and shifted into his black dog form while he ran and went faster, though it still seemed a long way back to the cabin. He shifted back to human when he reached the back porch and slammed the door open. Remus jumped up from his chair, his wand out and his eyes wide in surprise. "What's wrong, Sirius?" he demanded. "Moony," Sirius gasped, doubling over to clutch the stitch in his side. "Snape Patronus, 15 minutes. Meet at his house." "Slow down, Padfoot," Remus urged him, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him further into the house. He poured a glass of water while Sirius got his breath back. "All right," the werewolf said once Sirius thirstily gulped down the water. "What were you saying about Snape? Did he send you a Patronus?" "Sure did," Sirius panted. "About 5 minutes ago? Cute little fawn." He suddenly sniggered. "I'm calling him Bambi next time I see him." Remus winced. "You really shouldn't." "You're probably right, but doesn't mean I won't," Sirius chuckled. "The message, Sirius," Remus huffed, looking like he was going to shake it out of his friend in the next minute if he didn't answer. "Said to meet at his house in 15 minutes, and I should get a wand." Sirius frowned and looked down at his hands before he flexed them. "You don't have any spare wands around, do you?" Remus grimaced and shook his head. "You?" he asked needlessly. "The last one I had, Snape broke," he grumbled. "It was that one Prongs insisted we keep at the safe house." "Weren't there 4? Sirius swallowed hard. "Only one of them worked for me." "Oh, big, oh," Sirius sighed, throwing up his hands. "What am I supposed to do without a wand?" "Calm down, Padfoot," Remus admonished him, turning his wand over in his hands thoughtfully. "You know, you're still an animagus wand, or no? A lot of protective wards don't hold against animals, you know?" Sirius lit up. He grinned at Remus and grabbed his friend by the arm. "I forgot about that, actually." "Well, what are we waiting for?" "We can't apparate while we're still inside the house, you idiot." Remus laughed fondly, dragging him to the still open back door. "I think we'll be a little late, though, because we have another stop to make." "Yeah. I happen to know where Minerva McGonagall's house is. How long does it take Black and Lupin to grab a wand and get over here?" Severus grumbled to himself. He was waiting in the doorway, leading to his backyard, waiting for those idiot marauders to get over here. It had been almost 20 minutes since they should have gotten his message, and still there was no sign of them. He eyed his wand and suddenly debated sending another Patronus to tell them to hurry up or else. Of course, usually right when one started thinking of extra measures like that, the waiting seemed to end. But he looked up and still didn't see or hear any apparitions. Huffing out an angry breath, he stepped back inside, away from the nasty drizzle pouring down this afternoon. The potions master examined his bag of supplies, mostly volatile chemical compounds like Muggle Molotov tails that were easy to throw together and had served the Order of the Phoenix well in the war. But he also had some medicinal drafts, just in case, and a few other nastier potions he had invented which he hoped Dumbledore would not give him cause to use. A flesh-eating acid concoction would be a horrible way to die, even for a memory-altering manipulator like him. Severus busied himself with resealing his bag of supplies and pulling the blueprints of Bumblebee Manor out of a side pocket. Strangely enough, a sketch of a sitting room suddenly dragged another memory forward, this one easy to place. He had just been released from Azkaban on parole, so long as Dumbledore kept an eye on him and tabs on his whereabouts. He imagined that he had been relieved of certain memories at this point, because the remembered confusion was too familiar. He was lying sideways on that sofa, the one opposite the fireplace, racked with shivers. He saw nothing but the warm flames, leaping and dancing enticingly. He slowly stretched out a shaking hand, watching the skeletal fingers tremble and twitch against the backdrop of the fire. He could hardly believe he was no longer in that cold, dark cell. He could hardly imagine that this was real, that the warmth was real, that this was not a cruel dream that would evaporate the moment he twitched. He let his hand fall as the old man came into view, carrying a mug and a potion bottle. "Severus? Can you sit up?" he called gently. But the mere sight of Dumbledore and the sound of his voice filled him with strange loathing, and it confused him. "Why do I hate you so much, old man?" he rasped, looking up at the worried blue eyes and marveling that he could feel anything but gratitude toward Dumbledore, after all he had done to save him from that hellhole of a prison. "You're delirious, my boy," Albus murmured softly, understandingly, trying to help him sit up. "I hate you," he whispered back, giving up the fight against the tears that slid helplessly down his face. "I hate you, and I can't even remember why." "Sure, you'll feel better after you drink this, Severus," the old man whispered, pulling his thin, trembling body upright and pressing the mug of hot chocolate under his nose. His hands shook, but he took the mug and stared into its dark depths. "Why?" he croaked, choking on tears and almost spilling his mug. "My mind. I don't know what is true and what is not." "Ah," the old headmaster nodded compassionately. "Azkaban can do that to you. Dementors are not exactly conducive to mental health, as I'm sure you know." He drew his wand and flicked it in a familiar gesture. "Expecto Patronum," Dumbledore chanted. The silver phoenix that burst from the end of his wand settled on Severus' knees and fixed him with its strangely expressionless eyes. The trembling of his limbs eased a bit at the presence of the magical guardian, and he blinked at further moisture in his eyes. Would he ever be able to create a Patronus again? "Tell me what troubles you, my son," Dumbledore said gently. "Tell me, and I shall do my best to help you make sense of it." He hesitated, wondering why part of him wanted to fight the old man tooth and nail and run for his life. Why would he feel that way about his rescuer? "Am I married?" he blurted out. "Do I have children? Why do I hate you? And yet I don't. I don't." He clutched the old man, nearly spilling the mug again. Dumbledore took hold of the mug and gently soothed him with his other hand. "You are not married, and you have no children," the old man said softly. "But you took a position as a teacher at Hogwarts for a few months," the headmaster went on. "But you are not a father." More tears rolled down Severus' face as he shook his head helplessly. "But I remember," he protested weakly. "I remember her, and the baby. He has my hair, my chin, her eyes." Growing hysterical, he violently struck the mug from the old man's grasp, shattering it on the floor and splashing hot liquid over them both as he seized Dumbledore by the robes. "Where is my son, Albus? Where is he?" "Hush." The old man tried to calm him. "It is all in your mind, my boy. Calm yourself. I know he's real. He's alive," he screamed, fighting the old man with all strength, which wasn't much. "Don't lie to me, you old fool. I'm not stupid. I know, I remember. Tell me what you did with him." All right, Dumbledore said, trying to pacify him. "I'll tell you, Severus. Just calm down. Can you do that?" He nodded. Or perhaps he said something in reply, too tired to fight any longer. His memory grew hazy at that point. To help with the trembling, the old man had him drink the potion he had brought. His mind was not at its best. He wasn't thinking straight. He took it like a lamb and allowed the old man to enter his mind to help him remember, while the calming draft left him nearly comatose. The rest, as they say, was history. He clearly remembered recovering in Dumbledore's home over the following weeks, but he had never recalled that hazy bit of clarity he'd had hours after his release, until now. The Dementors had been enough to dislodge several suppressed memories, unarguably some of his worst, and Dumbledore had simply stuffed them back under wraps. It wasn't even enough to anger him anymore. He was just too mentally exhausted to feel anything right now but resignation. Dumbledore wrote his whole existence, remapped his mind, and rewired his personality. He knew that already. Getting even more furious about it wasn't going to help anyone. His head snapped up as the loud whip crack of apparition sounded out in the backyard. Severus drew his wand, although he was fairly certain that it was Lupin. "Knock, knock." Black's irritating voice shouted from the back door, which he had left open in the kitchen. "Get inside," Severus ordered him in disgust. He met the two marauders halfway and aimed his wand at them to dry their clothes before they dripped on his floor, and then he halted in shock at who they'd brought along. "Severus, such a nice surprise to be invited back to your home," Minerva McGonagall announced cheerfully, detransfiguring the umbrella she had created out of a quill. "Impressive. What are you doing here?" the potions master asked faintly. "I looked for you, but I couldn't." "I know where she lives," Lupin butted in helpfully. "I figured having two animagi might prove useful with the wards." Lupin's already explained part of the situation, the transfiguration professor announced briskly. "But I think we're all curious. What is so urgent? Have you found Harry?" "We're going to raid Albus Dumbledore's house," Severus replied, aware of how ridiculous he sounded and bracing himself for counter-arguments. "About time," Black shouted predictably. "When to start? What's the plan?" To Severus' surprise, Minerva and Lupin seemed almost just as supportive as the idiot Black. "How about that? I was hoping it was something like that," the werewolf said with a grim smile. "We're to rescue Harry, right?" Severus nodded, feeling slightly off balance by the strange show of support from the marauders, of all people. Minerva, though, was the real surprise. "Tell us the plan, Severus," the Scotswoman demanded, fire flashing in her green eyes. "Albus had best pray to whatever god he believes in that he don't try to stop us rescuing the poor lad." "These are maps of Dumbledore's home," Severus said as he spread out the blueprints and sketches he had gotten from Filch. "This is where Harry is, I think," he said, pointing out a tower-like building in the north wing. "It was where he'd put a Rapunzel anyway." "How are you sure?" Minerva asked, bending over the blueprint and then giving Severus a searching look over her spectacles. "We performed a locating spell," Severus explained. "Black, Lupin, and I now have a magical bond with the boy that we can use to find him, and we caught a glimpse of where he is. Getting through Bumblebee Manor's wards may be a problem, though," Black grumbled, scratching his head. Severus waved a hand at the animagus in irritation. "I was keyed into those wards years ago. I'm not the one who needs to worry, since I doubt Dumbledore has bothered to remove me yet." "But he might," Lupin interrupted with clarity bursting onto his face like sunrise. "Which is why you wanted us to hurry." "Precisely. Animagi can usually slip through ordinary wards," Minerva offered, brushing small water droplets off her sleeve. She threw the Azkaban escapee a suspicious glare. She added, "I suppose Black and I are the scouts?" "Of course," Severus agreed easily. "Since I doubt Lupin is keyed to the wards, we will need to create an opening for him, unless you simply want him to be outside support." "Bad idea," Lupin grimaced. "You could use my enhanced senses to check for traps, and if Harry's not in the most likely spot after all, I could help you find him." Severus nodded slowly, seeing the logic in that. "Loath as I am to admit it, you have a point," he conceded grumpily. Lupin brightened and turned to the others with a grim smile. "Then we are agreed? We breach the wards together?" "Together," Black agreed emphatically, bending over the table to get a better look at the blueprints. "Say, how'd you get such detailed maps of Dumble's house, Snape?" "Trade secret," Severus answered dismissively. "Severus," Minerva suddenly spoke up, sounding hesitant. "We don't know what we're going to find there." "I know, but I don't care. I'm going alone if I must." Minerva shook her head, looking conflicted. "Merlin knows I love that boy as much as you do, Severus," she said firmly. "But rushing against Albus Dumbledore without a plan is suicide, even for Harry." The potions master gave the head of Gryffindor House as supercilious a look as he had ever given anyone. "Who said we are going in without a plan? Yes, it has been a while, my friends. I have literally lost hours of sleep agonizing over this and the next chapter. I really hope it turned out okay, because I'm too exhausted to keep messing with it, Winky Face. Thank you for your patience. Daddy's Home, rated T, violence and bloodshed, magic-wise, and an attempt to use a knife. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Okay, you all get a bonus chapter for being so patient and good, and because the last chapter was shorter than normal and this one is the longest ever, about 15,000 words. So I hope you enjoy the bonus, and I am keeping my fingers crossed that the climax turned out okay. Next chapter will be climactic too, but I'm still playing around with what I want to happen, so no promises on when that's going to be out. Again, you all are awesome and thank you for your patience, and I here present to you the fruits of my labor. Chapter 33, Daddy's Home. Harry was restless again. He had tried to be good today. He really had. But he was bored and he had too much energy, and he wanted the professor back. He poked at the healing skin on his burned hand, and he jumped on the bed until Kooky came and scolded him for it, and gave him a magic sting on his bum too. He didn't want to concentrate on his schoolwork, and he whined about going outside. He had not seen the sun in days, and he almost started to cry when the grouchy elf sneered at him that he needed to be good if he wanted to go out into the garden today. Or any time, really. Harry lost his temper and smashed the ink bottle when he pushed everything off his little work desk. Kooky stung him and stuck him in the corner between the wall and the tall wardrobe in his room after another angry scolding. Harry shed a few tears, mostly at himself for being so stupid and ungrateful. Really, even though he was a prisoner here with a grouchy elf, it was loads better than Privet Drive, so he shouldn't be complaining. But he wished Snuffles would come rescue him again. Or the professor. That would be best, he figured. Snuffles was nice and all, but the professor was better at taking care of him. He was still standing in the corner, slumped against the wall and sniffling because Kooky made him keep his hands behind his back and would not allow him to wipe his tears or his nose. He hoped he wasn't going to be kept here much longer. His legs were starting to ache. Suddenly, he heard a door open, and not just any door. It was the door to the next room where he did his lessons and ate his meals. He stiffened up so Kooky wouldn't think he was being lazy and give him more time, but a different voice greeted him. Harry? He definitely did not want to turn around now. It was the old creepy headmaster. Sniffing, he could smell a slight lemony scent in the air despite his clogged nose. Harry, you can turn around now, the old man said kindly. Kooky told me that you have been very obedient in the corner. Harry slowly turned around, wiping his eyes on his sleeves and wishing he had a handkerchief or a napkin for his nose. He thought of the professor's hanky, but it was in his bag right now, and he didn't know what the headmaster wanted. As he turned, Harry was not really surprised that the headmaster was so close to him, but the old man held out a handkerchief with a friendly smile. His blue eyes were shining kindly behind his little spectacles, and Harry almost wanted to relax and maybe smile back, but he didn't trust the old man. He glanced at the handkerchief and wiped his nose on his sleeve instead of taking it. The smell of lemons made him feel uneasy, and now the old man looked disappointed, which made Harry wince with apprehension. "I'm sorry, sir," Harry mumbled, looking down at his sneakers, one of which was untied. "Didn't mean to be bad." "You were not bad, dear boy," the headmaster said gently. "Kooky tells me you've been feeling a bit cooped up. Am I right?" Harry glanced up before he nodded reluctantly. Did the headmaster think he was apologizing for knocking his schoolwork on the floor? Well, he was good at agreeing with grown-ups. He would just agree and maybe things would go back to normal. Whatever normal was supposed to be. He didn't know anymore. His life had been turned completely upside down ever since he got bitten by the wolf. "Are you unhappy here, Harry?" the old man asked, sounding sad. Harry hesitated, but then he nodded, and then he emphatically shook his head. He looked up at the old man desperately, wondering what the right answer was. "I don't know, sir," he said softly. The headmaster sighed, looking tired and very old. "Would you rather be back with your aunt?" he asked. "No, sir," Harry gasped, starting to tremble. "I'll be good, I promise. Please, please don't send me back." The old man looked like he winced, and then he smiled kindly before Harry could even wonder what that was for. "Don't worry, child," he said soothingly. "I won't allow you to go back, but I'm afraid there are not many places for you to go. I am sorry you are not very happy here. It is a lonely place and Kooky can be a bit much." "'S not so bad," Harry mumbled, playing nervously with the hem of his shirt. "But you must make the most of things," the headmaster went on. "Here you are safe from Black and other people who want to hurt you." Harry shrugged, but he didn't know quite how to say that Snuffles wasn't a bad guy and wouldn't hurt him. Not on purpose anyway. He honestly didn't think anybody was out to hurt him except maybe the werewolf, or definitely his aunt and uncle. so he just kept quiet. Grown-ups said stupid things a lot of the time, and there wasn't anything he could do or say about it, so he kept quiet. Harry, I wanted to talk to you about Professor Snape, the old man suddenly announced. Harry blinked and then stiffened warily. Sir, he said cautiously, did the professor ever talk to you about your parents? Not really, Harry said in a tone that sounded like a guess more than an answer. The headmaster smiled and sat down on Harry's bed. He patted the spot next to him. Why don't you come tell me what he said? The boy stared at him, wondering whether he ought to obey. He was still feeling kind of belligerent, and he really didn't want to talk to the headmaster about his professor. Not when the old man was keeping him away from Professor Snape in the first place. Harry, please, the old man said gently, but with a hint of sternness in his voice. Harry obeyed, although reluctantly. He dragged his feet to the bed and slowly climbed up. When he was sitting next to the headmaster, he looked down at his lap and started picking at his nails. Did Professor Snape tell you anything about your parents? The old headmaster asked again. Told me they're dead, Harry mumbled. Wasn't a car accident. What else? Harry dragged in a sharp breath, fighting sudden tears that burned his eyes. Why did the old man want to know? He didn't want to talk about it. That conversation was something special between him and the professor. Did the headmaster really need to know? Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had lots of conversations with him they said were nobody else's business. Harry shrugged. Please, dear boy, the old man said coaxingly. The professor, he may be in some trouble. I need to know what he talked to you about. Did he ever tell you about your mother? Friend, Harry muttered, squirming under the headmaster's gaze, and he wasn't even looking up. He could just feel that old man looking at him, looking through him. He didn't like it. And why would talking about his parents help the professor get out of trouble? He hadn't seen his professor since he left the Weasleys' house, and he had no way of knowing if his professor was all right or not. He told you your mother was his friend? Cooked omelets, the boy whispered, fighting more stupid tears. He sniffled and wiped his nose on his sleeve again. Your mother cooked omelets? The old headmaster repeated, sounding confused. Harry shrugged again. Harry, I can't help the professor if you do not wish to speak to me. Did Professor Snape say anything else? About your father, perhaps? I don't know why stuff like that would help, Harry thought rebelliously. He didn't say it out loud, though. He wrapped his arms around himself and shivered. Harry? Don't know, Harry mumbled, reaching up to wipe his tears as they spilled over again. Did the professor act odd? Did he say strange things, or seem to fall into daydreams? Harry finally looked up, his face scrunched up in confusion. Huh. The headmaster didn't get a chance to reply because Kooky suddenly appeared in a loud pop. Master, the elf croaked loudly. There be invaders coming. Wards be breached and they be rushing in. Kooky saw two animals and a wizard and a werewolf. Harry blinked in confusion and looked up at the old man. His wrinkled face shuddered for an instant before he seemed to make a decision. He stood up, looking tall and terrible and terrifying. Let me handle them, Kooky, the headmaster said, all traces of his gentleness and kindness gone. He really looked kind of scary now. Stay with Harry. If they come here, I need you to get him to safety. Do you understand? Where does Master want Kooky to take the boy? The elf huffed, giving Harry a resentful glare. Take him to the Hogwarts kitchens and leave him with the elves, the old man replied, striding swiftly toward the heavy bedroom door. If you need to take Harry away, return here to help me. The door boomed shut behind the old man and Harry threw the elf a scared look. Kooky snarled silently at him and Harry scrambled off the bed, his heart pounding in his chest as he wondered what was going on and what he should do. But he suddenly realized that his heart was not the only thing throbbing behind his breastbone. He felt that warmth from before, pulsing and tugging somehow, and it was growing stronger. After a second's thought, Harry dove for the wardrobe and yanked it open, scrambling for his bag. When he found his sweater, he pulled it on over his t-shirt, hoping that it would be enough if his skin started glowing again from the inside out. Boy must be sitting down, Kooky suddenly snapped in his hoarse voice. Kooky be taking care of you. No need for panic. Harry nodded, but he didn't obey. He shoved anything of his into the bag the professor had given him, but made sure the 3 empty potion bottles were on the outside in case he needed something to throw. Suddenly, he wondered if he was freaking out over nothing. "Kooky?" Harry said timidly. Was one of the animals a dog? Kookie's bulging eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Why does boy want to know?" the elf demanded. "'Cause Snuffles is a big black dog, and he's nice," Harry explained in a rush. "And maybe he thought I was in trouble again. And my professor's really tall and scary and scowly, and he's got black hair like me and his eyes are black too." Kooky stared, or rather glared, at Harry for what felt like a very long time. "There be's a black dog and a snarly black wizard," the elf finally muttered. "Boy knows the invaders of Master's house?" Harry's heart skipped a beat. His professor really had come for him, just like he promised. And Snuffles was here too, even though he fought the professor last time. They came to save him. "My professor and Snuffles," Harry breathed, his voice shaking with excitement. "Can't you take me to them?" "Master has given Kooky orders," the house elf growled. "Boy cannot give orders. But they'll leave that old headmaster alone, I think, if they find me." Harry shouted desperately. "Doesn't matters," Kooky hissed. "Boy, be silent now. Follow Master's orders." "He's not my master," Harry yelled. The elf snarled at him and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Harry's jaw clicked shut. He couldn't move his mouth at all, though he could still make noises with his throat if he tried. Scowling at the mean house elf, Harry sat down on the floor with his arm crossed angrily and his bag in his lap. The elf ignored him and just stood there, glowering and probably listening for trouble. Everything was quiet. Then a rumbling started from under the floor, and both Harry and Kooky looked up at each other in alarm. Severus' blood sang with adrenaline, and one glance at Lupin told him he wasn't the only one. The werewolf's eyes glittered with gold streaks, and his normally mild expression was firm and determined. Bumblebee Manor rose up out of the surrounding trees like a mysterious castle, and the surrounding wards sparkled in the air, responding to Severus' revealing spell. It was one he'd invented and Dumbledore had never countered. Waving his wand and muttering under his breath, Severus picked the threads apart while he waited for the cat and dog animagi to finish their inspection of the house. The glowing yellow wards in front of him suddenly shifted to orange and then red, alerting Severus that they were about to snap and that if Dumbledore was in the area, he would sense them breaking. Severus waited, glancing at Lupin, who nodded back. The sound of a dog howling was the signal, and the potions master slashed his wand, directing his ward-piercing spell to finish. The wards snapped and the ground shuddered slightly as the powerful magic was broken. As the taut strands of the wards snapped, they sent flecks of powerful magic scattering over Severus and Lupin. Snape shivered at the sensation of smelling lemons. His intellect knew he could not really smell lemons, but Dumbledore's magic was associated with that scent in his mind. "Do you smell lemons?" Lupin suddenly asked, his face pinched in worry. Severus gave him a sharp glance, and then charged forward. Glad to know I'm not the only one," he muttered in reply. They met the two animagi at a garden gate which stood open. Minerva had likely shifted, spelled the gate open, and then shifted back to a cat. The feline jumped on Severus and climbed onto his shoulder. He grumbled, but settled the cat more comfortably on his shoulder before he followed Black's huge canine shape through a hushed, overcrowded garden. It seemed everything associated with Dumbledore was overcrowded and chaotic, Severus thought, turning up his nose at the disorganized array of plants and flowers in the moonlight. Lupin was the rear guard, and he spelled the garden gate, so it wouldn't be closed without significant effort. They would need all the escape routes they could get. Severus raised his wand and cast a detection spell that would slice through most protections. He felt the effort of the powerful charm like a punch to the gut, but it was worth it. "The old man is with Harry in the North Tower," he told his fellow conspirators. "There is a house elf in the area as well." Dumbledore just cloaked himself from my spell." "He knows we're here," Lupin muttered. "Any changes to the plan?" "Need I remind you, he's only one man," Severus said sharply. "He cannot be in two places at once, which is what the plan relies on. Lupin, take Black and I'll take Minerva. We split up here." "It's more than likely he'll go after you and send the elf after us," Lupin replied, sounding worried. Can you handle that? Severus sneered. Please, Minerva knows Dumbledore better than all of us, and surely you and Black can handle one little elf. Just don't kill it. Right? Lupin nodded reluctantly. He whistled sharply at Black, whose canine head turned at once. Lupin flashed his hands in a series of some sort of sign language movements, and the two of them hurried off into the overgrown garden on their left, vanishing from sight and sound in a matter of seconds. Severus and the cat on his shoulder continued on toward the garden door. They passed through a veranda overgrown with ivy and honeysuckle vines and reached the terrace near the house's garden door. Severus spread out one hand and cast another ward detection spell. He was surprised that a simple Alohomora would open this one. It's a trap, Severus muttered. The cat meowed softly in agreement, tail twitching against his neck. The potions professor smirked slightly. You're right, we should spring it. Severus twisted his wand sharply. Alohomora, he growled. The door clicked and Severus threw it open with a gust of wind. The inside of the house was dark and silent. The potion's master sighed and shook his head. The cat jumped off his shoulder and disappeared inside, and Severus had little choice but to follow. He stepped into Bumblebee Manor, half expecting the door to crash shut behind him and maniacal laughter to start echoing around him. But that would be the Dark Lord's preferred move, not Dumbledore's. The old man would be waiting in the nearest sitting room with tea and cakes and a poisonous smile. But they were not here for the old manipulator. We are not looking to fight, Severus hissed, hoping McGonagall could hear him. He did not hear a reply, but that didn't bother him. If Minerva heard, she would listen. If she hadn't, there was no use in repeating himself to an empty room. Following the tug of the magical bond he sensed with the boy, Severus moved forward without hesitation. He knew which part of the house they were in, and he confidently took a broad staircase up into the darkness. He met with no resistance and reached the second floor in silence. He still didn't know if Minerva had come up, either behind or ahead of him, but he could trust that she had his back in either case. He paused to consult his memory of this part of Dumbledore's house before he continued up the wide hall and turned at the far end. A curtained window stood here with some moonlight falling through the threads. He turned left and started up the next flight of stairs. Access to the North Tower was on the third floor only, although there was a secret passage down from the tower to a private garden, only accessible from the inside. He sort of planned to make that a tentative escape route, but the whole tower and garden had wards, like a prison, made to keep everything in that was supposed to be, and anything out that wasn't supposed to come in. He was confident he could perhaps blow up the wall with one or two of the concoctions in his pocket or in the pockets of his companions, but he wanted to avoid damaging Dumbledore's property any more than he had to. If this came to a court hearing, he would prefer having as few charges as possible to his name. He was distracted by his thoughts and overconfident. He should have noticed the faint tingle of magic right in front of him before the stairs opened up. Severus shouted and scrambled for a handhold, but he fell into a yawning dark chasm, tumbling head over heels. 2 seconds later, he landed very painfully on his back. There was a carpet under him, which had probably saved his skull from cracking open, but all the wind had been knocked out of him and his head rang painfully. One of his shoulders had taken the impact harder than the other, and shooting pains raced from his shoulder, down his arm and back, and up to his skull. He gasped when he had breath to do so again, and shut his eyes tightly as he struggled to deal with the pain. Severus. The potions master gasped again at the familiar voice and scrambled up on his hands and knees, ignoring the pain that was so severe it almost brought tears to his eyes. There was a little bit of light in the room. It was a box-like chamber of stone, without windows or defining features or a visible door. The carpet in the middle and a small table nearby were the only furniture. On the table was a row of glowing bottles. Severus froze at the sight. Like blue mist, the swirling contents of the corked bottles shifted and moved, making the weird blue light dance over the walls like water. Memories. Severus, I hoped we could talk. The old man's voice came again, though he was nowhere to be seen. Severus jerked and his wand trembled for an instant before he slashed silently in the direction of the voice. The red light of his stunning curse hit the wall and bounced back, Severus gasped and rolled aside as the spell hit the carpet where he had been kneeling and fizzled out. The walls were so well warded they repelled magic instead of absorbing it. "My boy, that was uncalled for," Dumbledore's voice echoed, sounding supremely disappointed and saddened. "All I want to do is talk." "Your words are poison," Severus wheezed hoarsely, hunched over as he struggled to get his breath back, to ignore the shooting pains in his back and shoulder and head. "You haven't even heard me out." "I don't need to," Severus coughed, almost laughing. "I remember everything. I remember my son. If you try to stop me, I'll kill you. I swear it." The old man sighed, his voice seeming to come from everywhere at once. "I do not doubt it, Severus," he murmured. "But have you stopped to ask yourself why? Why would I do this to you? To Harry? Indeed, I know you have questions, and I wish to answer them." "Indulge yourself," Severus spat, heaving himself to his feet, keeping one arm wrapped around his ribs. The bond with the boy, his son, sang in his chest. He was closer to the child than he had been since before his last memory surgery, and his magic reacted. Drawing on the distraction, Severus straightened up and walked cautiously over to the table with the memories. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you." Dumbledore's grave voice came from directly in front of Severus, behind the table. The potion's master jerked and aimed his wand at the bare wall behind the bottles. "I'm sick of your games, old man," Severus hissed. "I'm finished being your chess piece." "I know it," Dumbledore sighed. "But everything I did, I have done for love of you." "Love?" Severus laughed painfully, tightening his arm around his ribs. "You call this love? Forced love is not love. It's rape." "You call it what you will, Severus," Dumbledore replied sternly. "But I have done what I did for you, and you alone. Will you not hear me out? I told you to indulge yourself." The air behind the table shimmered, and a powerful disillusionment spell came undone as the old wizard stepped forward. Severus scowled and raised his wand yet again. Expelliarmus was on his lips, but the old man waved his empty hand and Severus felt like he had been punched in the stomach. He fell back with a cry of pain. His wand and cloak were ripped from him, and he lay on the carpet, panting for breath and struggling to rise. "Please, Severus," the old man pleaded. There was a faint click as he placed Severus' wand on the table beside the bottles. "Please hear me out." "Ah, yes," Severus panted, shutting his eyes against the vertigo that made his head spin. The Dark Lord was fond of monologues before he killed his disloyal slaves. "Do not compare me to Voldemort, Severus Snape," Dumbledore said sternly with anger bleeding into his voice. "Do you think I have enjoyed this game you and I have been locked in? Do you think me evil and twisted enough to?" Severus tried to rise, but gave up. Some curse was pinning him to the ground by making his torso feel extra heavy. It was hard to breathe, but trying to get up off the floor made it worse. He lay still, gasping for air, and groping for the wand he no longer had. He thought Dumbledore twisted all right, and maybe that made him evil, but he was certain that the old meddler thought himself above such things as good and evil. He had been like this ever since Severus had first known him. "Will you listen, Severus? It isn't as though I have a choice," Severus wheezed. He shut his eyes and dragged on his wandless magic. He could perhaps untangle the spell pinning him down, but it would take time. He tackled the curse without delay and concentrated on picking it apart. "You were young and foolish when you joined Voldemort," Dumbledore said quietly. Severus winced at the name, and his arm gave a ghostly twinge. "I could not stop you, nor did I dare to. But I saw in you what I am certain you have never seen in yourself, a noble spirit and an unwavering courage. I knew that you would draw your own line, and once done, you would not budge from it, unless given some motivation. Are you telling me you plan to recruit me as a spy ever since I was an angry, bitter 17-year-old Death Eater?" Severus spat, pausing to drag in a painful breath. The heaviness seemed to be growing, and the pressure on his bruised ribs was almost making tears burn his eyes. "I plan to bring you back to the light even then, yes," Dumbledore confessed. "Near Halloween of 1979, I heard through my spies that Voldemort was planning a special revel for his most loyal followers. Making certain you were one of them was not difficult. I leaked information that enabled your ideas and skills to be showcased, and then I allowed the one person to be captured who would induce you to switch sides. Severus' breath caught and his eyes snapped open in horror. No, not even Albus Dumbledore would do something so diabolical. I assigned the newly married Lily Potter to a mission and allowed her involvement to be leaked to a spy, the old man said slowly. She was captured. You were supposed to be rewarded a day later, and I waited. Dumbledore heaved a deep breath. Words cannot express my grief and anxiety at making such a choice, Severus. But I knew deep in my heart that you would come through. Your crisis of conscience would not allow you to let harm come to Lily. You monster, Severus wheezed, real tears falling from his eyes and trickling down his cheeks. He told himself it was because of the painful pressure of Dumbledore's clever little curse, but he knew he was crying for Lily. Even Lily had not been able to escape the old man's games. The headmaster deserved to die for that. I am telling you the truth, however horrible, Dumbledore answered solemnly. You deserve to know everything. Indeed, Severus choked out through the weight on his lungs. Because after you'll take my memories again. Ignoring the comment, Albus Dumbledore stepped closer into Severus' line of vision. Lily turned up again after Halloween and would not speak of what had happened. But I spoke to her myself and heard her honest story, and yes, I was overjoyed. You had been brought face to face with the horror of Voldemort's insanity, what his reign would look like, and soon, you would be ripe for recruitment. But time passed, and you did not approach me. I later learned that you and Lily maintained contact without my knowledge, and she lied to my face about it. I was impressed, because you never expected your precious Gryffindors capable of deception, Severus thought scornfully, being without breath to speak any longer. Sparks danced in front of his eyes as he slowly suffocated. Severus? The potion's master did not answer. He couldn't. With growing desperation, Severus directed a burst of his own magic at the curse, pinning him to the ground. But it was like trying to cut a rope with a feather. He could not breathe and his ribs felt like they were going to crack under the pressure. Just as he was sure he was going to lose consciousness, the weight disappeared and Severus dragged in a long, wheezing breath, coughing and curling over onto his side to recover. My poor boy, I am so sorry, Dumbledore's voice came as if from far away. I did not realize that the curse grows in weight as it is left. Do forgive me, Severus. Severus ignored the sniveling old man and concentrated on pulling sweet oxygen into his lungs. He had never experienced such a curse before and guessed it was one of Dumbledore's inventions. Ingeniously evil. Do you feel better now? Severus stiffened, rage and hate bubbling up inside him until he was ready to be consumed by it. The old man was concerned about his well-being. A man who sent an innocent girl to be tortured and raped all for the sake of recruitment. Lunging to all fours, he gave a snarl like a beast and threw himself on the old wizard, yanking a small knife from his belt into his hands. It was stupid, a move born of desperation and rage and helplessness. Albus was caught off guard, but he was spry and strong for a man of 152 years. He twisted away from Snape, shoved him back with that gut-punching wandless curse, and drew his wand. His booming voice chanted a disarming spell with several extra Latin words tacked on. Severus was flung against the far wall by the force of it, and the magic raked across his skin like hot combs, making him cry out in pain. When the red cleared from his vision and he caught his breath, he found that the powerful spell had stripped him naked, leaving him sprawled on the cold stone at the far end of the room. Albus Dumbledore stood on the carpet in the middle of the chamber, tall and angry, his robes fluttering around him as his body crackled with energy like lightning. Do not try that again, Severus, Dumbledore said quietly. I do not react well to being almost stabbed. Hysterical laughter gurgled up out of the potion master's throat, but he didn't move from where he lay slumped against the wall. The only thing he did was drag his feet closer to his body, both for warmth and for some instinct of protection. He was completely vulnerable, and a flashback loomed at the back of his mind, triggered by his bare skin against cold stone, fear pounding in his chest, and thoughts of Lily. He tasked the magical constructs defending his mind's temple to keep the memories at bay until later. He could not afford to let his guard down here. Would you like for me to finish telling you everything? I promise that not all is betrayal and grief. You are a traitor, Severus whispered. She trusted you. You gave her to the wolves. I gave her to you, Severus. A low chuckle filled with malice bubbled out of his mouth. I should thank you? Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. His hair looked disheveled from their brief struggle, and Severus' clothing was in a heap at the old man's feet. Dumbledore deliberately aimed his wand at them, emptied the pockets of a healing potion, a scrap of paper, a muggle pin, and a few coins, and tossed the shirt, pants, and trousers back at him. Severus ignored them, refusing to scramble across the floor like a prisoner. I did not mean to strip you, my boy, Dumbledore said more calmly. I know what terrible memories you bear of such a thing. I was angry, and I apologize. I only meant to disarm you of further weapons. It wouldn't have killed you, Severus muttered, flicking his hand in a wandless summoning spell. It was weak, and the clothes shifted just slightly. But now they were in his reach, and he could sit up and grab hold of them. I did not know that. You tried to stab me. I was angry, Severus sneered, throwing the old man's words back, minus the apology. Something about you setting me and Lily up for a rape date. Dumbledore sighed like he was being a difficult child, and Severus stuffed his rage down before it got him in more trouble. He could afford to wait, probably. He dressed himself quickly, trying to ignore the old man's grave blue eyes watching him. When he stepped away from the wall he had been leaning against, he felt shaky on his feet, but without the pressure on his chest, the pain in his ribs and shoulder was bearable. Well? Severus snapped, tapping his bare foot on the floor. What else did you have to tell me? When did you find out Harry was mine? Embarrassingly, I did not find out. You told me. Severus narrowed his eyes, searching through the memories that had been coming back. Something about me being the one to defy the Dark Lord 3 times? You remember. Dumbledore sounded relieved. The potions master sneered. I don't remember much of that meeting, so why don't you simply tell me your version of events? Dumbledore sighed again and adjusted his spectacles. Lily and James announced that they were expecting almost 2 months after that Halloween, and to my chagrin, I never even guessed. I suppose I assumed that you, as a potions prodigy, would have a contraceptive potion available or would make one. But no matter. The next event was the prophecy. Here, I also must confess my meddling hand. I had heard the prophecy from Trelawney earlier that year by accident, but after mulling it over, I determined for Voldemort's spies to carry it, or at least half of it, back to him. I chose a night at the Hog's Head when I knew that a few Death Eaters, or at least sympathizers or informants would be around, including yourself. I didn't take it to him, Severus snarled defensively. I do not believe in prophecies. I know you don't, my boy, Dumbledore said with a weary smile. But I knew that if Voldemort was to be defeated, he needed to face the one who had the power to defeat him. A baby, Severus interrupted, trying to control his anger at the old man's casual use of the Dark Lord's name. You are telling me you thought a baby would defeat the Dark Lord? Have you ever heard of Phineas Boley? Who? I suppose you wouldn't. That was before you joined. Phineas was a seer and an early member of the Order of the Phoenix. He died of a heart attack before you joined Voldemort. Your point? Severus snarled, grabbing at his aching arm. Memory was a tricky thing, but hearing that name over and over was making his arm hurt down to the bone. Phineas Boley kept a dream diary, as his visions and prophecies were mainly dreams. After his death, I read what he had written. Several of his visions featured a baby facing Voldemort and shining brightly, somehow banishing the Dark Lord from the land of the living. There were several iterations of the same theme, and when I heard Trelawney's prophecy, I knew that Voldemort would need to face an infant to be defeated. Severus shook his head slowly, in denial, disbelief, but he knew nothing of such things and kept silent. He did not believe in prophecy, but Dumbledore did, and so had the Dark Lord. Whether any of it was true or not, Harry had found himself at the center of a power struggle between a Dark Lord and an old manipulator, even before his conception. And Severus was his queen piece. He hated the old headmaster with all his being, but he controlled himself. Just a few more minutes. You know what happened next? Dumbledore went on with a sigh. Voldemort moved on the Potters, and they fled. You came to me with what you knew and offered to spy for me in exchange for my absolute devotion to Lily and Harry's safety, and I learned that the Potter boy was not who I had thought he was. I guessed that one of the Marauders was the spy and allowed them to work it out themselves in hopes of exposing Voldemort's source, and everything worked out as I had hoped. The Potters were betrayed, but Harry somehow defeated Voldemort. The boy who lived then needed to be kept safe, and I knew that you would make first claim for the child. Dumbledore paused and shook his head regretfully. But I knew that you would not be able to care for Harry. You did go to Azkaban later that year, until I managed to get you out. You were unstable and depressed, even without the memories I took from you. You became bitter and angry and cruel. Became? Severus interrupted. I have always been jaded and nasty, Dumbledore. Don't pretend otherwise. You changed, Dumbledore replied simply. Whether it was growing up, or tragedy and repentance, or the simple magic of becoming a father, you were different from the beginning of 1980 to that fateful night in 81. You remained stern and serious, but more apt to laugh and to care. You had hope. It grieved me to take your son and even your memories of the child, but you were unstable and furious in the aftermath of Lily's death. You blamed me and nearly came to blows in that house. I struck you down before I thought about it, and then took the memories that were causing problems. I thought I would return them when you were a bit calmer, but then we were mopping up Death Eaters, and you went to Azkaban, and then, do you see? There was never a good time to give them back. After Azkaban, you would have lost your mind had I not taken other memories of the tortures you had endured or witnessed as a Death Eater. I helped you recover, Severus. I did everything I could for you. And 3 days ago? Severus rasped, the old man's words affecting him more than he cared to admit. Minerva told me I was happy with Harry, that I was stable and kind. She said she thought I loved that child. Why would you take that? The old man smiled sadly. You may have been growing attached to Harry, which was a good and wonderful thing, but you were growing rebellious and unreasonable toward me. Again, I had already set up the blood wards around Harry's maternal relatives and could not reset them around you without revealing things that would have been better to stay hidden. I tried to compromise, but you would not listen to me. You nearly killed Lupin, and you colluded with Sirius Black, and you threatened me. I had to do something before you lost your mind. The simplest thing was to erase your memories and put everything back the way it was. It seemed to fix the problem, at least for a day or two. The Marauders were the wrinkle, Severus realized with a strange detachment. You didn't expect us to ally with one another. Knowing that he somehow owed Dumbledore's frustration to Lupin and Black didn't fill him with the distaste and anger he thought it would. Strangely enough, he considered the last two Marauders as close allies now, and they were allied with him against Dumbledore. But I know it was a mistake. The old headmaster sighed with regret. I knew it when I went to see you the day after and saw your brittle attitude, your discomfort around me. Did you start remembering things right away, I wonder? Did I meddle one too many times and upset the careful balance of your mind? I am sorry, Severus. I am truly sorry. I meant to save you pain, to fix what was wrong, and I have made you suffer even more. Don't ask for forgiveness, Severus hissed, though his venom lacked strength. He slumped back against the wall and passed his hand over his face, realizing that he was trembling from head to toe. Do not ask for it, because I will never forgive you. I was not going to ask, Dumbledore replied gently. You have never been a forgiving person, my dear boy. Stop calling me that, Severus whispered, his face twisting into a snarl of pain and rage. My apologies, the headmaster murmured. But now you know. I have said my piece. Severus glanced up and around. If there was an escape from this tomb, it was hidden. Without looking at the ancient wizard, he sneered. And what are you going to do with me now, old man? It is your choice. Severus' eyes snapped back to Dumbledore in surprise. Truly? It was his choice? Fine. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, glanced at the glowing bottles on the table behind the headmaster, and stepped forward while crossing his arms over his chest. I want my memories back, he declared. The old man stayed still, gazing piercingly at him for several seconds. Finally, he turned to the table with the bottles on it. I would give them to you, the old man said softly. But you would not survive. I didn't say I wanted them back in my head, Severus snapped, impatiently. I said I want them back. They're mine. I didn't give them to you. Indeed, Dumbledore sighed. But these are not memories. He waved his wand, and one of the corks popped out. Blue mist rose out of the open bottle and crackled like tiny fireworks before dissipating completely. Severus clenched his jaw, unsure of how to feel about the trick. He said nothing. Is there anything else I can do for you, Severus? The old man asked, turning around again. Give me back my son, the potion's master replied promptly, echoes of the past ringing in his head as if in agreement. I cannot do that, Dumbledore said grimly. Please understand. The boy is too important for this. Too important for the likes of me, you mean? Severus sneered. I see through you, old fool. And I don't care about your machinations or your war. I never have. I only ever served your cause for Lily. I know. Are you going to let me go? You know I cannot do that. Severus was silent. He shook his head and shifted his bare feet on the cold stone floor. He should have known that this would end somehow in this room. So, the potions master laughed coldly. Let me guess. My choices are either to let you mind rape me again until I am once more your stupidly compliant little slave, or perhaps I can choose the method of my own death? I am not your enemy, Severus, Dumbledore replied in a very quiet voice. No? Severus smiled without any mirth whatsoever. You're doing an excellent job of acting like it, you know? Dumbledore sighed again and shook his head sadly. You are a Death Eater. You're the one who said we can be more than our pasts, Severus tossed back, seething at the low blow. But if we are bringing up past mistakes, very well. You colluded with Grindelwald to take over the world. It was never like that. Simplified, yes it was. You are being childish. Severus burst out into cruel laughter. He couldn't help it. This whole conversation was ridiculous, and he had wasted enough time. Childish, he laughed. No, my dear Albus, I am not being childish. I am stalling. Before the old man could think about what he'd said, Severus yanked the top button off his shirt, wandlessly canceling the transfiguration spell that had been used on it. The potion bottle was full of murky gray liquid and Severus threw it down on the floor while closing his eyes. With a bang, the bottle exploded in a brilliant flash of light and filled the room with dense fog that smelled like charcoal. Dumbledore cried out, either in surprise or pain, but Severus was already moving, darting around the perimeter of the room to the last place he'd seen his wand. A red flash passed over his shoulder, and Severus growled before he reached the table. He snatched his wand and barely ducked another spell, this one a bright white streak of brilliance that almost blinded him. It bounced off the wall and hit him in the side. Blood immediately dampened his clothes, and the pain came a minute later. He grabbed his wand and kicked the table over while he slipped away. The table fell with a crash and the bottle shattered. Severus! Dumbledore shouted, sounding alarmed. Are you trying to kill me? Severus demanded a little breathlessly. He was losing a lot of blood too quickly, and he was leaning against a wall, trying to patch it. But the angle was bad, and he was starting to feel lightheaded. I cannot give you what you want. What if I want you dead? Severus threw back carelessly, blinking hard at the darkness shading his vision. His trousers were soaked by now, and all around him he could smell blood. It was coppery and sharp, and he reeked of it. Dumbledore conjured a wind to disperse the fog, and Severus pressed himself against the wall. He gripped his wand tightly, but he couldn't seal his wound. He was going to bleed to death. Severus opened his eyes, wondering if he preferred to die now without seeing the boy, without having to look him in the eye and tell him that he did not remember his own child. His heart ached suddenly, for what he had lost and for what he would never get back. The wind blew the gray fog aside, but it also blew a strangely familiar glob of wispy blue magic straight toward him. Severus looked at it, not understanding what it was until it paused and then drifted toward his head, picking up speed as it came. Memories. Dumbledore cried out again, incoherently, but Severus just continued to stare at the swirling blue mist rushing at him. Hadn't the old man said they weren't memories in the bottles? He barely had time to think any longer as the memories surrounded his head and penetrated his skull. The potion's master fell to the ground. Remus kept expecting something to go wrong, but he and Padfoot made their way up the narrow back stairs to the third floor without incident. The dog's nails clicked on the stone and wood floors of the old manor, and Remus' soft boots whispered in response. They reached the door to the North Tower without meeting resistance of any kind and didn't see Snape or McGonagall anywhere. Padfoot shifted into his human form and silently got out his lock picks. Apparently, this part of the house was a bit more secure than the rest. While Sirius busied himself with the ordinary lock and Remus stood guard, a shadow came scurrying toward them out of the dark. Stopping in a square of moonlight from a skylight, the tabby cat shifted into the stern Transfiguration professor. "Albus has him," she whispered urgently. There was a trap on the stairs between second and third floors. "Great," Sirius muttered from behind Remus. "The plan allowed for this," the werewolf forced himself to say. "Want us to get Harry ourselves and meet you?" "Aye," Minerva agreed, her eyes flashing dangerously. "I'll find where the old coot's taken Severus and send ye a Patronus when I've got him. We may need to fight." "I hope not," Remus sighed. "One of us could end up dead." "Yeah, Dumbledore could," Sirius scoffed. He stood up and dusted off his hands. "It's ready, Moony." Remus threw Minerva a salute as she transformed and turned to the door. It was password protected, but it was rather obvious what the word would be. Minerva had filled them in on the tower's original purpose. "Ariana," Remus murmured. The door clicked, and an Alohomora sent it swinging open with an ominous creak. Glancing behind at the empty hallway, Remus slipped inside, followed by Sirius in dog form. They left Sirius' bundle of lockpicks in the door jamb to keep it open, and then hurried up the winding stairs. Both of the marauders caught the scent at the same time. "Harry." Remus Wolf jumped in excitement, and Remus sternly ordered him down so their pup would not fear. Surprisingly, the wolf accepted that reason and stayed quiet. Padfoot whined softly and leapt up the last few steps. The next door flew open with an Alohomora, and Remus had to grab the door to keep it from flying into the wall. The room was cozy. A school desk at one end of the room had some books and papers stacked on it, and closer to them was a table and chair for eating. A vase of flowers in the middle of the table gave it a nice homey feel. There were no windows, but some magical lamps burned on the rounded walls. An arched doorway probably led down to the private gardens, and the wall bulged toward them at the other end of the room. A door in the curved wall led to the bedroom, and neither Sirius nor Remus needed the magical tug in their chests to tell them Harry was behind that door. Their noses told them everything. Remus held up 3 fingers to the animagus and counted down before he hit the door with Alohomora and followed the dog in. A strange scuffle met their eyes. The dark-haired boy was running from a wizened house elf that was chasing him, hopping and popping around the room to try and catch him. The elf was shouting threats, while Harry was saying nothing, and Remus and Sirius largely went unnoticed. But Harry was quick and nimble, and as the marauders burst in, Harry threw a bottle at the elf, hitting him square in the nose, before he dove under the large 4-poster bed. Padfoot tackled the elf, and Remus cast a stupefy on him before they could find out what house elf battle magic looked like. In the sudden silence, Harry poked his head out from under the bed, flushed and panting through his nose. His mouth was shut, but the way Harry's jaw was clenched seemed unnatural. At the sight of him, Harry looked ready to hide again, but he didn't seem as terrified as he had been the last time Remus saw him. Swallowing a rush of guilt, Remus smiled his kindest smile and crouched down, holding out his hand to the child. "Hello there, Harry. My name is Remus, and we're here to rescue you." Harry eyed him skeptically, his green eyes serious and suspicious, but he said nothing. "Are you all right?" Remus asked cautiously. "Can you speak?" The boy shook his head vehemently, and his eyes slid over to the elf pinned under Padfoot's large paws. Had the house elf shut him up for some reason? Remus slowly raised his wand, hoping Harry wouldn't panic. "Finite incantatum," he whispered, hoping it would be enough. Harry's mouth popped open as if he had been straining to open it himself for a while. The relief on his face was painful to see, but Harry didn't come all the way out from under the bed. He glared at Remus instead. You bit me, he announced darkly. Yes, Remus' smile faltered. I'm sorry about that. But I wasn't myself when I bit you. I would never do it otherwise. I was horrified when I found out I infected you. The boy seemed to consider that, and Padfoot chose that moment to become serious. Harry brightened at once and scrambled out from under the bed. Remus grabbed the satchel that Harry had been carrying while he and the elf were playing tag, and turned to watch the boy reunite with his godfather. Snuffles, he cried, launching himself at Sirius for a hug. You came. I knew you'd come. Hey, kiddo, Sirius chuckled, kissing Harry's forehead and ruffling his hair. You smell clean. Kooky let me take a bath every single night. Harry gushed. He glanced down at the unconscious elf. Is he okay? He's just sleeping. Don't worry about it, Sirius assured him. He hugged Harry again. I'm glad to see you again, Harry. You ready to go? Is the professor here? Harry asked timidly, giving both men nervous looks. He's downstairs somewhere, Remus answered immediately. We need to go get him. Harry looked so happy that his face might crack from his grinning. Let me get my shoes on, he said, racing for the bed where he'd left his bag. He skidded to a halt when he saw that Remus was holding the bag. The werewolf smiled again, hoping he looked non-threatening, and held out the bag. When Harry made no move to grab it, Remus sighed. I'm so sorry, Harry, he said quietly, but for the record, I don't remember biting you. Some of the tension seemed to fall out of Harry's shoulders. I don't remember what happened to me on the full moon either. I'm very sorry for what I did to you. Believe me, Remus repeated fervently. If I could undo it, I would. Harry shrugged and nodded. Well, I guess I should say thanks, the boy said softly, looking up with guileless emerald eyes. I never would have got away from the Dursleys if you never bit me. Remus blinked and then smiled awkwardly. Well, I suppose good can come out of everything, can it? Right, Sirius interrupted impatiently. But while we wait, Dumbles is probably erasing Snape's memories again. Let's get going before it's too late. Harry looked alarmed, but he didn't say anything. He grabbed his shoes, and Sirius helped him put them on. As they turned to leave with Harry in Sirius' arms and Remus carrying the boy's shoulder bag, a rumble from somewhere close by made them glance at one another in alarm. Is the professor hurt? Harry whispered fearfully. Was it a bomb? Maybe a blasting curse, Remus answered grimly. Before Sirius could say anything, a silver tabby burst through the floor and opened its mouth. Hurry to the second floor, garden office. Minerva's crisp, Scottish accent came out of the cat's mouth. Severus is bleeding out and Albus is insane. The Patronus vanished, scattering silver sparkles in the air. Harry's eyes were wide and his mouth agape. Was that Professor Tsongall? He asked. Professor McGonagall. Yes, that's right, Sirius answered, looking impressed. That was her Patronus, like a magical messenger. You met her, huh? Yeah, Harry nodded, seeming to recover from his worried fear for the professor. Remus led the way down the spiral staircase and Sirius followed close on his heels, so he could still hear Harry. Professor McGonagall's really nice, and she told me a story about when my mum and dad had to work together to do their homework and my mum didn't like my dad, so she turned the shoebox into a skunk. Sirius chuckled, his laughter echoing in the stairwell. I remember that. James was so mad at her he didn't ask her out for a week. Remember, Moony? I remember, Remus answered with a smile. He shoved open the tower door at the bottom of the stairs and held it open for Sirius. I also seem to recall that we were tasked with a return prank. Oh yeah, Sirius grinned. What did we decide on again? Did we color her hair or transfigure her quills? Into worms, Remus finished, chuckling. We transfigured every one of her quills into flobberworms. Remember how mad she got? Sirius nodded, his eyes bright with happiness. Ugh, and then she filled out shampoo bottles with that stinksap stuff, remember? We thought that was Snape's idea, remember? Remus commented. Mum didn't like you guys 'cause you caused trouble? Harry interrupted innocently. She was a really good girl, most of the time, Sirius chuckled, shaking his head fondly. Remus and James and I, well, let's just say we were not really good boys most of the time. I'm not a good boy most of the time either, Harry shrugged, but he was smiling contentedly. Oh, Sirius said, sounding genuinely interested. You play pranks on people? No, Harry replied slowly. You go to sleep in class? Only when I'm really tired. You disrespect the prefects? What's a prefect? There, see? Sirius finished triumphantly. You're a really good boy already compared to us marauders. Remus smiled, but said nothing as they continued downstairs. Sirius was a really good godfather. He could only hope he could get a chance to be a good alpha for Harry too. He took a deep breath as they reached the bottom of the service stairs and stopped, holding out his arm for Sirius to stop. He turned around, facing the now silent Animagus and his godson. We don't know what we'll find down there, Remus said seriously. Harry, our job is to take care of you, but we're also trying to get Professor Snape out of here in one piece. I want your word that you'll listen to us without question if we tell you to do something. If we tell you to hide, you hide. If we tell you to run, you run. Understand? Harry nodded solemnly, his green eyes big and worried. We might do some fighting, Remus said quietly. Don't be afraid, all right? We'll protect you as best we can. Harry nodded again, his face suddenly tightening with worry. Is my professor okay? I hope so, Remus said firmly, trying to ignore how Harry called Snape his. That's why we're going now, to help him out. Now we need to be very quiet while we go find him, so we aren't heard by Professor Dumbledore. Harry scowled. I don't like Headmaster, the child muttered. He tried to make me talk too much and locked me up. We don't like him either, Sirius grumbled, tightening his grip on the child in his arm. He stole you and hurt Snape to do it. We won't let him take you back. Harry nodded fiercely and clung tightly to his godfather. All right, Remus nodded grimly, holding up his wand. Let's go. Remember, be quiet. Remus hurried on down the passage, closing his eyes and using scent and his enhanced hearing to guide him while he consulted his memory for the maps Snape had showed them. To be honest, his memory was not photographic and he did not remember it much. But his senses were different. He could hear shouts and he could smell charcoal and blood. He stopped and stuck his free hand out towards Sirius. He flashed his fingers in their special sign language and continued on down the passage without looking back, confident that Padfoot would be following, with Harry behind at a distance. He heard a crash and realized it came from behind a locked door. The garden office. Remus glanced to his side where a big black dog silently stood like a great shadow, and then over his shoulder where Harry's green eyes, flecked with gold, glowed with worry from a few feet away. Press yourself against the wall, Remus ordered him in a whisper. If you see Dumbledore, hide or run. We'll find you. How? Prairie whispered a little frantically. What if I get lost? You're my pup, Remus answered simply. I could never lose you. Giving the boy an encouraging smile, he blasted the door off its hinges with a bombarda. Minerva McGonagall had found Severus not long after she went back to the second floor as a cat. Her sharp ears caught the sound of voices from a room that was warded against human ears and managed to get into a large office that was more like a small library than a workspace. Once inside, she found the secret door to a different chamber right around the time that she heard Severus' flashbang potion go off. He had promised not to use that unless he was in trouble, so she wasted no time in transforming back into her human self and blasting open the door. Gray fog rolled out, which she banished back into the room with a powerful tornado curse. Severus was lying on his side almost right in front of her feet in a puddle of blood. She gasped and bent over him, but froze at a familiar voice. Et2, brute? Albus Dumbledore spelled the lights on somehow, several glowing balls appearing on the walls of the small, square, windowless chamber. A table lay on its side, not far away along with several smashed glasses or bottles. The old man was dressed in his dark, purple robes with yellow stars, and his blue eyes burned with intensity. What have ye done to him? Minerva demanded in a quiet, but harsh voice. He's won you over so easily, Minerva. Albus shook his head sadly. I merely defended myself. He nudged something on the floor by his boot, a small potions knife. Yet he's the one bleedin' to death. Minerva raised her voice. She pressed one hand over the deep wound in Professor Snape's side. He had been hit in the back, and the singed edges of his shirt told her that this was a serious wound, caused by magic, not a knife. "What has Severus told you, Minerva? What has turned you against me?" "Don't say another word, and don't move 1 inch," the Scotswoman growled, jerking off her cloak to press it against Severus' injury. "I know what YEA I done to him. Takin his mind, his son, his dignity. I'll not let you take his life too." Albus sighed sadly and shook his head in regret. "He has lost his mind, Minerva," he said gently. "You know he nearly murdered Remus Lupin and colluded with Sirius Black. He has somehow convinced himself that he is Harry's father and wants to steal him away for some nefarious purpose. How can you let yourself be taken in by these Death Eaters, my dearest old friend?" Minerva shook her head, feeling dazed and heartbroken. "What happened to you, Albus?" she whispered. "Why are ye doing this? You do not believe me. I don't care to listen to lies." The Transfiguration Professor turned away and cast a silent Patronus, instructing it to take a message to Lupin. Dumbledore cast something at her as she was distracted, and she shifted into a cat to avoid it. She did not recognize the teal color of the spell that flashed past her. "Minerva, listen to me," Albus pleaded as her cat form spat and hissed at him from atop a bookshelf. Severus was becoming a danger to the Order. He would destroy everything we fought for in the war. If you are with him, you are against me. Minerva leapt to a different bookshelf as Albus cast another spell at her. She jumped down from that one, shifted to human, and transfigured a book into a whip that she flung toward the headmaster's feet. While he dodged it, she shifted into a cat again and darted away, determined to keep him chasing her until the marauders could arrive to back her up. She dared not face Albus Dumbledore one-on-one, having seen him in battle too often before. Harry is far too important to allow Severus to take him, to instill in him the kind of rebellious disobedience and single-minded independence that are the defining trait of a Snape. Albus shouted, his voice rising with his frustration and determination to convince her, or maybe himself. There is only one who can definitively vanquish Voldemort when he returns. Harry must be willing to obey my orders as his commanding officer. Without discipline, there would be no force to face the Death Eaters when they also return. Minerva darted under a desk, narrowly dodging a red stunning curse. "Minerva, stop and listen to me. I am not the enemy." The animagus professor trembled under the desk from anger and grief. Albus Dumbledore had finally snapped. She was sure of it. She had never known her friend to act like this. So unhinged, so out of touch with morality. "I had no choice in what I have done," the headmaster shouted, sounding anguished and on the verge of tears. "I love Severus as a son. You must believe me, Minerva, when I say that I am doing what is best for him. I would rather he die quietly now than live with a broken mind in St. Mungo's, or be tormented for the rest of his days in Azkaban." Minerva slipped out from under the desk and shifted to her human self, choking back tears as she faced her old friend. "Broken mind? Azkaban? Both outcomes would be your own fault, Albus," she accused. "Severus has always deserved better than the scraps you've thrown him all his life. Now ye say he'd be better off dead? What of Harry? Doesn't he deserve a father after all he's suffered? After all you've done to both Severus and Harry, I marvel that ye not be fearing Azkaban for yourself." Albus shook his head impatiently. "You do not understand the life I lead, Minerva," he said wearily, perhaps only mollified because she wasn't running from him anymore. "I have so many responsibilities, and leading the light in preparation for Voldemort's return is only one of my many tasks. Sometimes, sacrifices must be made for the greater good." The door exploded behind the old man, likely from a blasting curse. Dumbledore spun on his heel in shock as a new voice thundered from the dust-obscured doorway. "Damn your greater good." Remus Lupin stood in the doorway to the study with a snarling black dog at his side. The werewolf's eyes gleamed almost completely gold in the magical light from the walls. Minerva carefully stepped up onto the desk to gain a bit of height for her spellcasting, and so she would be able to easily jump to the nearest bookshelf if she had to shift in a hurry. "You ambush and corner me?" the headmaster demanded, sounding wounded. What has Severus done to you, my Gryffindors? Severus did nothing, but be your victim. Minerva scoffed. Why do ye think we're not capable of thinking for ourselves? Whatever Severus told you, whatever you think I have done, I did it for the sake of the war, Dumbledore insisted. I had no choice. Do you think I hate Severus? If a war must be won by sacrificing those you claim to love, then I want nothing to do with your war, Albus Dumbledore. Lupin shouted indignantly. Did you lose sight of humanity when you sought to save it? I will not fail at stopping a Dark Lord's rise again. Dumbledore shouted pleadingly, begging them to understand. You can fail at stopping a Dark Lord, Lupin announced solemnly. We can fail at being a wizard even. But if we fail at being human beings, what else is there? Some of us must sacrifice so that others can live, Albus said in a more broken voice. And are you God that you judge who is the sacrifice and who is not? Remus challenged his old headmaster. Albus Dumbledore drew himself up to his full height, his voice stronger and surer than before. Most of us cannot choose the fate we receive, and many do not deserve their fates, for good or evil. But we all have a part to play and a destiny to fulfill. Is it so terrible that I attempt to help others achieve their destinies while taking the greater burden upon myself? You have robbed Severus of his free will, and who knows how many others, Remus declared solemnly. Whether you meant ill or not, there is no good to be gained from manipulating a human being against their will. It was for their own good and for the good of the world. Any evil can be justified. Any goal can be deemed worthy enough for a few sacrifices. The ends justify the means, do they not? Yes, they do, Albus shouted, rage and a kind of insanity bleeding through his cries. You are no commander. You do not know what is at stake in this war. Do you not think I grieve at every sacrifice I have made? Do you think me so heartless and evil? Are you going to compare me to Voldemort himself, as Severus did? I only think you're misguided, Remus said firmly, stepping forward slightly, the growling dog Animagus beside him matching his steps. You think you're doing right, but you are making a terrible mistake. This is not your war. Not my? What? Albus blinked and stopped himself from going on. He seemed too stunned to reply. Your war was with Grindelwald, and you were victorious. But that war is over. Should Voldemort return, we may ask for your aid, but you are not fit to lead any longer. Not if you insist on playing with fate and human life as carelessly as a child plays wizard's chess. Dumbledore was silent for several seconds. What are you saying, Lupin? He finally asked, his voice low with warning. We are here to stop you from continuing your mistakes, the werewolf answered, completely unafraid. We're here to fix what you've done, and what we've done too. We're here to save Severus Snape. Dumbledore stiffened slightly and widened his stance. You would save him? He asked quietly, a hint of something hysterical in his voice. He has reclaimed all of his memories at once despite my warning. If the effort alone does not kill him, he will be broken and insane. There is a reason I took those memories from him, you know? You would be better to let him die peacefully. No one gets left behind. Lupin shouted, taking another step forward. You are the one who told us that. When the Order of the Phoenix was still fighting, you always told us that none would be forgotten. Severus was part of the Order, as was I, in case you have forgotten, and I will not leave him behind while I still draw breath. The werewolf aimed his wand unwaveringly at the ancient wizard. So step aside and let us depart peacefully, or we will leave over your body. So be it, Albus Dumbledore replied simply. He let loose the first spell and disapparated to the other side of the room with a loud crack. The Battle of Bumblebee Manor had begun. Harry cowered in the hallway, trembling with fear. He pressed himself against the wall as Remus the Wolf had ordered him to, and watched Snuffles and Remus walk into that room where the crazy old man was yelling at someone. Probably the lady professor who was a friend of Professor Snape. He winced as he heard Remus say a bad word, but he was good at ignoring it. Uncle Vernon said bad words sometimes, and even Dudley repeated bad words from TV. Aunt Petunia said it was rude and vulgar to curse. The professor never said bad words, and he was the best person Harry had ever met in his life. He listened as Remus the Wolf started talking loudly to the crazy old Dumbleman, And although there was a lot he couldn't understand in what they were saying, he could understand enough. Remus the wolf said it was bad to do things just because you thought you were smarter and better than other people, and even if it was for a good reason. Dumbledore didn't agree. He thought he was better than everybody, so he could make everyone do what he wanted them to do. Harry's heart jumped when they mentioned Severus. He knew somehow that it was the professor's real name, and he whispered it to himself. Somehow, he liked it much better than Professor. Then the Dumbleman said something about Severus being broken and insane because of something with his memories, and Harry's heart jumped into his throat in horror. His strong professor couldn't die, and the bad headmaster was just going to let him die. Quivering with nerves, Remus the wolf had said to stay put. After all, Harry got down on all fours and crawled to the doorway. A few feet away, Remus was standing next to Snuffles. Lamps on the wall were glowing a little, and it was better than moonlight. He could see the lady professor standing on a desk at the far end of the big room, and the Dumbleman was in the middle of the room, looking really scary and mad. The old man swung his magic stick, and a purple light shot out of the end straight at Remus the wolf before he vanished with a cracking noise like a broken stick. Harry gasped, but Snuffles jumped on Remus and knocked him down before the light hit him. The purple light flew out the doorway and hit the wall out in the hallway behind Harry. The old headmaster was on the other side of the room, shooting lights at Remus the wolf, Snuffles, and the lady professor. But the other people were shooting back, ducking and jumping and dodging, and Snuffles looked like he wanted to chew Dumbledore up and spit him out. They were all yelling at once, words Harry couldn't understand. A bookshelf exploded and papers from the books filled the air like confetti. The wall got a hole punched in it and Harry could feel the shockwave. He even got sprinkled with plaster and splinters. Shaking with fear, Harry crawled forward under the flashing lights and fluttering paper and the yelling and running Remus the wolf and the lady professor and barking and growling Snuffles. It was so confusing and scary, like something out of a bad dream. Harry gasped as another light slammed into the wall above his head, and something broke with a loud crash. Being careful not to cut himself on the pieces of the broken vase, Harry kept crawling along the wall. Another explosion rocked the room, and this time Harry screamed, curling up in a terrified little ball. When he peeked out again, a huge hole had been blasted in the wall, and one of the bookshelves was laying on the floor in a bunch of pieces. Paper confetti was fluttering in the air again, and he was just in time to see the purple and yellow robes of the old headmaster disappear through the big hole in the wall. The lady professor suddenly turned into a cat and jumped through the hole. Barking like mad, Snuffles jumped through next. Remus the wolf stopped, panting for air, and bending down to examine his leg. He caught sight of Harry right away and his eyes widened. "Damn it, Harry," he hissed. "What are you doing in here?" "You said a bad word," Harry whispered stupidly. Remus the wolf's gold and brown eyes widened a little before he shook his head, looking annoyed. "You get right back in that hallway before dash." Another huge crash from somewhere in the house was followed by a dust cloud gushing through the hole in the wall. They could hear the lady professor yelling, Snuffles howling and barking at the same time, and the Dumbleman shouting or chanting. Remus' face pinched, and he impatiently straightened up. "Fine, you want a mission?" the werewolf asked, and Harry nodded frantically. "Find Professor Snape if he's around here and stay with him. Got it?" Harry nodded again, even more vigorously. What do I do if he's hurt?" Headmaster said he was going to let him die. "Do whatever you know how to do, but just wait for us," Remus the wolf said sternly. "Don't panic. Just find him and stay with him." Harry nodded obediently, but Remus the wolf was already running off. He didn't go through the hole, though. He ran into the hallway first before he took off. Harry noticed he was limping a little and hoped it wasn't too bad. When Remus the wolf wasn't going all yellow eye and creepy, Harry decided that he was pretty nice. With the room quiet and empty now, Harry sat up all the way, slowly got up on his feet, and sniffed the air. He could smell things way better now, so he decided he would try to find the professor that way. He closed his eyes and breathed in, smelling dust and plaster and paper and broken wood, and then he sneezed twice. Rubbing his nose, Harry tiptoed back out into the hallway for his bag. Slinging it over his shoulder, he rummaged around until he found the professor's handkerchief. It was old now, but he could still smell the professor on it. He wiped his nose so he wouldn't sneeze anymore and closed his eyes as he breathed in the hanky. It smelled like himself mostly, because he'd been carrying it around and using it for weeks, but under that he could detect the faintest traces of the professor's spicy medicine smell. With the memory of it fresh in his mind, Harry scampered back into the messy room and started hunting. He had not looked long when he realized that he could smell another very familiar scent, and it worried him. Blood. He knew what blood smelled like, and he knew the difference between human and animal blood too. This was definitely human blood, and mixed with it, he could find the faint scent of ginger and mint. With his heart in his throat, Harry looked more frantically, tossing damaged books aside, kicking pieces of the destroyed bookshelf, crunching in broken glass. He finally saw another door in the corner and hurried to it. On his right, almost laying right in his way, there was a dark, huddled shape under a dark cloth. The smell of blood and a different scent, lady's perfume, tickled his nose. He knelt down next to the bundle and tugged on the cloth. It was a cloak, but it didn't smell like the professor's. It probably belonged to Professor McGonagall, or whatever her name was. Harry had watched Professor Snape sleeping once. This wasn't the same at all. Being back with his professor again was great and everything, but seeing him lying there so still, his black magic stick clutched uselessly in one hand, and smelling so strongly of blood, Harry started to tremble. "Professor!" he called quietly, hating how his voice quivered like he was going to cry. "Professor, sir? Wake up. Wake up, sir. It's me, Harry." The professor didn't stir. His face was very white, and his eyes looked dark even when they were closed. Harry set his hands on the man's shoulder and shook him gently. "Wake up," he pleaded. Please don't die. Please." A few tears dripped down Harry's face, and he shuddered all over to think he was too late. Remus the wolf said to find the professor and stay with him, and to do what he could, if he knew how. Harry quickly rubbed the tears from his eyes and nodded with determination. He knew what to do for cuts and things like that. And maybe the professor had some medicine laying around here. Harry's searching gaze found a heap of black cloth lying next to a knocked-down table, and he jumped to his feet to go after it. On top of the cloth were some coins and a scrap of paper and a bottle of some kind of medicine, and Harry carefully bundled it all up. He carried it back over to the professor and almost tripped on a small knife with a smooth black handle. He left it there, but he might need it maybe. Cutting cloth to wrap a cut was easier than trying to tear old socks or cleaning rags for the same job. Kneeling down next to the professor, he was in front of the man now. The lights in the walls made it a little easier to see, but Harry didn't need the light. His vision was really good now, even without much light. The professor still looked pale, and he lay very, very still. Harry could hardly tell if he was even breathing. The thought that he might not made Harry panic a little, even though Remus the wolf said not to panic. He held out one of his little shaking hands next to the professor's slightly open mouth and held his breath. After a couple seconds, he felt a puff of warm air on his fingers. Harry gasped with relief and almost laughed at himself for being so silly. He rubbed his hands on his pants nervously, because now that he knew the professor was alive, it was time for him to find out where the blood was coming from, and he'd never done this sort of thing for anybody but himself. "But you fixed me up after the wolf got me," Harry whispered to his professor. "So now it's my turn." Harry carefully bent over the professor and pulled the cloak away gently. There was a lot of blood. The smell of it stirred something strange in the back of his head and set his heart beating faster. But though he could see and smell blood, he couldn't tell where it was coming from. Somewhere on the professor's back, he figured, and stepped awkwardly over Professor Snape to get a better look. At this angle, he could clearly see the deep gash in the right side of the professor's back, and it really didn't look good. The cut was clean, but he could see muscle and a lot of blood, and it turned his stomach a little. But he needed to do this fast before the professor ran out of blood. Harry took a deep breath and pressed the cloak back over the nasty gash before scrambling up again. He grabbed the knife off the floor and started using it to cut the professor's black cloak into long pieces to use as bandages, apologizing to him for ruining it while he did so. As he worked, he found stuff in the pockets and set them aside to maybe use later. He suddenly found a bottle of some sort of green potion that he recognized. Hadn't the professor used this to close up the cut he reopened on his shoulder that one time? Maybe he could use it too and stop the bleeding at least. Harry shivered and bit his lip, hoping he could do this right. He stepped back over to the professor's back, gripping the bottle tightly in his fist. He carefully peeled back the blood-soaked cloak again, and his shaky hand pushed aside the torn shirt, trying to remember how the professor did it that one time. Harry pulled the cork out of the bottle and sniffed it, just to be sure. He recognized the funny smell all right. Just hold still, okay? Harry warned the professor anxiously. I've never done this before, he added in a worried mutter. Reaching out, Harry bent down over the nasty cut and carefully pinched the skin together before he very gingerly dripped a few drops of the green liquid over it. The cut smoked and sizzled in a way that made Harry flinch with alarm, and he smelled something like burning meat. Harry stopped, shutting his eyes and taking a deep breath through his mouth as his stomach rolled like he was going to throw up. He'd had supper, of course, but the soup was threatening to come up and he really didn't want to vomit now. The nausea passed and Harry moved on, sealing the whole cut in a few minutes. He leaned back on his heels, feeling strangely exhausted. He was finished, basically, and he'd torn up the professor's nice cloak for no reason. Oops. Sorry, Professor, Harry whispered, wincing and hoping he wouldn't get in too much trouble for it. He carefully put the cork back on the green potion and looked at the other bottles. He didn't recognize any of them, and he didn't bother trying to guess what they did. He wished he had some water or something to clean up all the blood. The professor's clothes were starting to get stiff with it, and there was still a puddle on the stone floor under him. Harry had accidentally knelt in it, and now his knees were soaked in blood too. He scrubbed his hand on his pants, but there was some blood under his nails and he couldn't get that out. Harry sighed and sat down so he could see the professor's pale face. I hope I did it right, he said timidly. The cut's all closed now, so you're not bleeding anymore. He trailed off and shivered. Once he started, he couldn't stop. All the blood, and the professor's white face, how still he was laying. Harry was terrified. He didn't want his professor to die. Please wake up, Harry pleaded shakily, uselessly fighting the tears that rolled down his face. I'm sorry, he moaned, burying his face in his knees and rocking back and forth. I'm sorry. He cried and couldn't stop. He didn't know what to do, and even after he did what he could, the professor was still just lying there, so still and pale. His skin was cool to the touch when Harry reached out and touched his hand. I wanted to live with you forever and ever, Harry whispered, sniffling through his tears. The house rocked and trembled again in another explosion, but the boy ignored it. All that existed was him and his professor. Please don't leave me here all alone, Harry sobbed, grabbing the cool hand in both of his small, shaking ones and pressing it to his face. I love you, Professor. Don't go. Don't die. Please, don't die. Harry sobbed helplessly and squeezed the professor's hand tightly in his. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, holding his professor's hand and crying, incoherently begging the professor to wake up, to be all right, not to die. He was startled when the house gave a tremendous shake, like an earthquake, and he sat still, his back straight and his head tilted back in alarm as he studied the weirdly vaulted ceiling of this secret room. When the shaking faded, Harry let out a long breath, but he breathed too soon. With a loud pop, none other than Kooky the house elf appeared right in front of him, glowering with terrifying rage. I hope you all enjoyed this, and I hope to get the next half of the climax out next week maybe. Reviewers are so greatly appreciated. I can't even begin to tell you how happy you make me. As of now, this story has 333 people who have favorited it and 444 follows. Talk about a weird number coincidence. But I just want to thank every single one of you. Every number represents a reader, and I am so grateful to you all for showing your support of my story. Fall Apart. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 34. Fall Apart. Remus Lupin had always known that fighting Dumbledore was a bad idea. Snape's idea of a joke, probably. But the old headmaster was only a man, and an ancient one at that. Surely, despite being powerful, he wasn't invincible. But even with him, Padfoot, and Minerva McGonagall fighting him all at once, Albus was holding his own, even getting the better of them. It probably helped that he knew his own house and the attackers did not. After telling Harry to go find Severus, hopefully keeping both of them out of trouble, Remus hop-limped through the hallways toward the sounds of battle. His leg had been punctured with a bit of wood from the exploding bookshelf, and though it hurt, he wasn't bleeding very much. It could have been worse, he knew that. So, ignoring the throb in his leg, Remus followed his nose and his ears to rejoin the battle. Padfoot was barking, and McGonagall and Dumbledore were shouting, and that was more than enough to guide him in the right direction. When he found them, he had passed 3 more holes in the walls, a destroyed staircase, and a lot of scorch marks where spells had hit the floor or wall. This was a dining room, he guessed, but there were so many shattered and destroyed articles of furniture scattered around on the floor that it could have been a sitting room for all he knew. Remus cast a shield charm as a red spell came hurtling toward him. The stunning hex splashed on the shimmering blue haze of his protego, and he swiftly cast a brilliant lumos while shielding his own eyes, silently apologizing to Padfoot and Minerva for blinding them too. When Dumbledore was distracted, Remus cast several binding curses in quick succession and a powerful sleeping charm. Dumbledore got hit with the first 2 and blocked the next ones, and Remus cried out before he had to duck from the old man's return curse, a sickly yellow-green light that slashed like a sword before it faded. The werewolf threw several stunning curses, which were all reflected or blocked by the wily wizard. But he knew Dumbledore was getting tired. "Please, Albus," Remus shouted from behind half a table. "Stop this. Think about what you're doing." "You do not understand," the old headmaster shouted back, confirming Remus' suspicions when Albus' voice came out breathless and pained. He couldn't last much longer. "You're trying to kill us," Remus yelled, jumping aside when the table shattered under an exploding curse and Albus threw the ceiling's chandelier at him. Remus drew on all his strength and hit the chandelier with the best transfiguration spell he could, transforming the deadly glass into fluffy bits of cotton. He now looked like he'd been hit with a mini snowstorm, but at least the now cotton chandelier wasn't lying in sharp pieces where anybody could fall on it. "You accuse me of trying to kill you," Albus panted. "I am. You are." He stopped, and Remus realized that the 2 of them were all that was left. Padfoot was unconscious on the floor, and he could see Minerva huddled in one corner, hunched over a lot of blood. Remus was facing Dumbledore alone. "What, Albus?" Remus pleaded. "I know you don't want this. None of us want this. Why are you doing this to us? You have all betrayed me. You've ruined everything." Dumbledore cried out, his free hand going to his wild hair and tugging on it. His spectacles were gone and the tie for his beard had disappeared as well. He looked like a demented old man in a nightgown, not the most powerful wizard in Britain. "I only want what is best for everyone. I only wanted to save the world. But you don't understand. None of you do. You cannot see the forest for the trees. But in order to keep a forest alive, some trees must be cut down. Sometimes, in order for life to flourish, death must come first." The old man's voice dipped on the last sentence as if he was talking to himself. Remus shifted his feet. Perhaps he could talk the mad old man down from his insanity before he ended up truly killing someone. "We do want to save the world, Albus. You know that," the werewolf said gently. "And I know you only want the best for all. But you're going about it all wrong. There are other ways. You don't have to control the very thoughts of your allies to make us obey you. It is things like this that would make anyone reluctant to trust you. You deliberately misinterpret what I say," Dumbledore shouted, his voice verging on hysterical. "You have gone behind my back, allied yourself with a convicted criminal, attacked me in my own home. What say you, Remus Lupin? Was I wrong about you all those years ago? Whom should I trust?" "If you'd started by trusting us, none of this would have happened," Remus responded. "I asked you about Harry, and you should have told me what I did to him. You should have been honest with all of us. We all could have worked this out together. And Severus, you've misused and hurt him in ways I can't even fathom. How are you any better than Voldemort or Grindelwald if this is the way you treat those you even claim to love?" "You understand nothing," the old man shrieked, his eyes flashing with insanity. It is because of my love that any of you are still alive. None of you understand the costs of war. Because you try to play God once too often. Remus shouted back. His blood boiled with frustration. Albus Dumbledore believed with all his heart that he was right and would never be dissuaded. This was a waste of time, but Remus couldn't stop. We are not pawns on a chessboard, the werewolf went on. We are men, women, individuals. You cannot steer us around like mindless drones that exist only to do your will. If you cannot treat us as the human beings we are, then we shall stop you. Yes, by any means necessary. The old man's face turned pained. You think to stop me, Remus? He demanded. I, who alone have hope of defeating Voldemort when he rises again? I thought you said only Harry could do that? Remus pointed out mildly. The boy needs me. No one needs what you have been giving, Remus retorted grimly. How do you mean to stop me? Dumbledore cried out. Are you willing to split your soul for victory? I will not try to kill you unless you try to kill me, the werewolf replied. You have no idea what is at stake tonight. The fate of the world is at stake. So stop this madness and help us. Together we can decide what to do. Honestly and honorably. You know that is the right thing to do, Albus. Dumbledore suddenly raised his wand and slashed it violently in his direction. Stupefy! Remus yelped in surprise and threw himself to the side as the red, stunning curse hurtled toward him. Albus' voice came again, chanting a different spell. Remus ran around the room, aware that he cried out when the curse hit the wall next to him instead of rendering him unconscious, but he had no idea what he said. Remus was running again when he crashed into a small creature that appeared out of nowhere. Strangely enough, it was the house elf from upstairs. Remus shoved it away from him and scrambled to Minerva's side. She looked weak and semi-conscious from blood loss, and Remus yanked off his robe to press the cloth against the nasty gashes in her shoulder and arm. Good lad, Minerva whispered faintly, her head lolling against his arm. Hold on, Minerva, Remus whispered, pressing against the wounds and trying to remember the emergency spells for sealing deep wounds until a healer could look at them. As he worked, he could hear Dumbledore and the house elf. Kooky, Dumbledore shouted, aiming his wand to the roof and causing a strange quake to shudder through the foundations of the manor. I am going to bring down the house. Where is Harry? The invaders bees taking the boy, the elf shouted. The werewolf there. He's took the boy. You useless creature, Dumbledore scolded. Go find Harry. I'll take care of this. Grumbling, the elf vanished with a pop. The headmaster stalked over to Remus and Minerva, his blue eyes gleaming in the dark. You're insane if you think I'm going to tell you where Harry is, with you looking like that, Remus spoke up, forestalling the obvious. What happened to you? I don't remember you ever acting so unhinged. A whole lifetime, Albus gasped, pressing a hand to his face. An entire lifetime of work, shattered through my own foolish mistake. I have no choice now but to start over. Start over? Remus repeated. Start over what? I have been working against Voldemort since he was Tom Riddle, the old man said desperately, and I moved too slowly. Now, unless things go exactly as I planned out, he will destroy the world and all of us with it. Surely, you see, surely one man's memories was a worthy sacrifice upon the altar of victory. But no, you all had to meddle. You and Black, I almost expected. But Severus? I never expected him to work with you, not after he almost killed you. And Black, I am shocked, Remus. Shocked that you would consider me such a foe that you would join forces with my oldest friend, and with a man you always disapproved of, and the man who betrayed your friends. Shocked that you've become the villain you sought to destroy? Remus asked quietly, ignoring the comment about Sirius' supposed betrayal. Now is not the time to get into that. You know, it's not too late to turn back. It's not too late to stop. If only that were true, my dear boy, Dumbledore said faintly. There were tears in his voice now. Remus couldn't even tell if they were real or feigned. After the way Dumbledore had been acting, he had no idea what the old man would do next. The only thing he could do was keep him talking and hope some solution presented itself. It is true, the werewolf protested. I promise you, it is not too late. It may be too late to ever regain our trust completely, but you can stop this now, before anyone else gets hurt." The old man shook his head sadly. "I must silence you. All of you. I regret it, truly. But the people cannot be thrown into panic. You will tell them they cannot trust me. It is for their good and yours." Remus sucked in an alarmed breath. He wouldn't. "You've lost your mind," he whispered. "I am afraid I am sane at last. My poor boy." The old man smiled sadly, though there was something eerie in it that spoke of darkness and madness. "Death, through an unfortunate accident, will be how your chapter ends. While it is a grievous thing, I am afraid that it is nonetheless necessary. You have become a danger to yourself, to your friends, to me, and to the world. I shall not hold back when the fate of the world is in my hands. We will all die in the end, but your end, I promise you, shall be glorious." He raised his wand and smiled sadly. "Farewell, Remus." The werewolf refused to close his eyes. He was a Gryffindor, and he stared death in the face. His skin broke out in cold sweat, and his heart hammered his ribs so hard he was almost afraid they would break. He stared at the wand that would snuff out his life, and so he missed the black shadow as it rose. Padfoot staggered silently from the floor and threw himself on the old man's back, snarling as the dog's jaws clamped down on the meat of Dumbledore's shoulder. The old man fell backwards with a terrible scream, and Remus cast Stupefy as loudly as he could. The red beam silenced the headmaster, and all was still. Sirius transformed back into a human. "Yuck," the marauder grumbled, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. In the gloom, his blue eyes almost seemed to glow, and Remus remembered the last time he had seen his old friend's eyes in the dark. Recalling that awful meeting in Azkaban, in combination with what had just happened, caused him to start laughing. Hysteria, tears, and giddy laughs seemed to be the only way to deal with the grief and fear and panic that had gripped him. Sirius stepped over Dumbledore's unconscious form and crouched next to his friend, who was still laughing and crying at the same time. "You okay, Moony?" the Animagus asked anxiously. Remus nodded and calmed down, wiping his face as he turned to Minerva. She was unconscious, but still breathing. "We need to get her to a doctor," he croaked. "And Harry's still upstairs with Snape." "And that elf's looking for him too," Sirius grumbled, rubbing his ribs. "Ouch, that old man can sure cast a stunner. I'll take care of that little monster and get Harry and Snape. You get Minerva to St. Mungo's or Poppy. I'll, see what needs to be done. If they're hurt, I'll take them to Poppy. If they don't need a healer, I'll take him to the safe house at Prong's place." Remus nodded and watched as his friend transformed into a dog before racing off. The werewolf cast Mobilis Corpus on Minerva McGonagall and gently floated her along after him. He was almost out of the dining hall when movement from behind startled him. The old man was waking up, dropping Minerva and canceling all his focus on anything else but keeping Dumbledore from killing him or the Transfiguration. "Professor," Remus spun around and aimed his wand. "Foolish boy," Albus whispered with an eerie smile full of peace and insanity. "You are right. I have made too many mistakes to live." "I never said that," Remus protested. "It would be better to let all play out as it will," the old man murmured without paying attention to the werewolf's words. "The balance of power will be restored." Remus shook his head. What was the crazy old man talking about? None of it made sense. But suddenly, Dumbledore raised his wand to the ceiling and chanted something too soft for the werewolf to hear. The house began to tremble. Albus began to laugh, sounding more like a madman than a warrior of the light. Remus Lupin didn't need to wait and see what the old fool had done. He scooped up Minerva's body, grateful for werewolf strength, and ran for his life, pleading with any and every god that might or might not exist to please let Sirius escape with Harry at least, though Snape would be a nice bonus. He was only just starting to get to know the acerbic potions professor, and Harry did not deserve to be orphaned a second time. He ran, even as the manor's very foundations shook under him and the walls collapsed. Harry was startled when the house gave a tremendous shake, like an earthquake, and he sat still, his back straight and his head tilted back in alarm as he studied the weirdly vaulted ceiling of this secret room. When the shaking faded, Harry let out a long breath but he breathed too soon. With a loud pop, none other than Kooky the house elf appeared right in front of him, glowering with terrifying rage. For a few seconds, Harry and Kooky stared at one another in silence. Harry felt his face getting hot with shame even as his insides grew cold with fear. Would apologizing help? Harry opened his mouth to say sorry, but nothing more than a squeak made it out. Finally, the house elf stepped closer and pointed a gnarled finger at him. "Oh ho, so boy thinks he got away from Kooky, does he?" No," Harry stuttered, his heart hammering with fear. "But little boy is in such big trouble." "Oh yes he is," Kooky growled, cutting off Harry's stuttered explanation. "Now boy gets over here right this second, or Kooky will make hurts like boy wouldn't believe." "Oh yes he will." Please, Kooky," Harry pleaded, struggling to stay brave and stick close to his professor. "I can't. Please don't hurt me, but I've got to stay here. I can't leave the professor." Kooky glanced down at the professor as if he hadn't noticed him before. Stepping closer, the elf poked at the man with his foot. "Kooky knows this one," he muttered. "Master sure brings the strange ones." "I can't leave him," Harry whispered, fighting tears. He saved me before, and now I've got to save him. Please don't take me away." "Kooky, boys gots to pay the life debts." "Yes they does," the elf grumbled reluctantly. "And a dark scowler be's master's pet too." "Humph, professor's not a pet," Harry blurted out indignantly. Then the house elf's words caught up with the boy. "Hey, I'm not a pet either." "Master likes pets," Kooky said with a shrug, "but never takes care of him, does he?" No, only Kooky takes care of master's pets. Good Kooky always does what he's told." "Yes he does." "Stop calling me a pet," Harry protested. If he was a pet, then he wasn't worth more than an animal, and everything Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia said would be true. The professor's first order to him had been to forget what they told him. How could he forget those words if even the old headmaster thought they were true? "What be's a pet, eh?" Kooky snapped. "A pet be's a not important creature. Masters keep pets for interesting, or fun, or guarding, or reasons. Guests and family be's lots different. Guests and family be's there for company, or loves, or good things all the time. Kooky thinks boys should know this." Harry was silent as the elf's words sank in. "The Dumble Man has a reason for keeping me," he whispered, his heart hammering in his chest. "Is he? What's he gonna do to me?" He was no good to guard anything, and he didn't think the Dumble Man would throw a ball for him to fetch anytime soon. What if the headmaster treated him like the Dursleys did? What if the old man was going to try and teach him magic things and punish him if he messed up, like Kooky did? The professor had only ever spanked Harry the one time for lying, never for mistakes, even when Harry was really sure he'd be punished. He wasn't like the old headmaster, who put poison in his tea to make him talk about Snuffles and Snape and stuff he didn't want to say. "'Tis not Kooky's place to say," the elf grunted in reply. "But Kooky thinks no. Master never be's much busy with his pets, less he wants to know things." Harry nodded in relief. That made sense. The headmaster had only ever come to him when he had questions to ask, and although Harry didn't like talking to him, Dumbledore had never really hurt him. It was just the way he felt around the old man that he didn't like. Now that he was sure the Dumble Man would not hurt him, Harry turned his attention back to his professor. Kooky said he knew the old headmaster, and Harry knew that. But what worried him was that the elf called the professor a pet, not a guest. Was it Dumbledore who hurt him? "Is he dead, Kooky?" Harry asked desperately, placing one of his blood-stained hands on the professor's pale face. His skin was cool to the touch, but not cold. He couldn't tell if the man was breathing or not. "Snapey be's not dead," Kooky replied impatiently. "But Kooky's orders is not about him. They be's about boy." "My name's Harry," the boy in question growled, glaring at the irritating little monster. "Kooky doesn't care," the elf sneered, and then showed his sharp little teeth in a creepy grin. "I hate you," Harry mumbled, fighting back another wave of tears. A sudden rush of anger and frustration hit him, and it all spilled out of his mouth before he could stop it. "I hate you, and I hate the stupid headmaster, and I hate this huge, confusing house, And I hate Remus the Wolf for leaving me here, and I hate. Harry cut off abruptly. He hated Harry for being so useless and for not knowing how to take care of the hurt professor. He hated everything right now, but himself most of all, for not knowing what to do, for being so weak and stupid and small. He was crying now, huge sobs that shook his little body and big tears that rolled down his cheeks and dripped onto his professor's face. He'd do anything to fix this, to have the professor open his eyes again or something. He pressed both of his hands to the professor's face and sobbed incoherently. He wished there was some magic that could help him right now, but no matter how he pushed at his freakishness, and he could definitely feel it humming inside him, he couldn't get it to come out and go into the professor to fix him like it was supposed to. Harry cried harder and curled up against the professor, burying his head in the shirt that smelled like him, like clean sweat and herbs and spicy things. He still smelled blood and dust, but under it all was the steady scent of his professor. Harry tangled his fists in the professor's shirt and ignored Cookie's annoyed croaky voice ordering him to come on before his master got angry. Harry shut out every sound except one, a soft noise that his over-sensitive ears had picked up and that he could even feel under the thin shirt his professor was wearing. The faintest of heartbeats. Harry stayed as still as he could, even holding his breath. It was there, steady like the ticking of a clock, and just as faint as one too. The heartbeat was slow, but Harry knew that a heart beating meant alive, and if his professor was still alive, that meant he would be all right. But he was still asleep. Harry sat up again, his own heart hammering so hard now he could hear it. The professor needed a doctor. They needed to get him to a doctor quick before his heart stopped beating. A doctor would know how to wake him up. Before Harry could open his mouth to beg Cookie for help getting to a doctor or a hospital, the very foundations of the big house started to tremble. The rumbling noise started a second later, and the shaking got worse, making dust fall from the roof and more things crash and fall in the destroyed room where the big fight had happened a few minutes ago. Harry yelled in wordless fear and threw himself over the professor, wrapping his arms around him tightly. He wasn't sure if he wanted the unconscious man to protect him or if he was trying to protect the professor, but he felt a tiny bit better hanging onto him like this. Cookie shouted something and grabbed him. Harry shrieked and almost pulled away, but the shaking house, the dust, the fear that it would all collapse on top of him, fell away in a disorienting swirl that he recognized. Cookie had pulled him out of the wreckage, like how he had moved him to the tower bedroom, and the professor was still in his arms. When Harry looked up, they were sitting in grass outside in the dark, surrounded by tall, scary-looking trees. It was very dark out here, but he could see pretty well. A lot of birds were flying past, squeaking or chirping or cawing in panic. The ground was shaking a little, and he could hear the same rumble from before, only a lot quieter. Above the trees, he could see the top of a tower. No, a few towers, trembling and swaying a little. As Harry watched, the tall roofs of the big house castle started to sink and clouds of dust came up instead, followed by the worst ground shaking yet. Harry clutched his professor, now lying on his back in the grass, and he shielded his face and the professor's face from the dust cloud that rushed at them, roaring through the trees like a beast. Harry held his breath and tried to keep the dust and stirred up leaves and twigs from getting in his face, or the professor's face. When Harry looked up again, it was deathly still and silent, and Cookie was gone. Harry sat for a long while, waiting and watching the professor. The man did not move or wake, and nobody came even when Harry screamed. He felt as if he was the only one alive in the world. After another long cry, the small boy curled up against the professor, shivering with cold in the night air. The professor was very hot now, like he had a fever, and his face was burning hot to the touch. The man's heart was beating faster now, but Harry was still scared. He had no idea where he was or what to do. He wondered if maybe Remus the Wolf and Snuffles and the lady professor were all dead since the house had fallen down, but he didn't know what to do if they were. Resolving to wait until morning, the boy lay down to sleep, leeching off the professor's body heat. Sometime in the night, the professor started muttering. Harry sat up, blinking and realizing that he must have fallen asleep. The professor was not awake, but he was mumbling in his sleep and moving as if having a bad dream. Harry rubbed his gritty eyes and then tried to wake him up, but nothing worked. Only when Harry practically lay down on top of him, his head on the professor's chest and his legs curled against the man's side, did the professor calm down. One of his arms rose and curled around the boy's skinny waist before he seemed to go back to a quiet slumber, and eventually, Harry fell asleep again. Harry was woken again by silver light on his eyelids. He jerked awake, and the professor didn't even stir. His breathing was harsh and his body felt even hotter. Standing in front of Harry was a large, silver wolf, glowing as if with moonlight. It turned, as if directing him to follow. Harry looked down at the professor, but he thought he recognized this wolf. It was the one who bit him, Remus the wolf. Did he have the ability to turn into a big silver creature of moonlight and air? Harry swiped his hand gently at the silent creature, and his fingers went through it. But he thought he caught a sense of the magic creating it. His hand tingled, and with one last glance at the professor in the bed of grass and leaves, Harry got up and followed the wolf. His legs ached with weariness, but he pushed on, following the silver creature through the woods to a man who was walking. At the sight of him, Harry stopped, but the silver creature turned and looked at him again before it vanished in a shower of silvery blue sparks. "Harry!" the man gasped, running toward him with his arms outstretched. It was Remus the wolf. Harry allowed the man, werewolf, to grab him in a fierce hug and kiss him several times. It was like nothing he had ever experienced, but it felt good in a way that made his knees weak and the tears come. He cried helplessly, and Remus the wolf wrapped him in his arms, hushing him and soothing him with such tenderness and gentleness that Harry wondered how he ever could have feared him. "Take the pea, Professor," Harry sobbed. "Elle left him alone." All right, you're safe now. I've got you. We'll go find him," Remus whispered, kissing his head again and pressing him against his chest as he stood up. Carrying Harry in his arms, Remus the wolf followed Harry's trail back through the woods until they found the professor. He still hadn't moved, and Remus put Harry down while he checked him over. "Is he okay?" Harry asked desperately. "He was having bad dreams earlier, and I hugged him until it went away, but he never woke up. Now he's hot and breathing funny. Is he going to die?" "I think he's all right," Remus the wolf answered too easily. "We'll just get him to a doctor and he'll be fine." He pulled a necklace out of his shirt and put it around the professor's neck. "What's that?" Harry asked nervously. "And where's Snuffles and the lady professor?" "They were both hurt, and Poppy's taking care of them," Remus answered. "You remember Poppy, right? This is a portkey. It'll take your professor straight to a bed where she can take good care of him. Me, and you will have to touch it also, but will you let me hold you?" Harry nodded and allowed the werewolf to pick him up. He was so very gentle and kissed him again, and Harry snuggled closer, enjoying Remus' warmth and his strangely familiar smell. It was earth and dust and grass, and other things he couldn't put a name to. He smelled musky and dusty and a little bit like a dog, but not quite. He felt comfortable and sleepy again, and didn't protest when Remus grabbed his hand to touch the amulet around the professor's neck. Just like with the silver bracelet that Snuffles had accidentally burned him with, Harry felt like he had been yanked out of space by a hook behind his stomach and slammed down somewhere else. He must have yelled, but his face was muffled by Remus the wolf's shirt. When he lifted his head, feeling dizzy and still inspecting his hand to make sure it wasn't burned, he was in the big white room that the professor had called Hogwarts Infirmary. The professor was sprawled on a bed next to them, and Remus the wolf was still holding him tightly in his arms. The lady hurrying toward them looked awfully familiar, and Harry perked up at once. "Hi, Ma'am Pomfrey," Harry called out shyly, glad he'd remembered her name. "Harry," she called back with a big smile. "I'm so glad you found him, Remus. Any injuries?" "I don't think so," Remus replied. "Harry, are you hurt anywhere?" Harry shook his head and burrowed into the werewolf's shirt again. "Tired," he mumbled. "Professor's sick," he added, his eyes dropping shut on their own. He felt the tickle of magic washing over his skin, but it didn't hurt him deep in his bones like before. This was just like cool water washing over him. "Get him to bed," Madame Pomfrey's voice said quietly. "Diagnostics look all right. We can talk in the morning. I'll see to Severus." That was the last thing Harry heard before the exhaustion caught up with him, and he fell asleep in Remus the wolf's arms. Remus startled awake when sunlight fell on his eyes. Groaning, he sat up and rubbed his eyes, realizing that he had fallen asleep in the chair next to Harry's bed. The small boy was still fast asleep, breathing so quietly that even Remus' excellent hearing had trouble picking it up. Rubbing the crick out of the back of his neck, Remus got to his feet and stretched. Footsteps sounded softly behind him, and when he turned, Poppy was approaching. She greeted him with a tired smile. She had probably been up all night long. She put a finger to her lips and gestured for him to follow. Without hesitation, Remus followed her to her office, where she quietly asked for coffee and a light breakfast. Remus jerked instinctively when he saw the elf appear, but it wasn't the kooky one Dumbledore had ordered to hunt down Harry, and he relaxed before asking for some breakfast as well. Once they were both settled with the food and hot drinks brought by the Hogwarts kitchen elf, Poppy sighed and pulled a parchment out of her sleeve. She did not look happy. "How did you sleep?" she asked him neutrally. "Well enough," Remus shrugged, keeping his tone light. "My back didn't like the chair, though." Poppy smiled, though he could detect worry in her eyes. "Well, next time do your back a favor and sleep in a proper bed, "Yes, ma'am," Remus smiled back. "So, you wanted to tell me something?" "Severus is in a coma," Poppy said gently. "His wound was not bad at all, though I am wondering who treated him. Had they not, it would have been a close thing to save him at all. Blood loss was not as severe as it could have been, thanks to some quick thinking. Essence of Dittany was used to close the wound site, and although I had to practically cut him open again to clean it properly, it was very well done." "It was probably Harry," Remus answered quietly, shaking his head in wonder at the child's remarkable composure. Even he grew queasy when treating his own injuries if they were deep. Harry must have guts of steel to have done such quick and efficient first aid with barely any knowledge of magical healing. I asked him to find Severus and stay with him, and see if he could do something if the professor needed help. "He is a remarkable boy," Poppy said softly, dabbing her eyes. "He may very well have saved Severus' life, but I am afraid that his wounds now are such that I cannot heal them." "What do you mean, Poppy?" The Mediwitch shook her head helplessly. "His mind is active, very active. He is feverish with it, but he is trapped in his own head. I do not know what happened. I can't even begin to guess. Perhaps a legilimency battle?" "Dumbledore said Severus absorbed all of his missing memories at once," Remus supplied, wondering if that would help. Poppy nodded thoughtfully. "Well, I suppose that would explain it. I cannot know if Severus will ever wake, or if he does, what state he will be in. I can only hope that he can sift through his memories on his own and wake up someday. For now, I will treat him as I would any coma patient." "Thank you, Poppy," Remus said quietly. It was a lot to consider and a lot to worry about, but he would take care of Harry until his father woke up. It was the least he could do. "How are Sirius and Minerva?" "Minerva's fine," Poppy chuckled. "I had to give her a sleeping draft earlier. I'm surprised you didn't wake up. She was cursing a blue streak because I wanted to keep her for another day or two. The wounds were not serious, but she lost so much blood." "Serious? Well, getting crushed by a falling roof is not something easily recovered from. I am keeping him unconscious while the Skelegro does its work." Remus nodded, but his relieved smile faded quickly. He glanced down at his porridge and struggled to say the next sentence. "I couldn't. I never found Dumbledore's body. There was too much rubble. But what are we going to say?" "The truth," Poppy said quietly. "His house fell on him. But I already sent word to the Aurors that Albus hadn't been himself lately and also reported the abuse Harry has been subjected to. Hopefully that will be enough to convince them of his instability. But I hope you erased all trace of yours and Sirius' presence in the area, because I am sure they will find everything they need to around the ruins, including evidence of the spell he used to destroy his own home." Remus shook his head impatiently. "Of course I erased our evidence. It wouldn't do for Sirius to be blamed for this after all, but I just don't understand why he would do that. He acted insane." Madame Pomfrey was silent for a long while. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet and steady, but he could hear the grief behind it. "He has long been slipping. The last war took its toll on him. You know that. He wanted to prevent the next one, and it was too much for him. I cannot speak to why he seemed to think that all things were permissible, including child abuse, mind rape, and deceit of the highest order. But I know that it will be a good thing for Minerva to become headmistress of Hogwarts. I know that she will keep her head and not lose sight of the trees for the forest. Remus chuckled sadly. That was one of the last things he told me, that we can't see the forest for the trees. Something about how we see individual people, but he always saw pieces in a puzzle or figures on a chessboard. He thought he saw the big picture, but he lost sight of everything when he decided that he was equal to a god. For as long as I have known him, I could see how he always considered himself wiser and better than others, Poppy murmured. He grew unhinged, I suppose. But then, when one fails at being a decent human being, one fails at everything. Hey, I said that. Remus smiled wistfully. Remember? I told you that when I was 14, or maybe 15. I told you that I wanted to succeed at being a human being. Because if we fail at that, what good are we for anything else? Poppy finished with a fond smile. Yes, I remember. My Remus, always so wise. I don't know about wise, Remus mumbled, suddenly embarrassed. Harry's still a werewolf, and it's my fault. Really, if you think about it, everything that has happened in the last month is all my fault. No, it isn't, Poppy corrected him fiercely. Dumbledore put Harry in Little Whinging to begin with, and he is to blame for what happened last night. You have made a mistake, yes, but a completely unwilling one. Thanks to you, many good things have happened as well. You will see. Harry will be fine, with you and his godfather, and now, his true father. I don't think we should be the ones to tell him that, Remus said firmly. That should be for Severus to tell. Yes, of course, Poppy agreed gravely. But if he does not ever awaken, Harry must learn the truth from someone. Remus winced. Let's give it a month or two. Should Minerva start looking for other transfiguration and potions professors? He changed the subject. The Hogwarts nurse laughed in surprise. You want to apply? Of course not, Remus answered hastily, blushing at the thought that he would be good enough at anything to teach it to 7 classes of teenagers. But I could assist her for a while. Maybe I could suggest a few applicants for the positions. My contacts are many, though most of them despise me personally because of what I am. Whatever you are willing to do for her, I am certain Minerva will appreciate it, Poppy said kindly. However, you have other things to worry about. Harry needs you, in the absence of anyone else to care for him, and Sirius needs to have his innocence proved, or he will be a fugitive all his life. There may be a legal battle concerning Harry if you do not figure out what to do. Without Albus Dumbledore as his magical guardian, and his relatives woefully inadequate, Remus winced and rubbed his head. He hadn't thought of that. There were so many other things to worry about he didn't even know where to begin. Do you think the Weasleys could take care of Harry? Or the Longbottoms, maybe? He suggested. I would not know, Poppy sighed regretfully. My advice, find a lawyer and talk it over with him. I'm sure if you find someone sympathetic, they might be able to show you a path. She got up abruptly as a chime went off in the office. Looks like Minnie's awake, the Mediwitch informed him with a mock, exasperated look. Finish your breakfast, Remus, and then spend some time with Harry. I'm sure he's rather spell-shocked by everything that's happened to him in the past weeks. Remus nodded in agreement and set aside his food. He called for the kitchen elf, and when she arrived to take the tray, he asked for something that Harry could eat. The elf agreed and said she would bring it right to his bed. Remus sighed and got up as soon as she vanished, straightened his robes, and stepped out of the office. He passed Minerva and Poppy bickering, as they were wont to do, and past Severus, lying motionless in his bed. He paused for a minute, watching the man's pale, still face, his chest that barely moved with each breath, and he thought of what must be going on behind those closed eyelids. Was he even now wrestling with his demons, his very reality? Would he awaken completely insane or catatonic? Or would Severus somehow pull through and wake, whole and healed somehow? Remus sighed and kept walking. When he arrived at Harry's bed and observed the small, dark-haired child lying curled on his side, looking so peaceful and innocent, Remus could only hope that Harry would finally find peace in his tumultuous life, now that the old meddler was gone for good. But after talking to Poppy, he knew that it wasn't a sure thing, even though Remus would fight tooth and nail to protect his pup. He sighed heavily and sat down in the chair by the bed before he reached out and ran his fingers through the tangled hair on the pillow. His wolf practically purred with contentment in the back of his mind, even though wolves don't actually purr. Admit it. You're glad he's ours, the wolf said smugly. Shut up. Remus threw back good-naturedly, continuing to card his fingers through the boy's hair. But you are glad, the insufferable inner canine insisted. How could I not be? Remus sighed, giving in. But he will suffer because of what we did. We will be with him, the wolf assured him. Remus nodded, his thumb lingering on Harry's cheek. Always, he agreed silently. The wolf must have concurred, because he didn't object. Instead, the inner monster poked his consciousness up and out, though in such a way that he was almost asking permission. A little surprised, Remus allowed the wolf control, and watched as the wolf bent and kissed Harry's forehead, letting his lips linger, breathing in his soft, puppyish scent, learning it by heart. Sometimes, Remus and his wolf had meshed in supremely stressful moments, allowing their instincts and identities to meld in a way that was breathtaking and mesmerizing. But this quiet moment, when the wolf was gently claiming his pup, was somehow different, yet just as beautiful and incredible. Remus felt so completely in tune with his wolf that he almost wondered where one began and the other ended. He would die for Harry, and so would the wolf. He loved this child with all his heart and soul, and so did the wolf. Harry was his, and he was Harry's. Peace, contentment, belonging. When Remus finally pulled away from the boy, there were tears on his cheeks. He backed away and wiped his face, and the wolf fell gently back into his place at the back of their mind, separate from him once more. Harry felt himself waking up, but he was so comfortable and peaceful that he didn't want to move. He was warm, and was lying in a soft bed under soft, warm sheets. There was a gentle hand stroking his head, and he felt so safe and happy that he almost drifted back to sleep. But suddenly all of his memories rushed back. He sat up as fast as he could, staring wide-eyed up at the man who had been sitting with him while he slept. It wasn't the professor. It was Remus the wolf. Sitting in the sunlight like this, he looked so much different. He even looked different than the wolfman who had come to see him on Privet Drive and turned all creepy and scary. He was dressed in a plain button-down shirt of a plain light brown color and slacks that were almost the same shade, and his light brown hair looked a bit messy. He smiled uncertainly at Harry, and his yellow-flecked brown eyes blinked quickly. "Hi," Harry whispered. "Good morning, Harry." Remus the wolf answered quietly as he gave Harry a more real smile. "Did I wake you?" "No," Harry mumbled groggily. He fell back on his pillow and stretched. He felt limp and comfortable again, and he stared lazily up at the white ceiling. "Thought you were the professor," Harry mumbled. He sighed and sat up, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. It had been a while since he had slept so deeply and comfortably. Harry hesitated, peeking up at Remus the wolf. "Is the professor going to be all right?" "He is sleeping," the werewolf man answered. "He needs a lot of rest to get better." Harry nodded, swallowing past the lump in his throat. Suddenly, Remus the wolf turned to a tray on the bedside table and picked it up. "Are you hungry?" the werewolf asked politely. "We have eggs, sausage, and porridge, and I think some toast and kippers too. The Hogwarts elves have outdone themselves this morning. What would you like?" Harry blinked in shock as Remus put the tray down on the bed and started lifting silver covers off the dishes. His mouth watered at the enticing smells that wafted up, but he didn't dare touch anything. He glanced nervously at the werewolf until the man handed him a glass of something orange. "Try some juice first," he said gently. "Your appetite will come back after you have a few drinks. I can tell you that." Harry obediently took the glass and gulped. To his surprise, it was very familiar. Just a few days ago, Mrs. Weasley had given him the same thing when she brought him supper in bed. The fruity drink slid down his throat, cool and refreshing, like liquid sunshine. It was so good, and he was so thirsty that he downed half the glass before he realized it. Blushing, he put the glass back down on the tray and smiled sheepishly at Remus. It's good, the boy said softly. Thank you, sir. You can call me Remus, the wolfman said with a smile. He gestured at the tray with all the delicious food on it. Why don't you start on something there? I'm sure you can find something you'd like. If you'll excuse me, I have to go ask Poppy something. Remus got up and left Harry alone with the mouth-watering breakfast that was more than he had ever eaten at any one meal in his life. But with Remus the wolf gone, Harry felt better about picking up the plate of sausages and the fork and starting to eat. He didn't realize how hungry he was, and he was almost done with the sausages and was starting on his toast before Remus came back. The werewolf looked happy to see him eating and nodded approvingly. How's your appetite? Remus asked kindly. I'm hungry, Harry answered quietly. Thank you, sir. Remus. You're very welcome, the wolfman replied. And I already ate, so don't worry about me. Harry nodded with relief. He had not been sure of how to offer some of his food, so he was glad that Remus had already eaten. When Harry looked up at the sunlight pouring through the high windows, he wondered how late it was. He wasn't used to sleeping in. I'm sorry, Harry blurted out, putting his fork down and wrapping his arms around his suddenly roiling stomach. I didn't mean to sleep in so late, sir. Harry, Remus said softly, leaning forward on the bed with the kindest and most understanding smile Harry had ever seen. You are in an infirmary. Sleeping in is practically required here. Why, Professor Snape is still snoozing away, and look what a glorious day it is. You don't need to be sorry, Harry. You were up late, and you needed your rest. Okay. Harry nodded carefully. Okay, he whispered, the anxious knot in his belly slowly unwinding. He looked back down at the tray of food, and since he was still hungry, he slowly picked up the fork again. Remus gently touched his head, freezing him in place from sheer surprise, and then the wolfman sat down in his chair. He pulled a small book out of his pocket and started to read, leaving Harry to finish his breakfast in peace. Once he was full, Harry set the fork down and sighed in contentment. That was the best breakfast he had ever eaten, and the wolf inside him had finally stopped howling for food. Living in the headmaster's creepy tower, he had been too scared to ask Kooky for more food, even when his stomach had been protesting. Why was he so hungry lately? The professor wasn't here to ask, but he had something better. An actual werewolf sitting right next to him. Remus, sir? Harry spoke up timidly. The wolfman looked up, smiling mildly as he closed his book. Yes, Harry? Are you finished? Harry glanced at the clean plates on the now empty tray. Yes, sir. He swallowed hard and suddenly wondered if he had been greedy to finish it all. There had been quite a lot of food. I'm sorry, sir, he said a little desperately. I shouldn't have, but I was just so hungry. No need to be sorry, Remus said kindly. All of it was for you. I'm glad you liked it. He got up and put the tray back on the bedside table, snapped his fingers above it, and it suddenly vanished. Harry gaped. Wah, how did that? The kitchen elves took care of it, Remus explained, smiling. Now, did you want to ask me something else? Harry blinked, trying to remember what he had wanted to ask before he started apologizing for eating so much. Oh, why am I so hungry, sir? Is it 'cause I'm a wolf now? Remus frowned thoughtfully and sat back in his chair. Your body is changing rapidly, he explained. I do not remember if my own appetite was so much larger after I was bitten, but I wasn't even 6 years old. Harry's eyes widened. Of course, Remus the wolf got bitten to turn into a monster, but he hadn't really thought of Remus as ever being a child even younger and smaller than Harry himself. The boy suddenly wondered who kept Remus from dying, since of course he didn't have a professor to pick him up out of the street and take him home. My metabolism sped up considerably when I became a teenager, Remus went on, his eyes distant. He shook himself out of the past and smiled at Harry again. But to directly answer your question, I suppose that werewolves do have bigger appetites than most wizards. So, I'm always going to be so hungry? Harry asked despondently. He really didn't want to be a burden, but if it couldn't be helped, I think when things balance out in your body, you'll have a healthy appetite, like any 9-year-old boy, Remus assured him. And teenagers are always hungry, whether they're werewolves or not. Oh, Harry replied, sighing with relief. so he wouldn't always be eating everything in sight and dealing with awful hunger cramps. That was good. Now that he'd slept and eaten, he felt full of energy. The professor had said once weeks ago that after his first full moon, he would be pretty much all better. He felt stronger than he had in a very, very long time, and he wanted to go see the lake again and sit under the professor's tree. But he didn't think he could now, not with the professor so sick and maybe other things to worry about. "What is it, Harry?" Remus the wolf asked gently. "What's on your mind? You look worried." Harry shivered and wondered whether he could tell the wolf man. He was pretty sure it would be fine. After all, Remus was with Snuffles before, and he even came looking for him and the professor after the Dumbleman's house fell down. He still didn't understand what had happened, and maybe Remus could tell him. "Well," Harry hesitated. "I don't want to go back. Is the Dumbleman here? I don't want him to take me away again." "Dumbledore will never take you away ever again," Remus said firmly. "He's gone." Harry nodded solemnly. "Is he dead?" he asked in a soft voice. Remus hesitated. "I think so," he said carefully. "The whole manor fell on him." "Good," Harry thought fiercely, but the next second he felt ashamed of himself. Dying from a house falling on top of you sounded awful. He didn't have anything to say, so he started picking at a ragged nail on his thumb. Can I see my professor?" Harry asked softly. "Please." Remus stood up and held out his hand. "Of course you can," he answered just as quietly. "He's not far away." Harry slid off the bed and took Remus the wolf's hand. It was rough and calloused, and his fingers were not as long as the professor's, but it felt nice to hold someone's hand anyway. He looked down at himself, surprised that he was wearing pajamas he had never seen before, and he didn't remember changing last night. Did Remus put pajamas on him while he slept? That was something his professor used to do. It felt strange to think about Remus the wolf and his dark professor in the same context, doing the same things to take care of him. He didn't really know what to think, so he just silently followed Remus to a bed that had curtains around it. The curtains were open on the side of the foot of the bed, so they could just walk in, and Harry wasn't exactly ready for the sight of his professor just laying there under the white blanket, so still and pale. Harry pulled away from Remus and darted forward, stopping on the right side of the bed. Was the professor really sleeping? He didn't look relaxed. He looked tense, trembling. Harry reached out and touched his white cheek, almost expecting it to be cold. But the professor was warm, and not fever-warm either. He lay terribly still and quiet, and it frightened the small boy. "Wake up," Harry whispered desperately. He fought the choke of tears in his throat, but when they came up, he hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve, not wanting to get the professor's bed wet with his tears. "Please, Professor," Harry pleaded. "Please wake up." Remus gently touched his shoulder and pulled him into a gentle hug. Harry gratefully fell into arms that smelled like a wet dog that had been rolling in dusty grass. "Why won't he wake up?" Harry sobbed. "Why won't he get better? I tried to help him. I really did. But it's no good. I'm no good. I couldn't fix it. I'm sorry." Harry, Remus hushed him, stroking his hair soothingly and tightening his other arm around Harry's ribs just enough to support him. "There is absolutely nothing to be sorry for. In fact, you saved Professor Snape's life. Did you know that? Poppy told me earlier that whoever took care of his cut did an excellent job. Do you hear me, Harry? You did a perfect job. You saved the professor. Now he just needs to sleep to get better, all right? Do you remember after the full moon? You probably felt so tired and achy, and you fell asleep for a while, right?" Harry nodded into Remus' shirt. "Hurt," he said softly. "Hurt all over." Remus' grip tightened a little, but he kept talking, his voice calm and soothing and comforting. "That's right. And you slept for some time to get better. You were still tired even when you woke up, right?" Again, Harry nodded. "Dumbledore took me back to the Dursleys," he whispered, trembling a little. "I didn't want to, and my professor said I never have to go back, but he took me back anyways." He trailed off and then wriggled free of Remus' arms. He stared up into the werewolf's gold-flecked eyes and wondered why he saw such concern there. Who was this Remus? Why did he care? "I'll never let you go back there, Harry," Remus said fiercely. a bit of a growl in his voice. "I swear to you, I will never let your aunt or uncle touch you again." "Why do you care?" Harry muttered, folding his arms rebelliously. "Why are you being nice? You bit me and hurt me and almost killed me. Then you came to Privet Drive, and you grabbed me and hurt Snuffles. You're gonna hurt me again." A look of pain flashed over Remus's face before it simply crumpled into sadness. Tears glittered in his brown eyes and then spilled down his cheeks. The golden fire behind his eyes seemed to have dimmed, somehow. "I am sorry, Harry," he whispered. "I never, ever meant to hurt you. I would rather die than hurt you. But I did, and I am sorry. If I could undo it, I would. I did not mean for my wolf to bite you, and I did not mean for my wolf to take over that day and grab you either. I am so very sorry, and I just want to help you. I want to take care of you until the professor wakes up, or other arrangements can be made. I want to make up for what I did to you." "You hurt Snuffles too," Harry pointed out. "I already apologized to him." Remus smiled a little. "He said he understood." "I was scared," Harry whispered, hugging himself tightly and turning away so he could cry. He wanted to climb up on the bed next to his professor and snuggle close to him, letting all the bad dreams and feelings fall away, because he would be safe next to the professor. He even kept the big bad wolf dreams away. Harry suddenly spun around and pointed accusingly at Remus. "You're the big bad wolf," he gasped, suddenly connecting the dots. "You were always trying to get me away from my professor." That look of pain settled over Remus' face again. He reached out pleadingly. "Harry, No!" Harry shrieked. He scrambled onto the professor's bed and climbed over the sleeping man to put him between himself and the werewolf. "No, get away. You're not taking me away. I don't want to go. I don't." "Merciful Merlin." Madame Pomfrey's voice interrupted them. She was standing in the curtained doorway, and she didn't look happy at all. "What is going on here?" she demanded. Remus got to his feet and backed away. "I'm going now," he said carefully. "Poppy, I'll be in the library if you need me." He turned and left, and Madame Pomfrey watched him go with a confused look on her face. Harry almost thought he looked like he was running away. He felt a little bad, because Remus had looked like someone had punched him in the stomach. Had Harry's words really made him feel so bad? The boy shook his head and burrowed down next to his professor, crying quietly. Everything was so unfair. Madame Pomfrey put a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Harry? What's wrong?" "He's my big bad wolf, Ma'am Pomfrey," Harry moaned, not moving from where he had curled up against the sleeping professor's side. "Wants to take me away, and I don't want to go. I want to stay with my professor." "Oh, Harry," the nurse said softly. She stroked Harry's head for a little while until he stopped crying. Then she pulled him upright and dried his tears. "I didn't mean to be mean," Harry whispered, feeling guilty as he remembered the hurt look on Remus' face. "Ju? Do you think Mr. Remus will be okay?" "I'll talk to him," Madame Pomfrey said briskly. "But first, let's get you into some proper clothes, and then you can come to my office and you can just tell me what is going on." Harry nodded obediently. She was probably wondering what the big bad wolf thing was about. Only his professor and the wolf knew about the dreams, of course. Maybe he could try to tell her about them. Maybe she would be able to help him make sense of everything. "I hope this chapter was everything you were hoping for. I knew what I wanted to happen, and this is somewhat close to what I needed. Anyway, I am really grateful for your reviews. You keep me going." Waiting. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 35. Waiting. The big castle was kind of interesting, Harry thought. He hadn't been able to get a good look at it before when the professor brought him, and now that the professor was sleeping, Harry tried to sneak out of the little doctor's room and look around. He didn't go far, but he was pretty sure he would be able to find his way around if he wanted to. He still remembered the walk to the crazy headmaster's office. For about 2 or 3 days, Harry stuck close to his professor, who slept on, and visited Snuffles too, who was still asleep in his bed. He talked to Professor McGonagall in her bed too, and that was nice. She told him stories about his mom and about Hogwarts, and she made it come alive in a way that even the headmaster's fantastic and funny stories hadn't. But despite that, he was bored to tears most of the time. The professor slept and Harry got tired of sitting there trying to wake him up or reading out loud from dull books he found lying around. When he went asleep in the bed, Madame Pomfrey let him push close to the professor. He usually woke up in the middle of the night, heart pounding from a nightmare. Then he would sit up for hours, unable to go back to sleep. Because of the irregular sleep times, he fell asleep during the day too, which was embarrassing. He didn't need naps. The dull hours passed, and on the third day just after breakfast, Harry was bored to the point that he slipped out of the infirmary and decided to really explore. He tiptoed through the hushed hallways, warily watching the moving pictures on the walls, the strangely rattling suits of armor, and the stairs, which might decide to start moving on him. Harry got down one flight of stairs and turned, almost crashing into a billowy, see-through person, sort of just floating there in front of him. Harry yelped and hopped backwards in surprise, tripping on the bottom step of the staircase and falling hard on his bottom. "Ow!" Harry moaned. Then he blinked up at the floating phantom-like man hovering next to him, an expression of concern on his face. "Are you quite all right?" the phantom asked. His voice echoed slightly, like it was distorted or far away. Harry had no idea if this person was real or not. What are you?" "I might be asking the same thing, my lad," the ghostly creature retorted in a cheerful tone. He wore odd clothes that seemed sort of old-fashioned, like a fluffy collar around his neck and puffy sleeves and pants. His mustache was curled and all of him was a weird, smoky blue-gray color. His skin, his clothes, his hair, everything was the same washed-out shade, and it looked really weird. He could even see the opposite wall through the person's middle. "Students don't often come round in the summer months," the ghost went on. "But then, you're a bit on the small side for a student, aren't you?" "I'm not a student," Harry confessed, carefully getting up and rubbing the small of his back where he'd hit the step. "I'm only 8. Well, I'll be 9 in a couple weeks. I think the professor said I have to be 11 to be a student." "That's exactly right," the ghostly creature grinned. "So what are you doing here? And without supervision, hey? Exploring?" "I don't have nowhere else to go," Harry mumbled, glancing up the stairs. "The professor's still asleep and everybody's forgotten about me." "Everybody?" Harry glanced at the odd ghost and sat back down on the steps before pouring out his story. How the Dursleys had never wanted him, and how the werewolf bit him. How Professor Snape had saved his life and taken such good care of him before the headmaster took him away. How the Dursleys hurt him so badly, and how Dudley was nicer than he used to be, and how his dog godfather came and rescued him. How the professor came back for him and he got lost and met the Weasley family and lived in the headmaster's lonely house with a grouchy house elf, and how everything went crazy. It was hard to believe that it had all happened in just a month. Now, his professor was hurt and sleeping. His godfather was hurt and sleeping too. Madame Pomfrey was busy, and Remus the wolf ran away a few days ago because Harry was scared of him, and Professor McGonagall had left the infirmary just that morning to take care of things, and he was lonely and worried and bored. The ghost listened politely while Harry talked, and cried a little, and talked some more. When Harry finished, it seemed too quiet in the empty hall. The boy looked up at the strange ghost and wondered if this creature was even real. Maybe he'd fallen down and bumped his head and was talking to nothing, or maybe it was a trick or something. "I suppose you'll need a guide," the ghost commented. "If you don't want to get lost, that is. I'm the Gryffindor House ghost. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington was my name in life," the ghost said pompously, though his ghostly body seemed to wilt as he mournfully tacked on, "But now I am known as Nearly Headless Nick." He brightened suddenly and held out his hand in a courtly gesture, even though Harry wouldn't be able to touch it. "And you are, my bright and curious lad?" "I'm Harry," the boy replied, feeling embarrassed and relieved at the same time. Do I call you Mr. Nearly Headless?" "Nick's fine," the ghost laughed. "Though I wouldn't mind if you called me Sir Nicholas on occasion." "Ah, never mind. Now where would you like to go, lad?" "I don't know," Harry answered, bouncing back to his feet, once more in a cheery mood. "Is there a library here?" Minerva McGonagall sighed as she entered the office that had been Albus as long as she could remember. Well, technically she still could remember when this was Headmaster Dippet's office. But for many years, the headmaster's office was synonymous with Albus Dumbledore's office. Now she had to get used to calling it her office. Only 24 hours ago, Dumbledore had likely been sitting in this very room. How had things changed so quickly? Or had this been a change long coming which she had not foreseen? Ah, the new headmistress, the acidic snarl of old headmaster Black greeted her. Finally decided to give us a few moments of your precious time? Minerva stepped in and gave the portrait of Hogwarts' last Slytherin headmaster a frosty glare. She said nothing, but did not hide the sling her arm was still in, or the limp she sported. Despite Poppy's protests, she had left the infirmary to start arranging things. No doubt the Daily Prophet would run a story with all of its usual gossip, and she needed to be at least halfway competent in crafting a story. Naturally, it would be problematic to tell everyone the bare truth, but perhaps if said the right way, they could make it clear that Dumbledore had finally gone off the deep end and killed himself, essentially. She did not want to sit in a throne of lies as her predecessor had. The very thought made her shudder. Why is there not a portrait of Albus here? Minerva suddenly asked. She was surprised and a bit annoyed at its absence, since she'd been planning to give it a piece of her mind. He must still be alive, Headmistress Tarragon's portrait said softly. The portraits appear when we die, or step down officially. Since he simply abandoned his post, as it were, Hogwarts Castle will not provide the portrait. Minerva's heart skipped a beat in horror. Albus? Still alive? After he kidnapped an innocent child and then tried to kill his dearest friends? What state would he be in now? Especially after a building fell on his head? Aura, leave the old cook for now, Headmaster McMurray grumbled. Minerva, dear. 'Tis good to see ya in your rightful place here, lass. I'm glad to be here also, McMurray, Minerva said with a heavy sigh. I just wish 'twere under better circumstances. As do we all, Minnie, the Scottish headmaster from the 1820s responded sympathetically. Lord knows how close ye were to the old headmaster. Are you duty-bound to keep all of his secrets now that I am, headmistress? Minerva demanded as she sat in the chair behind the desk. We may use our discretion, Headmistress Tarragon replied. But no, most of the headmaster's secrets belong to Hogwarts. What do you wish to know? Minerva McGonagall only hesitated for a second before she plowed boldly ahead. Propriety be damned. If there was anything that could help the poor boy lying unconscious in the hospital wing right now, she needed to know. For Harry's sake, if for no one else. Tell me everything you can of Albus' interactions with Severus Snape. Nearly headless Nick kept up a running commentary that was pretty interesting, if Harry even knew half of what he was talking about. The ghost also moved pretty quickly, and the little boy had to trot to keep up with his floating. But when they reached the Hogwarts library, it was all worth it. The huge double doors themselves were enough to awe Harry into silence. The ghost simply floated through the doors, but Harry had to struggle to get just one of them open. When he peeked inside, he was met with the sight of rows and rows of huge, full bookshelves of dark wood, high windows, and comfortable-looking chairs. There were tables for studying, a large desk near the door for a librarian, and some book carts like the ones in his school library. One of the carts had some books on it, but the others were empty, lined up against the walls like parked cars. Sir Nicholas was floating silently near the desk, but Harry didn't really look at him. He was overwhelmed with the sheer amount of books in this place. He had always loved reading, but this was just intimidating. Going on tiptoe, Harry crept in between the two nearest bookshelves and tried reading the spines of the books. He didn't understand most of them, but all the books looked wonderful and beautifully made. The letters seemed to shine on the colorful covers, and when he pulled one out, the picture on the front was actually moving. There was a witch on the front turning a flower vase into a cup, then a pitcher, then a lamp, and back again to a vase. Gaping, Harry stared at it for a while before he pushed it carefully back in and pulled out another. These books all seemed to be about transfiguration. Every other title had transfiguration something or other in the title. On the next shelf down, the books were about history, goblin rebellions, the origins of house elves, that sort of thing. Harry carefully replaced every book he looked at, marveling at them all and knowing he could never hope to understand any of it. How he wished the professor was awake so he could ask him all the questions rolling around in his head. Harry settled on the floor with a book about werewolves and cracked it open curiously. The pictures were a little scary, and there was a lot of blood and violence. Wide-eyed, Harry flipped through it, shuddering at some pictures, flipping quickly past others, and poring over the rest. What he was able to read and understand made him feel a bit ill. Werewolves were terrible, horrible monsters. They killed people, even little children, and they hurt people they didn't kill. They were dangerous and deserved to be hunted down and killed in return. A tear splashed from Harry's cheek onto a page showing a brave wizard killing a snarling werewolf with a sliver sword. He remembered when he had first learned he was a werewolf. The professor had gotten mad at him for calling himself a monster. But werewolves were monsters. Couldn't the professor see that? When Harry had turned into a wolf last full moon, the headmaster had locked him up in that shack because he was scared of getting hurt by Harry. He was dangerous and scary, and he needed to be locked up or something to keep other people safe. Another tear dripped down Harry's face, and he wiped his nose with his wrist, wondering why the professor thought it was such a bad thing for Harry to wish the werewolf had just killed him instead of turning him into a monster too. He couldn't understand how this was a good thing. The pain, the fear, the knowledge that he would turn into a savage animal every month for the rest of his life. He had no idea how the professor could even think he was still a good boy and not a monster. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him and Harry looked up, wondering if it was Nick the ghost. He hadn't seemed to cast a shadow before, but one never knew these things. To Harry's surprise, it was actually Remus the wolf. The man looked tired, but his gold-flecked brown eyes were kind and concerned. Harry stared up at him warily before he raised his hand and wiped his face, sniffling a little from the few tears he'd shed. Remus slowly crouched down next to him and smiled a little. "Hi, Harry," he said softly. "Does Madame Pomfrey know you're here?" Harry shook his head miserably and tried to wipe his tears off the page of the library book. "What are you reading?" Remus asked gently. Harry just shrugged and gripped the book tighter. Slowly, Remus pulled out his magic wand and tapped the spots where Harry's tears had fallen, murmuring something that caused the damp, wrinkled page to suddenly become dry. Harry felt his shoulders sag with relief. At least he wasn't going to get in trouble for damaging a library book on top of running away from Madame Pomfrey. "You shouldn't read that," Remus said quietly. "It's not very accurate." "Not accurate?" Harry perked up slightly and closed the book, staring at the howling wolves on the front and the important-sounding title. "Everything you need to know about werewolves." Harry let Remus reach out and take the book away from him, and watched as Remus the wolf put the book back. For a few minutes, they just sat there on the floor in silence. Harry picked at a loose thread in his jeans and felt his legs falling asleep under him. After some time, he couldn't stand it anymore and straightened his legs out. When he did that, Remus reached out and took his hand, pulling him to his feet, which felt prickly and numb. "I'm sorry, Harry," Remus whispered, something like tears in his voice. "I'm sorry for everything. I hope one day you can see that." Harry looked up at Remus' face. It was pale and drawn in a way that told Harry he was probably hungry and tired. His blonde-brown hair was messy and limp, and there were dark circles under his red eyes. The scars on his face looked red in the sallow color of his skin. He looked pretty awful. "I'm sorry for yelling at you," Harry mumbled, looking away and feeling ashamed of himself. "It's all right," Remus the wolf assured him quietly. "Why don't we go sit down in some chairs? It'd be a bit more comfortable at any rate." Harry let Remus hold his hand and guide him to a cozy corner where there were some chairs, a small table, and piles of books and papers. Harry sat down in a cushy chair and noticed a tray with tea things on it. Remus put a hand on the pot to check if it was warm and then poured a cup. "Do you like milk or sugar or both?" Remus asked. Harry blinked in surprise and then felt his face warming up. "Be both, please," he replied in a stutter. "And I don't like it when it's too sweet." Remus cracked a little smile and his eyes sparked with amusement. "Neither do I. Dumbledore's tea was a little on the sweet side, wasn't it?" Harry smothered a little grin and nodded, trying to be polite and solemn. He still wasn't sure how he felt about Remus and the wolf. He knew they were sort of the same, yet weren't really, and that was just confusing. He reached out and took the cup of steaming tea from Remus with a murmured thank you. He certainly hadn't forgotten his manners. Harry sipped it and sighed a little. It was perfect. He looked up and gave the tall man a shy smile and a nod of thanks, And Remus the wolf smiled back before pouring himself a cup and sitting across from Harry, next to most of the books and papers. What are you doing, sir? Harry asked cautiously, eyeing the books curiously. I'm researching memory restoration, Remus answered, nodding at the books. Trying to see if I can find something about whatever is going on with Severus. Why he's not waking up? He won't stay asleep forever, will he? Harry asked, his heart suddenly pounding as he wondered what that would mean for him. Where would he go? Who would take care of him? And what did Remus mean about memory restoration? Did the professor lose his memories when he got hurt? What if he didn't remember Harry anymore? The boy shivered and swallowed hard. I hope not, Remus murmured, staring down at his tea. But even if he doesn't, he added, looking up and giving Harry one of the most knowing and understanding looks he'd ever gotten from a grown-up, there are plenty of people who would gladly take care of you. We won't abandon you again, Harry. I promise. You won't be alone or forgotten. Harry blinked, shocked at the mind reading, the promise, and the conviction in those gold-brown eyes. He suddenly realized there were tears in his eyes. His shaking hands were rattling the teacup and saucer so much he didn't trust himself to put the cup down. Remus reached over, put his cup down, and gently took the cup and saucer from Harry. The boy bit his lip to keep from crying, and the werewolf gently squeezed his shoulder. It's okay to cry, Harry, Remus said, his own eyes looking a bit watery too. There is so much to cry about. Harry covered his face with his hands and cried. Remus pulled him into a hug and rubbed his back the way the professor used to do. Something about being held in someone's arms simply broke down any walls Harry had been desperately trying to keep up, and he sobbed noisily and messily. He pulled his hands off his face and clutched Remus' shabby robes, desperate to just hold on to someone before he was torn apart by fear and sadness and confusion. He thought maybe Remus was crying a little bit too, and whispering that he was sorry and it would be all right in the same breath. Harry sobbed that he was sorry too, and he was scared and didn't want the professor to die or never wake up, and Remus said he knew, and it would be all right. Harry wanted to believe it. He almost did believe it. When they both quieted, Harry kept holding on to Remus, gripping him tighter when he shifted and Harry thought he'd leave. But Remus just stood up, pulling Harry up into his arms, and sat down in the chair. Harry shivered a little and curled up a little, snuggling into the well-worn robes over Remus's skinny frame. He was almost bonier than the professor. He smelled different, but like before when Harry had noticed Remus' scent, it was comforting in its own way. Mysteriously familiar, like a dream he had forgotten. Why'd you bite me? Harry asked quietly, reaching out and playing with a small mended spot on Remus' threadbare robes. My wolf didn't know it was you, Remus answered quietly. I wasn't in control. Then why'd you keep saying you're sorry? Harry demanded, looking up at Remus' face. You didn't do anything. It was the wolf that did it. The wolf is me, Remus explained, a sad smile on his face. I am the wolf. We are one, yet constantly at odds. It's confusing. I know you can't seem to figure out whether to be mad at me or my wolf, but the thing is, they're one and yet not. I am me, and my wolf is me too, but they're separate, distinct. It's like sharing a body and a brain with someone else. Over time, I was able to interact with my wolf more, even talk to him. But it takes a lot of time and energy. See, could you teach me? Harry asked in a tiny voice, looking away in embarrassment and poking at the mended seam on the robes with more attention. Of course, Harry, Remus answered softly, and hugged him just a little tighter. Just promise me you won't read those books about werewolves on your own again, and I'll teach you whatever you want to know. Harry nodded and settled his head a bit more comfortably under Remus' collarbone. He yawned and rubbed his tired eyes with the knuckles of his left hand. He felt terribly exhausted. Last night he kept dreaming that the crazy old headmaster was coming to punish him for letting Snuffles and the werewolf inside, and the professor wouldn't come no matter how he called. He kept waking up in tears, and even crawling into his professor's bed didn't really help. Instead, the dreams changed so that the professor was dead on the floor, and he was getting in trouble for not saving him. But he was safe enough now in Remus the wolf's arms, surrounded by that mysteriously nice, musky smell that made him feel calm and warm inside. He was tired from crying and apologizing, and tired out from worrying about being a monster. He felt strange, but it was a good kind of strange. Remus was a good wolf, like Harry was a good wolf, and the professor didn't let him say bad things about himself. So he wouldn't say bad things about Remus either. They were both werewolves, but they weren't evil. Remus was so nice and gentle. He never lost his temper or even scowled like Professor Snape did, and he really, truly understood. It was the first time Harry had ever felt like someone understood him and what he was afraid of. And even after he cried all over the place, Remus was here holding him tightly, content to just sit here and do nothing but keep his arms tightly around Harry. He smiled and yawned again, letting his eyes droop shut. He was safe, and Remus was safe to be with. That was all he really needed to know right now. Before he knew it, Harry was asleep. Padfoot slunk through the halls of Hogwarts, feeling oddly guilty. Waking up in the infirmary had been a bit of a shock, and then the memories came back. Recalling the Battle of Bumblebee Manor and the vague, fuzzy bits of Moony pulling him out of the rubble made him get up at once to investigate. He found Snape in bed, totally out of it, and Madame Pomfrey bustling around. She ordered him back in bed, but not before he snitched Snively's wand with some pretty, impressive sleight of hand. Pretending to go back to sleep was a piece of cake, and while Snape's wand did sting him pretty badly when he used it, he managed to leave an illusion of himself sleeping in the bed and found out that Remus was up in the library with his godson. Slinking past Madame Pomfrey a second time was a challenge, but he managed it. She was busy in her office with something and didn't notice her patient turning into a dog and creeping out. Now, as a big black dog, he was headed to find out how his mate and Harry were doing. He felt great, really. No reason to stay in bed when he felt as right as rain or better. He felt bad about sneaking out on Poppy, but it wasn't anything he hadn't done before. He had never met anyone who liked the hospital wing except Remus, and he only liked it because it meant his full moon was over for the next 28 days. Nosing the heavy library door open, he spotted nearly headless Nick drifting through the stacks, chatting quietly with the fat friar, and internally smiled. Things really hadn't changed much if those two still got together for chats in the library. Good memories, good memories. His nose found the two werewolves before his eyes saw them, but once he did, Sirius wished he'd gotten a camera. They were both dozing, with Harry curled up in Remus' lap and Moony resting his head in the boy's thick black hair. It looked so adorable that Padfoot had to shift into his human form just to appreciate it better. Sirius grinned down at them, solidifying the image in his memory before he sat in a comfy chair across from the pair. For a few minutes, he sat and watched them sleep before he took a tart from the tea tray and started munching on it. He knew Remus would wake up, thanks to his jumpy sleeping state. At least, he'd been like that back in school. Sure enough, Sirius was halfway done when Remus stirred slightly and his eyes snapped open. Moony blinked and focused on him, and Sirius grinned and wiggled his fingers in a cheeky hello and stuffed the rest of the tart in his mouth. Remus blinked again and glanced down at Harry, still dead to the world in his arms. Moony's cheeks colored a bit, and he raised his head and yawned. "You're awake," Remus muttered groggily. "Was beginning to wonder." "Thank Poppy for that," Sirius snorted softly, giving the sleeping Harry an amused smile. "She kept me asleep while those potions did their work, I guess. You feel all right?" Sirius grinned at his friend's concern. "I feel better than I have in a long, long time," he answered, attempting to keep his voice down. Harry looked thin and pale and probably needed the sleep. "Poor kid. I don't think I've felt so good since before Azkaban," he confessed in a softer tone. Remus nodded, a strange understanding gleaming in his eyes. Moony was always the empathetic one of their group. If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, his imagination was more than capable of filling in the gaps. It was one of the things he really appreciated about his friend. Remus was good at being compassionate without smothering. "So what's the story there?" Sirius asked playfully, nodding at Harry. "Has he been all right the last few days? Poppy told me I've been out of it for 3 days already." "I don't really know," Moony confessed, glancing down at Harry and frowning in concern. "You know how I tend to just run when the problems get too much for me. Well, Harry got a bit upset with me that first morning. I left. He came here looking for books, I suppose, and we made up. I think. But I shouldn't have left him, even if he did seem angry with me. It's going to take a while before he really trusts you, Sirius pointed out candidly. I mean, imagine if you found out Greyback wanted to have a relationship with you. You were only 5 or 6 years old and couldn't possibly have known the stories about him, and that's beside the point. My point is, you wouldn't have been eager to throw yourself on that werewolf's lap just because he wanted it. You would have been a little wary at first, 'cause after all, he was the one that bit you. Remus bit his lip and nodded. I see your point, he admitted. And I wasn't expecting Harry to trust me right away. I'm actually surprised at how easily he forgives. He's a sweet kid, Sirius murmured, smiling fondly. His smile turned into a scowl. I'm glad Dumbles is gone. Just thinking of what that old cook put our pup through makes me want to go kill him again. Albus' body was never found, Remus said in a low, serious voice. I imagine he survived. We should be careful. Sirius growled softly to himself and cracked his knuckles. Just let him try something, he muttered. I'll kill him myself before I let him touch my godson. Remus smiled faintly. Knowing who was the true father, Padfoot, I don't know if you're really Harry's godfather. Well, maybe we can get Snape to make it official, Sirius shrugged. So long as I can use logic and wits, I think I can get him to agree. What do you think? I think it's worth a try, Remus smiled. Won't that be nice? Harry would have 3 fathers, essentially. Sounds so weird when you say it like that, Moony, Sirius chortled quietly. But yeah, I can see that. Did Poppy say anything about Snape? Does she think he might wake on his own soon? Sirius sighed and shook his head. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out Snape's wand. It still sent crackles like electricity up his arm, and it wasn't pleasant. But the thought of carrying that Git's wand when Snape was the one to break the last one that had worked for him was one that made his inner marauder laugh with glee. He'd just be sure to put it back before Snively woke up. Sirius, Remus said severely. Is that Severus' wand? What if it is? Sirius grinned mischievously. I'll put it back, don't worry. Does it even work for you? Remus demanded. You shouldn't take anyone's wand while they're sleeping. That's just wrong. Relax, Moony, Sirius huffed, rolling his eyes. Sheesh, you're still a good 2 shoes sometimes. You know that? I would hope I still was, Remus returned sharply. We should become more morally conscious as we grow up, not less. Fine, fine, Sirius sighed. I'll put it back as soon as I get back to the infirmary. That suit you, Preacher Moony? Remus cracked a little smile. You haven't called me Preacher Moony since we were in school, he said softly. And I'll keep calling you that if you keep ruining my fun. Snape mad isn't what I'd call fun, Moony replied drily. He almost killed me the last time he got angry, or have you forgotten? I'm not gonna walk around him on eggshells, Moony, Sirius groaned, pocketing the wand again and snatching a biscuit from the tea tray. If he's gonna be Harry's dad and all that, he's going to have to lighten up. No kid deserves to be raised like they're in a military camp. You don't know anything about how Snape plans to raise his son, so stop making judgments about him. Well, come on. Do you seriously think Snively's gonna remember that kids like to goof off and have fun? Just because he was such a stick in the mud as a kid sure doesn't mean Harry is or will be. I mean, he's half of Lily too, and we all know how much she loved fun. Careful, Remus said. You don't know anything about how Severus was raised, and you certainly don't know anything about what Harry's really like even now. You should wait on those Gryffindorish observations until things get a bit more settled. Then you can see for sure whether Snape needs any help being a father. Not that you would know anything about it yourself. Sirius shrugged. We'll all be learning as we go, I reckon. Suddenly, a Patronus darted into the library and raced up to Harry. The boy jerked awake as if alerted by the mere presence of the glowing messenger. It was a large bear, and both Remus and Sirius exchanged baffled looks. They didn't know anyone with a bear Patronus. The creature's mouth opened, and the last voice they expected came from its mouth. Harry, come back to the infirmary at once. Severus needs you. Poppy Pomfrey's voice faded along with the silvery blue bear, and the 2 marauders looked at one another again with raised eyebrows. The kindly old Medi which had never exactly struck them as a mama bear, but now that they thought about it, it fit her completely. The woman was protective, fierce, solid, reliable, and likely terrifying in battle. After all, she was a Slytherin. Harry hadn't said a word, just gaping at the magical messenger as it faded. Then he leapt off Remus' lap and raced away. Padfoot jumped from the seat and barked as he chased after the little boy, and Remus ran after them. Harry was really out of breath when he made it back to the infirmary. He was pretty sure that it was Madame Pomfrey's voice that had come out of that beautiful bluish-white bear, and he was scared. She had sounded calm, but if Severus needed him, it either meant that his professor was waking up or dying. He was glad Snuffles had appeared out of nowhere to guide him, or he would have gotten lost on the way. Remus followed him too, and even took his hand when he nearly fell while going around a corner too fast. The three of them burst into the white hospital wing, and Harry heard his professor at once. He was crying out like he was in pain, and tears burned Harry's eyes and the back of his throat. He tore himself away from Remus the wolf and ran to where his professor had been sleeping for the past few days. The curtains were half open, and Madame Pomfrey was there. Her wand was dancing in a blur, and she looked worried. The professor was on the bed, his eyes closed, and his face pinched with agony, but he was squirming and gasping. The man let out a yell of pain that seemed to lance through Harry's chest and left him choking on tears. The small boy raced forward and threw himself at the professor. "Professor!" Harry cried out, clutching the man's shaking hand with both of his own. "What's wrong with him, Poppy?" Remus the wolf suddenly asked from behind Harry. The boy whipped his head around and noticed that Sirius had changed from dog to human again. He looked worried and a little sick. "His temperature spiked," Madame Pomfrey replied in a pinched sort of voice. She was concentrating on the magic she was doing above the professor's body. "Now he seems to be in pain, but it's all in his head, I think." "What do you mean?" Remus demanded. "Does his head hurt? Or is he remembering past suffering and thinks he's going through it again?" "Probably both," Madame Pomfrey answered shortly. "I can't leave this. Could you run and fetch some pain potions from the cabinet?" "The password is Bilgesnipe." Remus nodded and darted away just as Professor Snape cried out again. There were tears on his cheeks, and Harry wondered why on earth Madame Pomfrey thought the professor needed him of all people. He had no idea what to do, except hold the professor's hand and try to call him. Remus came back with the potion and helped Madame Pomfrey make the professor drink it. Harry remembered how that one tasted, and he made a sympathetic face as they forced the man to drink it all. He coughed and spluttered on it, moaned and mumbled things Harry couldn't understand, but he eventually finished it and relaxed a little. Harry slipped his hand into the professor's and reached out his other hand to wipe the potion off the professor's chin before Madame Pomfrey could do it. "Why's he hurting so much?" Harry whispered, staring at the man's face, which was still twisting and flinching in pain despite the potion. At least he wasn't screaming anymore. "We're not sure, love," Madame Pomfrey murmured, wiping at the corner of her eye with her wrist. "He lost some of his memories over the last few years, and then he got them back all at once that night he got hurt. We're thinking he's struggling to fit them all back in his head, and it hurts him." Harry yelped as the professor suddenly squeezed too hard and hurt his little hand. But the professor didn't know he was doing it, so when Sirius darted around Remus and crouched next to him, Harry assured his godfather that he was okay. "Why do you need Harry here?" Sirius asked, looking up at Madame Pomfrey. "Severus was calling for him," the nurse replied. "He was calling me?" Harry whispered, feeling a flood of relief that his professor hadn't forgotten him at all, and that he could probably help the man wake up and tell them where he was hurting so they could fix it. Determined now, Harry got closer to the professor and put his free hand on the man's thin cheek. His skin was hot and dry. Babbling, he told the professor that he was here, that it was Harry, and that it was going to be all right, and that he needed to wake up. Professor Snape seemed to calm down a little, but he was still breathing hard and his face was twisting slightly into grimaces and flinches. Harry sobbed and buried his face in the professor's shirt. Sirius rubbed his back and murmured things that were meaningless to the small boy. His professor was suffering and sick, and Harry couldn't do anything about it. He felt helpless and small. It was worse than when he had been trying to stop the professor's nasty cut from bleeding before. "The brain activity is slowing," Madame Pomfrey suddenly announced, sounding relieved. "Harry," Stay near him. I think your touch helps calm him down. Harry looked up, surprised. He was really helping? Sirius suddenly picked him up and set him on the bed. Harry put his head back down on the professor's chest and rearranged his hands, and settled down comfortably. He could hear the professor's heart pounding in a way that a sleeping person's really shouldn't, and his head went up and down with the man's breathing. Harry closed his eyes and started humming. It was nothing at first, but soon he started humming a tune that seemed sort of familiar, but he couldn't remember where he'd heard it before or what the words were. The professor relaxed even more, and his heart stopped beating so hard. Harry opened his eyes and looked up at Madame Pomfrey, who was looking down at him with a smile that was part relieved and part something else. He had no idea why she was looking at him like that, like she was grateful or something. When he looked at Sirius and Remus, they were smiling too, but in a different way, a secret kind of way. Sirius winked at him and pulled a stick out of his pocket before he put it on Professor Snape's bedside table. He noticed Madame Pomfrey give Sirius a scowl for that, and Remus smirked a little. He looked like he was trying not to laugh. Madame Pomfrey frowned in disapproval about something and pulled Sirius away. His godfather protested, but the nurse was not about to be put off. She started scolding him about something, while Remus sat down in the chair by the bed. Professor Snape really means a lot to you, doesn't he? Remus the wolf asked quietly. Harry nodded as best he could, curled up against his professor like this. He's nice to me, he answered frankly. I want him to get better, like he helped me get better. I'm glad you had him, Remus said with a sad smile. After a moment of silence, he went on in a softer voice, leaning forward a little so Harry could see him better. He'll wake up soon, I'm sure. Believe it or not, I think this was a good sign. He's fighting inside his mind, wrestling with his memories, fixing what was broken. It hurts him, but he's still fighting. He's tough, Harry. He'll make it, and one day he'll wake up and you'll be next to him. I hope so, Harry whispered. He stared at the pattern of patches and stains and mended spots on Remus' robe and listened to the professor's steady heartbeat. He wasn't tired in the least after that nice nap he'd gotten with Remus, but he wasn't bored either. He was just glad that the professor was okay now. The boy counted heartbeats and squeezed the man's hand every now and then, just to remind him that he was here. Only a few moments had passed, and Remus's heart was finally slowing its adrenaline-fueled gallop. He suddenly looked up as Minerva McGonagall, now headmistress of Hogwarts Schools of Witchcraft and Wizardry, swept into the infirmary. Her arm was in a sling and her severe face looked exhausted to the point that Remus wanted to tell her to sit down and call for chamomile tea. Poppy and Sirius looked up as well from their little discussion, the Animagus grinning unapologetically, and the Mediwitch losing her scolding frown simply to sigh disapprovingly. Remus hid his own smile. Minerva probably disregarded advice about rest to go take care of things. The ministry and the board of governors was going to get involved sooner rather than later in order to get everything in place for the new school year. It was just lucky that all this happened in summer. Remus glanced over at Harry, who was still awake, but lost in his own little world, curled up against his father, not noticing Minerva's entrance. Getting up, the werewolf walked over to the new headmistress, who had joined Madame Pomfrey and Sirius Black. We all need to have a discussion, Minerva began without preamble. Your office, Poppy? Of course, the Mediwitch murmured. Hold on while I reset these monitoring wards. Leaving Poppy to hurry over to Severus' bed, Remus and Sirius just glanced at each other before they silently followed Minerva into Madame Pomfrey's office. Once Poppy joined them, Minerva spelled the door shut and sat in one of the comfy chairs with a grateful sigh. Poppy sat behind her desk, and Remus and Sirius found seats as well. Sirius grumbled about his, and without a word, the werewolf transfigured the man's chair to one more suiting his taste. When the Animagus looked over at him in surprise, Remus smiled and winked at his old friend. All right, let me get my bearings, Minerva sighed, closing her eyes briefly and massaging the back of her neck with her good hand. Ye would nae believe the mornin' I've had, she moaned, her Scottish brogue pronounced and rich. I told you to wait another day or two before running about like this, Minnie, Poppy scolded. Wordy, would you bring a tea tray to my office if you please? There was a pop about 2 seconds after her request, and an eager young elf appeared in a clean tea towel, carrying a large wooden tray with enough tea things for all four of them and 2 teapots. "Wordy bees bringing black tea and chamomile tea, Missy Poppy, ma'am," the elf explained as he carefully set the tray down. "Yous all be careful," he warned, wagging a skinny finger at them. "Tea's very, very hot, and biscuits bees fresh they are." "Thank you, Wordy." Poppy smiled warmly. "It all looks lovely. We'll let you know if we need anything else." Beaming, the house elf vanished with a pop, and the four of them took a few minutes to get some tea. Minerva was exceedingly grateful for the chamomile tea and poured herself a cup with just a bit of honey. Sirius slurped his, as noisily as ever, and commented casually that it was the first time in over 7 years he'd had tea. Remus winced and wondered why Sirius had been too busy to stock his cabin with tea if he'd had time to get all the other food. Right then, "First things first," Minerva said briskly, the chamomile tea seeming to invigorate her, rather than relax her. Poppy and Remus exchanged amused glances since Minerva was busy glaring sternly at Sirius Black. "First of all, we'd better hear your full story, Mr. Black, and leave nothing out. You seem trustworthy, as actions speak louder than words, but we only heard the quick version from Mr. Lupin." Sirius raised his eyebrows in surprise and gulped down the rest of his scalding tea before he set the cup back on the desk. "What do you want to know?" "I doubt describing 7 years in solitary confinement in the world's worst prison, surrounded by maniacs and soul-sucking monsters, is going to be very helpful." "Just the facts, Black," Minerva replied sternly. "Tell us about the Potters, the secret keeper business, your incarceration, your escape, what you've been doing while you've been free, what you mean to do, that sort of thing." Sirius cleared his throat and started talking. Sometimes he got up to pace. Sometimes he sat and clenched his fists in his lap so hard he trembled. Once he got up and went to the window, wringing his hands and muttering to himself as he described Peter Pettigrew's betrayal and his subsequent imprisonment. Minerva was as relentless as Alastair Moody, and Remus watched Madame Pomfrey cast more than a few worried looks at both the new headmistress and the former marauder. Sirius talked about the Happy Potter family, and even recalled a few times when James got drunk with the marauders and seemed on the verge of telling them something, but never got around to it. He wondered aloud whether James was going to tell them about Harry's true father. He talked about going into hiding and being the secret keeper for almost a year before he convinced James to switch over to Peter, the little traitor. Less than a month later, James and Lily were dead, Voldemort was gone, and Sirius arrived at the house to find Dumbledore and Snape bickering over something. They were supposed to meet him at whatever safe house there was going to be, and Hagrid demanded to take Harry until Dumbledore was done with Snape. Sirius trusted Hagrid and Dumbledore and went off to find Peter. Their confrontation in the street caused Remus Wolf to snarl furiously within him, and he had to close his eyes to contain it. He had already heard this story, but it somehow meant more now, with the headmistress of Hogwarts and its resident Mediwitch listening solemnly. Sirius spoke of his escape, how new hope and purpose were given to him thanks to Remus' unexpected visit, and how he swam across the icy waters as Padfoot. As he described finding Harry and the deplorable conditions he found the boy in, Poppy actually cried. Minerva looked murderous, and Remus quieted his wolf again. There was no way they were putting Harry back with those monsters. No way at all. The silence following Sirius' story was tense and sad, but eventually, the atmosphere relaxed. Sirius gulped another cup of tea to soothe his sore throat from talking for so long. "It all makes sense," Minerva said firmly. "But now there's the issue of getting your name cleared. After all this time, it won't be easy," Sirius warned her. "Plus, I've escaped and I'm an illegal animagus. They'll want to try me for that too, Ministry bloodsuckers." "The only thing to be done is to find Pettigrew," Remus said unexpectedly. He was a little surprised at the skeptical looks thrown his way. "Sirius and I could do it," he explained reasonably. "We marauders swore a binding oath to one another. If we reactivate it, we could use the bond to find him." "It would be tricky," Sirius warned him. "I'm not even sure if it could find him in his animagus form." "That's why you'll be in your animagus form when we do the spell," Remus smiled. He sighed at the skeptical looks on his companions' faces. "Oh, don't look at me like that. I've been hunting dark creatures, breaking up dark magic crime rings, and researching this sort of thing ever since I graduated from Hogwarts. It will be fine, trust me. Plus, it's the only reliable way I can think of to track him down. There must be billions of rats in Great Britain alone, and who's to know if he fled to the continent? He'd stay close, Sirius said firmly. Pete was always lazy. He'll stick around nearby to hear the news, and I doubt he's living in a sewer somewhere. My money's on old Wormtail making a cozy home in the wainscot of some ex-Death Eater's house where he can sneak into the kitchens anytime and hear talk of the good old days and all that. He'll have heard of your escape then, Poppy warned them. He'll be alert. Sirius barked out a harsh laugh. Pettigrew may have been alerted, but he's no match for me and Remus both. He fooled me once. He won't do that again. And when you catch him, what then? Minerva demanded. It's not as if you can just stroll into the ministry with a rat, Sirius. I'll be the one turning him into the ministry, Remus said calmly. And then? Then we hope Amelia Bones is more competent than Bartimius Crouch was, Sirius growled darkly. I'm thinking she is, right? His scowl cleared, and he looked thoughtful. I knew the Bones back in the war. Good, solid family. Amelia Bones is an excellent head of magical law enforcement, Minerva agreed. I could put a few good words in as well. We all should, Poppy spoke up. This is the time for us to bombard the ministry with pleas to have a fair trial this time. And I'll send a message with the rat, Sirius added, his blue eyes sparking with mischief. I'll tell them I'll show up if they mean to have a public trial. Remus sucked in a sharp breath. You'd turn yourself in? He demanded. Are you mad? No more mad than usual, Moony, Sirius grinned a bit crazily. Listen, if I tell them I'll turn myself in for a fair trial, that'll give them incentive to actually have a trial, yeah? Everybody who's anybody knows most of the accused Death Eaters didn't get a fair trial. Plus, I don't have a dark mark, so that's another plus in my favor. Anybody want to bet old Wormtail's got one? He always wore long sleeves, Remus mused. He probably did. We had no reason to suspect him, after all. No reason to ask to see his arm. I wish Severus were awake, Minerva sighed, leaning back in her chair and closing her eyes. Proper scheming like this requires a Slytherin. Sirius glanced uneasily at the shut door. Earlier, he was a bit. He trailed off. Minerva cracked open an eye and peered at the Mediwitch. How is he doing, Poppy? I have no idea, Madame Pomfrey said helplessly. I truly would prefer to move him to St. Mungo's where they can treat him better, but Harry's presence soothes him. I'd rather not have that child staying in the public hospital. Severus absorbed all of his missing memories at once, and I have no idea what it's done to his mind. I know that simply reabsorbing a removed memory from a pensieve is a bit uncomfortable. I can't imagine suddenly regaining the amount of memories Severus surely lost. And add to that the fact that he must now sift the new memories against the false ones that were implanted. Poor chap, Sirius mumbled with genuine compassion. You think he'll ever wake up? Poppy shook her head helplessly. I know of no one skilled enough in the mind arts to consult, and I have no idea what is going on in his brain right now. Scans indicate that he is awake, judging from the amount of brain activity going on, but we know he's not awake. I would say Severus is trapped in his head right now, reorganizing, analyzing, and absorbing all the new information. Until he sorts it all out, he'll be unconscious, I expect. What if he wakes up with his mind all scrambled and broken? Sirius asked a little timidly. What'll be done about Harry? Minerva and Poppy were silent. Remus and Sirius glanced desperately at one another. Merlin knows the two of them would good-naturedly fight over the honor of raising the child, but with Sirius a fugitive from Azkaban and Remus a werewolf, neither would ever be approved for adoption. That's a pretty pickle, isn't it? Minerva finally sighed. I suppose I'd best contact the Weasleys. They can care for Harry for a while anyway. Why can't we just keep him here on the sly? Sirius asked desperately. If he goes to the Weasleys, I won't be able to visit him. With Albus gone and presumed dead, we'll have to go through his things, and that includes any guardianships he had. Far as I know, and hope, Harry was the only one. With his relatives out of the question on account of the abuse, His adoption will basically be up for grabs to anyone related to him, however distantly. Like the Malfoys, Black snarled as if the name was a curse. The quicker we find guardians, even temporary ones, the better we can find someone who can care for Harry permanently. He needs blood wards to keep him safe, so we'd need someone related to him. Someone like his dad, Sirius muttered, folding his arms and sighing heavily. We can't just set up blood wards here. Severus needs to go to St. Mungo's, Minerva objected severely. Poppy has done all she can for him here. Why can't Harry stay with Augusta Longbottom? Remus asked cautiously, having kept quiet for a while. I mean, her daughter-in-law was Harry's godmother, and I'm sure she takes her grandson to visit his parents in the Janus Thicky ward. Harry could go along and visit his father, at least until Severus wakes up and can take care of him. I'll talk to Augusta, Minerva sighed. She put her cup and saucer down and rubbed her head. Another thing on my to-do list. I suppose I'd best go write some letters. Not now, you're not, Poppy said firmly. You're going to get some rest. You can fluke call or owl them tomorrow. Right now, you've got a bed calling your name. Minerva got up without too much grumbling, though she insisted on returning to her own quarters to rest. Poppy in turn insisted on escorting her up to her chambers in Gryffindor Tower, leaving the two marauders alone in the infirmary. Trouble with guardians. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 36. The Trouble with Guardians. Harry looked up as Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey left the infirmary and wondered where they were going. The lady, Professor, looked hurt. Harry settled back down and went back to humming his forgotten song to the sleeping professor. After a few minutes, he heard footsteps and looked up again. Remus and Sirius were coming out of the nurse's office. Harry untangled his hand from the professor's and sat up. The man shifted uneasily and muttered something. Harry made a shushing noise and put his hand back on the professor's. The man shifted again, his face creasing in pain. Harry felt his heartbeat speed up, and he hoped the professor wouldn't start yelling again. That had just been awful. Suddenly, his godfather was next to him, and Sirius gently grabbed Harry's hand, moving it to the professor's chest. Almost instantly, his face smoothed out and he fell still again. It's got to be the bond, Sirius whispered. Just stay touching his chest. All right, kiddo? We did this spell to find you, and all three of us can feel this connection to you. If you stay there, it seems to help him. Harry nodded, his eyes wide. That's why my skin started glowing, he asked in a hushed voice. 'Cause the professor was trying to find me? Sirius grinned at him and messed up his hair. That's right. He was really anxious to find you. Remus sat in the chair next to the bed again and sighed. Sirius sat on the edge of the bed next to Harry. The boy glanced uneasily from the werewolf to his godfather. Am I in trouble? He asked timidly. Sirius messed up his hair again with a fond smile. Nope, you're good, he said cheerfully. We just wanted to make sure you're doing all right. I'm fine, Harry answered hastily, though he wondered uneasily what was going to happen to him. You sure about that? His godfather asked carefully, watching him with his bright blue eyes. You've been through a lot lately, especially the last few days. It's okay to be a little scared or worried right now. It's normal. Harry shrugged helplessly, unsure of what the man wanted. Long as I'm not going back to the Dursleys or the Dumbleman, I'm not scared, he answered softly. Harry, Remus the wolf suddenly spoke up. How much do you know about your parents? Sirius shot Remus a suspicious-looking glare, and Remus looked back at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. It was really weird. The professor said my parents didn't really die in a car accident, Harry answered cautiously. Then he looked over at his godfather with a slight smile. And Snuffles told me my dad liked jokes and stuff. Sirius winced and Remus shot him another weird look. Maybe Sirius wasn't supposed to tell him stories about his parents? Right, Remus said slowly and looked back at Harry. So you know about the Dark Lord Voldemort who tried to kill you? Harry reached up with his free hand and rubbed the strange scar on his forehead. The name didn't sound familiar, but his professor had told him about the Dark Lord and all that. The professor told me this Dark Lord tried, but he couldn't, Harry answered hesitantly. He said nobody knows why. Your mother gave her life for you, Remus told him. That is very powerful magic. The most powerful. Love so powerful it protected you from death. Dumbledore thought you needed someone related to your mother in order for the protection to keep working. So, that's why he put you with your aunt and uncle. Because your aunt was the only relative of your mother's left alive. He was wrong, Sirius interrupted with a fierce scowl on his face. McGonagall told him the Dursleys were the worst sort of people, and he never even checked up on you. He just left you there with those monsters. Harry blinked in confusion and looked down at his lap. You're very special, Harry, Remus said softly. There are people who are not good, who would do anything to have you under their control. We just want you to be happy and have a normal childhood. But now all this stuff is happening. And now I'm a monster too, Harry mumbled, blinking at the burning in his eyes. No, both Remus and Sirius shouted at once. Harry jerked in surprise, looking wide-eyed at the werewolf and his godfather. Remus looked sad and in pain, while Sirius looked furious. Listen to me, pup, Snuffles said earnestly, grabbing his shoulders. You're a kid, not a monster. You're brave and smart and wonderful. Just because you grow fur and bigger teeth once a month doesn't mean anything, Harry. It's a sickness. It's not who you are. You're not a monster. Understand? The real monsters are people who think it's okay to beat kids or lock them up and starve them. The real monsters are those who don't care about decency and kindness and think it's fine to hurt people and use them. You're nothing like that. I love you, Harry. Got that? I couldn't love a monster. You're not a monster. Harry nodded and bit his lip. The professor. He told me almost the same thing, the boy whispered. He glanced over at Remus, because Remus the wolf had told him something like that too. Sirius grinned and squeezed his shoulders. Well, if two genius people are telling you the same thing, it must be true, right? Harry smiled shyly, though it was a little wobbly and his eyes were swimming, and let his godfather pull him into a tight hug. He saw Remus smiling gently at him too, and Harry smiled back, more of a real one this time. He wasn't alone, and his godfather and Wolf were going to take care of him while his professor slept. He had never felt so cared for. It was almost overwhelming. I struggled with thinking I was a monster too, Remus said in a quiet voice. But then I got friends like Sirius and James Potter who convinced me of the truth. I'm not a monster, and neither are you, Harry. Once a month, we'll struggle. We'll have pain and sorrow, and we'll have lock ourselves away to keep from hurting anyone. But we'll come out of it human again. I will be with you as much as I possibly can, for your whole life, I pray. I hope that you and I can grow close soon. Me too, Harry whispered, and he realized that he meant it. He was everything and nothing. Nothing made sense. Yet, strangely enough, he knew that all was as it should be, despite the chaos. Key pieces of himself had returned, and even though it hurt, he welcomed the pain and the healing it would bring. The temple of his mind had been in ruins when he fell back from the blue strands of memory that invaded his very soul. Carrion birds circled above, and rampaging beasts galloped through the chaos of his mind. He had no idea how long he had been fighting. It could have been years. Dumbledore's work went deep, far deeper than he'd thought possible. Even the Dark Lord had never marked him as the headmaster had. Tom Riddle could at least appreciate the value of a brilliant mind. Dumbledore saw nothing but empty husks to be filled only with that which he desired. Severus wondered how he had never noticed that before. Dumbledore was brilliant in the way of geniuses, but he lacked a moral compass save that which he considered the greater good. In his efforts to eliminate complications, pain, regrets, and defiance, he had wiped out a great deal of what had made Severus Snape who he was. He had changed, and he didn't even know he had. Battling the birds that tried to destroy what was left of his mind, fighting the beasts that would tear down the progress he made, and trying to sort through years of memories quickly exhausted him. But he couldn't leave any of this undone. It had to be now or never. He had to get back to his son. The memories wrestled themselves into place. There was no trouble there. Each memory asserted itself and fell into its rightful room or fresco or prison cell almost without Severus thinking about it. It was the false memories created by Dumbledore that needed the most attention. Severus had to essentially obliviate them from his mind, or he would be forever confused, remembering things that had never happened, and then if he remembered remembering them, It would only tangle the paths of his mind all the more. But he had to be careful. Mind surgery was tricky at best, and he had never even done this sort of thing to someone else before, let alone himself. So, painstakingly, carefully, he trimmed Dumbledore's influence from his mental temple, fought the constructs that appeared to defend them, and thought he was doing quite well, all things considered. And then everything blew up. He had no idea what he'd done, or if Dumbledore had rigged something, but all of his careful work blew up in his face. His meticulous organization, his careful surgery, his fierce defense, it all went to hell. One minute he was banishing non-existent memories, next minute he was flying and falling and everything was noise and pain all around him. He was screaming and trying to salvage something, sure that he was going to lose his mind or wake with no mind at all. Memories flashed past him too quickly to grasp. Lily twirling in the sunlight, trees all around, flowers in her hair like some fairy of spring. I don't need help from a dirty little mudblood like her. Lily smirking at him over their homework. Lily crying in his arms. Lily beaming up at him with their son. I know you want to hold him, Sev, her playful tone seeming somehow sad. Why don't you ever ask? I'm not worthy, Lily. He deserves a father. I'm not a father. Lily lying on the floor of the nursery as if asleep. But he knew she was gone forever. Lily, Lily, Lily. Everything was Lily. His existence was Lily. Suddenly his son was looking up at him. His dark, messy hair framed a pale, thin face, so much like his when he was a child. The boy's green eyes gleamed with intelligence and life and laughter, just like hers. Are you actually my dad? The boy asked anxiously, the worry on that small face making his heart break and grow tight at the same time. The boy's face was dragged away from him in a torrent of images and emotions. He screamed as the pain of his memories assaulted him. His head was being stabbed by a million knives. His body was being racked with the Cruciatus curse. His heart was going to pound out of his chest. My son, he cried to the darkness. Where have you taken my son? Harry, he called. Lily. But Lily was dead. His son was lost. Or was he? Severus didn't know anymore. He was being buffeted to and fro by his own mind, tearing itself apart. The pain was growing to the point that he was sure he must die, for he couldn't bear any more of this. Then he felt the flames of his agony cool, as if water was being poured over the scorched and flailing embers of his mind. A gentle hand was catching his hand, touching his face, and familiar magic rushed through his veins and back again, further soothing the pain in his mind. He relaxed into the touch and the magic. He felt warmth, something solid and warm flowing through his skin and touching the raging waves of his consciousness. He could focus. He could regain his equilibrium and rebuild his mind. He thanked whatever power that be for granting him relief, and he watched as the storm of his emotions and memories slowly settled, leaving him in his mind's new landscape. It wasn't a field of rubble or a ruined castle. It wasn't a desolate canyon or the dark tunnels of a dungeon. He was standing in an open field of grass under a sky blushing with dawn. His memories were no longer rooms or murals or frescoes, but birds, insects, blades of grass, wildflowers. It was a mindscape which had been Lily's, the one time she let him in. The familiarity and rightness of the place calmed his panicked heart, filled him with peace, and gave him the strength to raise his hands. His new castle of memories, the home of his consciousness and stronghold of his psyche, would be here in a green field with dawn sky overhead and birdsong in the air. According to his wish and magic, the foundation of the castle came into being, and though it was similar to the temple-like building that had housed his psyche before, it was different. He pulled images from fantasy and reality, crafting a castle that was a home and a fortress. Light shone through impenetrable stained glass windows, color decorated the walls and floors, and statue-like sentries stood guard at the gates and in the halls. His memories inhabited the rooms, not as orbs of light in a desolate ruin, but as living, breathing people, or as decorations, pictures, statues, and tapestries. Every stone in this castle was a moment in time, a moment that had made him who he was. He was Severus Tobias Snape. He was a genius, a potions master, a professor, a head of house, a father, The dark-haired boy kept showing up, crying in his arms, begging to be kept warm and safe from nightmares, grinning as he played chess, smiling as he cooked an omelet, frowning in concentration as he read a book meant for children 3 years older than himself, sleeping in the ruins of the Potter Manor. He saw the boy as a baby, green eyes large and solemn, black hair soft and fuzzy against his scalp, chewing on a toy dog, gurgling with pleasure as he made his favorite ball float back up to him from where he dropped it. The joy that suffused Severus' soul as he recalled that he had been the sole witness to his son's very first episode of accidental magic returned to him tenfold. He saw the Dursleys, he saw his son, he saw Dumbledore, he saw Black and Lupin, he saw Filch and Poppy, he saw Minerva and Hagrid. He relived that which he had forgotten, and when they had fallen into place, it was as if he had never forgotten. He saw it all, and he knew it all, and every true memory settled into place, leaving him exhausted but content. His mind was strong and whole again. He had rebuilt it from rubble, and now it was stronger than it ever had been. He would rest, and then return to the land of the living. His son was waiting for him. Minerva McGonagall had sent off an official letter to Augusta Longbottom first thing in the morning. Now that her arm was out of its sling, she was able to get down on her hands and old knees to flew the burrow. When she tossed down the flu powder and called out the burrow, she hoped that Mrs. Weasley was home. Not that she minded talking to the other members of the large family, but she and Molly went back a long way. When the headmistress poked her head into the green flames and blinked, she could see the cluttered sitting room of the Weasley home. Minerva took a breath, mindful of the ash she might breathe in, and called out, "Molly, are you home?" "It's Minerva McGonagall." A few seconds passed before the matronly woman bustled out of the next room, flicking her wand in front of her as a broom swept on its own. Molly Weasley looked a little flushed, but not frazzled, and, judging from how quiet the house was, the children were probably off playing outside. "Minerva, such a surprise," Molly called out cheerfully. "Oh, you should come through. I can't imagine how your back must be hurting like that. I'll put the kettle on." Gratefully, Minerva stood up and stepped into the headmistress's fireplace, spinning through the flue system until she was set down in the burrow. She bent her head and stepped out, watching as the fireplace shrank slightly behind her. Having visited Molly before, Minerva picked her way over the clutter in the sitting room and found the dining room. Mrs. Weasley bustled out of the kitchen with a tea tray and a singing kettle. The Transfiguration professor arched an impressed eyebrow. "That was quick," Minerva commented. Molly gestured for her to have a seat and blushed at the praise. "Oh, it's nothing but a little shortcut. Dearie me, it's been forever since you stopped by for a social call, Minerva. I do wish you'd sent a letter ahead so I could tidy up a bit more, but I am glad to see you." "I'm glad to see you also, Molly," Minerva smiled, seating herself at the table and wincing slightly at the stiffness in her joints. "It's been too long since we sat down to tea, just the two of us. Where are the rascals now?" "Bill took them into town for ice cream," Molly said with a fond smile as she poured tea. "He's a dear, don't you think?" Minerva chuckled and gratefully took her cup, laced with milk just the way she liked it. They must have been getting underfoot in a bad way indeed for that boy to have noticed and done something about it. It was half a joke, really. Bill Weasley had been a prefect and head boy in school. If any Weasley was responsible, it was the oldest one. "Bill really is growing up so fast," Molly said wistfully, dabbing her eyes with her apron and sitting down. "I think he knows it too. He's spending as much time as he can with the children, and I'm grateful. Gringotts is calling him back next week instead of after the summer. Can you believe it? He's excited, of course, but we'll all miss him. How have you been doing, Minerva? Enjoying your vacation so far?" Minerva grimaced and looked down at her cup. "Not really, no," she confessed. "There's been a mess of happenings lately, and I hardly know where to start. I suppose I'll start with Harry Potter." "Harry?" Molly perked up at once, though there was worry in her eyes. "How is he, the poor dear lamb? He was so very sad to be leaving us, and we were sad too, of course. Still, Albus had to keep him safe, I suppose. It was a real treat to have him here, even if it was only for 24 hours. Why, Minerva? What is the matter?" "Harry was here?" Minerva asked, feeling slightly miffed that she hadn't known that before. Of course, Molly replied, looked flustered. Severus brought Harry here, and the poor child was suffering from heat stroke and dehydration and all. And Severus himself wasn't in the best of health either, but he insisted on returning to Hogwarts for potions and things. He never did come back for Harry as he promised, and Albus came the next day to take the boy to Bumblebee Manor. Minerva sighed, realizing that Severus must have forgotten about it, or rather, Albus had erased it, and then had come to the burrow and practically kidnapped the child. Harry had been safe enough here with the Weasleys. What had Albus really wanted? Minerva, Molly asked quietly, reaching out and laying her hand on the Transfiguration professor's arm. What is it? You look terrible. It's been a mess ever since that Daily Prophet article about Harry disappearing, Minerva replied mournfully. I assume Severus told you everything? He told us that the boy's family's been treating him abominably for years, Molly retorted with righteous anger. Dumbledore knew about it, Severus claims, but Albus said he didn't know. I suppose I have no idea who to believe. He also told Arthur that Harry was attacked last month. The scars are dreadful. He didn't say what attacked him? Minerva asked in surprise. No, Molly shook her head, but we didn't ask. He was clawed and bitten by a werewolf, Minerva said flatly. His first full moon was the last one. Mercy, Molly gasped, clapping a hand to her mouth and tears starting to form in her horrified eyes. The poor child. Mrs. Weasley quickly wiped her eyes, going from horror and compassion to righteous rage in a matter of seconds. Well, little wonder Severus wanted to care for Harry himself. Oh, I'm going to have words with Albus Dumbledore. Does that neglectful old idiot still have the poor boy? No, Minerva smiled grimly. A few nights ago, Severus and I, along with a couple of others, raided Bumblebee Manor and got the lad back. Severus was, well, he's unconscious, and we're not exactly sure why. Harry is with us at Hogwarts, and Albus has disappeared. We're not sure if he's dead or not, but the whole manor fell atop of him. Merlin's sakes, Molly complained, picking up her teacup again. Gryffindors never do things halfway, do they? How in the world did the whole manor fall on him? We're still attempting to figure that out. I suppose he brought it down a purpose, but I've no idea why. So, you're saying Harry needs a home? Molly prompted. He needs a temporary home at least, Minerva replied slowly. Severus needs to go to St. Mungo's, and Harry can't stay at Hogwarts, no matter how much some of us would love to have him. Was he happy here with you? Oh, I think so, Molly smiled. He's such a good boy, so polite and sweet-natured. We'd love to have him for however long we can. I know the children will be bouncing off the walls to hear that Harry's coming back. Minerva McGonagall smiled with relief. I'm glad. Thank you so much, Molly. My other choice was Augusta Longbottom, but we all know how she can be sometimes. Molly looked concerned suddenly. Ah well, if Augusta can take him, it would be nice, I dare say. Her grandson's probably lonely much of the time, and Longbottom Estate would certainly have stronger wards and even house elves. Harry might be safer there. Minerva couldn't help but agree. Harry might be happier with the Weasleys, and vice versa, but there was no doubt that Longbottom Estate would be safer. You're generous to a fault, Molly, Minerva sighed. But if Augusta won't take Harry, it's good to know that you'll gladly open your home to him. Of course, Minerva. Mrs. Weasley beamed. Now, I have a feeling there is a great deal more to that story of yours than you're telling. Oh, there is, Minerva smiled and sipped her tea. I'll tell you what I can. What I cannot is not my tale to tell. You'll just have to ask Severus when he wakes up, if he wants to tell you. The professor was sleeping better the day after he had been in so much pain, so Remus stayed with him while Snuffles took Harry outside to play. He was getting a little twitchy from missing the sun and the grass. Even when he lived at the Dursleys' house, he'd been able to go outside almost all the time to garden and paint the shed and do other yard work. Getting locked in his cupboard for days at a time was a really bad punishment, but at least he could see pretty well in the dark now. Once the big black dog led Harry to the big front doors, the boy had to try and open them himself. He couldn't, so Snuffles turned into serious and opened the doors really quick, then shifted back into his dog self. Harry sighed enviously as Snuffles tore off down the cobblestone path and into the grass. Wish I could do that, the boy muttered. Maybe turning into an animal was something only special magic people could do. He'd rather be able to do that than turn into a scary wolf monster every month when the stupid moon told him to. Harry broke into a trot and then into a run, and saw Snuffles rolling around in the grass, snuffling and grunting like mad. It made Harry laugh. The two of them wrestled for a bit, then played tag, and then Snuffles played fetch, doing silly things when Harry threw the stick for him to run after. The boy was laughing so hard he had to lay in the grass to get his breath back. Snuffles brought the drool-covered stick back and then started licking Harry and nudging him with his wet nose. Harry shrieked with laughter. It really tickled, and he could swear the dog was laughing too, if his snuffling huffing was any indication. When they were both tired out, they flopped on the grass and looked at the clouds. Harry pointed out the shapes he saw: a castle, whale, a rose, and a mermaid. He laughed at a really stretched out one that he said was Professor Snape, and Snuffles laughed too. After some time, they were quiet, and the warm sun was making Harry sleepy. Insects buzzed and the heady smell of grass surrounded them, and Harry found himself remembering the last time he'd been out here. I wish the professor were here, Harry said quietly. Snuffles raised his head and looked at him with wise blue eyes, and Harry rolled over so he could see the dog head on. He was reading a book right over there the last time, Harry explained, pointing at the tree where the professor had been sitting, and I was running around till I got too tired. Then we talked. He always said sorry when he was grumpy, and he never said I was stupid for asking questions. Harry trailed off and sighed, thinking about the nasty scars on his arms. He said the Dursleys were bad, not me, but they always said I was the bad one. The boy pressed his lips tightly together and pulled at the grass. I wish he'd wake up so I could ask him. Snuffles nudged him with his nose, and Harry smiled at him, scratching him behind the ears like he liked. I'd ask him why he never came to the Weasley house to get me like he promised, and ask him if he really meant it when he said he wanted to take care of me, and ask him if he'd teach me how to make magic potions and medicine. He said he would let me help, he explained. And of course I'd ask him if it was okay that I have a godfather too that's actually a dog, and if it's okay that I'm not mad at my wolf anymore. He said he'd kill the wolf if he ever came close to me again, but Remus is sorry and he didn't mean it, and he's pretty nice. Snuffles huffed and nudged him with his nose again, probably getting tired of the boring conversation. Harry laughed and let the dog roll him over on his back. A big black paw landed on his chest to pin him down, and then the dog was nosing and licking every bit of Harry that was ticklish until the boy was squirming and giggling. Before Harry could go off into full-fledged screaming laughter, Snuffles looked up and tensed. Harry sat up, aware that he was really messy and he probably had leaves and twigs and grass in his wild hair. A familiar giant of a man was coming closer to them, and a big dog was loping along at his side. Harry tensed nervously. He remembered the big slobbery dog, and he sort of remembered the giant man who had come and dragged the dog off him. He wasn't exactly scared, but he remembered being scared, so he was a little nervous. He scrambled to his feet and put his hand on Snuffles' head. "Why as I live and breathe?" the giant man boomed, his brown hair and beard sticking out in all directions. "Lil Harry, you're back again." "Hello," Harry said in a small voice, watching the dog at the big man's side warily. The giant looked confused to see that Harry had his hand on a big dog and still seemed scared of the drooling dog, but he grabbed his dog by the collar anyway. "Fong won't hurt ya," the giant said with an enormous shrug. "EE's just a bit too friendly sometimes." "YEA I got a dog there?" "His name's Snuffles," Harry replied, feeling a little defensive. "And he's nice. He saved me." "Ah, that's a good reason to befriend him then, innit?" The big man grinned, looking really friendly and nice. Harry felt himself relaxing a little. "I guess I'm not as scared of Fong as I was before," Harry said slowly. "You can let him go, I think." As if sensing Harry's nervousness, Snuffles pressed closer to Harry's leg and whined quietly. Harry rubbed the dog behind his ears, and the big giant let his dog go. Instead of running and tackling him like he did before, Fong lazily loped off, sniffing the grass without any care whatsoever for the strange boy and dog in his territory. The giant shrugged and Harry relaxed into a relieved grin. "EE's the laziest dog I ever 'ad. And that's saying something," the giant grinned. "I'm Hagrid. Yet may not remember me, but I held ya when you were nothing but a little tyke." Harry smiled at the thought of being held in those enormous hands, picturing himself as a baby, using one of the giant Hagrid's palms as a bed. "Are ya out 'ere all alone?" Hagrid asked, looking around in concern. "Weren't Professor Snape looking after ya?" "The professor's sleeping," Harry explained. "He got hurt, so he's resting. Snuffles is taking care of me while I'm out here." "Oh," Hagrid answered, looking surprised. "Well, like I always say, ain't nothing like a good dog to take real good care of a tyke. I was working on some at my cabin. Wanna see? Then we can have tea and rock. Cakes afore ya have to go back." Harry glanced at Snuffles, who didn't growl or shake his head or anything to tell him he couldn't, so he shrugged. "Okay," he answered. "Thanks." Sirius was partly amused and partly infuriated. The little project Hagrid was working on was none other than the motorcycle. Sirius' pride and joy, the flying motorcycle that he'd worked on for years, had ended up covered in a filthy tarp in Hagrid's garden shed. While he was glad that his precious vehicle hadn't ended up in a junkyard or taken to bits, still, Hagrid had no idea how to take care of a Muggle transportation device like this, and Snuffles whined forlornly when he saw how much work the motorcycle needed. Harry exclaimed over it, and Hagrid was bemused, since he didn't know that normal motorcycles didn't fly, and had no idea that it was actually called a motorcycle in the first place. Trapped in his dog body, all Sirius Black could do was despair as he watched Harry and Hagrid bumble around his precious motorcycle without the least idea what they were doing. The dog whined and whimpered and tried to nudge them away from it, and even ended up howling at one point. Hagrid thought it was funny, and Harry couldn't figure out why he was so distressed. Snuffles decided to wait until Hagrid took Harry in the cabin to get that tea, and then he would lock himself in the shed, transform into a human, and try to figure out how to get his motorcycle up and running again. It seemed like forever before Hagrid finally declared it was time for a break. Harry was filthy, covered in grease and dust and cobwebs, but the kid was grinning his head off, so Sirius decided he would be the horrified parent later. Right now, his poor baby needed him. Left alone in the shed at last, Sirius shifted into a man and locked the shed from the inside. Groaning, he ran his hands through his hair before he crouched down next to the motorcycle to assess the damage. If Hagrid did his maintenance once a year like he'd cheerfully told Harry, then the vehicle was sure to be in bad shape. "Right," Sirius muttered forlornly. "That's the last time you loan Hagrid something of yours, Padfoot. The very last time." Remus Lupin glanced up from his book as the infirmary flew whooshed and Minerva McGonagall stepped out. The werewolf closed his book and stood, glancing briefly at Severus, who was still asleep and seeming very calm today. "Minerva?" Remus called quietly. "Is something wrong?" the headmistress asked sharply, dusting herself off. "Where's Poppy?" "She's in the staff room with the school governors," Remus replied grimly. "They came by, and we couldn't find you anywhere. She's keeping them busy for now, but you'd best get up there right away." "Oh, sticklebacks," Minerva fumed, fretting with her robes and hair. "Couldn't they have waited an hour, at least?" "All right, I'm going. How's Severus today?" "Much better, Poppy says," Remus replied, relieved enough to smile again. His fever broke, and his mental activity slowed a bit. He's still unconscious, but at least he seems to be resting now instead of fighting. "Well, that was quicker than I thought," Minerva mused, though she looked relieved too. "We'll talk later. I got an owl from Mrs. Longbottom while I was having tea with Molly Weasley." Remus' heart bumped painfully in his chest. Sirius took Harry outside in his animagus form. They were both getting antsy. "Good, good," Minerva said distractedly, hurrying from the hospital wing. "Stay here, and when they get back, do make sure Harry gets a bath. He hasn't had a proper one in Merlin knows how long." Remus watched the infirmary doors fall closed behind Hogwarts' new headmistress. He hoped she wouldn't have too much trouble with the school governors. Most of them were old pureblood lords, and they might object to Hogwarts having a headmistress for the first time in almost 200 years. But then again, most of them liked McGonagall to some extent. so she should be all right. She would be wonderful for the school. They had to see that. Sighing, Remus went back to his chair and opened his book again. He found his place and commenced reading out loud, hoping that the sound of his voice might draw Severus back from whatever dark place he had fallen into. It was the end of a very long day for Remus, who'd spent it sitting by the unconscious Severus, wandering back and forth from the library and staying out of sight while the school governors toured Howards. Naturally, he had spent half the day worrying about Sirius and Harry out on the grounds. Thankfully, the two of them hadn't come in until almost supper time, and the governors were in the headmistress' office, and then followed a bit of a fight to get the boy into the bathtub. It was rather surprising that Harry preferred Remus to his godfather, but in response to Sirius pouting, Poppy had pointed out that it was instinctual bonding between werewolves that led Harry to trust Remus over Sirius. It was nothing personal, but sadly, the day wasn't over yet. The infirmary was once again the site of a hushed council in Poppy's office while a freshly washed Harry slept contentedly beside his still unresponsive father in the main hospital wing. Minerva had had a difficult day, Remus could see, but she was still forcing herself to go on. Maybe if they got this all done, soon she could go finish that vacation she probably had planned. I visited Molly Weasley and Augusta Longbottom today, Minerva told them. Are either of them willing to take Harry? Poppy asked. Sirius, who still looked tired and grumpy because Harry had unequivocally thrown him out of the bathroom when he was just trying to help Remus give the boy a bath, looked up with a scowl. I hate all this, the Azkaban escapee interrupted. Remus and I could take better care of Harry than most, and you know that. Besides, Harry's a werewolf now. Do the Weasleys really want to expose their kids to that? Or does Madame Longbottom want to endanger her grandson? You're being unreasonable, Minerva retorted, giving Sirius a severe glare over the tops of her spectacles. You are a fugitive, and as far as the Ministry is concerned, a murderer and traitor. There is no way you could legally care for the boy who lived, and you know that. Sirius huffed and folded his arms before he slumped in his chair, sulking. But he didn't say anything more. I'll pick Harry up for full moons whether he's with the Weasleys or the Longbottoms, Remus spoke up when he saw that no one else was going to. Wherever he is, I can come get him. Thank you, Remus, Minerva smiled, her eyes twinkling suddenly with something like mischief. Madame Longbottom is understandably outraged that young Mr. Potter was attacked, but I may have implied that it was one of Greyback's bunch that did it. Remus winced even as he admired her cleverness. Technically speaking, her explanation would even hold up to Veritaserum, since Remus himself, unbeknownst to most people, was technically one of Greyback's bunch. He really wasn't sure if Madame Longbottom knew what he was, even though Frank Longbottom had certainly known. Tut, tut, Madame Pomfrey chuckled. Minerva, your deviousness surprises me. Severus once told me that we all have an inner Slytherin, Minerva explained, still smiling. I suppose I must, since that little bit of information simply slipped out without my thinking about it very much. Only afterwards I realized just how misleading it was. So where does that leave me? Sirius complained, throwing his hands in the air. Do I just go turn myself into the Ministry and demand a fair trial this time? Or what? Poppy and Minerva frowned at him, disapproving of his immature behavior. Remus jumped in hastily to avert any scolding which would lead to a fight, knowing Sirius' current mood. You can keep staying at my cabin, he assured his old friend, even though he was getting annoyed with Padfoot's whining too. He knew the peevishness was mostly because Sirius would miss Harry, but he was also probably frightened. Who wouldn't be? After spending 7 long years in a living hell, he wasn't eager to go back or be kissed. But he was willing to do anything if it meant he could be close to his godson. Or I could go back to the one Prongs gave me, Sirius muttered petulantly. You'd visit, right? Of course, and I'd make sure you got to see Harry every now and then too, Remus replied easily, unsure if he should imply that. Padfoot would be spending full moons with the 2 transformed werewolves in front of Poppy and Minerva. They would be horrified to learn that Sirius had been doing just that since he was barely 16 years old. You had better be careful, Minerva informed him severely. Animals may be immune to werewolf bites, but an animagus is not. Really? Sirius asked, his eyes looking comically huge. Remus winced. He hadn't really known that piece of information either. Once you transformed back into a human, the werewolf venom would then be in your human bloodstream, Minerva explained, but there was a knowing glare in her eyes. I don't want to know how you know that a werewolf won't purposefully bother an animagus, but do be careful. Sirius shrugged uncomfortably, but said nothing. So what did you find out from Molly, or Augusta? Poppy spoke up, seemingly as eager to change the subject as Remus felt. Molly's more than willing to take Harry in, as you'd guess, Minerva replied. But when she heard about Augusta, she said she'd only take Harry if we couldn't find anyone else. She knows a werewolf cub can't infect anyone outside of the full moon, but she knows that Longbottom Estate would have better wards and possibly even a house elf or two to help keep an eye on Harry. Wasn't Alice Harry's godmother? Sirius piped up. Sounds to me like old lady Longbottom's got a right to take care of Harry, more than poor Molly. She's still got like 100 kids underfoot, yeah? Only 6 now, McGonagall huffed. Her oldest is going off for training with Gringotts next week. Oh right, Molly and Arthur's boy. What was his name? Sirius groaned, rubbing his head as he tried to remember. Bill, Minerva supplied. And he was a very bright student. Excellent in all subjects, as I recall. He also hardly ever came in here, Poppy sniffed. His brother, Charlie, more than makes up for him, though. That boy is a lunatic. And he plays Quidditch, Minerva added fondly. He's an excellent seeker. You'll certainly be sorry when he graduates, but I won't be, Poppy said teasingly. That child is every mother's nightmare. I don't know how Molly does it. You know, Charlie told me he wants to be a dragon trainer. All right, Sirius interrupted. So much for the reminiscing and what? What's old lady Longbottom say about Harry? She wishes to meet with Harry, McGonagall replied with a sigh, growing sober again. She is concerned about many things, especially the lycanthropy, but she is willing to care for Harry rather than send him back to those horrible muggles. I had another thought, Remus spoke up hesitantly. The wizarding world in general is prejudiced against werewolves, but Hogwarts has a list of muggle-born students, doesn't it? I mean, Dumbledore's whole reason for leaving Harry with those awful people was that Harry would grow up without exposure to his fame in our world. Imagine what being raised as a celebrity would do to even the most innocent child. Sirius, Minerva, and Poppy all stared at Remus, uncomprehendingly. What are you saying, Moony? Sirius finally demanded. I'm saying that if we can't find anyone suitable, we should not dismiss the fact that there are muggle-born families who might be willing to adopt a child with special needs. Remus put up a hand to forestall the horrified exclamations of his friend, former teacher, and the school nurse. Please, hear me out. I've actually found that muggles are more understanding of some things than wizards. They understand things like chronic illness, and so long as the symptoms are controlled, they more or less encourage the ill to enjoy a normal life. With me picking Harry up every month, there's really no danger to whatever family he might be living with. After a moment of stunned silence, Minerva spoke up, her tone wary. Let's keep that in mind as a last resort, she said with a look over the tops of her spectacles. If Augusta wants to simply lock Harry up as Dumbledore was doing, or if Molly is truly worried about her other children, we really would have no other course than to find an ordinary family to blood adopt him. Unless his father wakes up, Poppy added with a significant look at the door, which was ajar so Poppy could hear the monitoring wards if they went off. If Severus awakens with his mind intact, he will have first claim to his child, naturally. It feels wrong to be discussing his son like this without him, Minerva admitted, her green eyes welling with pain. Yes, it does, Remus agreed. But, according to werewolf pack laws, I have as much say over Harry as Severus does. Not that I'd ever take advantage, but if it came down to it. He shrugged uncomfortably. Pack laws aren't the same as ministry laws, Sirius snapped. Under ministry law, you'd be treated much the same as a rapist, just with less rights. Remus flinched and carefully avoided looking at his friend. He knew Sirius was right, but did he have to be so blunt about it? Right? Minerva sighed, changing the subject, or rather, dragging it back to where it was supposed to be. So tomorrow morning, you and I will be taking Harry to see Madame Longbottom. Poppy, You're transferring Severus to St. Mungo's? The Mediwitch nodded. And Sirius is staying out of sight and out of mind. Am I right, Mr. Black? Grumbling, Padfoot agreed, though he added something about his animagus form paying a visit to Hagrid and something about a motorcycle. Minerva extracted a solemn promise that he would stay out of sight even as his dog form, because she didn't want Filch throwing a fit about Doggy Prince or something, and they all called it a night. Nobody asked how the governor's visit had gone, but since Minerva didn't seem worried about it, there likely wasn't anything to worry about. For now, she was still deputy headmistress, but if Albus hadn't turned up again by September, she was to be the official headmistress. At least, that was how Remus assumed it would work. Hogwarts had already accepted her as its new mistress, and unless the governors decided to pick a fight with the castle itself, Minerva McGonagall would remain where it wanted her. Remus wandered back to Severus' bedside, tucked Harry's arm back beneath the covers, and stole out of the infirmary. He needed to start researching some things in the library, and with Madame Pants out on vacation for at least another week, according to Poppy, it was the perfect time to get into the restricted section. Harry woke up early the next morning, refreshed and energetic, but starving. Madame Pomfrey got him some breakfast and left him eating at Professor Snape's bedside table. He was almost done with everything when she came back with some clothes for him. "All right, Harry, let's get you cleaned up and dressed," the nurse said cheerfully. "Are you nearly done?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry answered cautiously. You don't need to get me new clothes, Ma'am Pomfrey. The professor got me some nice clothes, if I need to wear some." "Oh, I know that, dear," Madame Pomfrey smiled kindly. "But you're going to need some proper young wizard clothes for today." Curious, Harry slid off his chair and followed the nurse to the bathroom to wash up. "Wizard clothes?" he repeated nervously. "Why?" "We've been trying to find a family you can stay with while we wait for your professor to wake up," Madame Pomfrey explained while he washed his hands and face. As she handed him a towel, she continued, "You know you have a godfather, but did you know that you had a godmother too?" "Really?" Harry whispered, his heart thudding painfully. He didn't know what to think, really. Was he going to go live with his godmother? Having a lady take care of him like a mum might be nice, but he was starting to get tired of meeting so many strangers. "Her name was Alice Longbottom," Madame Pomfrey said with a sad smile. "She is not able to take care of you, but her mother-in-law, her husband's mother, is willing to talk to you and see if she can take care of you for a time. Her name is Augusta Longbottom, but you'd best call her Madame Longbottom. She's got a grandson your age." Oh?" Harry asked, feeling a little more apprehensive. Dudley, his cousin, was his age, but until really recently, Dudley had been a bully and a menace. What's he like?" "I'm not sure," the nurse answered, but gave him a reassuring smile. "But his parents were good people, and his grandmother is quite strict. I'm sure Neville is a very nice boy." Harry nodded. He would just have to take her word for it. After all, worrying about it wouldn't make a world of difference. Resigned to his fate, Harry dressed in the stiff, old-fashioned clothes Madame Pomfrey had, and over it all went a long robe like a dress. He wrinkled his nose at his new attire, but he didn't dare complain. He should be grateful for what he got, and he did remember to say thank you to the nurse. She smiled at him and bustled him out back into the infirmary. Harry darted away from her to say goodbye to his professor, and then bumped into Remus at the door. He looked a little tired, but he always looked like that. He looked like he was in new clothes too, and he had a long robe on as well. It was pale brown, which matched his yellow-flecked eyes and mousy hair, and had light brown patterns embroidered on it that reminded Harry of trailing vines. His black robe had some thin, dark green swirls on it like illustrations of the wind. "You look very handsome, Harry," Remus said with an approving nod. And then he glanced at Harry's head, and his smile turned mischievous. "Did you at least try to fix your hair?" Harry reached up with a grimace and tried to flatten it. "Ma'am," Pomfrey tried, "but it never stays down," he answered with a sigh. "D'you think Ma'am Longbottom will get mad?" "I don't think so," Remus answered with a reassuring smile. "Will the professor be okay till I get back?" Harry asked, glancing worriedly over his shoulder where Madame Pomfrey was busy doing something with her magic stick at the man's bed. Remus squeezed his shoulder and pulled him gently into a side hug. Madame Pomfrey is moving Severus to the hospital today, he said quietly. We'll be able to visit him there. Harry's eyes welled with tears. He wanted to run and fling himself on his professor and never let him go. But if he needed to go to a hospital, then Harry really did need to let him go. We'll visit him? Promise? Harry whispered. Remus squeezed his shoulder again. I promise, and don't worry. He'll probably wake up soon. He's just catching up on all the sleep he missed in school. Harry looked up at Remus, surprised at the gently teasing smile on his face. Had the professor missed sleep while he was in school? Why? Harry had missed sleep because of schoolwork sometimes because he had homework to finish and so little time to do it, or Dudley stole his homework or destroyed it. He'd stayed up very late in his cupboard loads of times, just trying to get it done so the teachers wouldn't send him home with a note. Maybe the professor had lots of homework to do. Well, I hope he wakes up feeling better, Harry finally said. Me too, Remus answered. Harry looked up at the werewolf curiously. Are you coming with me to see Ma'am Longbottom? Yes, Remus smiled. Professor McGonagall is coming too. We'll go as soon as she gets here. Are we jumping through the fireplace? That's not considered all that proper in our circumstance, Remus explained. We'll apparate there and knock on the front door, like civilized people. Harry sighed and slumped. I don't like jumping, he said mournfully. Last time I did it, I almost threw up. It's not very pleasant to side along, Remus agreed, though Harry had no idea what to side along meant. I'll hold you very tight, and that might make it better, all right? Harry shrugged. Okay, he agreed. He didn't really care either way, but if holding him tight helped make it less awful, Harry would take it. Are we ready? Professor McGonagall's voice startled him. She came bustling up in a light green dress and hat, and she looked very old-fashioned and nice. Looking down at himself and at Remus' clothes, Harry felt like they were in some weird time-traveling story, dressing up to fit in with an outlandish culture. We're ready, Remus answered for both of them, sliding his hand off Harry's shoulder and catching his hand. Are you ready, Harry? Harry bit his lip. Can I please say goodbye to the professor again? He asked cautiously, worried he might make the grown-ups annoyed. Of course, Harry, Professor McGonagall replied, her light green eyes looking surprisingly kind. She didn't seem annoyed at all. But do hurry. Madame Longbottom detests tardiness. Harry dashed away to the professor's bedside and gave him another quick hug. Get better soon, Professor, he whispered in the man's ear. You've got to wake up. Okay, sir. Don't sleep forever and ever, or I'll miss you really bad. The professor didn't respond, but Harry took his silence as agreement and nodded back before he dashed back to Remus and Professor McGonagall. If only the professor would just wake up and take care of him. Worrying about who would take him in was going to become troublesome. He just knew it. The professor had been perfect, and if he'd just get better fast, then Harry wouldn't have to wear weird robes and worry about being polite and meeting a strange new boy who was his age and had a strict grandmother. Sometimes, Harry simply wished he'd stayed home that evening, instead of going out to get Dudley for supper. Then neither of them would have met Remus the wolf, and life would be just normal, and he wouldn't have to worry about all this trouble. I have a lot of loose ends to tie up, so bear with me here. Don't worry, Snape is going to wake up. Eventually. I can't tell you when. I like leaving you all in suspense. Winky face, a new friend, rated T, disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Note, yes, I'm so sorry for neglecting this story. I just hit writer's block and had no idea where I wanted this to go. Did I want Severus to wake up anytime soon? Did I want the Longbottom estate visit to be positive or negative? So on and so forth. I'm so sorry, and with me leaving tomorrow on a flight across the ocean, we may be stuck here for a very long time. So to recap, Severus, Sirius, Minerva, and Remus attacked Bumblebee Manor, Dumbledore's home, to rescue Harry from the kooky old man, and there was a fight. Snape got hit in the face with all of his memories at once and lost consciousness. Harry stayed with him until the bitter end. The manor collapsed on crazy Dumbledore's order, and our heroes barely managed to escape. With Severus still unconscious in the Hogwarts hospital wing about a week later, Minerva is looking for someone to take Harry in while Poppy arranges to transfer Snape to St. Mungo's for some specialist help, since he doesn't show signs of improvement. Minerva and Remus are now taking Harry to visit with Augusta Longbottom and her grandson, in hopes that until Severus wakes up, Harry will have a safe and loving home. Chapter 37. A New Friend. Longbottom Estate was more than Harry had imagined. Well, he wasn't even sure what he had imagined, really. But when the awful squeezing jump was finished and Remus put him down again, Harry found himself looking up and up and up at a beautiful, old-fashioned house at least 5 stories high, covered in flowering ivy and decorated with balconies and scrolled columns and high gables. They were standing on a flat dirt road in the English countryside somewhere, just outside a fancy wrought iron fence like the ones he'd seen in old pictures of cemeteries or orphanages in the 1800s. The fence surrounded the big house, and inside the fence, he could see rolling green lawns, meticulously trimmed hedges, and tall, graceful trees. They were in the middle of nowhere, really surrounded by miles and miles of the most beautiful country Harry had ever seen. Trees and hills and little streams. It took his breath away, seeing so much green under a cloud-sprinkled sky of jewel blue. The gate in the wrought iron fence stood wide open, and Harry felt equally nervous and excited. A tug in some strange part of his brain wanted to go run through the grass or roll in it. His nose was full of sharp, fresh smells, growing things of all kinds, rich earth, and the soft, slightly damp breeze. Remus looked down and Harry looked up, and they smiled at each other. Harry saw his strange pull mirrored in the older werewolf's face. Remus' eyes gleamed with golden streaks, more than before, but he seemed quite calm and happy despite that. Harry felt it too, like a puppy had been trapped under his skin. He wanted to pull away and go running at top speed, throw himself down a little hill, roll in the grass until he was delirious with the smell of it, and he could tell somehow that Remus wouldn't mind doing it either. It was strange and exhilarating, and Harry drew in several breaths. He couldn't get enough of the fresh, green smells here. "If you two are done sniffing the air?" Professor McGonagall's dry tones interrupted their odd little moment. "I'd forgotten what a lovely place Longbottom Estate is," Remus commented, looking up at the lady professor and smiling at her. "I like it here," Harry said shyly. "Good," Professor McGonagall said briskly. "Now, shall we?" Remus and Harry followed the older woman up the smooth cobbled path, through the wide-open gates, and toward the big house. Harry had to trot to keep up with the long strides of the grown-ups, but he didn't mind at all. In fact, he still felt like he was going too slow. He wanted to run through the grass and maybe roll in it. He was starting to think that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to live here for a while, just until the professor got better. But then he met Madame Longbottom. She was standing in front of the large front door of the magnificent house, a tall, foreboding lady in old-fashioned clothes. Her hair was blonde-gray, styled in a strange poofy bun that reminded him of the picture on the front of a book he'd seen in the school library called Pride and Prejudice. The lady's clothes were dark red and of the same style as what he'd seen on the front of that same book. Actually, Harry thought the clothes looked stiff and uncomfortable. Maybe that was why the lady was looking so stern and severe. Even under the professor's cold glares, he had detected concern and a lot of thinking going on underneath. But this lady, Harry couldn't get any clue as to what she was feeling or thinking. He'd never seen anyone so severe and cold. It was certainly dignified, but as dignified as ice. Harry slipped his hand into Mr. Remus and squeezed tightly, straightening his back uncomfortably and wondering if it was too late to run. "Madame Longbottom," Professor McGonagall greeted the old-fashioned lady politely. "How kind of you to meet with us." "Indeed," the old woman said coolly, glancing over at Remus and Harry. "Let us take this inside, if you please." Without waiting for an answer, the lady turned in a swirl of red skirts and vanished into the house. Remus and Harry followed Professor McGonagall inside. Harry tiptoed, and he could swear that Mr. Remus was on tiptoes too. The entrance to the house was so clean and so rich-looking that Link was absolutely sure that he was going to get in trouble for dirtying up something. He paused in the doorway to toe off his shoes, but Mr. Remus stopped him. "It's all right," the man said quietly. "Entrance halls to magical dwellings are charmed to repel dirt. You won't mess anything up?" Harry looked around doubtfully, but he reluctantly allowed Mr. Remus to pull him along with his shoes still on. Their footsteps clicked and echoed in the huge hall, and Harry could almost see his reflection in the polished wood floor. He'd never been anywhere so beautiful in his life. Aunt Petunia got really mad when I made messes, Harry said softly, trying to hide how his hands had started to shake a little. Madame Longbottom has a house elf to clean up, Mr. Remus said patiently, giving him a reassuring smile. You'll be all right. Harry made a face, remembering Kooky. I hate house elves, he muttered under his breath. Mr. Remus probably heard him, but he didn't say anything in reply, so Harry relaxed. Madame Longbottom led them to a room that had big glass doors, leading to a sprawling green garden. The doors were open, letting in breaths of fresh air that fluttered the long, lacy curtains and distracted Harry from gloomy fears of a musty old house like the crazy headmaster's. Professor McGonagall was chatting with Madame Longbottom the way he'd heard Aunt Petunia chat with ladies she had over for tea sometimes, and Harry didn't pay any attention. He was too busy staring longingly at the garden. It was full of bushes, flowers, trees, and plants Harry had never seen, let alone heard of. He wondered if there were magic plants, and maybe magic frogs like the one in that fairy tale he'd snuck from the library that one time. The smells of the garden were even sharper from here, and he longed to pull away from Remus and go running across the lawn toward the sprawling jungle of plants and trees. His nose twitched at the scent of fresh, turned earth, damp vegetation, and blooming flowers. His name being called jerked his attention away from the lovely view, and he felt his face flush hot. He'd been told to behave, and here he was, daydreaming already. Sorry, ma'am, Harry blurted out, starting to tremble again. Didn't mean to not pay attention, ma'am. The lady arched a gray eyebrow at him and gestured at a chair. I was only asking you if you would like to have a seat, Madame Longbottom said. There is no need for hysterics. Go on, Harry, Mr. Remus whispered, letting go of his hand and giving his back a gentle push. Harry took a deep breath and walked to the chair near the old lady. When he sat down, still feeling terribly nervous and out of place, he found himself perching on the very edge of the seat. His heart banged against his ribs, and he glanced longingly at the gardens again. Aunt Petunia had never minded if he stayed outside while she had guests for tea. So, Mr. Potter, Madame Longbottom began as she handed him a cup of tea. Harry murmured thank you and ducked his head away from her unervingly piercing eyes. They were worse than the professor's, somehow, even though her eyes were light blue and rather pretty. I understand there has been some trouble at home? Her words could have been spoken by one of his primary school teachers, but her tone was closer to Aunt Petunia's. Did she really care? Or was this Madame Longbottom trying to catch him in a lie like his aunt and uncle did, even when he wasn't lying? Harry swallowed hard, and the teacup rattled in his saucer as he panicked a little. His aunt and uncle had ordered him time and time again to keep his mouth shut about what went on at home, but the professor said that their rules didn't work anymore. For a few seconds, he was unsure of how to answer. What sort of trouble? He was always in trouble at home. Feeling that it was safe to just be meek and obedient, he answered quietly, Yes, ma'am. Can you tell me why you weren't happy with your relatives? The old woman pressed. Harry's hands convulsively squeezed his cup, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Don't tell was a mantra that had been drilled into him since his uncle first hit him, back before he could even remember. But the professor said. Harry shrugged helplessly. He had no idea how to answer. The professor spanked him that one time, and then looked like he felt bad. His aunt and uncle always acted satisfied when they punished him, even if they were angry. I cannot help you if you will not answer me, child, Madame Longbottom said sternly, though there was a slight softening to her voice. Harry looked up and blinked at the old lady. Mr. Remus looked worried, and Professor McGonagall gave him a little smile and a nod to show that it was okay. Harry took a deep, deep breath and looked right into Madame Longbottom's blue eyes. They hate me, the boys said simply. I try to be good, but they still punish me. They don't like me at all, and I don't like them. I see, the old lady said calmly. How do they punish you? Harry flinched, and his cup rattled against his saucer so badly he was afraid he would drop them. Mr. Remus made a noise like he was going to say something, but Professor McGonagall coughed and shook her head at him a tiny bit. Harry was on his own here. He blinked hard, furious with the lump in his throat and the tears starting to burn the back of his eyes. He didn't want to talk about it, but his desperate look at impassive Professor McGonagall and the sympathetic-looking Mr. Remus weren't helping matters. Harry took another deep breath, but this one felt shaky and clogged with tears. Please don't make me," he whispered, and then dropped his head in shame. Don't make me essay," he pleaded, almost spilling his tea with his shaking hands. "Get a hold of yourself, Harry. What was your usual punishment?" Madame Longbottom demanded. She wasn't letting up on it, was she? "Lock me in my cupboard," Harry mumbled, scrunching his nose against the tickle that threatened to make him weepy. "Your cupboard," the old woman repeated, probably with an arch of her perfect eyebrows again. "My room," Harry whispered, shutting his eyes as he burned with humiliation. Why was he talking about this? Mr. Remus said he wasn't going back there, right? "So you would be sent to your room," Madame Longbottom said even more severely. Harry's heart lurched uncomfortably. Her tone was one he had heard before. She didn't believe him. He felt like his heart had been stabbed. "And was that all?" the old lady demanded. "Uncle Vernon spanked me when I was bad," Harry whispered desperately, a tear rolling down his flushed and burning cheek. She had to believe him. No way was he going back to the Dursleys. "No supper when I was bad," Harry added. "And Aunt Petunia smacked me when I'd complain and stuff. Maybe that would be enough." He wouldn't talk about the days spent starving in his cupboard, when he actually tried to eat Dudley's old sneakers because he read about pioneers in America boiling their boots for food. He wouldn't mention how his aunt and uncle liked to take away his clothes just to watch him shiver and cry, or forced him to take freezing cold baths no matter the weather. He wouldn't say how his uncle once burned him with the fireplace poker, or sometimes threw food at him and made him eat it off the floor, or locked him in the shed in the winter, or broke his bones and just told him to walk it off. He wouldn't talk about those things, because most of those things weren't even punishments. They were just how things were with the Dursleys, and he was so horrified of them he could barely even think about them, let alone talk about them. If the professor were here, maybe Harry would feel better talking about it, but this lady didn't really care. He got the feeling that she didn't really think there was anything wrong with those kind of punishments. "I thought you said those people were harming him," Madame Longbottom said accusingly. Harry flinched and his tea sloshed onto his nice pants. Mr. Remus' hands suddenly came into view and gently took the cup away from him. He was grateful, but he didn't have anything to occupy his trembling hands anymore. He clenched his pants in his shaking hands to keep them from fidgeting too much. "They were," Professor McGonagall said icily. Why would he feel comfortable telling a stranger everything those vile muggles did to him? Severus was most adamant about the evidence he found on that child's body. A few bruises might be the result of an over-enthusiastic punishment, but sometimes such discipline is warranted, Madame Longbottom retorted in a severe tone. Professor Dumbledore knew what he was about, appointing blood guardians for the boy who lived. "And you tell me he is a werewolf as well?" "Augusta, I thought you were willing to take the boy," Professor McGonagall said wearily. Harry flinched and his eyes welled with tears. Was he forever destined to be nothing but a burden? Did no one want him? He wished his professor would wake up so he could ask him that. Maybe the professor wanted him, or maybe when he woke up he would be happy that Harry was someone else's problem now. "I am willing," Madame Longbottom replied to the lady professor, "but I would like some honesty about the situation beforehand. It is obvious that the boy has been coached. What would he say if we were alone?" "Likely nothing," Mr. Remus' voice suddenly interrupted, sounding frosty and angry. "He is not lying to you, Lady Longbottom." "I do not doubt it," the old woman replied coolly. "Only, our generations may have some different ideas on child-rearing, Mr. Lupin." "Abuse isn't discipline," Mr. Remus hissed, sounding furious. "Minerva, do call off the boy's guard dog," Madame Longbottom snapped suddenly, cutting off whatever Mr. Remus had been planning to say. "I cannot help but agree with him," Professor McGonagall retorted. "I do not know why we came here in the first place if you were not willing to dash." "I said, I am willing," Madame Longbottom said sharply, one of her thin, gray eyebrows climbing upward. "I believe I have said as much already. But as we discuss such things, why don't we let the boy amuse himself for a bit?" "Mickey," she said sharply. With a pop that startled Harry, a little elf appeared, dressed in a sleeveless dress or long shirt of a pale blue silky material and a crest embroidered on its back. The creature bobbed a quick bow, its long pointed ears trembling. "Yes, mistress?" Mickey squeaked. "Find young Master Longbottom and tell him that he is expected in the tea room now. He should have been here 5 minutes ago." "Right away, mistress," the elf squeaked, and with another pop, vanished. "My grandson tends to be absent-minded," Mrs. Longbottom sighed as she picked up her tea again, in a manner that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the way Aunt Petunia sometimes talked about him to her guests. "He will be here soon, and when the boys are occupied, we may conclude our business." Mr. Remus shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I wouldn't call Harry business," he said quietly. "This is the future of a child we're talking about." "Indeed," Madame Longbottom said sharply. "A child, may I remind you, that you have absolutely no right to. I simply do not see why you have not turned yourself into the ministry for the crime you have committed." "You know why I can't," Mr. Remus responded just as sharply. "Word will spread somehow that the boy who lived is now cursed for the rest of his life. How long will it take the Aurors to discover that you were the source?" "Please," Professor McGonagall interrupted before things could get ugly. "We are speaking about Harry, and where he will live now that his guardians are unsuitable. Could we leave out other unfortunate events until we work this first problem out?" "There is no problem," Madame Longbottom said primly. "The boy will stay with me, and I will assure you, he will be safe and cared for. His issue will not be a problem. Longbottom Estate has a well-warded garden and wing we will use for the boys' living quarters, to which we can add silver wards. But I am afraid that it would not be a good idea for Mr. Lupin to visit at those times. I will not put my grandson or the workers of our estate in danger from a fully grown werewolf." "Harry will need me on those nights," Mr. Remus said at once, his brown eyes hard and unyielding. "I will not abandon him. And with the two of us together on full moons, both werewolves will be calmer. I will not allow you on my property as a monster, Mr. Lupin. That is final." Harry shivered and hunched in on himself at the way the woman said it. Was this place to be no better than the Dursleys? From the aghast look on Professor McGonagall's face, she hadn't expected Madame Longbottom to be like this either. "Monster?" Mr. Remus repeated in a mild voice that belied the fury sparking in his gold-flecked eyes. "Is that what Harry is? How can you say that when he's sitting right there? If you are so concerned about his frailty, why dash?" Mr. Lupin bristled at once. "I never said he was frail," he interrupted in a sharp tone. "He is frail," Madame Longbottom retorted in an unyielding tone. "I somehow doubt he will survive a year of full moons." "Harry is stronger than you know," Professor McGonagall snapped. "Why are we here, Madame Longbottom? I thought you wanted to give Mr. Potter a loving home?" "Loving home?" "No, a safe place where he can be raised properly while being kept in check as he grows into what Lupin created." Harry sat there while the adults bickered about him, feeling humiliated and terrified and terribly awkward. He sat uncomfortably for several more minutes, managing to be quiet when they were suddenly startled by a crash. Madame Longbottom twitched, but her posture stiffened as well. She turned to look at the wide hallway that curved back into the house, and Harry wanted to quail. He could sense something familiar, the threat of punishment. A boy close to Harry's age, but quite a bit chubbier, tiptoed into the tea room, his round cheeks red and his brown eyes wide. He was wearing fancy clothes that looked kind of uncomfortable, and his mousy brown hair was a bit tousled, as if it had been. Harry could see that he was shaking and instantly felt sympathy for the poor kid. Was he going to be punished for being late and breaking something on his way? "You broke the hallway vase again," Madame Longbottom said in a stern tone that wasn't a question. "Why, yes, ma'am," the boy whispered shakily, shrinking in on himself even further. "I'm sorry. What is that? Speak up, boy. Do not mumble." Harry gulped. Boy was what his aunt and uncle called him almost all the time. Was this boy really Madame Longbottom's grandson? Well, he'd been Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's nephew, and they treated him worse than a dog. I, I'm sorry," the boy stammered, tears sparkling in his eyes. "You're sorry what?" Madame Longbottom said even more severely. I am sorry GGR Grandmother, the boy whispered, shaking even more. That will do, his grandmother snapped, holding up a long, wrinkled hand. You are late. Why did you not arrive on time? Lost track of tea time, the boy stuttered, quaking like a leaf. I'm sorry. You will report to your uncle later, Madame Longbottom interrupted. Now, may I introduce you to Mr. Harry Potter? Harry jerked at hearing his name, but he knew enough of manners to hastily jump off his seat. He glanced nervously at Professor McGonagall and Mr. Remus, and they gave him sympathetic smiles and nods. He stepped toward the other boy, whose red cheeks had gone rather white. Mr. Potter, my grandson, Neville Longbottom. The old woman spoke again. Neville, take Harry outside and show him the gardens. I will send a house elf for you when we need you to come back. Neville, looking terribly frightened, just nodded and stumbled toward the patio doors toward the gardens. Harry glanced one last time at the lady professor and his wolf, and they both nodded for him to go on. Feeling probably too much relief at being released from the stressful conversation, he hurried after Neville and gratefully followed him out of sight of the tea room into the tangled jungle of the Longbottom Gardens. Madame Longbottom, what is the meaning of this? Remus demanded, his tone icy and hard. Simply put, you have exaggerated his condition, the old lady said coolly, tapping her nails on the teacup. I was led to believe that his guardians had incapacitated him in some way. He seems to be perfectly fine. He hasn't been with his guardians for at least a week now, Minerva answered for him, her tone angry and somewhat dismayed by Lady Longbottom's callousness. Dumbledore had him for several days, and he has had time to heal from what those muggles did to him. Don't take me wrong. That boy never should have been placed with muggles in the first place, Madame Longbottom said in a prim tone. But this does not excuse the way you purposefully misled me about him. I will take him in, only because Frank's wife was his godmother, but do not expect me to coddle him or tend to his every whim. He will be raised as my grandson is raised, with strict discipline. Strict discipline is what turned Frank and Alice's boy into that terrified, shaking little child? Professor McGonagall demanded, narrowing her eyes at the older woman. And what was that you mentioned about reporting to his uncle? Do we need to investigate you next, Lady Longbottom? The woman's blue eyes flashed, and Remus shivered. Frank had been legendary among the Order of the Phoenix for his ruthless temper, and it was rather well known that he didn't inherit it from his father. I will graciously forget that you threatened me, Minerva, Lady Longbottom murmured with threatening softness. Remember, I do not need to send Neville to Hogwarts, you know. There are other magical schools that are actually easier to reach. In fact, many parents may not send their children to Hogwarts once they hear of this scandal. Dumbledore missing under suspicious circumstances? The boy who lived now living in the wizarding world, where he ought to have been in the first place. What will people think? The Daily Prophet will enjoy speculating on your likely conspiracies, Professor. Headmistress, Minerva corrected her sharply, so fierce and bold that Remus' mouth twitched. He had always loved and admired her, ever since his school days when she was his head of house. Now, he admired her even more. The lady of Longbottom Estate set her tea down and stood, gazing down at her guests like storm cloud. Are you certain this is how you wish for matters to stand? I will not leave Harry here with you. Minerva spat, also standing. Her eyes sparked with temper and her hair, though tightly held in its bun, seemed to frizz with magic. And I will be seeing what I can do about your treatment of your grandson as well. You have no power here, Minerva, Madame Longbottom said coldly. Do not threaten me in my own home, or presume to know what is best for Neville. I love my grandson as no other. That I am strict and stern with him is no crime. He must grow up quickly and overcome his innate weakness. Dark times will return, and when they do, I want my boy to be strong enough to battle the darkness. Your coddling of the boy who lived will produce a weak dependent, incapable of fighting or standing against the evil that will return. With your elimination of Albus Dumbledore, you may have doomed all of Wizarding England to death and darkness. Am I the only one who remembers the brief reign of terror caused by he who must not be named and his Death Eaters? We remember, Remus interrupted sharply. I lost close friends in that war. You know that. Madame Longbottom's icy control snapped for a brief instant. And I lost a son. I will not allow my grandson to be lost as well when the time comes. What you are doing to him is increasing his fear, Remus protested, memories crowding his mind, thick and fast. My own father tried the same tactic with me. I know. Neville Longbottom is not Remus Lupin, Madame Longbottom replied with derisive calm. Her emotions shuddered as quickly as they had been revealed. I would thank you to remember that. Simply because you were too weak to withstand your father's attempt to strengthen you does not mean that my grandson is. Neville is stronger than you could ever know. And so is Harry, Remus said in a low voice. He stood from his chair and glanced at Professor McGonagall's grim face. This was a disaster, but they ought to have known that Madame Longbottom was simply too cold to truly allow Harry into her heart. All who had known the woman before she lost Frank to insanity could testify that she had a warm, fierce heart, the soul of a Gryffindor. But in her fear, she had walled herself off from compassion and only valued strength and endurance. How could he not have guessed? They could not possibly leave Harry here. The boy had been starved for love and compassion enough already. If only Snape would wake up and solve this problem for them. It would seem we are at an impasse, Minerva said firmly. We should take our leave. Where will you leave the boy if you will not place him here, where he will be safe? The Longbottom matriarch demanded. Do you see now why Dumbledore decided to leave Mr. Potter with his Muggle relatives? Blood wards are the only thing more powerful than Longbottom Estate's ancient wardings. We told you. Professor McGonagall snapped. Harry was being abused with those Muggles, relatives or not. He would not have even been in the street to be caught by Lupin's wolf if his aunt and uncle had cared for him as they ought. And you would believe the word of a former Death Eater as proof that the boy who lived must be removed from the blood wards Dumbledore established for his safety and protection? The old woman sighed. It sounds highly suspicious to me. Why does it not trouble you? Look, forget it, Remus growled in frustration. It's more complicated than you assume. We obviously made a mistake thinking Harry would be able to live here. Madame Longbottom sniffed and gestured in a way that washed her hands of the affair. Do what you believe best, of course. But if you cannot find any other accommodations, I am still willing to take the boy, despite your insulting manners. Suddenly, there was a pop, and a house elf stood beside Madame Longbottom, wringing her hands. Mistress? Flopsy, what do you want? Lady Longbottom sighed, turning her attention to the elf. Forgive Flopsy, mistress, the elf squeaked, reaching up and twisting her ears. But there be's Madame Pomfrey from Hogwarts at the flu, a-lookin' for Headmistress McGonagall. She says it be's an emergency. Madame Longbottom narrowed her eyes slightly. Tell her that Minerva and her companions will be returning momentarily. Whatever emergency there is can wait a few moments. Yes, mistress, Flopsy said hastily, bowing before she vanished with a pop. I see that you are needed elsewhere, Madame Longbottom announced, turning back to her guests. I will send Mickey to fetch the boys. Come, we will meet them at the front door. She called Mickey before they left the tea room and sent him off to find Harry and Neville. As they followed the matriarch of Longbottom Estate back through the house, Remus and Minerva gave one another a worried glance. Had Severus taken a turn for the worse? Or, they almost dared to hope, had Severus showed signs of waking? I would say it has been a pleasure, Madame Longbottom announced as they reached the entrance hall. But I can say with true honesty that this had been a disappointment. We can agree on that, Minerva replied with surprising calm. I apologize for our less-than-professional behavior. As you should, the older woman nodded tersely. But I pray you do not allow this unpleasant incident to impact our relationship. I still wish to be informed on affairs that reference this case. We will let you know if we cannot find anyone else to take Harry in, Minerva answered, masking the irritation Remus knew she still harbored toward the pureblood matriarch. Lady Longbottom watched McGonagall for several seconds, as if she could read Minerva's true intentions. Remus knew that the woman was too intelligent to have missed Minerva's skirting of the question. However, instead of calling her out on it, Madame Longbottom adopted a bland company smile, as if all the unpleasantness was behind them now. She then decided to start talking to them about werewolf regulations, perhaps a subtle form of revenge for the way he and Minerva had talked to her earlier. He braced himself and was careful not to let his consternation show, just hoping that Harry would show up soon so they could get back to Hogwarts and see what Poppy's emergency was. I do wonder if you have heard of the latest werewolf regulations passed by the Ministry, Madame Longbottom said with a penetrating look at Remus. Seeing as young Mr. Potter is now part of your community, you ought to keep up to date on such things, Mr. Lupin. Harry took a deep breath for the first time since he'd arrived at Longbottom Estate. The garden's air was cool and filled with life, and once they were out of sight of the tea room, he smiled at Neville, who gave him a little smile in return. Hi, Harry said quietly, twisting his hands together behind his back. I'm Harry. I am in Neville, the chubby boy replied in an even smaller voice. Do you want to see my plants? Sure. Harry smiled with relief and glanced around at the bushes and lawns that surrounded them until a path lined with trees a few feet away. Garden a lot, Neville said shyly, starting down the packed dirt path toward the trees. It's about the only thing I'm good at. I can garden too, Harry replied hesitantly as he followed the other boy along the shaded garden path. My aunt kind of taught me, and I did it. Our gardener taught me some, and I really liked it, Neville answered softly, his stutter suddenly gone. I planted some flowers and a snapping turtle plant. That sounded interesting, all right. He'd never even heard of a snapping turtle plant. Harry looked up at the trees, reached out and touched a coating of moss on one of the trunks, and blinked in startled surprise at a beautiful red and yellow bird with long tail, feathers that watched him from its branches. Do you really like gardening? Harry asked suddenly. I don't really, but it's better than being cooped up inside. Yeah, Neville said shyly. I really like plants. They're simple. Compared to people, anyway. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He was starting to understand now, what with Neville's grandmother being the way she was. What had happened to the boy's parents? Were they dead, like Harry's? My mom and dad died, Harry said aloud. That's why my aunt and uncle took care of me for a while. Grandmother says, she said you might live here with us, Neville said cautiously, looking sideways at him. Harry shivered, thinking of the old woman's frosty eyes. He'd rather live with his professor, or the Weasleys, or anywhere but here. Well, okay, even living here would be better than the Dursleys. So he should be grateful and stop worrying. And maybe we could be friends? Neville said timidly. Harry blinked in surprise and stopped walking. Really? He stuttered. You'd honestly want to be my friend? Sure, Neville said slowly, cautiously. I've never had a friend before. Me neither, Harry grinned. I'd like it. Me too, Neville smiled back in relief. Harry skipped a little bit in sheer happiness as they reached a big glass building with a jungle of plants inside. Neville pushed the door open and hurried in, and Harry caught the door before it slammed shut and let it close gently behind him while he stared open, mouthed at the jungle of a garden in this glass house. He stopped just inside and gaped at everything inside. Different beds along the clear walls held varieties of plants that he had never seen before. Huge vines trailed up trellises leaning against the glass walls, and some of them were moving. Harry? Neville called from further inside. Harry shook himself and trotted along the smooth dirt path between the plant beds, watching the moving ones with wide eyes. Neville was crouched beside a large bed filled with plants. They were arranged in a nice pattern, with a circle of small flowering plants surrounding a ring of strange, spiky plants with clear bubbles clinging to the tall, thick leaves. Inside that circle, a tall clump of bushes was growing, covered in delicate white blossoms. Along the back, against the glass wall, a tangled vine tree was writhing slowly and quietly, and orange beak-like flowers sprouted from its branches and moved like snapping mouths. To say Harry was freaked out was an understatement. He stared at the garden with huge eyes, feet rooted to the ground, and Neville was happily picking his way through the plants on narrow pathways through his plants like the spokes of a wheel. Isn't it great? The chubby boy exclaimed happily. Grandmother let me have it after I begged for weeks and weeks. It was an early birthday present, he explained, because most of these had to be planted in early spring. My birthday is in a couple weeks, July 30th. Yours is the day after mine, isn't it? Um, I don't know, Harry answered cautiously, his mind flitting around until he managed to remember that his school had told him once when he asked that his birthday was July 31st, which was the day after the 30th. So, yes, Neville was right. Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, my birthday's right after yours. I'll be 9. You? I'll be 9 too. Neville chirped and then spread his hands proudly over his little garden. I only needed a little bit of help getting the plant started, but I'm taking care of it on my own now. What do you think? Harry gulped and managed to tear his eyes away from the wriggling vines with their snapping beaks. Neville's brown eyes were bright, and his round cheeks were flushed slightly with happiness. He looked so proud, and Harry knew well how much this little plot of land with its weird plants must mean to the other boy. It sent a stab of heartache through his chest, knowing that Neville had a place all his own, while he was still practically homeless. Neville's grandmother didn't want him. Professor McGonagall didn't want him. Mr. Remus apparently couldn't take him. Why couldn't his professor wake up? Why was he doomed to be an unwanted kid, shoved from place to place, like his aunt and uncle shoved him in the cupboard or the shed when they didn't want to see or hear him? Harry? Neville said in a more nervous tone. Are you all right? Harry nodded and swallowed hard again. It's great, he managed. Will that thing eat you? Huh. Neville spun around and laughed when he saw the snapping orange flowers on the wriggling vine. Oh, that's just my snapping turtle vine. It only eats insects. Don't worry. Oh, good. Harry nervously shifted his feet and rubbed his sweaty palms on his pants. You don't like it? Neville asked in a small, disappointed voice. His shoulders slumped and he blinked hard as he looked down at his little flowering plants. No, I do. Harry hastened to assure him. I think it's brilliant, what you planted and all. But I don't exactly like moving plants. It's freaky. Neville brightened and even laughed a little. Yeah? Well, I guess I forgot you grew up with muggles, right? I can show you the other plants. Most of these aren't dangerous, and the ones that are, only if you eat them. Harry smiled in relief. I'm not eating any plants in here, don't worry. Good, Neville grinned back, skipping out of his little garden bed and leading Harry along the winding path. This is the main greenhouse. We've got 4 others, and 2 of them are off limits because they have dangerous plants that really will eat you. Seemingly oblivious to the way Harry blanched with terror, Neville wandered the greenhouse, chattering happily about all the plants and how he first learned about them and how he helped take care of them. Harry didn't understand half of what the boy said. His former experiences with gardens were simple. Weed them, water them, prune them when they needed it, add fertilizer and mulch in the spring and fall. Done. But according to Neville, there were 1,000 other steps to gardening, like transplanting, thinning, splicing, crossbreeding, and other terms Harry had never heard of and couldn't remember. They were happily chatting, or Neville was chatting and Harry was struggling to keep up with him, when an elf popped up right in front of them. Harry jerked in startled surprise, but Neville let out a yelp, tripped over his own feet, and landed in a freshly fertilized flower bed on his left. Oh, the elf cried, hurrying to help the boy out of the mud. Mickey is so sorry, young master. Is young Master Longbottom all right? Why, yeah, Neville stammered, his voice shaking as much as it had when he was talking to his grandmother. Harry gingerly stepped into the stinking mulch and helped the elf pull Neville to his feet. Once they were back on the path, the elf snapped his fingers, and the filth disappeared from the other boy's clothes. Harry blinked in surprise, but he remembered that Kooky had done similar things, cleaning up toys and dishes. Mickey is so terribly sorry, the elf whimpered, wringing his ears. Mickey forgets that young master is getting easily startled. It's okay, Mickey, Neville assured him, though the dread in his eyes made Harry almost as nervous as the other boy. What did grandmother want? Oh, Mickey gulped, bobbing his head in a floppy bow. Mistress is needing young master and their guest Master Potter to come at once to front entrance hall. Mickey is thinking Master Potter's friends be going now. Harry felt a wave of relief that Professor McGonagall and Mr. Remus wouldn't leave him here, but then he felt guilty and sad that his time with Neville was being cut short so quickly. Neville looked disappointed too, and gave him a sad look. I guess we'd better go then, the chubby boy sighed. Mickey be taking you both to the front lawn, the elf suggested. Young master and his friend be having muddy shoes. Can't you clean them? Harry asked aloud. If young master pleases, the elf replied in discomfort. But young master and guest would have to lift up shoes to clean them. Harry had excellent balance and was able to hold out one foot and then the other, quite readily for the elf to snap them clean. But Neville nearly fell in the flower bed again, and Harry caught him. The boy was heavier than he was, but about the same height, and his face flamed with embarrassment when Harry stopped him from toppling sideways. Sorry, the boy murmured, his face growing redder every second. I'm clumsy. That's okay, Harry assured him. I'll hold you up. Neville allowed Harry to balance him while Mickey snapped his shoes clean too, and then the elf took their hands and popped them away from the greenhouse. When Harry shook his head free of the disorienting swirl of their surroundings, he found that they were standing in a hallway near a large, delicate-looking vase. Neville shied away from it with something like terror in his eyes. Young master shouldn't worry, Mickey scolded him. Mickey is able to fix anything he breaks. I know, Neville whispered, but Uncle Algy won't see it that way. He shrugged helplessly. I shouldn't be so clumsy. It's a disgrace to my parents. Harry blinked at how familiar that seemed to him. His aunt and uncle always told him how worthless he was, what a waste of space he was, and how he was a disgrace to their family. Of course, his professor taught him better and told him that he shouldn't listen to his relatives anymore because they were liars. Did Neville have an uncle who constantly told him cruel things, just like Uncle Vernon? It made him angry, imagining this mysterious uncle hurting gentle Neville the way his uncle had hurt him. I'll tell my professor, Harry suddenly announced in a low voice. He said it's wrong for people to say things like that. He said my aunt and uncle were liars, and I shouldn't listen to any of their rules anymore. I know my professor would tell you too. Neville shook his head frantically and backed away from him. And no, please don't, he stammered softly, turning away as his face grew red again. It wouldn't do any good. So please, don't cause any trouble on my account. I'm all right. Really. They're my family, and they do love me. They just don't want me to shame my parents. Harry deflated. At least Neville's family did love him, apparently. That was more than Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon ever gave him. Even if they told him mean things sometimes and seemed really strict, maybe Harry was just afraid of nothing. Maybe Neville was just sensitive and nervous, and his family was just strict, not cruel. Harry sighed. It was so confusing. But he would tell the professor anyway, just to see why it was different. Come, the house elf urged them, hopping along the polished hallway toward the entrance hall that Harry recognized. The boys followed Mickey until they saw Madame Longbottom with Professor McGonagall and Mr. Remus. Neville's grandmother was talking, but Mr. Remus looked angry and Professor McGonagall looked like she was at the end of her patience. And actually, under both expressions, they looked sick. Harry felt an uneasy curdling in his stomach, and he felt sick too. Had something bad happened? Had Madame Longbottom said something to upset his friends? Grandmother? Neville spoke up timidly, shaking slightly where he stood. Harry leaned a little closer to the other boy, bolstering him with his presence. To his relief, Neville did calm down a little and shrank toward him so their shoulders were pressed together. There you are, young man, the old woman said in her frosty, stern voice. What took so long? Did Mickey have to clean the mud off you again? Neville blanched the color of chalk, but he nodded. Harry had to admire his bravery. If it had been him, he would have lied. After all, it was simpler to just say no, since there was no evidence to the contrary. It was my fault, ma'am, Harry suddenly blurted out. Neville wasn't doing anything, but I'm really clumsy, so I knocked him down. By accident. I'm sorry. He threw Neville a guilty look, but the surprise on the other boy's face was worth it. Besides, he was pretty sure Professor McGonagall and Mr. Remus wouldn't care. The professor might have scolded him, but he was reasonably certain that he wouldn't get beaten for it. The only thing he might be punished for would be the lying, but he was only lying to keep his friend out of trouble. Surely that was okay. Neville? Madame Longbottom said in a severe tone. Is this true? I didn't even know he bumped me, ma'am, Neville answered truthfully. Mickey got there right when it happened, Harry went on, gaining confidence in his storytelling. Right, Mickey? The elf startled and blinked huge eyes of disbelief at Harry before he nodded vigorously. Oh yes, Mickey sees Neville falling when he pops in. Yes, he does. Master Potter helped young Master out of the flower bed. He did. Madame Longbottom arched one eyebrow in faint disbelief before she seemed to take it in stride and dismiss it as something that didn't much matter. Very well then. Neville, say goodbye to Mr. Potter. Neville turned to Harry, stiff and nervous. It was a pleasure to meet you, Harry, he said stiffly. I hope we will see one another again soon. Harry was flabbergasted by the strange, formal way Neville was talking, but he guessed that he had to say goodbye like that too, if he could. Thanks, he said lamely. I liked meeting you too. Maybe we'll see each other again? Neville nodded and held out his hand like a grown-up. Harry awkwardly shook his hand and watched as Neville stepped back to stand nearer to Mickey. Ready to go, Harry? Mr. Remus asked quietly, putting a hand on his shoulder. Harry nodded, waved to Neville, who startled, and then returned the wave with a little smile. Madame Longbottom watched stonily as Professor McGonagall followed a different house elf to the door and stepped out into the sunlight. As Remus led him outside, Harry glanced over his shoulder and gave his new friend a beaming smile. Yes, they really would be good friends, he thought. It would be so nice to have a real friend at last. Harry was silent as Mr. Remus and the lady professor led him away from the Longbottom estate. For a brief moment, Harry glanced around and felt a little sad that he wouldn't live here. Neville was his friend now, and would be lonely again. The gardens were lovely, even if they did have weird moving plants, and it was so nice and beautiful here. But Madame Longbottom was so stern and cold. Not hateful like Aunt Petunia, but still. Harry had a feeling that the lady didn't know exactly how to show love. She wasn't anything like Mrs. Weasley, or even Professor McGonagall or Madame Pomfrey. So, with a decisive nod, Harry decided to be very glad that he wasn't going to live here, even if it would leave Neville all alone again. Ready, Harry? Mr. Remus asked him suddenly. Harry startled and looked up, realizing that they were back on the dirt road outside the wrought iron fence where they had first appeared not too long ago. Yeah, Harry nodded hastily, and then hesitated. I'm sorry, he added. About what? Remus asked in surprise. Never mind, Professor McGonagall said hastily. We can talk about it when we get back. Poppy's been waiting a solid 5 minutes already. Harry's eyes widened. Madame Pomfrey's waiting? Did something happen? We don't know, Remus soothed him. She called and said we should get back immediately. Harry's heart thundered into a terrified rhythm, and he clutched Mr. Remus' hand tighter. Is the professor okay? He demanded frantically. He should have been there with his professor. He shouldn't have left. Madame Pomfrey said that he made the professor feel better when he was close by. But the world suddenly condensed around him. He couldn't breathe and he was hurtling through a tight tube, twisting and turning until he landed on his feet just outside the familiar gate of Hogwarts. I hope so, Remus answered his question, and they followed Professor McGonagall as she hurried through the gates up to the castle. Hagrid was on his hands and knees near a mound of dirt out on the lawn and waved to them. Fong was sleeping in the shade of a nearby tree and didn't move. Harry didn't see Snuffles, but maybe Sirius was working on the motorcycle. He hadn't seemed very happy yesterday when Harry had been trying to help Hagrid with it. Maybe his godfather knew how to fix it. They entered the cool, dark entrance hall of the castle, and Professor McGonagall led them along the wide passages, past the moving pictures, and straight to the infirmary. They had barely reached the door when Sirius stuck his head out and lit up at the sight of them. "They're here!" he yelled over his shoulder, and grinned at them as he held the door open. "Thank Merlin," he muttered with a grin and wink in Harry's direction. "Poppy was getting ready to send me after you." "What's happened?" Professor McGonagall demanded, pushing past Sirius. "Why did you say there was a—" Harry poked his head around the door and let go of Mr. Remus's hand. He had stopped to say something to Sirius anyway, so he could wriggle in. Madame Pomfrey was hurrying toward the lady, Professor, and when her skirts moved out of Harry's line of sight, his gaze locked with a pair of black, penetrating eyes. Harry sucked in a sharp breath, hardly able to believe what he saw. His professor had woken up. See my profile for explanation of real life striking. Since this might be the last chapter one ever put here, I was planning to finish it in the next chapter, but I'm only halfway done with it, and while I will do my best to write it up today and have it up by tonight or morning, sometimes life happens. I want to thank everybody for following, favoriting, and reviewing and for loving this. I feel bad for leaving you all hanging for like 2 months already, or more. And I'm so glad I don't get paid for this because I'd be so fired. You all are the best, and I have really enjoyed the time I spent here, sharing my scribblings with you. So anyway, fingers crossed that I'll manage to finish my final chapter and actually finish this darn thing before I leave. But don't keep your hopes up too high for fear they will be dashed horribly. On that cheerful note, I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Family. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 38. Family. He swam up from the clouds of dreams and memories into a world that was too bright and too quiet. His body ached, especially his head, and he thought he had heard things from the world above over the last few days, or however long he had been out. Harry's voice, his son's voice. The wolf, reading aloud to him from a boring treatise on bond creation he had actually read before. The dog, nattering on about nonsensical things. Poppy, murmuring pleasantries and gossip in a soothing voice. Minerva, telling him 1,001 reasons he needed to wake up. He pried his eyes open and squinted in the light as it stabbed his brain. He felt as if he had the world's worst hangover, and his stomach cramped with hunger. He could tell that he'd had a nutrient potion spelled into him recently, but it was no substitute for solid food, which he was craving. Had Harry been here with him? Or had that been a dream? He could remember everything. Really, it was odd, having an intact brain for the first time in over 10 years. Slowly, Severus woke up and managed to open his eyes a bit more over the next several minutes until he was blinking up at the familiar white ceiling of Hogwarts Infirmary. He groaned softly, wondering how he had gotten out of the mess that was Dumbledore's insanity and made it here. Not that he was ungrateful, but he truly hated the infirmary. He heard footsteps rapidly approaching, the soft clicks of Poppy's light shoes. He turned his head in the direction where the sound was coming from, hating how his neck muscles protested the movement, and his headache worsened for a few seconds. He pressed his eyes shut briefly, and when he opened them, he was looking up at Poppy, who was staring down at him in sad concern. The shock on her face as his eyes opened made Severus' mouth twitch in a tiny smirk. Did she expect him to stay unconscious forever? Well, he made a living out of being unpredictable. Severus! Poppy gasped, her free hand flying to her chest and her wand hand snapping up to run diagnostics. You're awake. I thought I heard you. But, ha-r-r-y. Severus croaked, and then frowned at how his voice broke. He was here earlier, Poppy assured him with a smile. He'll be back soon, I promise. Severus took a deep breath, and then his stomach chose that moment to snarl at the world. He scowled, daring the Medowitch to laugh, but she had the presence of mind to press her lips together and just laugh at him with her eyes. I'll have something brought up for you. How are you feeling? Sty, Severus rasped and coughed shortly. Poppy helped him drink a glass of water, and then hurried off to call an elf somewhere Severus couldn't hear her. He scowled, knowing she would probably call for clear broth or plain porridge. Drat nurse. He glanced around without moving his head, noting the curtains that had been drawn back so he could see more of the hospital wing. On his bedside table, a pile of books teetered, along with a child's drawing, which leaned against the books so he could see it. Wincing slightly at his stiff neck, Severus turned so he could see it better. Inexpertly drawn and colorful, it depicted a tall, black stick figure with strings of black hair, holding the hand of a small, cheerfully colorful stick figure with an afro of black scribbles on its lopsided head. Both figures had big smiles, and a falling-down house sat in the background, along with a crooked dog, a crooked cat, and a brown dog with pointy ears that was undoubtedly a wolf. The picture was labeled "My Family" by Harry. Severus stared at it for several minutes, suddenly feeling a coiling of dread in his stomach. Had the dog or wolf told Harry what their relationship was? It seemed like a gross infringement on his parental rights. But then, what rights did Severus have? He was a rapist and kidnapper. He had no right to privacy. He sighed and tore his eyes away from the innocent boy's drawing and tested his muscles, attempting to stretch. Poppy hurried back to his bedside, scolded him for squirming around, and ignored his indignant protests to the contrary. "I know you, Severus," she tutored, "and while I don't blame you, I think you ought to be careful. You've been flat on your back for nigh on a week now, so let me run some spells through your system to loosen your muscles again." Severus huffed, but submitted. He knew how it was done, though he'd never experienced it himself. The sensation was strange, but not too uncomfortable. His muscles loosened, and then stretched without him intentionally moving. But when Poppy lifted her wand and nodded at him, he found that he was able to sit up, and his neck didn't hurt anymore. He just felt rather tired. The idea of lying here was an appealing one, even though he was itching to see Harry again. His memories felt fuzzy on the edges, but focusing on them brought them back into sharp clarity. The last time he had seen Harry had been at the Weasleys' house. Had it really been that long? "How long was I out this time?" Severus asked slowly, staring down at his hands and frowning at the sight of his nails, which probably needed trimming soon. He shook his head free of the distracting thoughts and let his gaze wander away. Sitting on the closest bed was a stuffed lion toy, likely Harry's. Severus sneered at the sight of it and determined to get the boy some different toys when things were arranged, or fixed, or explained. He wasn't really sure what would be the best approach to informing Harry of his true parentage. "You were out for several days," Poppy replied. "Close to a week. I was considering calling in expert help. You weren't waking up or responding to anything I did. I simply needed some time, I suppose," Severus huffed, disturbed at the thought of other magical healers poking and prodding him. He trusted Poppy, but precious few others. It was part of the reason he had taken the Medi-Wizard course for himself. Physician heal thyself, and all that. Plus, being a potions master meant he already had a leg up on the testing material. "I am glad to see you up and your normal self," Poppy murmured, smiling at him with tears in her eyes. "How are you feeling? Truly? Stop getting all sentimental. I'm perfectly well and my mind is my own once again," Severus snorted at her, though it was laced with subtle fondness. He knew she cared deeply about him, and now that it seemed like the drama was over for now, perhaps he could tell her the whole story. "I hoped you would be able to reorganize what Dumbledore meddled with," the Meta-Witch sniffed. "To be honest, I didn't have a doubt that you would wake again, healed and in full possession of your rightful memories." Severus fought the urge to shrug. He was grateful for her faith in him, because even he had lost faith in himself during his long battle against the destruction Dumbledore had wrought in his mind. "Where is the meddling fool anyway?" he asked idly. "Since Harry has been around so much lately, I would guess that he's not in the picture?" "Albus is gone," Poppy answered quietly. Severus looked up at her and narrowed his eyes. "Gone as in dead? Or gone as in gone?" "Disappeared," the Meta-Witch clarified. "His body was not found." Severus raised an eyebrow. Body? Had Lupin, Black, and McGonagall engaged the headmaster in a duel? How in the world had that ended? Remus said that Albus brought the manor down on his head and nearly killed Sirius, who was looking for Harry at the time, Poppy explained. "But the house elf had already operated Harry, and you outside the house's wards by then." "Me?" Severus repeated in surprise. "Dumbledore's house elf saved me from being buried alive?" "The elf saved Harry," Poppy corrected him. "The boy wouldn't let go of you, so you went along for the ride." The wizard was silent for several minutes. "You need to start at the beginning. I remember. The memory's hitting me. Then nothing." "Well, I can call Black to give you more details," the nurse suggested cautiously. Remus and Minerva took Harry, but they should be back soon. Severus looked up at her sharply. "Where did they take him?" he demanded. "Why?" Poppy made a calming motion with her hands. "They're at Longbottom Estate," she explained, though she watched him warily. Severus eyed her with distrust, knowing that she only gave him that look if she was afraid of him trying something. "We had no idea if you would wake up anytime soon," she said slowly, in a reasonable tone that made Severus eye her with even more suspicion. "I was actually in the middle of getting you checked into St. Mungo's, so some specialists could look into your condition, and we couldn't let Harry stay here without you, or stay in your hospital room without adequate supervision and protection. So Minerva has been quietly looking around for somewhere for Harry to stay." Severus clenched his fists in his lap in anger. He understood her reasoning, but it still cut to his heart, and he fixed her with his harshest glare. "You were going to give my son to that harpy?" he hissed. "Calm down, Severus," Poppy scolded him, unmoved by his scowling. "As I recall, you didn't think the idea of Harry staying with Augusta and Neville was a bad one before you found out he was your son." Severus scowled even more angrily, but he didn't have a good argument against that. He sighed and leaned back against his pillows, reaching up to massage his aching head. "I would appreciate a headache draft," he suddenly announced. "My skull is going to split open." "Oh, of course," Poppy exclaimed, pushing a bottle into his hand at once. She must have had it in her pocket. Severus absently popped the cork off, sniffed it as was his habit, and downed the spicy brew in one gulp. A few seconds later, the pounding pain in his head receded quite a bit. He recognized it as one he'd brewed himself, so he nodded in satisfaction. Poppy took that as thanks, and took the empty bottle and cork from him. He scowled down at the infirmary blanket, weighing the merits of waiting until Minerva and the wolf returned from their business at Longbottom Manor, hopefully with Harry still in tow. If he wasn't, he was probably going to kill them both, or allowing the insufferable dogfather to come and regale him with exaggerated tales of his personal prowess. There wasn't much of a choice. Severus was not typically a patient person. He could be patient if he needed to, but right now, he really didn't want to be. If Albus had been defeated, what else had he missed while he was fighting his own battle inside his mind? "Fine," Severus muttered under his breath. "Beg pardon?" the nurse asked, peering at him. "I didn't catch that, Severus." "I said fine. I'll talk to the dog." Poppy smiled secretively and nodded before she swept away, just as a Hogwarts elf appeared with a tray of food. Severus sighed in resignation at the gruel she had ordered for him and the cup of tea. At least there was a plate of toast, too. Maybe if his stomach was growling again in an hour, she would let him eat something more solid. A black dog bounded into the infirmary, nails skidding across the stone floor and heavy canine pants filling the air. Severus gave the animagus a cold, disapproving frown, and Black materialized out of the creature, grinning like a madman. His hair was windblown and messy, and he was still breathing hard. Had he really run all the way from wherever Poppy had summoned him from? "Hey, Snapey, you're up?" Black cheered, sauntering over and sitting on the edge of the bed as if they were old pals. "Never thought you'd ever finish that nap of yours? Feel better now?" "You are as insufferable as ever," Severus grumbled, moodily stirring his watery porridge. He had yet to take a bite, though he'd finished his toast and tea already. He hated porridge. "Nice to see you're feeling normal again," Black snorted, reaching out to give his leg a swat under the cover. Severus narrowed his eyes in warning, but the other man just rolled his eyes. "Come off it, Snape. Stop being such a baby. You know you're glad you survived, and I'll admit it. I'm glad you're not dead too." "I cannot imagine why you would be," Severus muttered, giving up on his gruel and dropping the spoon. "Do get off my bed," he ordered. Black snorted, but he obeyed, pulling the bedside chair closer and plopping into it instead, sprawling over it before he grumbled and got up, then snatched a very familiar wand from the table and transfigured the chair into something more comfortable. A wince crossed his face as he did so, and Severus was not certain whether to be furious, horrified, or simply baffled. Why in the world was Sirius Black using his wand? For that matter, how did it possibly work for him? Black tossed the wand on the bed instead of back on the nightstand, and grinned unabashedly at Snape before he settled in the new chair with a loud sigh of contentment. "Thanks for the loan, by the way," He grinned on like a mad skull. Can't say your wand likes me very much, but it works grudgingly. A lot like you, wouldn't you say? Severus couldn't believe the nerve of the man. I'm not awake a full hour, and you're tormenting me already, he snapped, grabbing his wand and examining it briefly before placing it on his tray, beside his uneaten porridge. Black hadn't done anything to it, thankfully, but he could feel the relief in his magic, and almost in the wand itself, from being in his hand once again. Not tormenting, teasing, Black corrected him seriously. There's a difference, Snapey. Call me that one more time, Severus said almost pleasantly. He leveled his wand almost casually at Black's head. And I might see how many of my school day curses I can remember before you manage to get out of my line of sight. Black groaned theatrically and slumped in his chair. You are such a buzzkill, he moaned, throwing his head back dramatically. Fine, but only because Harry likes us both so much. I won't start a fight. You mean, because you have no one to defend yourself with? Severus smirked victoriously. Nah, because I don't want to strain the invalid with Miss Mama Bear in the next room. I do not understand how Lupin puts up with you. Yeah? When you do, tell me the secret. I'd like to know too. Severus shook his head in disbelief. Do you ever stop trying to be clever, Mr. Black? Black gave him a cunning look. As long as I've got a Ravenclaw wannabe and the head of Slytherin as my immediate comrades? No. Plus, I've got to be able to keep up with Harry. That kid's as sharp as anything. He should be, considering his parentage, Severus replied almost without thinking. Silence fell over the both of them. Snape kept his eyes away from Black, almost fearing the look on his face. Black said nothing, but Severus could feel the other man's eyes on him, assessing, analyzing, and judging. Your mind's back to normal? Black asked suddenly, and not with the teasing tone from before. He sounded serious at last. My mind is my own, Severus confirmed shortly, picking up his spoon to run it through the cold porridge again, mostly just to give his hands something to do. That's good, Black said carefully. More than good, actually. That's great. So, I wanted to ask you a question. Interesting, Severus said sarcastically, glancing up at Black through the curtain of his greasy hair. But why should I care what you want to do? You are such a sometimes, Black snorted. Okay, so I've been wondering, am I Harry's godfather or not? I mean, when we all thought Harry's parents were, well, different, I got asked to be his godfather. But if James was the one who… Stop, Severus interrupted him, lifting his head and dropping his spoon again. The elder Mr. Potter quietly adopted Harry, making certain that any magical records of the boy's paternity happened to be in his name. I was involved with the process, since my willingness made things easier, at least from a legal point of view. For all intents and purposes, Potter had every right to make you godfather to his son. Oh, good, Black grinned, the relief in his eyes almost enough to make Severus roll his eyes. So James knew about what happened, and he magically adopted Harry on the sly. But that sounds weirdly like he was protecting you. I became a spy for the Order of the Phoenix a month after the event. Lily convinced him that my remorse was genuine and facilitated a truce between us. That is why I was allowed to see Harry a few times throughout his infancy, and Potter did not throw a fit about it. Oh, Black blinked. Wow. I thought, well, I guess I shouldn't be trusting anything Dumbledore said. I would presume to agree with that statement. Oh wow, call the prophet. Snape just agreed with me. Don't make a headline out of it, Severus retorted, rolling his eyes. Somehow, even though he still despised Black and would never truly be his friend, probably, he was enjoying this strange verbal banter. I'm just wondering why James never told us about it, Black mused. I mean, we were best friends and all. I know we were getting a little suspicious of Remus at that time, and Pettigrew was always off doing his own traitorous things. Not that we knew that at the time, but I just don't understand why he didn't tell me about you and Lily and Harry, and you switching sides and being a spy. I did not trust any of you, Severus said flatly. Potter did not believe that any one of his bosom buddies could be a spy for the Dark Lord, but I convinced him that if he told one, he may tell the others, and we already suspected one of the inner circle of being a traitor. I wish you'd stop calling him that, Black complained. The Dark Lord? Yeah. Why ever not? Severus snapped, gripping his tray as if in preparation to throw it across the room. Actually, he wouldn't mind doing so. This gruel was simply vile. You know who I'm talking about, and I cannot say his name. What difference does it make what I call him? He is dead in any case. It legitimizes him, Black reasoned, his voice surprisingly calm. He was no lord of anything, dark or whatever. Calling him one just give him power he never had. Really? And it really does make a difference what you call him. Names are important. How would you know? Look, don't get mad at me for this, okay? It's just an example and I know I was wrong. But all right, let's see like cruel names. Like when we used to call you Snevelis. Severus' jaw clenched, but he reined in his fury and simply narrowed his eyes at Black, who put up his hands to show that he wasn't done and did not want to be attacked for this. Hey, hear me out. We were cruel when we invented that name and called you it over and over until other kids started calling you that. We thought it was a big old joke, of course, because we were just a bunch of immature kids. But it made you angry, it dehumanized you in the eyes of anybody who thought of you like that, and it made you lose respect among those who might have respected you purely out of human decency, you know? Names are important. They've got power. If there's one good thing Dumbledore taught us in the Order of the Phoenix, it's that we had to call evil what it was, and not call things what they weren't. So we called Voldemort, Voldemort. None of this you-know-who or Dark Lord garbage. We weren't scared of his name, and we didn't give him the respect he demanded either. I understand your reasoning, Severus interrupted impatiently, but I have heard this speech twice over from the old meddler himself. I do not need you to lecture me, Black. So why do you keep calling him Dark Lord? Black scoffed, folding his arms tightly. You sound like a Death Eater when you call him that, you know? Perhaps that is because I was a Death Eater, Severus shouted, throwing his tray off the bed in a burst of anger and shame. With trembling hands, he jerked up the sleeve of his hospital shirt and held his bare forearm out to Black. Say his name, he hissed, and watch my mark. The mark was faded, almost invisible, but it was there, barely visible as a faint shadow under his skin. Black stared at the white underside of Snape's forearm in baffled amusement, but he obeyed with a shrug. Voldemort. Severus flinched, as he had the other times Black had said the hated name, and he knew from Black's gasp that he had seen it too. For the briefest of instants, the mark had become slightly darker, and Severus' flinch had been unmistakable. Back when the mark was completely visible, the snake had moved on his skin when the name was spoken in its presence. The pain had been much worse. Now, it was a stinging reprimand, like a slight burn or a bad static shock. But he could feel it move still, under his skin, lurking and waiting to be called forth again. Severus didn't know how he knew that's what the mark was doing, but he would stake a rather large bet upon it. Does it hurt? Black asked in a hushed voice. The concern and horror in his eyes was too much, and Severus uncomfortably yanked his sleeve back down and fixed his eyes on the mess he'd made on the floor. It is uncomfortable, Severus admitted. When he was alive, it was very painful. Now, it is simply a reminder. Reminder for what? That his name is not worthy to be spoken by his loyal servants, Severus hissed, still refusing to look at Black, though he could tell that the man could understand better now and was thinking about it. It was conditioned into us. We were drilled, again and again. To speak his name was to invite torture. We learned quickly, and simply hearing the name spoken would cause agony. You know, Black murmured thoughtfully. Pettigrew stopped saying his name at some point. It was back to you-know-who for him. He said he was just scared, or some such bull. But now, I guess it had been tortured out of him. Was Pettigrew an animagus? Severus suddenly demanded, welcoming a change of subject. Black came out of his musings, and Severus turned to look at him. Oh yeah, Pete was a rat. Funny. His personality, even as a teenager, was a clue to who he really was. It is kind of funny, don't you think? The rat turned out to be both a literal and figurative rat in the end. Severus frowned and rubbed his chin as he cast back through his memories, wondering why in the world a rat would raise alarm bells in his mind. Would you? Severus began slowly. Would you be able to recognize his animagus form on sight? Of course, Black snorted derisively. I spent years and years of full moons with him, me and Mooney both. And I've dreamed of little else since I got put in Azkaban. Severus nodded again and closed his eyes. He saw a rat in a shabby bathroom, terrified eyes too expressive for an animal, the strange feeling of missing something important. White rat, Severus murmured, keeping his eyes closed and the strange fat rat in his mind's eye. A white rat with a gray nose and a maimed paw. His eyes snapped open. Black? The man was white in the face, but his eyes were ablaze with a fire and hatred that Severus had not seen in a very long time. His instinct was to grab his wand, shoot of a spell as he rolled out of the line of fire, and run for his life. But he wasn't a skinny, outnumbered kid anymore, and Black wasn't his enemy any longer. You saw him, Black hissed, slowly standing from his chair and snapping his knuckles in his agitation. Where? Tell me where. The burrow, Severus replied at once, but I do not think it wise for you to go there. If it is him, I would be best to go, if he has not run already. Perhaps I could bring Harry back for a visit, as an excuse. Actually, now that I think on it, the Weasley boy has had a rat as a familiar for a couple of years now. Which one? Black growled. Percival, Severus replied dismissively. You wouldn't know him. He was just a baby when you were imprisoned. The man snorted. A baby? 6 years old, Severus corrected himself. He's close to 13 now, I believe, entering his 3rd year. If you're right about this, Black faltered. You'll owe me again? Severus finished with the slightest of smirks. Again? Seriously? Black snorted, though his rage was fading to a more reasonable glow now as his humor returned. What did I ever owe you for before? Perhaps for not reporting my sighting of you to the ministry? You didn't even remember it to report it, thanks to Dumbles the bungler, Black laughed, waving him off. Doesn't count. I saved Harry from your paranoid and decidedly not child-appropriate handling. If you'd left well enough alone, Harry wouldn't have gotten kidnapped by Dumbledore in the first place. And you wouldn't have had an excuse to go toe-to-toe with him, Severus countered in a reasonable tone. Speaking of which, Poppy actually called you here to tell me what I slept through, and how the meddler came to be missing. Black rolled his eyes and glanced down at the mess on the floor. Why'd you pitch a fit, anyway? I can't help it if I'm an idiot about how Death Eaters operate. Why no, you cannot help being an idiot, Severus agreed readily. After all, it is your default state. I left myself wide open to that, didn't I? Black muttered mournfully, picking up Snape's wand from the floor and attempting to evanesco the mess. After 2 tries, the gruel disappeared, along with the broken dishes and spilled silverware, and Black picked up the tray. Manually, he tossed Severus his wand, wringing his hand with a pained expression on his face. Your wand hates me, he complained. It bites me every time I try to use it, ungrateful stick. Ungrateful? Severus repeated in a dry tone, twirling the wand in his hand in a casual display of finger dexterity. I saved it from an untimely death in Dumbledore's coat pocket, Black explained with a smug smile. Perhaps that is the only reason it isn't roasting your hand off for daring to handle it. Huh, maybe, Black eyed the black wand with mock interest. Or maybe it's because me and you are more compatible than you think, he added with a devilish smirk. Severus growled low in his throat and narrowed his eyes dangerously at the other man. Keep in mind, Black, that while we may have been allies in the case of one Harry Potter, I will never be your friend, so do not push it. Ugh, Black groaned theatrically, throwing his hands in the air. I give up. You are such an arse, you know that? Even when I save your life, your wand, and almost get killed for it, you still act like I'm scum off your shoe. Pardon my recently restored memories, but I was not the first one to treat the other like so, was I? Severus retorted. Come on. I was a kid. So was I. Poppy suddenly bustled over with a very disapproving look on her face. I can't leave you two alone for 5 minutes, she exclaimed. And here I thought you two were just going to be discussing what happened while Severus was unconscious. We got distracted, Black shrugged unapologetically. I do not want to listen to one more minute of his self-absorbed prattle, Severus muttered in disgust. I will wait. At least the wolf is more articulate. I wholeheartedly agree, Poppy huffed, gesturing impatiently at the animagus to abandon his chair. Come along, Sirius. I warned you not to upset him so soon after he woke up. Kind of hard not to when he's so touchy, Black snorted with a challenging look, though he was following Poppy away from the bed anyway. The prat. Perhaps I ought to reconsider our truce? Severus suggested with false thoughtfulness, raising his wand only half-threateningly. It proved a wrong choice, because with a cry of outrage, Poppy swooped in on him, snatched his wand away, and then scolded him for wasting his porridge and getting all excited so soon after being in a coma. Sirius was smirking as Severus struggled to fend off the Mediwitch, and Severus was getting ready to just crawl out of his bed and throttle the insufferable Gryffindor idiot with his bare hands. Well, in the next few minutes, he probably would have, but he was overcome by a wave of dizziness, and his head gave a vicious, stabbing pain. It was almost like a cruciatus aimed at his skull. He let out an involuntary gasp as he clutched his head, and to his chagrin, Black's taunting smirk vanished as if it had never been, and snapped to attention as Poppy yelled for him to grab something. Severus cried out, his hands shaking where they gripped his head. Why was it hurting again? Wasn't he better? He had woken up healed, right? He had all of his memories back, and he shouldn't be experiencing these stabbing migraines anymore. But whether it should be happening or not, Severus was in pain, and it wasn't letting up, though it wasn't getting worse, thankfully. Eventually, Black held him up while Poppy hurried off. For a few agonizing moments, Severus clenched his jaw to keep from groaning in agony as the pain ricocheted through his skull, stabbing and stabbing and stabbing. Then, just as quickly as it had come, it was over. Severus was breathing hard, but his body relaxed in relief. Black was holding him awkwardly, but he was a solid thing to lean on, so Severus didn't move. He was too dazed to move at this moment anyway. Look, Black suddenly said. Mooney's been on me for years to properly apologize to you, okay? And I just can't seem to stop teasing you. Don't ask me why, but you rub me the wrong way, I guess. I like getting you riled up, but I'm sorry. What if I told you that this little episode was nothing but a ruse of mine to make a fool of you? Severus suggested in a rough voice. Then I'd call you an arsehole and put you in a headlock. Severus snorted and rolled his eyes. You wouldn't. I'm an invalid. Not very invalid if you can play tricks on this old man. You are my age, you dolt. Exactly. Severus jerked away from the man in disgust and gave him a shove for good measure. Confound it all, he barked. You are not old because I am not old, understand? Well, you're not an invalid, Black shrugged cheekily. Right? You know full well I was being facetious. You know, I think you secretly love me, Black grinned, folding his arms as he wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. All that fighting we've been doing since we were teens? Unresolved tension, that's what it is. Severus kept his face a bland, unimpressed mask, despite the horror he felt. Was Black serious? Or was he just goofing around, as he always did? Someday, I wish you would take your brain out from between your legs and put it back in your skull where it belongs, Severus said, instead of violently protesting such a notion. He was pretty sure he and Black had already argued over something similar back in the wolf's cabin anyway. Uft, Black snorted, wiggling his eyebrows still more. I tried that. Between the legs is more fun. For the love of… Yes, for the love of… Black grinned, clearly enjoying winding the potion's master up again. Tell me, Snape, were all those pranks just your attempts at getting my attention? Severus picked up a child's book from the nightstand and threw it. Black dodged it, laughing his head off. The potion's master was frankly too furious at that point to trust himself to talk coherently, and he was exhausted after his strange migraine. So he just flopped back down on his pillow and scowled at the ceiling. Luckily for Black, before he could say anything else or even finish his hysterical laughing fit, Madame Pomfrey ran back over and chased him away, and Severus could have sworn that the matronly woman spanked him when he wasn't moving fast enough. The image in Black's indignant protesting were enough to make Severus smile at last, though it was a small one, and aimed only at the blank white ceiling. When Poppy came back, sighing and muttering under her breath about the immaturity of some men, Severus wasted no time in propping himself up on one elbow to give her a very serious recommendation. The first thing on Minerva's budget for the year needs to be moving paintings for the infirmary ceiling, he announced. Art? On the ceiling? Poppy repeated as if it were heresy. Severus snorted and raised his eyes. Have you looked at it recently? The Medowitch looked up, unimpressed. Yes. Have you looked at it for hours on end for lack of something more stimulating to look at recently? Severus amended in his driest tone. Poppy sighed and acquiesced with a wave of her hands. You can suggest it at our budget meeting next month, Severus, but I give you no guarantees. She patted his shoulder to get him to lie back down, and he only complied with a moody huff. Still, he couldn't resist having the last word, and she knew it. No guarantees of Minerva's cooperation? Or your endorsement? Poppy rolled her eyes and wisely changed the subject. I fire called Longbottom Estate. Minerva, Remus, and Harry should be getting back in a few moments. Why did you call them? It was just a headache. It was very like several spells you've had over the last several days. Only Harry was able to help in any way. Severus was quiet about that, and let Poppy fuss over him while his mind filled with memories of the boy. It was a relief to finally have full command of all his own memories once again. But now that his reunion with Harry was inevitable and soon, he found himself panicking. He had not seen Harry with his intact mind since the boy was an infant, and how in the world was he supposed to tell the 9-year-old child about how their lives had been intertwined from his conception, and how even now they were bound together with the ties of blood, which were not easily broken. Harry knew that he could be snappish and sour-tempered. Harry had witnessed him be harsh and frightening. But the boy had hugged him several times, had declared love for him even, and one time, had asked him if he was his father. It would all work out somehow. Severus knew he had to have faith about it. How will I tell him? Severus whispered aloud, glancing at Poppy, who froze in mid-diagnostic cast. Gently, and with age-appropriate language, the Medowitch smiled encouragingly. He is a smart boy, and a loving one. I think he will be overjoyed to learn who you truly are to him. But I'm not a father, Severus protested, voicing his fears in a soft, uncertain tone. My father was a drunk. He was vile and crude and full of hate and bitterness. I know nothing of fatherhood. Perhaps I should simply wait. Harry is fine now, not knowing who I am, perhaps. Severus, Poppy interrupted then, reaching out to touch his cheek with the same tenderness he had shied away from as an angry teenager. Harry loves you. That much is clear to all of us. And you are not alone in your fatherhood. I am here. Sirius and Remus are determined to help you. Minerva will most certainly be there for you. Harry will be happy with you. And you will be happy with him. There is no other way for this to work, Severus. Tell him the truth. Take him home, and just love him. That is all the boy asks, and all he needs right now. Love him, and everything will follow. Severus reached up and took her hand. He couldn't speak for the tears that clogged his throat, but he gave her a squeeze of gratitude before he managed to take a few deep breaths to clear his voice again. So, love is the answer, is it? It was the answer for Lily, wasn't it? Poppy asked quietly, tears brimming in her eyes. Severus flinched and looked away from her, memories swelling in his mind. The blood protection, Lily's sacrifice, that was his fault. It should have been him, lying on the nursery floor, not her. That was the plan, until the Dark Lord attacked too early. It was supposed to have been at midnight. For weeks, James, holding the black-haired, green-eyed infant, had scowled disapprovingly down at Severus and Lily as they sat in chalk circles of protection and invented the spell that had saved Harry, banished the Dark Lord's body from the realm of the living, and cost Lily her life. If it were not for Severus' unfortunate brilliance with dark magic, they never would have cracked the secret, would never have discovered how to save their child's life. The Dark Lord would never have been defeated. Severus blinked the memories away and nodded silently. She had known what she was sacrificing. She would have done so 100 times over, just as he would have also. She died thinking that Severus would take their son and protect him as he had sworn to do. She did not count on Dumbledore being the snake in the nest. What must she think of him now? No, he must stop this spiral. Poppy was right. He may have forgotten. He may have made mistakes, but he could make the right choice this time. He would love his son, protect him, and help him as he grew with his monthly affliction. So long as he loved the boy, all would fall into place. He looked up suddenly as Black threw open the infirmary door, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Poppy hurried away from his bedside, calling out in relief at the sight of Minerva and Lupin, who came in, looking tense and stressed. Were they expecting him to be thrashing in pain or dead to the world? His eyes slid away from the adults to the small boy squirming around behind Lupin. The boy was dressed in traditional wizard clothing for a young boy his age, and he looked atrocious. Severus hated seeing little children in long robes. They tripped over the hymns and they all looked like girls. But his hair was messy, as always. His eyes were big and bright green behind his glasses, and his pointed little face was flushed with health and life. His breath caught in his chest as he looked upon his son. His son. The boy gasped at the sight of him and ran forward. "You're awake!" he cried, throwing himself on the bed and trying to wrap his short arms around Severus' whole bed, it seemed. "I knew you'd wake up. I knew it," the boy whispered fiercely, joy making his eyes sparkle. Severus couldn't reply at first. He raised a hand and cupped the child's cheek with it, simply feasting his eyes on the boy who was bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh. Whatever mistake or sin had brought him into existence, Severus would not trade any of it for the universe. Harry was his son, and he was perfect. "See what we have made, Lily? See what you have given me?" "Professor," the boy asked timidly, "are you okay?" "I'm well, Harry," Severus murmured, smiling slightly as he dropped his hand, well aware that he was making the boy nervous. "Good," Harry grinned, and pulled away to holler at the top of his lungs. "See? I told you the professor would be okay. I told you. He's awake now, just like I said. See?" The other two marauders came and stood behind Harry, both smiling. Black looked mischievous and Lupin appeared worn out and relieved, which seemed to be their default states, and Harry beamed up at them with obvious affection. But when he climbed onto the bed beside Severus and settled in next to him, resting his head on Snape's shoulders, he knew that Poppy had been right about everything. As always. "You were right, Harry," Remus agreed quietly, flashing Severus a smile filled with exhausted relief. "And as always, Professor Snape has excellent timing." "Welcome back, Severus," Minerva McGonagall announced from the foot of the bed. "I do hope you will be well enough for the meeting next week." "Meeting?" Severus repeated warily. "To decide on teaching arrangements, of course," the Transfiguration professor said in a slightly impatient tone. "With Albus gone and my duties as headmistress, I will not be able to cover Transfiguration classes and be head of Gryffindor House any longer. Save the business talk until my patient is fully recovered," Poppy scolded them, shooing the marauders and the headmistress away as she bustled around Severus's bed. "Right now, Harry needs his rest as much as Severus does. Am I right, you two?" Severus raised an eyebrow at her not subtle insinuation that he'd take this opportunity to talk to his son a bit. By the way, Black was very not subtly nudging and winking at his pet wolf. Even the normally obtuse Gryffindor got the implication. The Merryweathers backed away and left the infirmary. Minerva scolded him for a few more moments about never scaring her like that again, and Poppy announced that she had paperwork to organize in her office. When the doors all shut and silence reigned, Harry yawned and snuggled closer to Severus' side. "This is nice," the boy murmured. He smelled of fresh air and garden soil. Severus adjusted his arm to wrap it around his son, and Harry took his hand and squeezed it. "I knew you'd wake up, Professor," he said in a quiet voice, "but I was scared it would be a long time." "So was I," Severus confessed in a whisper. "I am glad I woke when I did. How did your meeting with the Longbottoms go before you were called away?" Harry sighed and didn't answer for almost a minute. "Professor, if somebody loves somebody, but they don't seem nice all the time, or they say mean things all the time, and the somebody is scared all the time, is it bad?" Severus, whose eyebrows had been twitching at each new bit of information, smiled wryly as he gently squeezed Harry's hand in his. I'm afraid you will have to rephrase that, Harry. You lost me. I mean, the boy huffed, now playing with Severus' pinky finger. Neville's really nice, but he's scared of everything. He says his grandmother tells him he's a disgrace to his parents, and I dunno, but he's really scared of his uncle. He said for me not to say anything, but I just remember being so scared and wishing somebody would take me away, you know? Severus was quiet for several long seconds while he gathered what he hoped was an age-appropriate answer. I think I see your concern. I'm not sure we can help young Mr. Longbottom the way I helped you. Augusta Longbottom was named in her son's will to be Neville's caretaker and guardian should anything happen to him, and pure-blood families like the one she comes from have their own ideas about raising children. If something very horrible was going on, then the ministry might get involved, but if not, especially if Neville is resisting anyone doing anything, it would be extremely difficult to prove any kind of abuse or correct them on it. Harry was silent for a while longer, chewing on the answer. That's stupid, he finally said in a low growl. But I guess regular people are stupid anyway. At my school, I told a teacher once that my uncle hit me and nothing happened to my relatives. Snuffles says they belong in Azkaban. Was that the prison he broke out of? Yes, and it's illegal to imprison muggles there, Severus answered sternly. They would go insane within a few weeks and die soon after that. Harry froze, and Severus could hear him audibly gulp. He wished he could see the boy's face, analyze his reaction. Oh, the boy murmured at last. I dunno. I guess they don't really deserve that. I just thought they should go to jail for a while, so they can see what it's like being locked up all the time. I agree, Severus muttered, but it would probably be a lot less hassle if they just left the Dursleys to their miserable, monotonous little lives. So he didn't long entertain the idea of getting Muggle police involved. Harry? Severus suddenly said in a secretive whisper. How would you like getting up and taking a walk? The boy perked up at once, rolling almost onto Severus' torso and staring at him with eyes that sparkled with excitement, mischief, and concern. Really? That'd be brilliant, he gushed in a conspiratorial, loud whisper. But will Ma'am Pomfrey let you? She doesn't need to know, does she? Severus asked with a smirk that the boy readily returned. Yes, he had a future Slytherin on his hands. Wouldn't Black throw a fit about it? The thought alone gave Severus energy to sit up and get out of bed. He balanced for a few moments, letting the blood run through his weak muscles, and then he stretched. Wielding his wand, he transfigured his hospital pajamas with more suitable attire, and Harry grinned the whole time. They crept out of the infirmary with no one the wiser, both smirking at one another. Harry had never seen this tower before when Sir Nicholas the almost lost his head had given him the tour. The wind was fresh and cool. They were higher than he'd ever been before, and Harry darted around. Looking down from all the parapets, Hagrid's house looked like a model from so high, and even Hagrid himself was the size of an ant. The clouds seemed so much closer, and the scary forest where the creepy moving tree and broken-down shack were was a green blur. The professor was tired after climbing so many stairs and was sitting on a stone bench that ran almost all the way around the entire tower wall. He was watching Harry, so he was careful not to do anything that would get him scolded, like leaning too far or running too fast. What's this place, Professor? Harry asked, hurrying back over to him and sitting down on the cold stone. This is the astronomy tower, the professor explained, looking up at the blue sky. At night, students come here for classes about the night sky. Stargazing? Harry asked in surprise. That's a class? Wicked. The professor smirked, and Harry had learned by now that the professor often smirked where someone else might normally chuckle or laugh. I feel I must warn you. This stargazing can become quite tedious. I never cared much for it myself. The constellations and the phases of the moon are very important for magical folk. So it is important to know the night sky all year round. The moon's important for me too, Harry added in a more subdued voice. He squinted up at the sky. I can usually tell where it is in the sky. Is that weird? For a werewolf, it is normal, the professor assured him, stretching out his legs and leaning back against the stone wall. It was warm up here under the sunshine, but the places where the tower was cast in shade, The stone was still cool. Harry thought it was very nice, and in weather like this, an ideal place to take a nap. Harry kicked his heels against the stone. "I missed you, sir," he blurted out, glancing up at the professor. "And I didn't want to live anywhere else, not even with the Weasleys." "Oh," the professor said casually. A little too casually, the boy could see. The man's eyes were sharp, assessing him, and though his posture was relaxed, Harry could sense a new tension in him. Why? Was he afraid of something? Harry gulped. "Yes, sir," he hurried to say. I don't want to live with anybody but you. Could I stay with you forever? Please? Now that headmaster's gone and all, and Ma'am Longbottom doesn't want me?" "Harry," the professor sighed, sitting up straight and clasping his hands in front of himself while he leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "There is something I have to tell you first." Harry frowned, suddenly worried. Okay, sir," he faltered. "But nothing you say's gonna make me not want to stay with you, sir." "I believe it," the professor smiled faintly. "But you still ought to step into this with open eyes." The man took a deep breath and his eyes skittered around at the stone parapets, or the clouds drifting by in the perfect blue sky, or the owl swooping past almost out of sight. "A long time ago, before you were born, I knew your mother," he explained. "I was best friends with her." Harry nodded. The professor had said so before. "We eventually stopped being friends. I was not a kind person, and your mother was. So, there were times we disagreed. Over time, as I pursued my own path, I did some things that I am not proud of, and your mother was very hurt by it." The professor paused and sighed. "Anyway, I'll explain more when you're older, but basically, Dumbledore erased some of my memories of her. I did not remember this until I woke up in the infirmary an hour ago." "Remember what?" Harry asked in a hushed voice, his heart pounding against his ribs. The professor looked up and fixed him with his fathomless, ink-black eyes. I'm your real father, Harry. I'm your dad." Harry stared in confusion for several seconds before it truly hit him. Then he felt dizzy. But it felt right too. So right that tears burned his eyes and his whole body vibrated with the need to jump, or run, or hug the man, his dad. So he was right. All those weeks ago, when he had looked in a mirror and seen how he resembled the stern professor who had saved his life, he had asked a question that even the professor himself hadn't remembered the answer to. And the thing was, Harry felt like he had known it all along. The professor had cared for him, fed him, disciplined him, and followed after him even when his own boss was the one taking Harry away. He had almost died to save Harry. The professor had always been his dad, even when neither of them knew it. The boy flung his arms around the professor and buried his face in the man's shoulder. "I knew it," he whispered triumphantly. "I knew it." The professor seemed stunned at first, but his arms came up and he hugged Harry back. "So," the man said in a rough-sounding voice, "you want to come live with me now?" Harry pulled back and stared at the professor, his dad, for several seconds, wondering if he'd hit his head or something. Why in the world wouldn't he, after hearing that? "I belong to you," Harry said confidently. "I have to come live with you if you're really my dad." To his relief, the professor, Dad, smiled. It was a real smile this time, tinged with wetness in his dark eyes. "Yes," he whispered, reached up to brush Harry's hair off his forehead. "I am really your dad." "Brilliant," Harry whispered back, leaning slightly into the touch. The professor smelled less like himself since he hadn't been brewing or teaching lately, but there was the faintest whiff of potions about him, and the scent that was uniquely the professor's. Harry breathed it in, and his smile grew. It was the smell of Dad, of home, of safety. It always had been. "What do we do first?" Harry asked, barely able to keep down the bubble of excitement. "We've got to tell my wolf. Are you mad that I'm friends with him now? You said you were going to kill him if he ever touched me again, but he's really nice, actually, and he promised to teach me good things about werewolves, and he said he'd stay with me next full moon. I've got to tell Sirius too. He really loves me, but he's not a dad like you, so that's good. And we have to tell Professor McGonagall and Ma'am Pomfrey, oh, and Mrs. Weasley. Will I get to live in your house forever and ever now? Do I get my own room?" To his surprise, the The professor was laughing. "Slow down, Harry," he chided, but with a big smile. His dark eyes gleamed with life and happiness, and Harry grinned back even as he shut up. "I regret to inform you that you are the last one to learn this information," he said gravely. "Your dogfather knows, the wolf knows, Madame Pomfrey knows, and even Minerva McGonagall knows. But yes, you will live with me, and yes, you will get your own room this time." Harry threw himself forwards and hugged him again. "I love you," he said fervently. It was funny. He'd said it before, but he'd never meant it the way he did right now. He really, really meant it. The professor, his dad, was the best thing that had ever happened to him in his life. "I love you too, Harry," his dad said quietly, hugging him back and even giving him a kiss on his head. Suddenly, a pair of voices interrupted them as the door at the bottom of the astronomy staircase opened. "I'm pretty sure he's up there, Moony," Sirius was saying. "I mean, we looked everywhere else. Then why must you drag me along?" "I could be checking the room of requirement," Mr. Remus' voice floated up next. "Because two eyes are better than one," Sirius retorted as if Remus was dumb. "Then you should be perfectly capable of surveying a blank stone circle with your own two eyes." "What? No, I meant, gah, it doesn't matter. Just come on and stop being such a baby. You've bullied me into your schemes ever since we were kids," Remus sighed forlornly. "At this moment, I'm wondering why I don't just turn around and leave you to it." "'Cause you love me so much," Sirius teased. "Ugh, don't make me ill," Remus teased back, though his insults were delivered with more seriousness. "As if anyone could love you. Have you looked in a mirror lately? Or smelled your breath? Hey, there's nothing cleaner than a dog's mouth, haven't you heard?" Remus snorted, and it sounded like he might be laughing. They were almost to the top now, and the professor held up a finger to Harry, cautioning him to be quiet and wait. "Dogs are very lovable. Just ask all the old ladies who fed me on my odyssey across the mainland." Sirius went on in a wounded tone. "Don't you find it fascinating that people love you more when you're a dog than when you're human? Shouldn't that say something about you?" "You're just jealous," Sirius laughed, and suddenly, the two of them popped out of the dark stairwell and looked right at them. Harry grinned and waved, one arm still around the prof, his dad. "See, Moony?" Sirius grinned triumphantly, stuffing his hands in his pants pockets. "Told you they'd be up here." "So you did," Remus sighed, and shook his head fondly. "You doing all right, Severus?" "I told him," the professor said simply. "You did?" Sirius exclaimed, grinning hugely. "That's great. What do you think, Harry? Is he gonna disown me now that he has the power?" "No, you guys like each other," Harry replied with a shrug, as if it was obvious. It kind of was, even though the last time those two were together, they'd fought and Harry had run away. It was funny to see how the adults all looked at each other, though. "So, we've got a lot of work to do," Sirius said decisively, pulling his hands from his pockets to rub them together. "We've got to remodel your house, Snape, because, hey, Remus told me what a dump it is." "My house is fine," the professor protested, and Harry nodded in agreement. "Huh." Sirius laughed. "That's a good one. Okay, and then we need to catch that rat." "What rat?" Harry demanded. "The Weasley rat," his dad explained. "There's something off about it." "Yeah," Harry agreed at once, frowning as he remembered how it had looked at him that one time. "It smelled funny too." "Then we should do that first," Remus pointed out. "It's more important than remodeling, at any rate." He said this with a scowl and serious direction. Harry watched the grown-ups bicker and tease, and soon his dad got up too and stood there with them, arguing and waving his hands to illustrate his points. Remus leaned against the stone wall and watched with a smile, chiming in every now and then. Sirius waved his arms and laughed with his whole face and body. This was his family, Harry realized. A godfather who could turn into a dog. A werewolf who had accepted him in his pack. A dad who was always there for him, even when neither knew about it. Tears burned Harry's eyes, and he suddenly jumped up and joined his dad, hugging him tightly around the waist. "Harry," his dad asked anxiously, "are you all right? We aren't fighting." "Not exactly, at any rate." And he glared at a cheekily grinning Sirius. "No, I'm fine," Harry assured him, blinking up at him and feeling so happy that he thought his chest might burst. But I've got a real family now. 3 dads, Sirius agreed with the cheekiest grin ever. And Dad? Harry said quickly before Sirius could start another fight. Yes, son, his professor said patiently. Can you turn into an animal too? You need to stay with me when me and Mr. Remus and Snuffles go out on full moons. For several moments, his dad and his wolf and his godfather were all speechless. Then, a devious grin spread over Sirius' face, and Remus smothered a big smile, and his dad looked horrified. Oh, this'll be good, Sirius chortled, rubbing his hands together deviously. The professor getting lessons from the school dropout? Please, his dad snorted. As if I would need lessons on something you managed when you were 15. Hey, I could teach you a thing or two. You never know. It wouldn't be very hard for someone of your discipline and mental control, Remus offered helpfully. And I did most of the theory work for the others, so Sirius won't be your only teacher. Thank Merlin, the professor muttered sarcastically. Can we please just think about this before making plans? What's there to think about? Sirius asked with a shrug. Your son wants you with him on the full moons. I think that's easily done, and we have a week until the next one. You want me to undergo the Animagus transformation in a week? I hear there's a potion you can use as opposed to the transfiguration route, Sirius shrugged. You can do that, Mr. Potions Master. You do not get to tell me what I can and can't do, Sirius Black, his dad scolded. But Harry could see that he was starting to think about it. He smothered a grin and stepped back, letting the grown-ups, his dads, fight it out. Yes, it looked like he was getting a happily ever after. Finished. Yes, at last it is finished. A sequel was in my brain, but I may never get around to it. Thank you again for your support and farewell to all of you, my lovely readers.